Those who have slain gods know well. Gods not only possess indestructible bodies but also various superhuman talents. When I arrived in this world, the first thing that happened was the awakening of my low-tier profession, Godslayer. Yet, my classmates mocked me as trash, a weakling who couldn't even kill an ant. Facing their scorn and ridicule, I was deeply puzzled. In the world of Blue Star, the profession of a Godslayer is one that slays gods and Buddhas alike. How could it possibly be considered the weakest here? Just as I was lost in confusion, a cold robotic voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the divine-level profession system, in view of the host being the beloved school idol. You are awarded an initial grand gift pack, the epic profession Slayer of Gods. The voice sent shivers down my spine. Indeed, just like the novels from my previous life. Transmigrators come equipped with essential systems. As the old saying goes, the golden finger might be late, but it never fails to appear. At that moment, Long Chen, who had just awakened the dark gold profession of Paladin, strutted over arrogantly. I thought you were strong, but you're just the weakest black iron tier. He jeered, his cronies chiming in, comparing me unfavorably to him. What use is being handsome? Can it be eaten? This is a world where everyone changes professions. Without a good profession, you won't even be able to eat. In my view, the real campus idol should be our brother Long Chen. How majestic is a paladin! As they praised him, Long Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. He had to admit my looks were indeed extraordinary. Throughout high school, countless girls had called me the school idol and I had many admirers. Long Chen, though also handsome and academically brilliant, now a paladin, felt overshadowed by me, fueling his strong animosity. Just when Long Chen thought he had the upper hand, the sky suddenly changed. A golden light descended from heaven, and the rank of my profession, identified by the divine stone, began to skyrocket wildly, advancing directly from black iron to divine epic tier. The entire school was astounded. A profession that had already completed its awakening ceremony could still be upgraded? Intense holy light and storm swept out from the divine stone. The female priestess stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what epic tier signified. Nationally, it was exceedingly rare. Even the great mage of Kyoto was only at the legendary tier, just one level above mine. As time passed, I continued to upgrade through second and third professions. The Godslayer profession could potentially ascend to legendary tier or even surpass it. Meanwhile, the entire school was in an uproar witnessing such a dramatic turnaround. In the corner, Long Chen, who had been boasting just moments ago, now twisted his face in disbelief. He hadn't expected to be proven wrong so swiftly. A paladin is strong, but compared to an epic tier profession, it's merely small fry. And he had the nerve to call my Godslayer weak? At the same time, on the transformation platform, I opened my exclusive attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Godslayer. Tier, Epic. Level 1, Health, 5000, Strength, 60, Constitution, 50, Spirit, 57, Agility, 62. Talents, Godslayer Plunder. Skills, Identification, Frost Fireball. Exclusive, Throne of the Godslayer. Godslayer Plunder. An epic tier talent allows me to plunder all skills below epic tier, having the skill points needed for upgrading plundered skills. This talent will continue to improve with each profession change. Upon reaching the legendary tier, it can plunder all skills below that level. Throne of the Godslayer. An exclusive item summons a golden throne used to annihilate all targets. Currently, its strength equals that of a level 30 professional using a finishing move. As my level increases, the throne's strength will continuously grow stronger. After reviewing the attributes, I couldn't help but be startled. Comfortable, too comfortable, starting with top-tier talents, and even a splendid stylish throne to boot. Just from the description of the talents, I knew this God of Slaughter's plunder was no ordinary skill. Although it's only an epic level talent at the moment, as long as I complete my job change, the talent can increase in strength, plundering all skills from boss monsters. If other professionals knew about this, they'd probably explode on the spot. A playful smirk played on my lips. How should I put it? In this world where everyone changes professions, the most precious items, apart from equipment, are skill books. Even a powerhouse like a mage god would go to great lengths for an epic skill book. Of course, apart from skill books, another variant, forbidden spells, are even rarer. According to the attribute description of the God of Slaughter's plunder, this talent could eventually even plunder forbidden spells. Thinking of this, my expression grew even more delighted. As for the God of Slaughter's throne, it's not a skill nor is it equipment. It's more like an aura from online games in my past life. A magnificent throne, somewhat handsome, and fitting well with the job title of a god of slaughter. All in all, I am quite satisfied with this awakening ceremony, and can hardly wait to head to a dungeon for some thrilling monster hunting. After the job change, I walked down from the platform, ready to leave the academy for the novice leveling Holy Land. However, a young man dressed in an exquisite mage robe slowly approached me, a somewhat official smile on his face. I looked over. Hello, Su Ming. I am Chen Fei, the department manager of the Eternal Guild in Zhonghai City. Our guild is very keen on nurturing newcomers. We are now inviting you to join us as a reserve member. We can offer you a stipend of 500 yuan per month. After passing the 3-month newcomer assessment, you could have the opportunity to become an official reserve guild member, drawing a monthly stipend of 5,000 yuan. This self-proclaimed Chen Fei, a mage, said with a smile, yet his tone carried a thick arrogance. As if joining their eternal guild should be my honor. 500 yuan a month? That's like tossing coins to a beggar. Just then the system's voice echoed in my head again. Congratulations, host, on triggering a divine level choice. Current scenario: recruitment by the Eternal Guild. Option 1, accept the invitation from the Eternal Guild and become a reserve guild member. Reward, title of Ultimate Worker. Option 2, reject the Eternal Guild's invitation. What kind of trash guild deserves to recruit a god of slaughter? Reward, 15,000 experience points and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The Black Snow Blade. I looked coldly at the mage and retorted directly, I refuse. Eternal Guild? Never heard of it, not interested. The next moment the cold mechanical voice in my mind rang out, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the choice. Rewards have been issued. Instantly a black snow blade over a meter long appeared in my system space. Grade, silver. Attributes, plus 85 strength, 70 agility. Passive equipment skill, black snow. When using this weapon, there is a certain chance to trigger black snow, releasing countless black blades to attack the target, dealing total damage of base strength points x 400%. Restriction, LV5 level. All professions can equip. I checked the attributes of this silver weapon. In addition to the high attribute bonuses, it also came with 2 rare keywords bonuses, and even an excellent passive skill. This is a proper buff. Most importantly, the total damage brought by black snow is frighteningly high. 10 times the base strength points is the basic attack power, and the attack power is further multiplied by 4. It's simply terrifying. That is to say, when I unleashed the skill at level 5, the terrifying lethality could instantly take down a level 10 boss monster. My heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Fei from the Eternal Guild, who had just been standing in front of me, was completely dumbstruck. It wasn't just him, the entire school, both students and teachers, were gaping in disbelief, utterly stunned. The Eternal Guild is an A-tier guild, one that people would literally break their heads to join. But where did Chen Ming get the courage to refuse the Eternal Guild? Chen Fei glared at me, his tone thick with menace. He truly hadn't expected that a young man who had just completed his class change could be so formidable. But what Chen Fei didn't know was the full potential of my Slayer class. Given enough time, the Eternal Guild wishing to recruit me would be the least of my concerns. Moreover, I'm used to being free and lazy. I detest being restricted. I wouldn't join as a reservist for just a few $100. But what Chen Fei didn't know was the full potential of my Slayer class. Given enough time, the Eternal Guild wishing to recruit me would. Those who acquire high-level professions during their awakening ceremony, if they don't have a guild behind them, how far can they really go? Most of them perish along the way. And you, having awakened a less popular profession, really think you are the chosen one? I hope you live long enough to attend the National College Entrance Examination. Chen Fei will remember you. Then he turned and walked away. Su Ming watched as Chen Fei's figure receded, scrutinizing his character stats in full view. So he's just silver tier, huh? I thought he was at least legendary tier. Is that all? Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly, a chuckle escaping him. His voice naturally reached Chen Fei's ears. The so-called executive of the Eternal Guild felt his legs sink, nearly stumbling in his shock. The next moment Chen Fei turned back to give Su Ming a cold look before neatly turning away and leaving the school. What else could he do? As a level 100 professional, would he really make a move against Su Ming, who had just changed professions in front of the entire school? Not to mention, starting a fight at school would lead to a citywide manhunt, making him a red-named professional. Moreover, even if Chen Fei did strike, it would turn him into the laughingstock of the entire Zhonghai city. A level 100 against a level 1? Ridiculous. Such an act would inevitably damage the reputation of the Eternal Guild. With this thought, Chen Fei quickly left the school, his expression darkening to the extreme. He muttered under his breath, "Just step outside Shanghai City, venture into the wilderness dungeons and I will show you what a level 100 boss is like." It must be said that this small manager from the Eternal Guild had quite a twisted character. Being a silver-tier professional, Chen Fei had always craved recognition. His low professional rank was a constant sore spot in his heart, and now being exposed, how could it end well? Little did he know Su Ming was not just a simple epic tier professional but a transmigrator with a golden touch. Meanwhile, after Chen Fei left, the entire Shanghai Middle School was in shock. Who would believe it? Su Ming had actually refused the Eternal Guild. That was the largest, most prestigious guild in Shanghai. With regular hours and a structured organization, it was the ultimate goal for many students, even those who passed the college entrance exams and got into their university of choice would eventually seek to join such a guild. But Su Ming, fresh from changing his profession, he was already sought after by the Eternal Guild, yet he snapped them a crisp rejection and retorted fiercely, "Incredible, was this the aura of an epic god, so cool it exploded? I was terrified, that's the Eternal Guild, I would kneel to get in and yet Su the Great refused them. Just imagine, it's like the school beauty confessing to me in public and I turned her down." Did you see that? Manager Chen's face turned green with rage, but he had no choice. After all, Su God is of epic tier, and all he could do was swallow his anger, not daring to overstep. Indeed, epic tier, if he applies to Kyoto University, even S-tier guilds would fight over him. What can I say? The Eternal Guild really doesn't know what's good for them. How dare they speak to our campus heartthrob senior like that? Well, it's tough to say. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress the local snake. Although Su Ming is exceptionally talented, he probably should be a bit more cautious directly antagonizing a level 100 professional. Just like Director Chen said, in Shanghai City, the Eternal Guild reigns supreme like the emperor. I hope Su Ming can develop well. Who knows, maybe by the time of the National Unified College Entrance exam we won't see him anymore. Surely he can't avoid leveling up in the wilderness dungeons. It's rumored that Chen Fei is a vengeful person, truly a petty individual. Crossing him doesn't end well. Everyone shut up. Our brother Su Ming will definitely have smooth sailing in the favor of the god of wealth. Yo, talking about your brother again, little Bebe just dropped dead. Su Ming's refusal to join the Eternal Guild has ignited emotions throughout the school. Suddenly discussions were endless. Su Ming naturally became the center of attention. Eyes from all around were fixed on him, each person harboring their own thoughts. Especially the girls. Several well-developed senior girls kept moving closer to Su Ming. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling a warmth on his arm, and his eyes gleamed slightly. Not as good as the Black Silk Priestess, Su Ming thought secretly. A hypocrite who doesn't refuse anyone, a true gentleman. Black Silk Priestess, let's head to the shallow bay outside the city, Su Ming pondered. He walked towards the school gate. He had just completed his job change and should level up while he was still feeling sharp. Shallow Bay, it's a leveling holy site in Shanghai, teeming with low-level bosses and even some who have exploded with premium golden equipment. For now, it's Su Ming's best choice. As for Chen Fei's words, he didn't take them to heart at all. Nonsense. Su Ming now not only possesses the Blade of Black Snow but also has over 10,000 experience points, enough to level him up into the teens. Relying on the formidable nature of the killer god class, he believed that he shouldn't encounter any problems. After all, handsome guys tend to be luckier. Even if there were problems, wouldn't he still have the Black Silk Priestess? Rumor has it, this mature Black Silk lady comes from Kyoto with no small background, sisterly affection, mutual help. No problem, right Su Ming? In a corner of the ceremony square, Long Chen's eyes widened, watching Su Ming, who had just left the campus. His heart was nearly bursting with anger. Epic level job, the recruitment by Eternal Guild, the favor of all the schoolgirls, all these should have belonged to him. Longchen the Paladin, what's the use of being dark gold level? It's still a grade lower than epic. Nobody cares about the feelings of the second place. The most memorable is always the first, killer god class. It should be an unpopular and mediocre job. In the later stages, I really want to see how strong Su Ming can be, Longchen said lightly, his tone filled with a hint of grinding teeth, full of sourness. And not far from Long Chen, Su Qingye, dressed in a pale golden gauze dress with a skin-tight golden crown adorning her head, had a mysterious ripple flickering in her beautiful eyes. Intriguing, epic. Su Qingye exhaled a breath as fragrant as orchids and spoke softly. As a campus belle renowned alongside Su Ming, she knew something about this young man. No, to put it more precisely, she was tired of hearing about Su Ming all the time. Unfortunately, Su Qingya admired strength and would never favor someone purely based on looks, and while Su Ming was indeed handsome, the world was not short of handsome men. What mattered more were profession and level. Without a high ranking profession and a substantial level, survival in this world was challenging, let alone achieving a happy life. But now, Su Ming's abrupt class change to a god of slaughter indeed caught Su Qingya's attention. Unfortunately, it was too reckless. Su Qingya suddenly furrowed her brows, a hint of coldness flashing in her lovely eyes. Offending the Eternal Guild meant hindering her own level progression, or worse, a premature demise. He had talent and other qualities, but his immaturity was evident. Su Qingya analyzed briefly and regained her composure. Qingya, Su Ming is so handsome, don't you have any feelings for him? You're the campus belle. With your bright priest profession, together you'd be a match made in heaven. Next to Su Qingya, her best friend Lu Xinran looked at her with stars in her eyes, full of anticipation. Stop shipping us. It's not possible between him and me, Su Qingya responded decisively, maintaining her icy goddess demeanor. All right, Lu Xinran giggled, not pressing further, although she truly fancied the pairing. Su Ming was both handsome and talented, a perfect match for her best friend. However, Su Ming now had a conflict with the Eternal Guild, and Manager Chen was known for holding grudges. The future was uncertain. If Su Ming were to meet an untimely end, it wouldn't be good news for Su Qingya. Then what about Su Ming and the Black Silk Priestess? Lu Xinran's gaze shifted to the reclassing platform where the voluptuous priestess Lu Mei stood. At that moment, Lu Mei's eyes, clearly fixated on the departing Su Ming, were unable to look away. It was obvious, the Black Silk Priestess had her eyes set on him. After all, a woman in the prime of her life and a vibrant young man were a perfect match. Lu Xinran's expression hardened. Can't you think of something more sensible? Su Qingya snapped, hitting the back of her best friend's head, causing Lu Xinran to tear up from the pain. Ow, the campus bell is hitting people now. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that we have now reached our final destination, Shallow Bay. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner, a gentle female mechanical voice announced. Outside Zhenghai City, at the subway platform, Su Ming also stepped out. Anyone teaming up? Shallow Bay Dungeon, newbies leveling haven where short one need a healer, life potions, premium life potions, now selling at a 30% discount, limited stock, first come first served, buying a Skull Knight skull. Any alchemists with Skull Knight skull material paying top dollar, black iron. Dear Silver Tier Skill Books, 30 years in business, honest trading. Hurry if you want to buy, only a few items left, fresh from the press. Map of Shallow Bay. I stake my life that this map, which took me 10 years to complete after clearing Shallow Bay, is the only copy, absolutely exclusive. Miss out on me and you'll never find such a good deal again. The subway entrance was a sea of people. A host of black market traders were frantically selling all sorts of items, from basic leveling necessities like life potions, recovery potions, enhancement scrolls, to various ranks of equipment. The array was endless. Naturally, some level 20 to 30 professionals were also looking for teams, young attractive healers, healing mages. These were the professions most urgently needed by monster hunters. How much for this map and the entry scroll to Shallow Bay? Su Ming walked up to a stall and asked directly, young man, you've got a good eye. This map is hand-drawn by me, and it's the only copy, first come first served. As for the entry scroll to Shallow Bay, well, I've only got a few left. If you really want them, it's 7,000 yuan to take them away. The black market trader Su Ming was inquiring from was a small old man in his 50s or 60s, merely a bronze-level blacksmith. Rather than forging, he had taken up the trade of a black market merchant. However, Su Ming squinted slightly at the old man. 7,000? Why don't you just rob me? 700 or I'm walking away. As soon as the words fell, the old man was stunned. However, seeing Su Ming turn to leave, he immediately pulled out a QR code. Sold, 700 Alipay or WeChat. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Indeed, the secret to bargaining: start by slashing a zero off the price. After completing the transaction, Su Ming also received something like an entry scroll along with a handwritten map. With a snap, the old man pulled out another identical map from his bosom and placed it in front of him. Su Ming immediately turned back, his eyes suspiciously fixed on the old man. You said there was only one copy, black market merchant. Young man, want another one? Double insurance. What if you lose the first one? I've got other items here, a black iron level staff. Want one? Silver Tier Skill Book. Absolutely exclusive, honest dealing, suitable for all ages. The black market merchant rambled on. Su Ming's mouth twitched and he decisively left. I might try being a black market merchant. Myself someday, epic level profession golden signboard honestly speaking suitable for all ages, in his mind Su Ming pondered, with his professional rank entering this trade, it seemed like a not so bad choice, after all, epic level profession, would it hustle people, cough cough, ding, congratulations on successfully using the Shallow Bay dungeon entry ticket, you've entered the silver level instance, Shallow Bay, current location, Shallow Bay Reef Shore, not bad, that little old man wasn't a swindler after all, at least the dungeon entrance ticket was real. In the faint golden glow Su Ming successfully entered the Shallow Bay instance, a silver level instance. It looks no different from the real world and the air is even fresher. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was his first time entering a dungeon world. It was a bit different from what he imagined. Although it was only a silver level instance, its realism was on par with the real world. In fact, in terms of natural environment it was even more realistic. In front of Su Ming was a quiet sea and beneath his feet was a sandy beach. Around him numerous large rocks were scattered. In the sky flocks of blackbirds occasionally flew by, and according to the description in the 7th volume of the People's Education Edition Chinese textbook, these were not ordinary creatures but wild bosses ranging from level 5 to 15. It seems that the Shallow Bay instance also harbors hybrid dragon species. If one could tame a hybrid dragon as a mount it would be quite impressive. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt a bit of anticipation. In the world of universal job-changing boss monsters not only provide rich experience points for professionals but can also become mounts or pets after being tamed. Many high-level experts have tamed powerful dragons as mounts. Dragon Knight, naturally, is an incredibly popular sacred profession. However, taming a dragon is not an easy task. From hybrid breeds to proto-dragons, each tier of dragon mounts corresponds to a significant difference in rank and level, and in legend, the Abyssal Dragon, the Golden Dragon Smog, the Destroyer Black Dragon Deathwing, these famously powerful proto-dragons are the strongest of their kind. First, one must level up. Su Ming withdrew his gaze. Taming a dragon mount for the current him is still a distant dream. For now, the most important thing is to level up. Otherwise, even the silver level instance of Shallow Bay would be a graveyard for him. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up to level 2. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. As the cold notification sound landed, Su Ming spent over 10,000 experience points in one breath and his level smoothly advanced to the 10th rank. To start the second job change, one must reach level 30. I wonder, as I leave the shallow waters of the bay, whether I can successfully advance to the next level. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, God of Slaughter. Tier, Epic. Level, 10. Health points, 5,000, plus, Strength, 60, plus, Constitution, 50, plus, Spirit, 57, plus, Agility, 62, plus, Talent, God of Slaughter's Plunder. Skills, Appraisal Art, Gold plus, Freezing Spell, Silver plus, Fireball Spell, Silver plus, Exclusive, Throne of the Slaughter God. Skill points, 270, Free points, 270, Experience points, Growth. Each level up grants 30 skill points and free points. The growth feedback is quite good. After a successful level up, Su Ming also opened his attribute panel. Unlike the initial attribute panel, now each entry has a small plus sign. Su Ming can use the newly gained skill points and free points to enhance his four-dimensional attributes. The occupation of God of Slaughter, according to the job description, is somewhat like a freelancer, as it can plunder skills from various bosses and practitioners and can also equip weapons from any profession. In terms of enhancing attributes, one can freely allocate points. Su Ming fell into deep thought. The four-dimensional attributes: Strength enhances physical attack power. Constitution enhances physical defense power and some magic resistance. Spirit boosts magical attack power and mana. Agility amplifies attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed. Each attribute corresponds to a specific profession. For example, a mage would focus on enhancing the spirit attribute. Physical output professions like knights would naturally allocate points to strength and constitution. However, Su Ming's exclusive occupation, his talent, decides everything. He can ignore all skill restrictions and plunder and use them all. Likewise, he can equip weapons from any profession. There's no need to limit where to add points. Add to whichever attribute you want. The main approach is capriciousness. Melee mage, magic resistant knight. Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, harboring some bold ideas. After a moment of silence, he made a decision. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully added points. Strength attribute plus 140 points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully added points Spirit Attribute plus 130 points. Su Ming allocated all his free points to output, physical attack power maximized, magical damage maximized, cough cough, it's all about the thrill. As for defense, unnecessary, as long as the damage is high enough leveling up will be fast enough. What else is defense for? Suddenly a small boss monster appears, isn't it enticing? Ding, congratulations, you have successfully upgraded your skill Fireball spell Large Fireball spell current skill tier, silver 65%. After enhancing his attributes, Su Ming also used up several hundred skill points. The selected skill was the Fireball spell. A progress bar appeared before his eyes. The Fireball spell evolved into the Large Fireball spell just a whisker away from transforming into a gold level skill. Clang! Subsequently, Su Ming waved his hand and took out the only piece of equipment in the system space, the Blade of Black Snow, equipping it. Strength attribute plus 85 points, current strength attribute, 285 points, nearly 300 points of strength, converted into physical attack power that's nearly 3,000 points. Su Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, he felt immensely pleased. 3,000 points of attack power. What does that mean? It's already comparable to the standard of practitioners at levels 30 to 40. It's no exaggeration to say level 10 bosses in front of Su Ming might just be taken down with a single slash. After all, the base attack power can be further amplified several times under the enhancement of skills. Sizzle, a faint sound of cracking snapped summing back to reality. Glancing downward, he noticed a vast swarm of black lizards emerging from beneath the rocks. There were so many that the golden sand turned pitch black in an instant. Name: Black Armored Lizard. Grade: Bronze level, LV. 0.8 health, 13,000 strength, 70 constitution, 94. Description: the Black Armored Lizard is the most common boss monster in the Shallow Bay dungeon. It has weak attack power but possesses a layer of black armor providing strong defense. However, beware, this hybrid creature tends to live in groups, and once they target you, endless black armored lizards will swarm. With over 10,000 health points, a single fireball spell should blow up a large group of them, right? After quickly reviewing the black armored lizard's attribute panel, Su Ming smiled faintly. The black snow blade in his hand gently stabbed upwards. Clang! The sharp tip of the blade instantly gathered a layer of blazing firelight, sending sparks flying spectacularly. Then Su Ming gripped the blade with both hands and slashed downward. A massive fireball coalesced and roared towards the black armored lizards. Pop pop pop, not just one but 2 3 4, 4. Giant fireballs as bright as mini-suns fiercely bombarded all the black armored lizards. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 8 black armored lizard, gaining 50 experience points. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 9 black armored lizard, gaining 60 experience points. Incredible, the sheer power of the great fireball technique exceeded expectations, instantly annihilating hundreds of lizard bosses. These hybrid monsters, quite challenging for other adventurers, seemed like fresh plump chive pockets to Su Ming, effortlessly reaping a wave of experience points. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 13 boss monster, the black armored giant lizard, gaining 170 experience points. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained an item, damaged armor, bronze grade. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained an item, black armored giant lizard skeleton, black iron grade monster material. The cold notification sounds kept coming. Soon after, a black armored giant lizard, noticeably several times larger, was also hit by the great fireball technique. Its health bar emptied instantly. Dead. This was a boss monster. Upon death it dropped 2 items surrounded by faint blue and black iron glows. Equipment explosion. Nice. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Name: damaged armor. Grade: bronze. Attributes: plus 30 constitution, plus 50 magic resistance. Durability: 60%, reparable. Restriction: level 10 knight class. Item description: damaged armor, heavy armor from the low-level boss monster black armored giant lizard. An item with a very low drop rate. Name: black armored giant lizard skeleton. Grade: black iron. Attributes: plus 20 strength, alchemy. Item description: this monster material, a whole giant lizard skeleton, can be used by alchemists to produce an item or equipment that boosts strength by at least plus 20 points. Of course, with some luck, it might yield an item with even stronger properties. Bronze level equipment. The drop rate is a bit high. If thrown onto Adventurers Street for sale, it should fetch tens of thousands. This piece of monster material is also not bad, it's just a pity that only one giant lizard boss was killed. Su Ming cast an identification spell on it, he glanced silently at the properties of the two spoils of war, his expression slightly pleased. Indeed, not bad, although the grade isn't high, after all it's just a low-level boss's loot. Most of the time, killing a low-level boss yields nothing. Su Ming getting 2 items in one go is already the favor of the goddess of luck. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. Leveled up again. Su Ming was in a great mood. He stored all the items and the small creatures' materials into the system space. Meanwhile, the hybrid monsters on the ground, those black armored lizards, scurried back under the rocks as if they had seen a demon. What happened to being troublesome? The boss monster is killed and you just slip away, really sneaky. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Roar! A roar came from behind. Su Ming turned around abruptly. From the forest behind the shallow bay, a giant hybrid monster as huge as an elephant burst out. Name: Terran Berserk Bear. Boss monster, grade, silver level, LV.30 health, 125000 strength, 190 constitution, 270 spirit, 160 agility, 200 skills, life enhancement, silver grade, impact, bronze grade, Berserk Bear bloodline, silver grade, description. Silver grade Terran Berserk Bear, a unique monster of the shallow bay possessing strong vitality. Its life enhancement skill greatly increases this hybrid monster's health, and the Berserk Bear bloodline brings impressive burst power to this boss monster, able to overpower professionals of the same level. Damn it, a level 30 boss monster. Seeing this huge creature, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, slightly stunned. What happened to the easy ride? Just cleared the small fry and now comes the tough one, life enhancement, a silver level skill. However, seeing the Terran Berserk Bear's special skill column, Su Ming's heart stirred. This skill is quite suitable for him at the moment. Truly a life-saving skill. Plunder. Su Ming directly activated his talent. Ding, insufficient experience points, unable to perform plunder. Note: after killing a boss monster you can plunder one skill for free. Life enhancement, silver grade price asterisk 25,000 experience points, impact, bronze grade price asterisk 14,000 experience points, Berserk Bear bloodline, silver grade price asterisk 32,000 experience points. The cold prompt sounded and Su Ming was stunned again. After defeating the boss, one could plunder skills. If one wished to plunder forcefully, experience points had to be used to make the purchase. Su Ming pondered for a moment and understood how to use his talent. Roar! Seeing Su Ming distracted, the earth violent bear suddenly raised its leg and pounced towards him. The entire coast trembled slightly. As the bear charged, its body was covered with a faintly visible aura, a light effect of the boss monster's skill impact, which provided a significant attribute enhancement. Snap! Su Ming frowned, not overly panicked. Quickly regaining his composure, he immediately cast a freezing spell. Following that, a massive fireball. -5,000, -6,000, -8,000, a series of damage points burst from the top of the boss's head. Su Ming's own attributes were extremely high, and combined with the black snow blade and the stacking of silver-level skills, the damage output was staggeringly impressive. In an instant, the life points of the Earth Violent Bear boss dropped by over 30,000. Of course, this also infuriated it. A cloud of black mist exhaled from the nostrils of the Earth Violent Bear boss, enveloping it completely. Silver level, bear lineage. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of murky air. He said solemnly, "Throne of the Slayer King." Ding. You have enraged the level 30 boss monster, the Earth Violent Bear. The boss enters a berserk state, maximum health limit plus 20,000 inch strength plus 50 physical critical hit plus 5% and an additional 20,000 in health. Su Ming's mouth twitched. That wave of attacks had been rendered useless. With several 100,000 points of life, even for professionals of the same level lacking in combat experience, might be defeated here today. However, Su Ming was not overly worried, for at that moment behind him a golden throne slowly rose. It was indeed the throne of the Slayer King. When Su Ming had just completed his class transfer, even at level 1, the throne of the Slayer King could deliver a blow equivalent to a full strength hit from a level 30 professional. And now, naturally, it was even stronger. Death! Su Ming pointed forward. The golden throne behind him trembled and immediately flew towards the Earth Violent Bear boss. With a loud boom, the giant bear boss was slapped into a pile of mud by the golden throne. -30,000, -40,000, -70,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 30 boss monster, the Earth Violent Bear, and earned 2,700 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved an overlevel kill and earned an additional 1,000 experience points. Ding! Please select a skill to plunder. Summing, awesome, so thrilling. Summing was stunned. What's a surprise? This is what they call a real surprise. I thought even summoning the Godslayer throne would require a tough battle. Who knew the fight would end just like that with a snap? It's just too comfortable. It seems that the damage dealt by the Godslayer throne is almost a tier higher than mine. At level 1 inch it could deal damage equivalent to a level 30 dual-class professional, but now that I've advanced to level 10 or above, the throne's lethality is on par with a level 40-50 professional big shot. Summing pondered thoughtfully and couldn't help but gasp, having a golden finger is really great. Isn't this better than the old grandpas in the novels? A portable big shot, Godslayer throne. Cooling down, cooling time 24 hours. In the attributes panel, the entry for Godslayer throne has now dimmed. It's in the cooling phase. It can be summoned again tomorrow. Summing nodded. Even a forbidden spell has a cooldown period. Not to mention something exclusive and overpowered like the throne. Once a day is already quite something. Which skill should I plunder? Summing looked towards the corpse of the boss. First to rule out is the impact. No need to talk much about it. A bronze level skill used here would be a blood loss, and the Berserk Bear bloodline, forget it. Monster hybrid not necessary for now. Summing shook his head decisively and made his choice. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Life enhancement. Name: Life enhancement. Passive skill: Grade. Silver attributes: plus 15,000 maximum health points when receiving damage. Continuous health regeneration plus 500 points/second for 10 seconds can be triggered multiple times. Description: a rare passive skill exclusive to boss monsters. This skill, once learned, will bring permanent life enhancement. Choosing forget skill can remove this skill effect and return to normal state. This is truly overpowered. Summing's eyes brightened, somewhat shocked. Over 10,000 points of life enhancement, and it's a passive skill, permanent enhancement. This is really strong. Although this skill is just silver grade, however, the effect it brings is by no means inferior to some golden grade skill books. Boss monster skills, professionals usually never see them. If I forget this skill and turn it into a skill book to auction, Summing swallowed, the value probably would exceed some ordinary golden grade weapons. Indeed, in the whole world only Summing can plunder boss skills. Other professionals can't even think about it. Such a rare skill book, rarity makes it precious. Even if auctioned for millions, it's completely possible. Thinking about this, Summing couldn't help but look forward to it. Just a level 30 silver grade boss has already brought such an exaggerated skill. What if he plundered those legendary terrifying bosses? Golden Damascus, Destroyer Dragon, Undead Tyrant, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, of course the Mage God. You should know Summing can plunder not only hybrid monsters but professionals as well. Even without killing the target with enough experience points, he could silently plunder someone else's top exclusive skills. It's simply inhuman. Ding! Congratulations, you have picked up the item, Patterned Ring, silver grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have picked up the item, Strength Gem, silver grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have picked up the item, Bloodstained Golden Skull, silver grade. Monster material, title, Ornate Ring tier, silver level attributes, plus 50 strength, plus 50 spirit, plus 200 magic critical damage, plus 100 luck restrictions, LV.10 usable by all classes. Description: the ornate ring, one of the ancient church artifacts, can be used as an alchemical material for reforging, producing unexpected effects. Title: Strength Gem tier, silver level attributes, plus 50 strength, permanent increase, restrictions, none. Description: the Strength Gem grants a permanent attribute boost. Each gem is a crystallized essence of the world of vocational transformation, incredibly precious. Title: Bloodstained Golden Skull tier, silver level attributes, plus 80 constitution, alchemy, plus 200 defense, alchemy, plus 200 magic resistance, alchemy, alchemist class advancement certificate. Description: this monster material with a drop rate of 0.2% is extremely rare. It can be used as an alchemical material not only for crafting equipment and weapons but also for concocting potions. A necessary ingredient for the golden tier potion, Berserk Potion, a grand harvest indeed. Suming's expression turned ecstatic. the ornate ring, a rare piece of ring equipment. This item is worth much more than ordinary weapons, fetching a price 3 times higher. To put it another way, while a typical silver tier item might sell for between 1 to several million on the market, this ring could easily fetch 10 million. Especially given that the ornate ring boasts 4 attribute entries: a true rarity, the other 2 spoils of battle, a strength gem and a highly rare monster skull, were equally thrilling surprises for Su Ming. Under normal circumstances, even after defeating a dozen level 30 bosses, there's no guarantee these items would drop, but for Su Ming, a fantastic start. Could it be due to his Slayer profession, this epic class favored by the goddess of luck? Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he gently smiled. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used 1 strength gem, gaining plus 50 strength permanently, attribute increase successful. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze filled with intense joy. Don't underestimate these 50 points of basic attribute. When converted to physical attack power, that's a whopping 500 points. With the addition of skills, equipment and other aura buffs, the resulting damage is frighteningly high. To put it another way, every level up for a gold tier profession grants only 20 free points. Su Ming has just gained 50 points outright, equivalent to advancing 2 or 3 levels for a gold tier professional. If other professionals were present, they would probably be crying with envy now. Su Ming, satisfied, adjusted his ornate ring. He carefully stored the golden skull and other monstrous materials he had collected. Now he possessed 2 ceiling-level silver equipment pieces with attributes comparable to a boss in his 20s or 30s. Additionally, he had acquired the abnormal boss skill, Life Enhancement. At this moment, Su Ming felt unshakable. Even if he were to face a second-tier professional, he ventured into the Shallow Bay Forest, a place teeming with hybrid monsters of higher tiers and levels. Taking out the handwritten map he had bought from a black market merchant, Su Ming checked his current location. The Shallow Bay instance was a vast silver-level area. His current spot was merely a corner of the map, resembling more an entrance, a peripheral zone. To level up quickly, he needed to delve deeper into the Shallow Bay Forest, where the formidable Earth Fury Bear boss roamed. Su Ming was eager to try his hand. Perhaps I could reach level 30 and undergo my second transition before returning to Zhonghai City? He pondered, his mood lifting. After all, to high school students, a second-tier professional was an awe-inspiring figure. Most high school students could at most reach level 10 from transitioning to taking the National Unified College Entrance Exam. A select few prodigies, the top scorers in their provinces, might reach level 20. Su Ming aiming directly for a second-tier transition was a rarity. Levels progressed in a stepwise fashion. The further one advanced, the more experience was required. To complete the second transition, one had to pass the transition tasks, which were daunting unless tackled by an experienced player. Newbies, just a month or 2 into their transition, shouldn't even dream of completing them. A sudden death at the hands of a dungeon boss wouldn't mean actual death, but it would result in the loss of a quarter of one's level and possibly all equipped items, an unacceptable loss. One needs to plunder several top-tier skills, Su Ming mused with a light smile. Boss skills are far superior to those of professionals. If I had 7 or 8 boss skills, becoming the National College Entrance Exam topper wouldn't seem too difficult. Who knows, maybe I'd achieve a third transition before the exam. Filled with anticipation, Su Ming imagined the shock across the nation if he actually reached level 60 and completed his third transition before the college entrance exam. The top guilds would be tripping over themselves to recruit him, not like the Eternal Guild, where a small-time manager still strutted around arrogantly. Note: Shallow Bay instance, Misty Forest, no entry under level 20. Hidden bosses as follows: Skeleton Knight, LV.50, Undead Bone Dragon, LV.60, Hybrid Demonkind Icetail Scorpion, LV.60. Before entering the forest, a large warning sign detailed various information. The Shallow Bay instance was certainly not as simple as it seemed, especially with hybrid monsters above level 60. The Undead Bone Dragon, also a type of dragon creature, could potentially be tamed as a mount. As Su Ming read the descriptions on the wooden sign, his thoughts wandered wildly about the hidden bosses. These generally wouldn't appear, but their existence was not to be underestimated. The Undead Bone Dragon boss, the Half-Blood Demonkind, the Icetail Scorpion boss, these are some of the most brutal final bosses in the dungeons. It's not just about their high levels. Their 4-dimensional attributes, unique skills are all immensely powerful. Unless there's a veteran leading the group with standard team roles filled, like priests, mages, knights, hardly anyone would recklessly go after the undead bone dragons and other ultimate bosses. Otherwise, even if their level is high, surpassing level 60 or even reaching level 70, death could still be imminent. Maybe just skirting the edge of the forest will be safe, right? Su Ming pondered. Just skirt around it, don't go in deep, should be fine, right? Too deep? Let's not go there. On the edge of the misty forest it should be relatively safe. Kid, are you soloing the Shallow Bay dungeon at just level 10 plus? Did you get separated from your team? We could use a support over here. Join us as a roamer and we'll share some high-level monster materials with you. Su Ming was just about to enter the misty forest. From within the white mists a line of a monster hunting team slowly emerged before Su Ming. Leading them was a giant man towering at 2 meters, his body rippling with muscles, draped in a heavy dark blue armor. He looked at Su Ming with a muffled voice, his tone hinting at something amiss. Kid, what class are you? The brawny Tank Knight frowned suspiciously, peering at Su Ming. Why are you using a stealth technique to mask yourself? The stealth technique he mentioned was somewhat similar to an appraisal skill, but with the opposite effect. Learning the stealth technique could hide one's attribute panel from being viewed by others. However, Su Ming hadn't learned such a skill. The reason the other couldn't inspect him was because Su Ming's class tier was too high. Epic. Crushing this silver tier heavy Tank Knight, of course he couldn't appraise the attribute panel. After all, being a noble god of slaughter, is it something you can see whenever you wish? Try an epic level appraisal first, group up. At the same time, Su Ming also looked at the heavy Tank Knight, his expression slightly cold. Good fellow, you already said I'm only level 10 plus, and you still ask me to team up. What's the matter? Afraid I can't see through your intentions? What a joke. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, quite speechless. This kind of scheme, it's very common. It's detailed in Volume 9 of the People's Education Edition Chinese textbook. The lesson on anti-fraud has already explained it. When encountering a strange team in a dungeon, never rashly accept an invitation to team up, otherwise you'll definitely be used as cannon fodder. In the end, you won't gain any benefits and your equipment will be looted one by one. This team in front of him clearly had this in mind, wanting Su Ming to lure the boss monster while they reap the benefits. Just maybe they were also planning to snatch the black snow blade from Su Ming's hands. Truly despicable, even darker hearted than Koen's fans. However, just at that moment a cold notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a divine level choice. Current scenario: invitation from Kanghun Guild to team up. Option 1. Accept the monster team's invitation from Kanghun Guild, join their hunting team and eventually be used and discarded. Reward title: Invincible Great Resentment. Option 2. Decisively reject the team invitation and leave directly. Such low-level tricks are beneath the god of slaughter. Reward an entry-level forbidden spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Option 3. Kill all the professionals in the Kanghun Guild's monster team and loot all their items. Rewarded golden level equipment, unknown equipment. The plot is triggered again, this time with 3 options. Kill all the professionals in the hunting team. Su Ming glanced at the last option, slightly stunned. Worthy of being the god of slaughter, having seen living bodhisattvas, this is the first time seeing a living king of hell. Even in this world where everyone is changing professions, many independent professionals are keen on doing such things. They don't care about being wanted for murder. What they enjoy is the thrill of it. They often camp in wild dungeons, killing those from large guild hunting teams or those soloing high-level dungeons in one go. If they drop top-level equipment or skill books, it's a huge profit. However, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the attribute bars of everyone in the hunting team in front of him. He was silent. There were a total of 9 professionals, most of them above level 50. With such standards, Su Ming now, it would be difficult to kill them. Forcing an attack may not yield any benefits. However, under Su Ming's gaze he made a surprising discovery. Name: Haning. Profession: Necromancer. Tier: Dark Gold. Level: LV.40. Health: 97,000. Strength: 200. Constitution: 220. Spirit: 310. Agility: 230. Talent: Undead Guardian. Skills: Undead Summoning. Gold level: Legion. Aura. Gold level: Death Flame Burst. Gold level: Blade of Destruction. Gold level: a dark gold level. Profession: having completed the second transition, she already possesses so many gold level skills. Su Ming was somewhat shocked. Haning, that name sounds familiar. Isn't she the young miss of the Kanghun Guild? No wonder. Kanghun Guild, a plus level, even stronger than the Eternal Guild by a notch. Moreover, it is the most promising guild in Zhonghai City to advance to an S-level top guild. Unexpectedly, to encounter such a high-profile figure in Shallow Bay, it seems Han Ing is also taking the college entrance exam this year. Summing pondered. Han Ing and Summing are not much different in age, at most a year older. However, the level difference is quite clear. That's because Han Ing did not wait to undergo the awakening ceremony after turning 18. As a second-generation member of a top guild, she awakened early at 15. In the world of universal job changes, this is no secret. It's an unwritten rule. To awaken early, one needs to spend a lot of resources and money, specifically to build a ceremony altar, purchase a job change divine stone, and also spend a lot of money to bid on an exclusive magic array. Moreover, Han Ing has been using expensive awakening potions since she was young. Only in this way could she complete her development at the age of 15 and become a professional early on. To achieve this goal, the Kanghun Guild had spent nearly all of its income over the past decade. It's good to be wealthy, Su Ming thought to himself. However, this time Su Ming's choice was still to refuse. Han Ing was a great beauty with a graceful figure and striking features. Teenage girls couldn't compare to her. Her development was so pronounced that her clothes seemed almost ready to burst. If it were someone else, they might have already eagerly accepted, afraid to miss a single glance at such a beauty like Han Ing. But Su Ming was a gentleman. He straightforwardly said, "No need, I prefer soloing." After speaking, Su Ming didn't even turn his head, striding towards the misty forest. Indiana, the white mist. It was clear that Han Ing and her team were somewhat stunned, especially the burly man who stood frozen in place. Soloing, a mere level 10 shrimp talking about soloing a silver dungeon. The muscular tank knight, built like an ox, furrowed his brow and watched Su Ming's retreating figure, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of murderous intent. It wasn't that Su Ming's actions were problematic, but his attitude. Even if he had figured something out, to ignore and walk away from the Kanghun Guild like that was somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, a level 10 professional in the eyes of a level 50 elite was no different from a box of chives. What choice did he have? It was clear they wanted him as cannon fodder, and he dared to refuse. "Let me go and finish him in one strike." In the team, a rogue with a somewhat sneaky appearance suddenly stepped forward, his twin silver curved daggers tracing a beautiful arc in midair. He said gravely, "I'm very curious to see what kind of high and mighty professional he is. Even if he's of epic rank, I can take him down in one strike." The short rogue, his eyes filled with a cold glint, was eager to chase after Su Ming. "Hold on." Behind the rogue, the usually quiet Han Ing spoke up. "Our objective this time is to kill the ultimate boss in the dungeon, to tame the undead bone dragon mount and find the ice-tail scorpion. Let's not complicate things." Han Ing was indeed very beautiful. Her alluring eyes, even when she was angry and spoke with a heavy tone, still managed to mesmerize the professionals around her, making their eyes widen. Frowning slightly, Han Ing continued, "The ice-tail scorpion is the hybrid offspring of the ice barrel scorpion in the winter dungeon. We need to find this boss quickly and take it back to the alchemist to concoct potions. The winter dungeon will open soon, and this time we carry the responsibility of the Kanghun Guild on our shoulders. Whoever messes this up, I will definitely inform President Han." Han Ying's voice gradually became icy cold. From her demeanor, other professionals also saw the shadow of that top boss. President Han, who is Han Ying's father, is a top-tier professional with a level of 200 standing at the apex of the power pyramid in Zhonghai City. Offending such a deity only had one outcome: death. Even more, one could be killed until they were demoted back to level 0, losing all their equipment in the process. In Zhonghai City, there would be no way out. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The assassin who had just spoken about taking action against Su Ming shuddered all over, quickly shrinking his head back into the team. On the other side, Su Ming, who had just entered the misty forest, was ecstatic. "Ding, congratulations on successfully making your choice. Your reward has been issued. Name, title, Moon of Darkness, type, domain series, forbidden spell, grade, entry-level forbidden spell, plus, description of forbidden spell. When the death knell rings and the title darkness appears under the terrifying blood moon, all shall return to tranquility divinely bestowed upon all beings. Death, forbidden spell evolution. One piece of golden grade equipment, skull of the undead tyrant, SSS. It's actually a domain series forbidden spell." Su Ming was thrilled. Just moments ago he had declined an invitation to team up from the Kanghun Guild and directly received the reward issued by the system. Don't just look at it as entry level. The value of this forbidden spellbook was extraordinary. In the world of universal job transfer, any forbidden spell would attract countless high-level professionals' envy, driving everyone into madness. And a domain series forbidden spell was even more invaluable. Simply put, if Su Ming's title Moon of Darkness were to be auctioned in an S-Class guild, even in a small place like Shanghai City, it could still fetch a sky-high price of at least 100 million. If it were in Kyoto, a place crowded with top bosses, the final transaction price might even shock Su Ming himself, because forbidden spells and skill books are entirely different concepts. First, forbidden spells can continuously be upgraded as long as there are sufficient materials to evolve the spell from entry level to common. Second, the attributes of forbidden spells are not detailed, and the same spell can have vastly different damage results and effects depending on the professional's understanding. Finally, all forbidden spells can be fused with other skills for simultaneous release, like clay, producing various wonderful combinations. With bold enough ideas, the effects and damage of a forbidden spell can leap qualitatively. Of course, Su Ming's title Moon of Darkness is of the Domain series, one of the strongest series among forbidden spells. Aside from consuming a large amount of mana, it practically has no drawbacks. The gods bestow death upon all beings. Su Ming took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a thick sense of satisfaction. It's so cool. Although there are no detailed attributes, just this description of the forbidden spell is enough to feel the power of this title Moon of Darkness. Its awesomeness is off the charts. This is indeed a top-tier item that would drive even level 100 professionals, no 2 to 300 level big bosses crazy. Su Ming smiled faintly, feeling exceptionally content. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully learned the forbidden spell, Black Tide Moon. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately learned the forbidden spell. Even if sold, it could bring him a massive fortune in a short time. However, such an item was too rare. Who knows when it might appear again? Keeping it for personal use was the best choice. Let's test its power. Su Ming thought to himself. It was his first time obtaining a forbidden spell, and he was eager to try it out. Name: Undead Skeleton. Grade: Silver level. LV.20 Health, 67,000 Strength, 95. In Su Ming's gaze, a large group of level 20 undead creatures appeared in the forest ahead. They were the most numerous hybrid monsters in the Shallow Bay dungeon, the Undead Skeletons. It was rumored that these undead creatures came from a nostalgic server dungeon, the Valley of the Undead, and in the deepest part of the Shallow Bay dungeon, one of the ultimate bosses. The Undead Knight was the mastermind behind these undead monsters. Black Tide Moon. Su Ming swung his black snowblade downwards. Immediately, a blood-red moon fiercely appeared above his head, and a large amount of black mist engulfed the white fog in the forest, coming from all directions. The unknown tolling of the death knell rang out, clang, 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 eerie and chilling. The black mist, like a tide, spread out in layers from Su Ming as the center, creating rippling waves. There was a continuous sound of shattering bones. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 20 undead skeleton, earning 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 21 undead skeleton, earning 1200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 23 undead skeleton, earning 1800 experience points. A massive amount of experience points flowed in. The cold notification made Su Ming's heart skip a beat. It was insane. He hadn't expected the power of the forbidden spell to be this formidable. These were level 20 plus undead creatures. Normally, even professionals of the same level might not be able to kill them one-on-one. But now, with one wave of the forbidden spell, 3 to 4 dozen undead skeletons had died, cleared. All the surrounding undead skeletons were wiped out, leaving a vast circle of pure white bones around Su Ming. The ground was littered with various skill books, equipment and consumables, and the experience points were enormous, almost 40,000. Su Ming was shocked. He gasped heavily a few times, his heart pounding. Of course, at this moment he was also extremely exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained. Su Ming knew his own physical condition very well. Even as a priest of the Black Silk, 7 times, that was no big deal back then, but now just one forbidden spell has left him so weakened. It seems that while the power is great, the mana and stamina consumed are also substantial. Su Ming frowned, pondering in his mind. Just like the Godslayer throne, forbidden spells also have a cooldown period. However, the cooldown for the Black Tide Moon is only 12 hours, slightly shorter than that of the Godslayer throne. Likewise, the damage output is slightly weaker, but compared to the Godslayer throne, domain-specific forbidden spells have their own advantages, each with its strengths. Quite a fruitful gain. Then Su Ming's attention turned to the loot that had dropped, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A bountiful harvest, items of black iron and bronze level, abundant enough to dazzle one's eyes. The ground was covered in black and navy blue halos. Su Ming picked them up one by one, not taking a closer look, and threw them directly into the system space. After all, at this point items below silver level no longer held much attraction for him. He planned to sell them at an auction house back in Zhonghai City. As for items above the silver level, Su Ming glanced over them. There were 3 in total: 2 silver level weapons, a skeleton spear and a skeleton heavy shield. Their attributes weren't bad. However, they had only 1 or 2 lines of attributes and did not come with any equipment skills. The last silver level item was an agility gem. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used one agility gem. Agility attribute plus 50 points, similar to the strength gem. The agility gem also brought a 50-point increase in attributes. Su Ming decisively used it, enhancing his attributes once again. It was a bit regrettable that he didn't encounter any undead boss monsters. The skills of these hybrid minions were too poor to be worth plundering. Indeed, the low-end undead skeleton skills brought Su Ming minimal benefits. Even though he could plunder them for free, he did not use them. Why occupy a skill slot unnecessarily? Level up first. After some thought, Su Ming's eyes brightened. He decided to use his experience points for leveling up first, then go after higher level boss monsters, saving some experience points for plundering skills later. Su Ming's thoughts were straightforward. Even now, with 30 to 40,000 experience points, he could plunder a silver level skill once. Without killing a boss monster, he could acquire a top-tier skill far surpassing life enhancement. But in this world, levels are still the main theme. If his rank does not increase, getting close to high-level boss monsters might just result in getting wiped out by a minor skill. For now, leveling up seemed like the best strategy. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to 15. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to 18. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to 21. Spending all 40,000 experience points, Su Ming soared to a level above 20 like a roller coaster ride, only a few levels away from the requirements for his second job change. The future looked promising. If the teachers at school saw this, he wondered how spectacular their expressions would be. Su Ming smiled slightly, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. Indeed, he had only completed the initial awakening ceremony. From entering the Shallow Bay dungeon to now, it had only been an hour or two. Yet, he had already risen to level 21. If this speed of advancement were exposed, not only would all the teachers and students of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School be stunned, but the whole nation would be taken aback. It's too incredible. And yet, Su Ming wasn't entirely satisfied with his current pace of progression. He calmed his excited emotions and cooled down, because in this world there are always some monsters who are no less formidable than Su Ming. Not to mention Han Ning, the young miss of the A-level Kanghan Guild whom he had just encountered once, had awakened before the age of 15 and had already reached level 40, far surpassing Su Ming. From a certain perspective, compared to those top tier monsters, Su Ming seemed still somewhat behind. There was no helping it. Even in this world, the core resources enjoyed by the wealthy are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, Su Ming wasn't too worried. With his epic class occupation as a god of slaughter and his boss plundering skills, with just this he was more than capable of crushing Han Ning. It wouldn't be long before he possessed a set of golden level boss skills or even epic level boss skills. 10 Han Yings wouldn't be able to compete with him. Beings of the undead, the Bone Dragon's skeleton knights, Su Ming drew the black snow blade, creating a crescent-shaped splash in midair, and gazed deeper into the misty forest. He wondered if he would encounter these ultimate bosses of the dungeons. At this moment, Su Ming was in great form, filled with endless fighting spirit. Days later, in a corner of misty forest near Shallow Bay, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes carried a huge snow bear, slamming it hard onto the ground. With a loud clang, the giant bear was dead. The youth stood triumphantly atop the bear, which was several times taller than him, and waved his black blade with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Another great earthburst bear boss. This beautiful fur should sell for a good amount of money. Indeed, this young man was Su Ming. In just a few days, his level had risen again, now surpassing LV.24. And his combat experience had also soared compared to a few days ago. Due to the special nature of his occupation as a god of slaughter, Su Ming had unique attributes: powerful strength, robust constitution, and the terrifying mental attributes of a mage. Thus he could crush a level 30 boss monster with one hand, and could also cast scorching fireballs, blasting away all the hybrid monsters he encountered. With a swift motion, Su Ming grabbed the black snow blade and neatly sliced through the pelt of the earth-burst bear boss, carefully preserving it. The majority of the flesh, however, was left on the ground uncollected. Item: rose armor, plus alchemic enhancement, grade, silver attributes. plus 90 vitality, plus 40 magic resistance, plus 2000 max health points requirement. LV.20 warrior/knight classes description: a silver armor engraved with rose patterns. This is a high-quality heavy armor with 3 attribute entries. This equipment can be enhanced using exclusive monster materials and alchemy with a chance to produce silver plus or gold level equipment. After enhancement, alchemy required, for alchemists only, heavy armor? After dealing with the boss monster skeleton, Summing also turned his attention to an item that had dropped nearby. It was a piece of armor, silver grade. Besides having 3 attribute entries, the most crucial aspect was that it could be further enhanced through secondary alchemy. Such items were incredibly rare. One could say that the chance of a boss monster dropping equipment was already very low, with the probability of dropping a silver grade item from a giant land bear being only 1%. On top of this, the occurrence of an item that could undergo alchemy enhancement was 1 in 100,000. The standard Chinese language textbook had detailed introductions on this, and Summing remembered it vividly. A few years ago, a blacksmith in Zhonghai City, by some stroke of luck, found a damaged silver spear. After alchemical enhancement, it turned to gold, a fine gold grade weapon. Suddenly, the blacksmith's life shot up as if propelled by a rocket, smooth sailing all the way. Who knows how many models he clicked with? Not bad. After returning to Zhonghai City, he should contact an alchemist. Perhaps he could craft a piece of golden armor. Summing slightly narrowed his eyes, his anticipation building for a moment. He donned the rose armor, his physical attributes soared. Although the armor was quite heavy once equipped, he didn't feel its weight at all. It was surprisingly easy. His full set of gear was nearly complete. Summing looked down. He indeed had quite a bit of equipment now: weapon, black snow blade, silver grade, left hand, patterned ring, silver grade, feet, undead boots, silver grade, neck, meteor pendant, silver grade, body, rose armor, silver grade plus alchemy enhancement. The undead boots and meteor pendant were obtained from his recent kills, and their attributes were quite impressive. Even though there was a certain gap compared to system-rewarded items like the black snow blade, they were still excellent compared to other generic equipment dropped by wild bosses. However, during this time, Summing hadn't found any suitable skills, nor had he plundered any new boss skills. In the world of universal job transfers, the number of skills a professional could equip was limited. A first-tier professional could only equip 6 skills, which increased to 8 after the second tier. If he rashly learned skills and later found a skill book he desired, he would have to use the forget skill function to exchange them. However, this would also incur a half-month cooling period. Simply put, if Summing now learned an ordinary boss skill and later found a suitable one, he couldn't plunder it. He would have to wait half a month. By then the opportunity to plunder would have already passed. Time for a golden boss. Summing's expression flickered slightly as a smirk crossed his mind. Shallow Bay was just a silver-tier dungeon. Most of the bosses there were only of the silver grade, similar in strength to professional players. Although silver grade wasn't considered weak, it paled in comparison to gold and epic levels. If only there could be a gold boss, Summing would have a shot at gaining a gold skill. An exhilarating thought indeed. Perhaps it was a case of wishful thinking, but at that very moment a violent tremor suddenly erupted behind Summing. Name: Undead Apostle, Gold Boss, Grade, Gold Level, LV.52 Health, 279000 Strength, 300 Constitution, 280 Spirit, 430 Agility, 290 Skills, Death Flame Burst, Gold, Phantom Step, Gold, Apostle's Aura, Gold, Undead Healing, Silver. Description: the Undead Apostle, one of the ultimate bosses of the Shallow Bay dungeon, serves under the Undead Knight Vicky. This apostle is always shrouded in a tattered black robe, and each appearance is accompanied by thick black mist. Beware of the eerie staff in his hand. Name: Undead Bone Horse, Silver Boss, Grade, Silver Level, LV.34 Health, 167000 Strength, 200. Summing abruptly turned around. Under the effect of his identification spell, he saw the source of the tremor: a boss clad in a pitch-black robe and a massive undead bone horse as large as an elephant. What he had been thinking about had come true. This was the ultimate boss of the dungeon, and it appeared as a double boss no less. Summing swallowed hard twice, his palms sweaty as he gripped the blade of black snow. Though he was an epic tier professional, his level was still a disadvantage, having only recently reached the mid-20s. Facing a level 50 boss was nerve-wracking. Of course, now both the Throne of Slaughter and the forbidden curse of the Black Tide Moon had cooled down. These were Su Ming's trump card skills. If used properly, there might actually be a chance to slay both the Undead Apostle and the Undead Bone Horse, level 24 versus level 52. It sounded unbelievable. However, after a brief moment of panic, Su Ming regained his composure, his eyes firm as he tightly held the blade of black snow. Death Flame Burst, Phantom Step. These were both gold-level boss skills, one suited for mages and the other for assassins. If he could seize these skills, Su Ming's eyes blazed with fervor and a strong sense of anticipation surged within him. It was all or nothing. Clang! Su Ming initiated the attack, lunging towards the Undead Apostle with the blade of black snow slashing forward. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the silver tier equipment skill Black Snow from the blade of black snow. The icy notification echoed through the air. Instantly in front of Su Ming, a large swath of black blades resembling snowflakes burst forth, swirling towards the Undead Bone Horse's eyes. Minus 12,000, minus 12,000, minus 18,000. The high damage figures were immediately displayed. Su Ming's strength attribute was already high, and under the effect of the black snow equipment skill, he achieved a quadruple critical hit. This resulted in a damage of tens of thousands. And yet, this was not Su Ming's strongest attack. This strike was merely a probe. His initial target was the Undead Bone Horse, probing the details of this level 52 boss, the Undead Apostle. As expected, after Su Ming made his move, the Undead Bone Horse lifted its forelegs with a snap, letting out a neigh towards the sky, its breath heavy with the smell of gunpowder and a faint glimmer of firelight. The high school textbooks had detailed descriptions of such rare mount-type bosses. The Undead Bone Horse, being an undead creature, was composed entirely of bones, yet its physique and strength attributes were not to be underestimated. The key lay in the bloodline of the Undead Bone Horse boss. This hybrid monster actually originated from a type of fire-breathing dragon creature. It not only possessed the powerful defenses of undead creatures but could also unleash a reduced version of the fire dragon's abilities. Sizzle! The apostle boss behind the undead bone dragon grabbed the reins with both hands, calming the bone horse. The next moment he lowered the exquisite staff in his hand. The white fog in front of Su Ming instantly dispersed to both sides, and right in the middle a series of scorching fireballs furiously smashed towards his face. The blazing fireballs moved incredibly fast, enlarging continuously in Su Ming's eyes. He instinctively dodged to the side, his heart tightening, because this was no ordinary fireball spell. It was a golden tier boss skill, the Death Flame Burst. It looked similar to the fireball spell but was a terrifying skill that could explode. If hit, it would reduce tens of thousands of life points instantly, and then a series of explosions continued to bleed health, dealing true death damage. It was for this reason that the Undead Apostle boss, although not as high level as the Undead Bone Dragon or Skeleton Knights, was detailed in a high school textbook chapter. Powerful attributes, terrifying skills, mysterious combat style. It had once made countless high school students tremble with fear, and now, Su Ming was facing such a terrifying boss alone. Clang! Just as Su Ming dodged the Death Flame Burst, he didn't anticipate that the next moment the Undead Apostle would again grab the reins, bringing the giant skeletal horse charging towards him, its massive hooves aiming directly at Su Ming's body. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately raised his hands, blocking with the sharp blade of black snow. Boom! The weight suddenly pressed down on Su Ming's hands, and even the silver tier weapon, the blade of black snow, shook violently as if it couldn't withstand the pressure and was about to break. So you like close combat? Su Ming's brow furrowed, his expression turning cold. With a backhanded slash he cut through the horse's hooves, then with a forceful stab he plunged the blade of black snow directly into the belly of the undead skeletal horse. This strike was incredibly precise, since the undead skeletal horse belonged to the undead class of monsters. It naturally didn't suffer too much damage, losing only a fraction of its health points. However, Su Ming's goal wasn't just to inflict damage, it was the forbidden spell. The only way to kill a level 52 boss monster was through the forbidden spell and the throne of slaughter. What Su Ming wanted was to place these two boss monsters at the core of the domain's forbidden spell under the black tide moon. Boom! A crimson moon rose, shrouding the area in a thick black mist while the death knell sounded. Minus 20,000, minus 30,000, minus 57,000. Explosive damage numbers burst from the top of the undead skeletal horse's head. The necromancer acolyte Vicky, also positioned at the epicenter of the forbidden spell's explosion, suffered massive health loss under the horrific spell. His health bar shook violently, dropping over 50,000 points. Furthermore, as the black mist touched this boss monster, his health continued to plummet due to the ongoing damage from the forbidden spell, Death. Su Ming's vision suddenly brightened. In the next moment he twisted the long blade in his hands again, violently stabbing the undead skeletal horse boss into the ground. Waving his hand he looked towards the necromancer riding on the horse's back and said in a deep voice, "Throne of Slaughter." As Su Ming's voice fell, the entire forest began to shake, with countless leaves tumbling towards the ground. Behind Su Ming a massive golden throne appeared. It was the Throne of Slaughter, Su Ming's ultimate trump card. After reaching level 20, the Throne of Slaughter had undergone some changes compared to before, becoming even more dazzling and splendid. It displayed elegant patterns within which seemed to flow molten lava. As soon as the throne appeared, Su Ming could feel the temperature around him suddenly rise as if he were in a furnace. Death. He pointed downward, summoning the golden throne to crush the necromancer acolyte. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 34 boss monster, undead skeletal horse, and gained 4,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 52 boss monster necromancer acolyte Vicky and gained 16,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations for killing beyond your level, you receive an additional 7,000 experience points. Dead. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, even he was a bit bewildered. Who could believe that a level 52 golden boss could be squashed to death by the Throne of Slaughter in one fell swoop? Even towards the end, the necromancer acolyte didn't use any other golden boss abilities and was completely reduced to a pile of bones. Hiss! The Throne of Slaughter was more ferocious than he had imagined. Su Ming sincerely exclaimed, if only he had known how formidable his exclusive throne was. Good gracious, 16,000 experience points. This ultimate boss monster was truly plump. Swallowing his saliva, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Not only that, in addition to the basic experience points of over 10,000, Su Ming also received several thousand points in additional rewards. After all, it was a level 24 double boss encounter. Naturally, there would be a high reward for killing above one's level. Which skill should he plunder? Taking a deep breath of turbid air, Su Ming looked at the attribute panel of the undead apostle Vicky. The undead bone horse was immediately ruled out. Not to mention how strong a mount skill might be. Su Ming wasn't planning to obtain such a mount boss skill. It was too low in style, completely unnecessary. Deathflame Burst, definitely the first choice. Su Ming appraised this golden skill. Name: Deathflame Burst. Active skill, tier, gold attributes. Once the skill is released, it can gather countless golden fireballs. The more fireballs gathered, the more mana consumed. Each fireball hitting the target will bring spell attack damage of 700% of the caster's power. Each fireball can also explode, bringing at least double explosive spell damage, and when multiple fireballs hit simultaneously, the explosive spell damage will continuously stack. Description: Deathflame Burst, a top-tier fire-based skill among professionals, is also an extremely terrifying boss skill. This skill can be released simultaneously with other fire-based skills, producing unexpected damage bonuses. Moreover, the skill book of Deathflame Burst, once forgotten, can be handed over to ritual professionals for a second fusion with a certain chance to synthesize a higher tier skill book or produce new skill effects. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Just by glancing at the attribute description of Deathflame Burst, Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. It must be said, this golden boss skill can be called the ceiling for a reason. Compared to other skills, Deathflame Burst doesn't have many terms, but its mechanics are quite touching. It can be released together with skills like Large Fireball and other flame-based skills, stacking the explosive spell damage. The more flame burst fireballs hitting the target, the higher the final damage outcome. What caught Su Ming's attention the most, naturally, was the fusion feature of the flame burst technique. If later he plundered other fire-based skills, perhaps he could use the forgetting skill method, letting the boss skill turn back into a skill book, then recombine it into a higher tier top quality skill. Su Ming thought to himself, full of anticipation. He looked again at the other skills of the undead apostle. The apostle's aura seemed decent, but to learn such a skill, he needed to increase his dark attack power, which had quite a few restrictions. Su Ming analyzed. Undead healing technique, silver tier skill, cheap to plunder. In the end, Su Ming chose Divine Stealth, an incredibly suitable divine skill for the assassin profession. This skill, not only could it make one invisible for a short time, furthermore it could increase movement speed. The effect presented was very similar to Teleport. Divine Stealth, gold tier, priced at 52,000 experience points. Golden boss skill, the plunder price was expensive, but compared to offensive golden skills, it was quite a bargain. The experience points harvested these past few days, along with the experience brought by the undead apostle and the bone horse, were about enough to purchase this skill. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Suming pondered thoughtfully. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Death flame burst. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Divine Step. Under the cold mechanical voice, 2 new skills were added to Summing's attribute panel. Not bad, he thought. Once my mana recovers, I'll try out these new skills. Summing was quite satisfied. In his recent battle with the Apostle of the Undead, he had exhausted his mana and physical strength by continuously casting forbidden curses in the Killing God throne. Currently, he could not directly unleash the Death Flame Burst. Item: Apostle of the Undead, Crown of Destruction grade. Gold attributes: plus 100 strength, plus 100 constitution, plus 200 spirit. Exclusive equipment skill: Apostle's Holy Light. When any skill is released, it will be bathed in holy light, reducing mana consumption of all skills and continuously restoring a small amount of mana. Restriction: none. Description: an exclusive crown of the Apostle of the Undead formed by the power of faith. It is an extremely precious church item once crafted by a church alchemist. Besides providing attribute bonuses, it has other effects. When entering a territory governed by the church, it can be activated. After looting the boss's skills, Summing began to inventory the items dropped by the Apostle of the Undead. However, upon identification, he was completely stunned. Gold equipment, such luck was almost too good to be true. Moreover, it had 3 high attribute entries and came with a skill that enhanced mana. Such a piece of gold equipment could cause quite a stir. Even if thrown into Kyoto, what shocked Summing the most was the mention of the church in the crown's description. It was a church item. In the world of universal job changing, the concept of a church is similar to that of a guild, except that churches are founded by indigenous people. If considered in a game context, it could be seen as a guild of NPCs. Every entity known as a church contains many high-level indigenous NPC elders, each of whom is a formidable figure far beyond the reach of job changers, often reaching levels 4 or 500 inch, and in some churches the level of the Pope has exceeded 1,000. An item dropped by a level 50 boss related to the church? Something didn't seem right. Summing frowned slightly. Could it be? His drop rate seemed a bit high. Ever since he entered Shallow Bay, he had been dropping top-tier equipment like crazy, and now, he had just first killed a gold boss and just like that exploded out a top-tier crown. Whether it was the attributes, the entries, or the origin, it was all shocking. Could this be related to his epic-level profession? Summing thought briefly but could not come up with any other explanation. After leveling up and changing classes, could the drop rates possibly get another boost? Su Ming entertained a bold thought. Fortunately, there were no other professionals around, unable to hear his inner monologue, otherwise they might have dropped dead on the spot. Weren't silver and gold levels enough? Higher drop rates. Might as well just get a score of 999 with one strike, starting off with max-level divine gear. Su Ming took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the other spoils of battle. Besides the golden crown, the undead apostle itself had several decent items. Indeed, under the appraisal spell, Su Ming made new discoveries: a gold-level staff, the apostle's scepter, shattered black robe, the robe of death. Both items were of gold level, not dropped by a boss but inherent to the apostle. However, they were slightly worn. To repair them, an alchemist would need to use special potions to restore them. Of course, this did not affect the effects of the 2 golden pieces of equipment and a silver tier ring. Su Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. From the body of the undead apostle Vicky, he once again found an item surrounded by a silver aura. SSS, delicious, too delicious. Su Ming's heart tightened. This feeling was comfortably deadly. He hadn't even completed his second class change, yet he already had 2 pieces of gold equipment, plus, including those obtained earlier, a total of several silver equipment pieces. This level of wealth could already compare with those seasoned professionals who had been job changing for years and were now attacking the level 100 segment. The remains of the undead apostle couldn't be discarded. This was also a rather expensive monster material. After all, it was an ultimate boss. Selling it could fetch millions or even hundreds of millions without a problem. Su Ming swallowed hard, his eyes filled with surprise. Undead bone horse, a mount frequently mentioned in textbooks, with a trace of dragon bloodline. Even if not sold as monster material, it would be worth a lot to a museum. Undead bone horse, a top hybrid monster often mentioned in textbooks. Many associations, even some large guilds, would display the bones of such a boss monster in their halls as an exhibit, like the Tsong Soul Guild. The guild's emblem was also an undead bone horse. Completely treating this hybrid monster as a totem, was its value trivial? Not at all less than that of the undead apostle. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. This haul was a huge win. Hello students, Su Ming. In view of your successful transition into a prestigious epic-level professional during the annual awakening ceremony, the school will award you a 2 million scholarship as a commendation and also provide corresponding basic professional equipment along with a large number of life potions and other items. Please collect them before 5 p.m. today at the student office, Zhonghai City No. 1 Middle School. His phone vibrated. A message had come through. 2 million scholarship, nice, Su Ming's expression brightened, his mood extremely pleasant. Just in time. It was almost time to go back and rest and then come back to grind the Shallow Bay dungeon. Su Ming pondered. After going back, he would also sell these monster materials. This trip to Shallow Bay had brought him a rich harvest, massive amounts of monster materials, various rare top-tier items. If all sold, even Su Ming himself wasn't quite sure how much it would all amount to. At the same time, at the entrance to the Shallow Bay dungeon, a group of nervous-looking high school students stared at the entrance, hesitant to take the first step. A silver-level dungeon, it featured undead bone horses, skeleton knights, and hybrid ice-tailed scorpions mentioned in their literature textbooks. Do we really not need a teacher to lead us? Is it too reckless to go like this? Indeed, everyone is only at level 1 or 2. What if we get wiped out in an instant and it takes a long time to recover our levels? It shouldn't be that terrifying. But this time isn't Senior Su Qingya leading the team. She's a revered light priestess, so there's no need to be too frightened. True, Goddess Qingya and Longchen the Dragon Young Master are both of dark gold rank. Our lineup this time is quite spectacular. Let's just stick to the coastal reefs of Shallow Bay and take on lesser monsters like the black armored lizards. It should be alright. The youths discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with intense nervousness and anxiety. Their gazes were drawn to the two figures at the front of the group. It was none other than Su Qingya and Longchen, who had just awakened a few days ago. All the other youths, wearing the school badge of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School on their chest, were the most outstanding students of the school. This time, they had gathered with the purpose of going to the Shallow Bay dungeon to level up. Unlike other newly class-changed youths, they did not seek help from the school teachers to lead the team, but decided to rely on their own strength for their first monster fighting and leveling experience. This way they could better hone their skills. Don't worry, everyone, the reef shores of Shallow Bay are not that dangerous. Su Qingya, as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, began to speak. Hearing her voice, the whole team immediately quieted down. Su Qingya paused, ready to boost everyone's morale. However, her beautiful eyes flickered as she caught sight of a familiar figure at the dungeon exit. Su Ming? Su Qingya was suddenly taken aback, looking towards the position at the dungeon exit where a handsome tall youth walked out. He was very attractive, with slightly long black hair and bright eyes. With such a demeanor, who else could it be but Su Ming? How could he be here? Su Qingya frowned slightly, somewhat shocked. Soloing the Shallow Bay dungeon? For a moment Su Qingya's expression became emotional. Though Su Ming's class was of epic rank, no matter how strong, it was impossible for him to solo kill the terrifying hybrid monsters at level 1. Even Su Qingya and the others had assembled more than a dozen talented professionals to team up for the dungeon. Name: Su Ming. Class: God of Slaughter. Rank: Epic. Level: 24. Name: Blade of Black Snow. Rank: Silver. Name: Rose Armor. Rank: Silver. Name: Apostle of the Undead Crown of Destruction. Rank: Gold. What is this? Puzzled, Su Qingya immediately cast a top-level identification spell to check Su Ming's attributes and all his equipment. Unlike other professionals, Su Qingya was a light priestess. Nature endowed him with top-tier appraisal skills. Even for Su Ming, an epic class character, items like the Golden Apostle Crown could be examined without restriction. But what he saw nearly made Su Qingya's jaw drop. Her entire being was shaken. How could it be possible? He had already reached level 24. He had acquired a piece of golden-grade equipment and several silver-grade items. Su Qingya took deep breaths, trying to keep her emotions under control. Her eyes were filled with shock. It was madness. While other peers were still around levels 3 to 4, Su Ming had surged ahead to nearly level 30. He was about to undergo his second-class change. How could one not be shocked? More importantly, the piece of golden equipment that Su Ming held was dropped by the ultimate boss of the dungeon. It was detailed in textbooks. He had soloed the dungeon's ultimate boss, the undead apostle. Su Qingya's heart skipped a beat. Her pupils dilated, she stood there stunned, her mind a blank slate. As a top student and a true academic achiever, Su Qingya immediately recognized the origin of the exquisitely patterned crown. It was indeed the exclusive item of the undead apostle boss. What level was Su Ming? He hadn't even completed his second-class change, yet he had obtained an item from a level 52 boss. Upon deeper reflection, it was terrifying. His background didn't seem as simple as it was portrayed in school. Su Qingya swallowed hard. A bold thought popped into her mind. Perhaps behind Su Ming there was a force not inferior to a grade A guild. Like Han Ning, the popular goddess of Zhonghai City, Su Ming might also come from a major top-tier guild. Otherwise, how could he have leveled up so quickly and acquired such a vast amount of loot? To say he did it by soloing was unbelievable. Even if he had a high-level magic guide leading the team, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this level in just a few days. At this moment, Su Qingya realized that perhaps she was wrong. Su Ming was not like the rumors outside made him out to be, just a handsome, pretty boy, from the awakening ceremony directly changing to an epic-class assassin and now leveling up like an arrow piercing the clouds. Su Qingya's eyes shimmered with brilliant waves and she couldn't help but purse her lips, her heart fluttering. She had always admired strength. Despite her usual icy goddess demeanor, she could quickly fall for a powerful, prodigious youth. At this moment, Su Qingya's cheeks were slightly flushed, and even she didn't know what exactly was on her mind. She just gazed deeply in the direction where Su Ming was. Her mind was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had just walked out of the dungeon, also noticed the group not far away, students from first middle school. Su Ming's eyes flickered momentarily. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze, snapped the crown of destruction onto his head, and strode towards the subway station entrance. On the other side, at the dungeon entrance, the students in the team also noticed Su Qingya's unusual behavior. Seeing her standing still, they all gathered around her. "Senior Qingya, what's wrong?" asked a priest clad in white silk and Lolita-style attire, her big, watery eyes wide with concern. "Did you find something? Are you feeling unwell, senior?" Another girl with a stunning figure also came closer, looking eagerly at Su Qingya with concern. "It's nothing," Su Qingya shook her head. Replying briefly, her gaze returned to the spot where Su Ming had been just moments ago, but he had already disappeared from her view. "It seems like Zhonghai City might be witnessing the emergence of a dragon." Su Qingya sighed deeply, her voice so low that no one else could hear. Only she understood the shock of what she had just witnessed. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary schoolmate could possess such terrifying potential? Perhaps there was a colossal force behind him, capable of shaking the entire city. "If you're not feeling well, Qingya, we can rest a bit before we enter the dungeon." "There's no rush." Long Chen approached, his face ingratiating. Although his tone was normal, Su Qingya glanced at Long Chen and frowned slightly in disgust. This so-called genius, who had just transitioned to a paladin, lacked the temperament of a high-level professional. Instead, his eyes were filled with malicious intentions. Su Qingya could tell what he was thinking without him even speaking. He was ogling her. For some reason, the image of Su Ming reappeared in Su Qingya's mind. Just moments earlier, Su Ming had swiftly grabbed a black long blade, stepping out of the dungeon with a majestic stride, looking infinitely more dashing than Long Chen. "It's nothing," she said, again regaining her usual cool demeanor. After adjusting her emotions, she looked at everyone and announced, "Get ready, adjust the formation, we're about to enter the Shallow Bay dungeon." Meanwhile, Su Ming was on a high-speed subway, heading towards Zhonghai No. 1 High School. Getting off at the subway station, he walked towards the school, familiar with the location of the student office near Building A. 2 million in scholarship money. "In my past life, that would have been enough for a lifetime," Su Ming thought to himself, feeling extremely pleased. In his previous life, Su Ming, known as the wealthy women's harvester due to his extremely handsome looks, always attracted the attention of wealthy women whenever he stepped out. During the holidays, various wealthy ladies were transferring red packets as gifts, and just accepting these payments could tire one's hand. Thanks to these benefits, Su Ming had enough to cover his living expenses, and the 2 million yuan in additional scholarship money in a sense could last a lifetime. What's the use of being good-looking? Being good-looking can't fill your stomach. "Hello, I'm here to collect the scholarship," Su Ming said as he approached the student office, speaking directly to a member of the student council. Senior Su." Initially, the student council member, a girl in uniform with chestnut-colored long hair, was dozing off with her eyes half closed. However, upon seeing Su Ming standing in front of her, she instantly perked up. Alright, I'll process it for you right now. The spirited girl blinked her bright eyes and quickly turned around, pulling out a thick stack of documents from the drawer. Without further ado, she swiftly filled out the forms, stamped them, and pressed the fingerprints. The efficiency was killer. Then she immediately handed them to Su Ming, flicking her long hair by her ear. "Senior, it's all set," the energetic girl said, looking at Su Ming and taking a deep breath before speaking softly. "Lu Xinran." Su Ming looked at her and blurted out, "Huh, senior, you know me?" Lu Xinran pointed at herself, her face filled with disbelief and a hint of anticipation. "No, your student badge is next to the name tag," Su Ming said with a smile, pointing at the name tag on Lu Xinran's uniform. This girl, full of vitality, was not only pretty but also possessed a distinctive charm, sweet and pure. Her figure was also quite exaggerated. Her school uniform seemed barely able to contain her figure, as if it could burst at any moment. "So that's it," Lu Xinran forced to smile, her expression slightly disappointed. "Not really," Su Ming said indifferently. "I do know you, you're the famous friend of the aloof school beauty Su Qingya. You're quite well known." Su Ming looked at Lu Xinran. She was indeed famous, not because she was Su Qingya's friend, nor because Lu Xinran was the second most beautiful girl in the school. Rather, Lu Xinran had always tried to pair Su Ming with Su Qingya, even going so far as to send love letters to Su Ming in Su Qingya's name, which Su Ming eventually tossed in the trash. However, it must be said that Lu Xinran's beauty and figure were indeed remarkable. In some people's eyes, she was on par with Su Qingya. At Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, they could be considered the joint top school beauties, a cold goddess and a spirited girl, pharmacist. Su Ming cast an identification spell on her, checking Lu Xinran's attribute bar. His eyes showed a hint of surprise. Lu Xinran's profession was not a combat role but a supportive one, pharmacist, a popular profession in high demand, able to concoct life potions, recovery potions, mana potions, and a series of common items. In large guilds, the role of a pharmacist was significant, with a status similar to that of an alchemist. Generally, they could secure admission to top vocational colleges, or even if they failed the college entrance exams, they could join leading guilds directly without a probationary period. "Senior, would it be possible to add you on WeChat?" Lu Xinran looked at Su Ming tentatively. "Okay." After a moment's silence, Su Ming agreed to her request. It was not entirely because of Lu Xinran's long legs, glowing skin, or her striking figure draped often in white silk. It was rather for convenience when it came time to concoct potions. After all, who could guarantee that Lu Xinran wouldn't be useful? What if she was really helpful? When Su Ming immediately agreed, Lu Xinran was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly pulled out her phone. "Scan, add friend." "Nice, what's happening over there?" After adding him as a friend, Su Ming frowned and looked towards a direction not far from the student office. There seemed to be some commotion. It appeared that someone was dueling students from No. 3 High School. Lu Xinran's expression also turned serious as she pointed towards the direction of the noise. "Recently, all the high schools in Zhonghai City completed a unified awakening ceremony. Our school produced 2 dark gold level students, and you, a senior, are an epic level professional." It became hot news throughout the city and even nationally, covered by numerous media outlets. A few stubborn students from No. 3 High School couldn't accept this, so they came to our school to declare a challenge, cloaking it under the guise of an exchange. "Friendship first, competition second," they said. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes as she continued. "But everyone knows that Qingya and Longchen, along with all the top students, went to the Shallow Bay dungeon, and senior, you haven't been around since your job transfer. They're clearly taking advantage of No. 1 High School's temporary weakness to challenge us. Exchange, my foot, absolutely shameless. No. 1 High School versus No. 3 High School." Hearing Lu Xinran's words, Su Ming's eyebrows raised slightly and his interest seemed piqued. "Ding, congratulations, you have triggered a divine level choice event. Zhonghai City No. 3 High School friendship match. Option 1. Defeat a student from No. 3 High School and amiably declare friendship first. Competition second, praising the student from No. 3 as a talented professional. Reward: 1 piece of dark iron equipment. Option 2. 1 against 9, defeat all the students who came to provoke No. 1 High School and declare it's not personal but everyone present is trash. Reward: 100,000 experience points. Option 3, ignore the friendship match and just leave. Reward: 1 bottle of life potion. Just then, the cold prompt echoed in his mind. Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, triggering a divine level choice event. As usual, Su Ming directly chose the second option, 1 against 9. The job transfer ceremony was only a few days ago. Even if students from number 3 high school had cloud-piercing arrows, they couldn't possibly be at a higher level than Su Ming. Facing these opponents who weren't even as strong as a level 10 boss, not to mention 9, even 90 would be the same for Su Ming. Naturally, he wouldn't glance at the other options. Moreover, this option brought 10,000 experience points, enough for Su Ming to reach level 30 and complete his second job transfer. What's the matter, senior? Are you going to make a move? Seeing Su Ming fall silent for a moment, Lu Xinran's eyes were full of surprise as she instinctively asked. If Su Ming makes a move, he could probably sharply suppress the spirit of the students from Sanzhong. After all, Su Ming's profession is even stronger than Su Qingye and Long Chen, god of killing. Just the name alone tells you he is no ordinary person. Su Ming nodded, his gaze playfully swept over Lu Xinran as he spoke indifferently. Take me there, okay? Lu Xinran eagerly moved closer and hurriedly led Su Ming towards the direction of the academic building. At the same time, this spirited young girl took out her phone and sent a voice message to a group chat, a simple sentence, and it blew up the student council's chat group. Hurry, no time to explain, come to building is Su Ming the Great versus Sanzhong. Wow, a single voice message instantly shocked all members of the student council. Lu Xinran's voice message set off an explosion among all the members. No one could remain calm at this time. They all dropped what they were doing and ran towards building, ready to watch Su Ming make his move. On one hand, no one had ever seen such an epic professional in action. On the other hand, since Su Ming was also the school's heartthrob, the girls in the student council, even if they had to crawl out of their beds, would make their way to the academic building to see Su Ming. It was no different from chasing after a celebrity. Of course, due to Su Qingye and others going to Shallow Bay to raid, there were no elite professionals in school to confront Sanzhong. Now that Su Ming had appeared, he could turn the tide. All the students were relieved, eager to see those Sanzhong troublemakers get defeated. What's wrong? Isn't he Zhong supposed to be strong? What happened? Not a single fighter among you. In front of the academic building, a burly warrior with a bear-like stature carrying a silver-gray giant axe looked disdainfully at the crowd and spoke loudly. Is this all? I thought you'd be stronger, how boring. He shrugged his shoulders and slung the axe onto his back. Then looking towards the Sanzhong students beside him, he waved his hand. Let's go back to school. Friendship first, competition second. Although Yizhong doesn't have many fighters, we from Sanzhong shouldn't bully either. Let's end today's friendly match like this. I hope next time that what's his name Longchen Su Qingye and that so-called epic Su Ming will show up. Don't be cowards. What's the use of having a high professional rank under my axe? All must die. They don't even dare to show their faces, even if they are god-level professionals. They're probably just that. The young man with a bear-like stature spoke in a deep, contemptuous tone. Hearing this, the expressions of the students from Yizhong couldn't help but turn cold. However, no one could stand up and confront this thorn from Sanzhong. It was impossible. The opponent was also a dark gold level professional. His family background was not bad either. His father was the department head of the A-level guild, Eternal Guild. This level of student calling him a young master was not an overstatement. What qualifications does an ordinary student have to challenge others? A voice suddenly rang out. Su Ming appeared in front of the teaching building, looking at the young warrior class boy and said, "Do you think I weigh enough?" As soon as Su Ming spoke, he immediately became the center of attention. Eyes from all around converged on him. Students beside the teaching building were all bright-eyed and excited, almost unable to speak. At that moment, the arrogantly unbearable boy also frowned and focused on Su Ming, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Are you that epic class professional, the god of slaughter? I thought you'd be more formidable. With those skinny arms and legs, you dare call yourself the god of slaughter?" The boy scoffed coldly, still disdainful. Su Ming looked puzzled. Which fool is this from the Eternal Guild? Even an A-level guild, yet full of brainless folks. If this were a novel, this fool in front of me wouldn't survive a chapter. Name: He Meng. Profession: Armored Warrior. Tier: Dark Gold. Level: 5. Su Ming cast an identification spell, sweeping He Meng's attributes into view. As expected, Su Ming wasn't stirred at all. He had hoped for a pleasant surprise, but alas, just like that, the joy was gone. Level 5. This level, Su Ming really didn't need to make a move. A single fireball spell could kill him over 10 times. Of course, all the senior students had just completed their job change a few days ago, and reaching level 5 so quickly seemed indeed quite impressive. It must be that a department head in the Eternal Guild fed his foolish son some decent great experience potions, but unfortunately, in a while, this fool's health bar would be emptied and his level would drop to 1, a giveaway, a friendly competition. Su Ming didn't pay much attention to He Meng. He said indifferently, "A friendly match is fine, but I didn't expect the top students from your school to be at such a low level. Don't you like leveling up?" Then Su Ming paused, looked at Himeng and glanced over all the students from third middle school behind him. With a playful expression he continued, "I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but everyone present is trash." As soon as Su Ming spoke, everyone was dumbfounded, especially Himeng. This fool's brain was a blank slate, completely unable to react. "What did you say?" After a moment of silence, Himeng finally regained his senses, picked up his silver grade battle axe and strode towards Su Ming. The other high-ability students from third middle, a total of 9 newly job-changed students, also followed behind Himeng, scampering towards Su Ming like lackeys. "Wait." Seeing the 9 professionals approaching, Su Ming waved his hand, signaling them to hold off. "I know you're eager, but hold on a moment." Su Ming spoke with a serious expression. "It's a friendly match. The main purpose is friendship. However, shouldn't there be a little something at stake?" With a slight squint of his eyes, his words left the students from third middle school standing before him baffled once again. "A prize? A bet?" At that moment, Su Ming seemed like the villain straight out of a novel, and he continued, "That's right, a little wager for the spar. I just came from the student office and this card contains 2 million in scholarship funds. Whoever wins gets to keep this card." Su Ming brandished the freshly collected scholarship money before the eyes of Himeng and the others. "Shoo, 2 million in scholarship money?" For a moment the eyes of the students from third middle school lit up, filled with greed. "What will you guys put up?" Su Ming asked lightly. "Huh, Su Ming, right? You've really got guts to make a bet. Interesting." Himeng's mind finally began to clear, and he lifted his chin, raising the heavy axe in his hand high. "This giant axe in my hand, known as the Berserk Battle Axe, is of silver grade quality. If you beat me, this battle axe is yours," Himeng said with pride, not considering the possibility of his own defeat. After all, his level was boosted by consuming potions and experience elixirs. Other students were at most level 2 or 3, and even Su Qingya, the light priestess, was just at level 4. He had an absolute advantage in level. Moreover, Himeng had that exclusive battle axe given by his cheap old man, a top quality silver grade item worth over 10 million. With such cards in his hand, how could he lose? Su Ming's eyes flickered. "We at third middle also have scholarship money. I have 1 million here, plus 30 life potions, 30 recovery potions, and a scroll, experience elixir, 1,000 experience points, and a piece of bronze grade equipment. All in all, a black iron grade monster skull, 3 bronze grade church accessories. 2 million, right? I'll put up a set of real estate. Here's the deed. A large flat in the center of Shanghai City. How about that? Is it enough?" As Himeng wagered the Berserk battle axe, his cronies, mostly second-generation members from guilds, also started putting up their valuables as stakes. What can I say? Those students mingling with Himeng were genuine troublemakers, but they had solid backgrounds, either children of A-level guild members or offspring of B-level guild executives, quite wealthy indeed. Indeed, the fish had taken the bait. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's eyes brightened and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, feeling a wave of satisfaction. But how could the storyline rewards triggered by the god-level selection be enough? He had to fleece these second-generation's little gold mines a bit more. Indeed, this wave went smoothly. "Lu Xinran," Su Ming waved his hand, glancing at the girl with chestnut-colored long hair standing behind him. "What's up, senior?" At that moment, Lu Xinran was also somewhat confused. However, seeing Su Ming calling her, she immediately approached, asking with a puzzled expression, "Go collect those things." Su Ming gave Lu Xinran a look. "Huh." The spirited girl was momentarily stunned. "Quickly, there's no time to explain." Su Ming smiled faintly. For a moment, Lu Xinran couldn't help but swallow her saliva too. It seemed that the most popular boy at school wasn't quite what Lu Xinran had imagined. As she looked towards Himeng and the others, a peculiar emotion surfaced within her. A name popped into her mind. Big resentment seed. Quickly, Lu Xinran gathered all her things together in a pile. Su Ming casually threw something as well, the bank card, into the pile of items. "Alright, I'm in a hurry, let's all go together," Su Ming said, clapping his hands indifferently as he addressed Himeng and the other students. In an instant, Himeng and the students from Sanzhong were all taken aback. Su Ming frowned slightly, dawdling. He then took off all his gear and dumped it on the ground. After that, he tossed the black snowblade back into the pile of items, giving everyone a sidelong glance as he said in a deep voice, "I'll take on all 9 of you in a friendly match." Su Ming emphasized the words friendly match and continued, "No equipment. I'll also wager a silver grade item, the black snowblade." He indicated the dark long blade with his eyes. "Is that enough? If not, I'll add another silver item." With a wave of his hand, the rose armor followed suit. Really, a 9 against 1. You students from Sanjong don't have the confidence. Do you was scared? Then maybe go home and sleep. Su Ming put his hands in his pockets and yawned. A collective gasp echoed around them, and the faces of He Meng and the others turned ashen. So arrogant, a 9 against 1, without equipment, the black snow blade, a silver item plus 2 million in scholarship money. Shall we raise the stakes? Who's afraid? If I lose a 9 against 1 inch, I might as well drop dead right here. Although Su Ming was of an epic profession, he didn't have any background. Could he really be stronger than us? Experience potions aren't for nothing, right? I'll add a bronze level skill book. I refuse to believe today we could lose to him. Brothers, don't be scared. Whoever is scared is a dog. This is about our school's reputation. This friendly match had escalated beyond its original scope. Damn it, I'm putting down 5 million cash. It must be said Su Ming, with his experience from 2 lives, truly outclassed these young brats like He Meng. With a snap, He Meng and the others fell into disarray, shaking out their own little treasuries as wagers. After all, a 9 against 1 even without equipment. If they still lost, there'd be no point in continuing as professionals. Might as well wash up and go to bed. At the same time, all the students from Ijong were also stunned. Did I hear that wrong? 1 against 9? Can the great Su Ming really hold his ground? Isn't he going to crash and burn? Wow, just one move and it's silver-grade equipment, cash ranging in the millions. A friendly match with such an astronomical bet. What's with that? He Meng has already reached level 5 and standing behind him is the Eternal Guild, yet Su Ming isn't even flinching. Is this the world of a gaming master? It's been a shock for an entire year. I thought Su Ming would go one-on-one, but who knew he actually let He Meng and these professional second generations join together. Only Su God could have such boldness. Cool, so cool. What does it mean to be a school heartthrob? This is what it means. Su God, I want to have your babies. From now on, no one stop me. I'm only marrying Su Ming. Come on, you little thing. Su Ming, big brother, is definitely mine. Wine to get big brother. Even being the smallest is also okay for me. A high school friendship match is evolving in a way that surpasses expectations. The stakes between Su Ming and He Meng have escalated to a terrifying level. Silver-grade weapons, more than 4 pieces. Among them, there are also a lot of rare items. Attribute stones like strength gems, agility gems can also be seen. Even several second generations from big guilds have brought out the experience potions given by their families. Looking at the setup, they are confident they can defeat Su Ming. Win all his staked items. Su Ming, with this axe, I'll show you who's the trash. He Meng swung his silver battle axe. He walked confidently towards Su Ming. Behind him, all the guild's second generations also approached Su Ming. Already, facing these high school students, Su Ming is not the least bit nervous and calmly said, "If everyone's ready, then let's start." Su Ming stretched out his hand, index finger pointing at He Meng. Aren't you a bit too confident? At this moment, He Meng, seeing Su Ming's reaction, slightly frowned, a sense of unease spontaneously emerging in his heart. But he didn't think much, retorted, "Today I will let you see." He Meng raised his head, ready to drop a harsh line, but before he could finish, it abruptly stopped, because Su Ming, without using any equipment, not even a magic wand, directly released a series of bright, searing fireballs. The onlooking students one by one were dumbfounded, all stunned, shocked. Fireball technique. Yes, right off the bat, Su Ming released his most proficient skill, the fireball technique. Not only that, the gold-level skill, Deathly Flame Burst technique, plundered from the undead apostle boss, was also released. In fact, with Su Ming's current level, to defeat He Meng and the others, even using skills was somewhat superfluous. He did this just to crush the spirit of the third middle school students. Let He Meng and these second generations see what a real gap looks like. Dark gold-level professional, what trash! Also wants to compete with the god of slaughter. Boom, a dull thunderous sound came. 9 huge fireballs like the sun plummeting directly covered He Meng and the others. Counterattack, dodge. Under this fierce attack, all resistance was futile. Just as all the fireballs touched He Meng and the other bootlicking second generations, they directly exploded. Deathly Flame Burst technique displayed a dazzling light. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 5 professional, gained 30 experience points. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 4 professional, gained 25 experience points. Ding, congratulations. A cold notification of a kill echoed in Su Ming's mind. A series of such notifications brought him barely 300 experience points, a paltry sum incomparable to the bosses in dungeons. However, in front of the academic building there appeared clusters of brilliantly colored auras. These were the items dropped by Himeng and his group, ranging from black iron to silver level. Although the experience was minimal, the loot was quite decent. Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes and smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. Dead. Facing 9 opponents alone, Su Ming had merely thrown a few fireballs before killing Himeng and all the second-generation guild members. Of course, death here did not carry the traditional meaning. In this world of universal job-changing, professionals would not die instantly upon being killed. Instead, they would be reborn from a designated resurrection array. Nonetheless, this came with significant losses. Their level would drop by at least a quarter. The equipment worn and the items in their backpacks could also potentially drop. This batch of leaks was juicy and plump. Su Ming cast several appraisal spells to check the equipment and items dropped by Himeng and his group. His eyes brightened instantly. There were quite a few good items, befitting of guild second generations. Although they might be slightly inferior to popular idols like Han Ing compared to ordinary students, they were exceedingly wealthy, not at all less than what Su Ming had acquired in the Shallow Bay dungeon these past days. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully completed the selection and the reward has been issued. At the same time Su Ming defeated Himeng, a notification for completing his selection and its rewards also rang in his mind. That was 100,000 experience points. Su Ming took a deep breath of cold air. These experience points were enough to elevate him to level 30. It seems there was no need to rerun the Shallow Bay dungeon. He could directly head to the Job Change Temple tomorrow to accept the second-tier job quest. Su Ming thought to himself silently, hard work paid off. Gathering all the orbs of light from the ground into his arms, he tossed them into the system space and then approached Lu Xinran. From the pile of bets, he casually picked a black iron-level dagger and tossed it to Lu Xinran. Consider this your reward, Su Ming said with a light smile, his already handsome face beaming with a sunny smile, directly stunning Lu Xinran. At this moment Lu Xinran stood agape, her mouth wide open enough to fit a duck egg, still unable to comprehend. Had Himeng and the others actually died, not just defeated but outright killed, and now they had returned to the guild and come out from the resurrection array? This was 1 against 9. Just how strong was Su Ming that he could so effortlessly wipe out the 9 top students from 3rd middle school? Not just Lu Xinran. At this moment, the entire school is in shock. What just happened? I had just pulled out my phone to record a video. And then with a snap you're telling me it's over? Explosive, that was utterly explosive. 1 against 9. Are these guild second generations too weak, or is Su Ming simply too powerful? Am I seeing things? Someone pinch me. This is absolutely mind-blowing. If this gets posted on TikTok, it's going to blow up the internet. I remember someone said before that Su Ming was just a pretty face, good for nothing else. Who was that person? Come out and apologize to the whole internet right now. My goodness, I'm totally flabbergasted. My adrenaline is skyrocketing. This is too thrilling. Our school is likely to become a celebrity high school now. Just what level is Su Ming? He's only just awakened a few days ago, yet he can casually obliterate so many talented students. Fireball technique. Was that the skill the big shot just used? Why did it explode automatically? The visual impact was so intense. Nonsense, that's no fireball technique. That was the Death Inferno Blast. A gold level skill. You can tell you're not well studied. The Death Inferno Blast is a top tier skill. But that's not the point. The point is Su Ming, the god himself, didn't even use any equipment, just barehandedly unleashed a major attack. This level of skill, you're telling me a high school student can achieve this? It's too detailed. This way, let's send it over to Tsinghua University in Kyoto to see. Aren't we reporting this? So satisfying, finally seeing Himeng, that second generation guild member, get what he deserved. He didn't even have a chance to react. What a relief. The whole school is boiling over. The Death Inferno Blast, barehanded major attack, 1 against 9, high-stakes gamble, guild second generations utterly defeated, each point a potential viral sensation for the city, even the nation. It's no exaggeration to say that once today's friendly match video of Su Ming gets uploaded to various short video apps, it will definitely explode across the internet. Not only was Su Ming's play extremely meticulous, the strength displayed was overwhelmingly powerful. Similarly, the fact that he could advance from a level 1 professional to this level in just a few days. How did Su Ming manage that? This piques enormous curiosity. Top-tier equipment, elite skill books, exquisite combat techniques. You're telling me this is a high school student who just changed his profession? Even those who have completed their third transformation struggle to achieve this, under the watchful eyes of all the students, the sole focus of the entire venue, Su Ming. Yet he showed not a hint of excitement. On the contrary, he yawned again, indifferently gathered all his items and tucked the scholarship bank card he received from the school into his pocket. In front of everyone he just walked away, turned and left the school, exuding an aura of cool, tired, going to sleep first when I get back, then tomorrow I'll head to the Temple of Transference to apply for my second transformation. Meanwhile I'll sell all the monster materials and items I got from the Shallow Bay dungeon. Su Ming thought to himself. It's not that he's playing it cool, he's genuinely tired. Having stayed in the dungeon for so many days without proper rest, he definitely needs some downtime. As Su Ming leaves, in a corner of the campus an old man with white hair and a trembling white beard widens his shocked eyes. Goodness, is he nearly second transformation? Which top guild's young master is this? The 100-year-old man in the corner murmurs in astonishment. If any student were to see him, they would surely bow deeply in respect, for this centenarian was no ordinary elder but the principal of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, a grand mage named Chen Qishan, a level 100 powerhouse. Yet at this moment this distinguished principal stood utterly shocked. Like Su Qing, yet he had used a top-tier identification spell on Su Ming, examining all his items, levels and skills one by one. Unbeknownst to him, this casual inspection would set his heart racing. He had thought that Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School had merely produced a few top-tier geniuses, but who could have imagined? This lad was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. In just a few days he had completed his second transformation. Not even the legendary piercing arrow was this swift. Moreover, the equipment Su Ming casually tossed aside came from the ultimate boss of the Shallow Bay dungeon, the Undead Apostle. This was no small feat. Don't tell me that Su Ming, a mere high school student, had soloed the Undead Apostle. If that were true, all of Zhonghai, no, the entire nation would be astounded. Screw the college entrance exams. Prestigious universities in Kyoto like Qingbei University would be tripping over themselves to recruit Su Ming, offering him any conditions, choice of majors and scholarships he desired, such as the treatment for a top-tier scholar. I might even get a promotion. The centenarian Chen Qishan took a deep breath of turbid air, a flicker of delight passing through his cloudy old eyes. Shaking his little head, he said with a pleased expression, "Such a treasure, an epic profession, top-level upgrading speed, divine combat skills, and he's even mastered the monstrous death explosion technique. Whether in terms of talent, temperament, growth rate or strength, his value is exceedingly high. Those universities in Kyoto will probably go mad over Su Ming fighting tooth and nail." Chen Qishan, filled with anticipation, said, "Won't this get me a promotion, at the very least?" To a university president, the perks of that position are abundant. Thinking this, Chen Qishan swallowed his saliva and squinted his eyes. However, during this time, it's crucial to protect this great treasure. If anyone dares to touch him, wouldn't they be opposing me, this little old man, university president? The earnings from such a position could last a lifetime. Humming a little tune, Chen Qishan ambled away from the grove. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Guild, a simpleton leading a group of simpletons emerged from the resurrection array. What's going on? Didn't know? With a snap, everything went black, and here they were. This is bad. I've dropped a level. Gone. My stuff gone. Huh? Your little brother got hit? Get lost. My dad's bronze dagger is gone. So funny. Wait. Where the heck is my bronze armor? I get it now. We're totally screwed. Were we just taken down 9-1? Everyone check your stats. I've lost 20 points in strength, and it's a permanent loss. I'm in tears. All of Himeng's lackeys are crying their eyes out, one by one, tears streaming down their faces. Only now do they realize what has happened. They thought they could shear Su Ming's leaks, but it turns out they were the plump, juicy leaks themselves. Such a curse, it's a massive curse. Boss, you can't just ignore me. Without that bronze dagger, my dad is probably going to kill me. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, I can't handle this. Right, boss, you've got to help us figure something out. How can we get our dropped equipment back? You guys are still lucky. I damn my blinded mind. Even put up my downtown flat as collateral. We're totally doomed. Now we've lost both our wife and our troops. Boss, I can't go on without my experience potions. What do we do? Do you think Su Ming will give them back to us? A bunch of guild heirs clinging to Himeng's legs, sobbing and pleading. The scene is quite touching. Get lost. Himeng kept silent for a while, then with one kick he pushed them away, similarly on the verge of tears. I bet the most. This round is over for me. Himeng took a deep breath and hurriedly turned towards the Eternal Guild's headquarters. His only option now was to find his third uncle, that level 100 mage. Probably only his uncle could save him now, otherwise if his dad found out he might actually be killed. Behind Yimeng a bunch of dumb followers also hurried after him, afraid that if they were a step too slow they wouldn't be able to retrieve their equipment. Ding, congratulations, you've leveled up to 27, ding, congratulations, you've leveled up to 28, ding, congratulations, you've leveled up to 29. In Zhonghai City Bay Area community, Su Ming sat on the sofa, spent the awarded 100,000 experience points all at once and directly leveled up to 30, reaching the level cap. He needed to complete a second job advancement to unlock the level cap. In the world of job transfers, each transfer is crucial. Without transferring, one cannot continue to level up. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: Slayer. Rank: Epic. Level: 30 HP, 27,000 Strength, 370 Constitution, 250 Spirit, 390 Agility, 280 Talent. Slayer's Plunder Skills: Appraisal, Gold level; Freeze, Silver level; Fireball, Silver level; Life Enhancement, Silver level; Death Explosion, Gold level; Stealth Step, Gold level; Black Tide of the Moon, Entry level. Forbidden Spell. Equipment: Black Snow Blade, Silver level; Patterned Ring, Silver level; Undead Boots, Silver level; Meteor Pendant, Silver level; Rose Armor, Silver level; Apostle of Undeath, Crown of Destruction, Gold level; Exclusive, Throne of the Slayer. Skill points: 720 free points, 180 experience points. Growth: each level up grants 30 skill points and free points. Opening his stats panel, Su Ming glanced at it and even he couldn't help but be dazzled. Magnificent, so magnificent. If not mentioned, no one would believe these were the attributes of a just level 30 professional. His 4 attributes were explosive, already comparable to those of professionals transitioning from 3rd to 4th level. Moreover, his skill and equipment panels far surpassed most of his high school peers. No one could surpass him unless they were like Han Ying, a top-tier 2nd generation who completed her class change years in advance. Otherwise, in front of Su Ming, even the most talented geniuses would fade into obscurity. Still lacking some skills, Su Ming frowned slightly and analyzed calmly. I need to quickly plunder exclusive skills from higher-level bosses to accelerate my leveling speed and gain massive amounts of experience points. Su Ming set a short-term goal for himself. He wondered what changes would the Godslayer class undergo after the second class change. Typically, a class change enhances the class tier or grants new innate skills. Of course, there are also some less fortunate professionals who experience no changes after their class change, not even a slight feedback in their attributes other than unlocking level restrictions with no benefits gained. Moreover, such individuals were not in the minority. But Su Ming, after all, was the only one of epic level in Zhonghai City. Presumably the transformation after the class change should be quite significant. The more skills plundered, the more mana and stamina were required. He wondered if he could gain new talents after the second class change. If only this issue could be resolved, Su Ming thought to himself. Mana in layman's terms was the blue bar. No matter how fluid the skills or how high the combat technique, without mana it was all in vain. Stamina served a similar purpose, mainly for physical classes in the world where everyone changed classes, commonly referred to as the white bar. A blue and a white, these two were more critical to a professional than life itself. The next morning, Su Ming woke up and went straight to the class change temple. After emerging from the subway station, Su Ming looked up at the towering international skyscraper in front of him. The class change temple was built on prime real estate in the city center, right next to the International Bank and various major guild headquarters. It must be said, in this era the business of class changing was indeed lucrative, with massive amounts of capital flowing in every year. Just the land alone was worth more than what an ordinary person could earn in 10,000 years. Hello, how may I assist you? As Su Ming walked into the lobby of the class change temple, a group of uniformed girls bowed and smiled at him, and one of them, a pretty black-haired girl with exquisite makeup, came over with a bright smile and said, "My lord, please have some tea." Su Ming took the steaming cup of tea from her hands and drank it in one gulp, but couldn't help smiling to himself. My lord. However, it didn't take long for Su Ming to regain his composure. This title was unique to the world of career conversions, a form of respectful address for professionals. Su Ming quickly accepted this. "I'm here to apply for my second career conversion and to pick up the conversion task," he stated straightforwardly, revealing his purpose without hesitation. "Huh?" The girl with black hair and a uniform blinked in surprise upon hearing Su Ming's words. A second conversion, at level 30, her gaze briefly flickered across the school emblem on Su Ming's chest, clearly puzzled. A high school student, a second conversion, what's going on? He just completed his initial conversion not long ago, how could he be ready for a second one already? Though taken aback, the girl quickly composed herself, nodding her head and saying, "Please follow me, the conversion hall is this way." Su Ming followed the black-haired girl through various twists and turns, until they reached another hall which was relatively empty except for a few VIP service windows. In Shanghai City there was a system similar to a knightly nobility. Once one became a professional, they could obtain as citizens' rights and enjoy a range of VIP benefits within the city. These included priority in purchasing real estate, goods, selling materials, and even in children's schooling. Above the citizen class, there were even higher levels of nobility. "Sir, please come this way," the black-haired girl said with a bow, her tone respectful. To receive your second conversion task, you need to first complete an identity verification, iris scanning, fingerprint, and facial recognition. The process is quite straightforward, and I hope you will understand. After completing the identity verification, one simply had to place their hands on the divine stone at the window, wait a moment, and then the conversion task list would appear. The difficulty levels of the conversion tasks were categorized as simple, normal, difficult, trial, terrifying, and hell, 6 levels in total, each with varying degrees of difficulty. Naturally, the feedback from the conversion also increased with the level of difficulty. The girl's voice was very gentle as she patiently explained all this to Su Ming. Okay, Su Ming nodded slightly. The process was indeed simple. He was familiar with the divine stones at each VIP window, very similar to the conversion stone used by the black-robed priestess in a previous awakening ceremony, but the stones in this hall were used for collecting tasks. However, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he looked towards the window the girl had indicated, the Advanced Citizens VIP window. Normally, professionals below level 30 could only access the basic citizen benefits through the basic windows. "Sir, here at the Shanghai City Conversion Temple we have an unwritten rule. Young talented professionals are granted higher benefits and citizen status. If you successfully complete your second conversion, you will directly obtain advanced citizen status, and it won't be long before even junior nobility status is within reach," the girl explained softly, noticing the curiosity in Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming nodded slightly. Shanghai City, a small coastal city with not a large population and fewer professionals, likely offered generous benefits to retain young talented professionals, bringing fresh blood to the city. However, Su Ming had no intention of settling down in Shanghai any longer. After the college entrance examination, he planned to head to Kyoto. After all, Kyoto houses the nation's top professional institutions, providing a broader horizon for professionals and a platform for rapid growth for Su Ming. Beep, iris verification passed, fingerprint recognition passed, facial recognition passed. Beep, welcome to Shanghai City First High School student Su Ming. As he approached the advanced VIP window, Su Ming quickly completed all the required identifications. The cold mechanical female voice activated, and all of Su Ming's details appeared thoroughly on an LED screen. Epic level profession, level up to 30 in less than a week. My goodness. The black-haired girl in uniform stared at the data that appeared on the screen along with a portion of Su Ming's attribute bar, completely stunned. It wasn't just her. The entire hall, previously dotted with a few high-level professionals, was equally dumbfounded, all turning their gazes toward Su Ming with eyes filled with unbelievable shock. So young, and not only talented but leveling up so quickly, this was no longer describable as mere genius, he was practically a little monster. Since when did Shanghai City have such a figure? Place your hands on the divine stone. After a long silence, the uniformed girl with black hair widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and then cautiously reminded Su Ming. Buzzing, Su Ming complied. Second transformation task, Undead Bone Dragon proof. Task difficulty, Hell level, Professional, Su Ming, Epic level Slayer God. Task description, head to the Shallow Bay, kill the ultimate boss monster, the Undead Bone Dragon, and obtain the Undead Bone Dragon proof. The more undead bone dragons killed, the more rewards received after the job change, including but not limited to professional rank advancement, exclusive skills, exclusive talents, exclusive equipment and other items. Time limit, 7 days. Note, killing other ultimate boss monsters in the Shallow Bay dungeon will also yield job change proofs, which will determine the direction of the second job change based on the number and quality of the proofs and can be accumulated multiple times. Soon, a taskbar visible only to Su Ming himself appeared before his eyes. Hell level? The moment he saw the task difficulty, Summing was utterly dumbfounded. Hell level, again in Shallow Bay? Summing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, a level 60 undead bone dragon boss only appears in the deepest part of the Shallow Bay dungeon. Many Classa guilds struggle to find it, let alone kill this ultimate boss monster alone. This damn thing is hell level, probably because there are only 6 levels of task difficulty in total. It must be said this second transformation task was indeed beyond the norm. First off, the undead bone dragon boss as the ultimate hybrid monster in the Silver Dungeon is quite troublesome to locate. Top-tier large guilds like the Kanghan Guild and Eternal Guild have tried countless times to capture an undead bone dragon as a mount, but all have returned empty-handed. Not long ago, the popular goddess Han Ing led a group of high-level professionals to Shallow Bay, likely also for the dragon mount. This goes to show just how difficult it is to slay an undead bone dragon. Secondly, in the world of universal job transfers, every dragon boss possesses incredibly powerful lineage, terrifying attributes in all 4 dimensions, and brutal exclusive skills. At the same level, almost no professional can easily confront them one-on-one. Most of the time, the result is death, but that's not even the most important part. To kill an undead bone dragon or to tame it as a mount, one must not only confront the undead bone dragon itself but also first eliminate a massive number of hybrid monsters to reach the dragon's lair, also known as the dragon nest. Surrounded by numerous high-level dungeon bosses, even a third-tier level 60 elite professional would find it rather challenging, let alone a mere level 30 young professional. It's somewhat headache-inducing. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. He really hadn't expected his luck to be so good. Mr. Su, how is it? Did you manage to get the second-tier mission? Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, the black-haired uniformed girl standing next to him leaned in and asked with a light smile. Got it. Su Ming took a deep breath and responded. Seeing a strange expression on Su Ming's face, the uniformed girl asked again, is it a difficult level? Pretty much. No worries. The uniformed girl smiled like a breath of spring, comforting him. Mr. Su, you are the only epic level professional in Zhanghai City. Even if it's difficult, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Su Ming didn't respond, remaining silent. It's still a bit troublesome, I'm not joking. However, Su Ming didn't explain further and turned to walk out of the job transfer hall, saying to the uniformed girl, see you next time, I'm leaving now. Please wait a moment, a voice called out to Su Ming. Then a petite girl with delicate features and dressed in white stockings appeared in the hall, walking towards Su Ming and the others. Manager Su. The black-haired uniformed girl looked at the white stocking lowly in front of her, her eyes suddenly brightening as she quickly nodded. Yes, you go ahead, I'll take care of Mr. Su. The white stocking lowly waved her hand, signaling the uniformed girl to leave. Okay. The meticulously made-up girl nodded her head like a pecking chicken and hurriedly left the hall to continue her work. Hello Mr. Su, my name is Su Shi, and I'm the manager of the Zhanghai City Job Transfer Temple. The white stocking girl looked up at Su Ming. Su Shi. Su Ming paused, the name sounded very familiar. Su Shi was extremely popular in Zhanghai City, even more so than the popular goddess Han Ing. Besides being the manager of the Job Transfer Temple, her level was also quite impressive, reaching the 200 level segment, a true professional god. Moreover, Su Shi's beauty and figure were also hailed as the Otaku Goddess by the vast male professional community, a title distinct from the likes of the Black Silk Priestess Lu Mei, the cold school beauty Su Qingya, and the noble young mistress Han Ing. As Su Shi truly had a youthful, in a world swirling with potential and peril, the charming lowly with an exaggeratedly curvy figure indeed stood out. Su Ming squinted slightly as he gazed down at Su Shi, whose voluptuousness made his heart skip a beat. The internet did not lie, here stood a goddess adored by homebodies, truly well endowed. Mr. Su, we are actually related, aren't we? Su Shi greeted him warmly. Is there something you need? Su Ming inquired. Su Shi, with a radiant smile complemented by her beautiful face and near-perfect figure, which made her hard to refuse, offered. Here is a national black card for the Transference Temple and a high-ranking citizen badge. I hope you can accept them. Su Ming paused, then asked again, this is? With a light laugh, Su Shi looked directly into Su Ming's eyes. No hidden meanings. Having you here at the Zhanghai City Transference Temple is an honor for our branch. I just wanted to get acquainted. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Perhaps we could be friends? She proposed straightforwardly. Su Ming was initially taken aback but soon regained his composure, replying with a light smile, all right. He then accepted the black card and badge. He understood Su Shi's intentions clearly. It was an invitation to connect and perhaps even an attempt to curry favor. If Su Ming's awakening of an epic class during his transference ceremony was enough to earn the admiration of a powerhouse like Su Shi, who was at level 200, then his rapid rise to level 30 in just a few days certainly made him a person of interest to the influential figures in the city. It wasn't just interest, it was astonishment. In this world, geniuses were not rare. In places like the genius classes of Kyoto, most professionals were of epic class or higher. However, the higher the class, the slower the leveling. Typically, they required 10 times or even more experience points to level up compared to ordinary professionals. This meant that many geniuses failed early, unable to grow into top-tier gods. Even though these talented professionals were protected by powerful patrons and had access to considerable resources, the reality was that their survival rate was miserably low due to the challenging leveling process and the constant threat of career hunters. Being high-class didn't guarantee becoming a top god, survival was what marked the strong. But Su Ming was different. His leveling speed was incredibly fast, achieving in days what took others years to reach. Such a level of progress marked him as a future top-tier figure in the societal pyramid worthy of forming alliances with. This was why Su Shi, a level 200 boss herself, was so courteous and polite to Su Ming. Holding the position of manager at the Transference Temple, she was well versed in the ways of the world. In her eyes, the future Su Ming was destined to surpass her current standing. If we can win over such a genius, what harm is there in paying a small price? If it's convenient, add me on WeChat, Su Shi said again. Okay, Su Ming nodded, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. I have to go now, I have some other things to take care of, Su Ming said directly. See you next time. Su Ming waved his hand and left the transfer temple. Su Shi, however, kept her gaze on Su Ming's retreating figure for a long time without moving away. A glint of admiration flashed in her eyes, and after a moment of silence she murmured softly, "What a handsome young man, his aura is so outstanding and his mind far beyond his peers." A faint blush appeared on Su Shi's cheeks and she shivered slightly. She had seen many high-level professionals from level 100 to over 300. However, most were older, greasy men with a very clear attitude towards her. They lusted after Su Shi's body. But this time, Su Shi was caught off guard. Su Ming's gaze was too upright, devoid of any impure thoughts. This younger brother is really interesting. I just wonder if he can grow into a true great figure. With that thought, Su Shi also withdrew her gaze and left the transfer hall. On the other side, Su Ming arrived at the Starshine restaurant in the center of Shanghai City. The Starshine restaurant is quite famous in Shanghai for its fresh ingredients, top-notch service, and prime location in the heart of the city center. The rent is frighteningly expensive. Of course, the most important aspect is the head chef here, who is a gourmet of the golden rank, a very rare profession. As a lifestyle profession, the transition rate to become a gourmet is not high. Not even 1 in 10,000 support roles might achieve it. Yet, Starshine Restaurant had managed to recruit this 1 in 10,000 talent, who had been the head chef for over a decade. "Hello, professional sir, may I recommend some of our new dishes?" A waitress in a miniskirt and knee-high black stockings, dressed as a maid, asked with a charming smile as she guided Su Ming to a window seat. She smiled gently and said, "Our latest dishes are very tasty," with a 99.7% approval rating. Additionally, consuming them can enhance your four-dimensional attributes to a certain extent. The maid dressed waitress gently bent down, kneeling beside Su Ming's feet, and looked up at him with bright, seductive eyes, continuing, "We recently hired a level 76 alchemist and a level 68 fire mage. They meticulously prepare the dishes throughout the process, so the food will have special effects." Alchemist, fire mage. Su Ming was slightly taken aback. Goodness, no wonder it's Starshine Restaurant. Such high-level professionals are hard to recruit even for an A-grade guild, yet a restaurant managed to do it. The waitress continued, "Their culinary skills, enhanced by the alchemist's concoctions and the fire mage's fire-based skills, make the new dishes truly delicious and beneficial." "Alright, I'll go with your recommendation," Su Ming said with a light smile. Without asking about the price, he instructed the young maid to place the order. "Alright." The waitress's eyes lit up with surprise, her body leaning forward slightly, showcasing her exaggerated figure in full view before summing. Regarding the new menu items, there are 3 types of meal sets available. The deluxe set for 66,000, the premium set for 88,000, and the emperor set for 128800. Which one would you like to choose? The young maid's eyes brimmed with anticipation, her lips slightly parted as she lightly bit her red lip, looking irresistibly charming. Su Ming coughed softly. "Why does this sound so familiar? You really know how to set prices." If one didn't know any better, they might think they've stepped into a spa scam. However, dishes that can enhance four-dimensional attributes understandably come at a higher price. After all, gems like strength gems and constitution gems typically go for 70 to 80,000 each in the market. And if it's an epic level gem, the price is even steeper. The emperor said. Summing said indifferently. He was somewhat of a rich man now. His school had awarded him a scholarship of 2 million each, and he had managed to extort a good amount from the rich second generation Himang. All things considered, Summing had at least 20 to 30 million in cash on hand. Splurging on a meal was no big deal. All right, I'll arrange that for you. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing Summing's order for the emperor set, the maid dressed as a little sister perked up, quickly stood up, and gave Summing a seductive look, her eyes almost melting. Then, with a twist of her waist, she sauntered off toward the kitchen. No help for it. With a meal priced over 100,000, the maid's commission was naturally substantial, so her service to Summing was extra enthusiastic. Interesting, Summing thought, watching the young maid's retreating figure. He shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Maybe I'll open a restaurant myself someday. While waiting for his meal, Summing also took out the black card and the exquisite badge that Su Shi had just given him. He was quite familiar with these items. They were also detailed in his high school textbooks. Holding this black card, he could overdraft up to 30 million in any job change temple nationwide and enjoy priority rights. Buying properties usually came with a discount. Other places, including major auction houses, also offered VIP-level services. The benefits were numerous, detailed in over 1,000 clauses. As for the badge, this means that Su Ming possesses a high-level citizen status. Besides being a high-level VIP, this badge itself is also quite a fine item, usable as an alchemy material. At the very least, it could be refined into something equivalent to top-tier silver equipment. Of course, basically no professional would do such a thing. Taking out his phone, Su Ming authenticated his ID on the official forum of Zhenghai City using his newly obtained high-level VIP citizen status and logged in. Su Ming checked the current situation of the major guilds within the city. The Radiant Guild, B. Journey Guild, B. Eternal Guild, A. Song Soul Guild, A+, Rose Guild Branch, These guilds are the top guilds in Zhenghai City, each possessing their own auction houses and exchanges. It seems, Eternal and Song Soul can be ruled out. Su Ming looked at the guild list and decisively made a decision to deal with the Eternal Guild with their known behavior, and Song Soul isn't any better. Forget it, let's eat first. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming turned off his phone. He had a lot of monster materials and rare items in his hands, especially the bones of the necromancer's apostle, which were of premium quality. How could he not find an exchange? Even if he took them to the black market, he could sell them for a lot. Sir, your emperor's meal is ready. Soon, a gracefully moving, scantily clad maid approached, carrying a tray full of fragrant dishes. Following her were a row of maids, each with impeccable looks and figures, also carrying clean white porcelain plates with exquisite dishes on them. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The leading maid bowed slightly, casting a seductive glance at Su Ming. You may leave now. Su Ming waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Better fill my stomach first. The taste is not bad. Picking up a piece of unidentified hybrid demon meat, Su Ming took a bite and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart. The meat was very fresh. One bite and it burst with juice. Ding, congratulations, your strength attribute has increased by 0.02 points. Ding, congratulations, your strength attribute has increased by 0.07 points. The cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Su Ming felt quite comfortable. I should come to this restaurant often. It's not just because I'm craving the maids' bodies, but because it's really delicious and it can even enhance my attributes. However, while Su Ming was enjoying his meal, a striking figure nearby caught his attention. An acquaintance, black stockings, high heels, backless dress, exquisite robe, dewy skin, a whole surging wave, bright and shiny, black stocking priestess. Su Ming's eyes suddenly brightened and he paused his swallowing. Could this be a chance encounter? Handsome young man? At the same moment, Su Ming noticed the black stocking priestess. Lu Mei also spotted him, her eyes lighting up. She swaggered over, boldly staring at Su Ming giggled softly, and then said quietly, "Why are you eating alone? Not on a date with your girlfriend?" Lu Mei took the opportunity to sit next to Su Ming, flirtatiously flipping her pale golden wavy long hair and tilting her head to look closely at Su Ming. Her delicate makeup, long eyelashes, and chestnut-colored beautiful eyes made even Su Ming's heart tighten slightly. The maid waitresses of Xingyao restaurant, both in terms of figure and looks, were top-notch. But compared to someone like Lu Mei, a worldly glamorous beauty, they simply paled in comparison. In terms of aura, the maids seemed dim. Where did I get a girlfriend from? Su Ming answered with a faint smile as if that was a response in itself. Lu Mei naturally picked up the chopstick Su Ming had placed on the dining table, grabbed a piece of meat and gently bit into it, her pearly teeth against her red lips making a soft sound as the juice from the meat sizzled. She licked the corner of her mouth lightly, her small tongue flicking in a manner reminiscent of the fabled seductive snake woman boss from the legends. Indescribably charming, so handsome and yet no girlfriend, could it be? Lu Mei eyed Su Ming with a sly look, giggling coquettishly. Can't a little brother do? Su Ming coughed softly twice at her remark. This woman, she doesn't seem like good news. Nonetheless, Su Ming boldly met her gaze, leaned slightly forward and said in a deep voice, how would big sister know? Shouldn't we give it a try? He paused, leaning in close enough to catch the faint scent of her perfume. For a moment Lu Mei was taken aback, instinctively pulling back. Little Sea King, a playboy, she muttered under her breath, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Did big sister come here to eat alone? Su Ming deftly changed the subject. No. Lu Mei shook her head with a light smile. I own this place. What? Su Ming was taken aback. The lady boss? Go on. Lu Mei's eyes were sultry as she playfully slapped Su Ming's head. Where did I get a boyfriend from? I'm the boss, alright. You own Starshine Restaurant. Su Ming coughed lightly. Yes, Lu Mei responded, her allure undeniable. Big sister, I don't want to try anymore, Su Ming declared decisively without a hint of hesitation. Lu Mei threw him a coquettish look and suddenly leaned in close, her breath fragrant as she teased, Little Sea King. Su Ming's heart tightened once again. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a divine choice. The current scenario. Ambiguous moments with the Silk Stocking Priestess. Option 1. Silk Stocking Priestess. Lu Mei, a member of an S-tier guild with an impressive background. Confess your deep feelings, surrender to this wealthy woman and receive a silver-level piece of equipment. Option 2. Propose to sell monster materials to the Silk Stocking Priestess and ask her out on a date. After all, such ambiguous matters should be approached slowly. Reward: a gold-level skill book. Option 3. Women? They only slow down the speed of drawing. A sword. Decisively turn and leave. Refuse to engage with Lu Mei. Be a true man of steel. Reward: the title True Man. Su Ming was stunned. To trigger such a scenario, ambiguity with the Silk Stocking Priestess, pure yet ambiguous, quite interesting. As always, Su Ming's choice was firm, confessing deep feelings, clinging to a wealthy woman. Those were just words from Su Ming, not to be taken seriously. After all, his talents and growth rate could already outmatch most of the country's young professionals. Why hang himself on a single tree? And a true man? No need for that. It's not like he's a eunuch. Since he's here, he might as well push forward. In his previous life, Su Ming was particularly disdainful of those monk fiction novels, so many beauties and the protagonist wouldn't even spare them a glance. Why bother? His main goal was to have fun. Lu Mei's background as an S-rank guild member. From the divine selection, Su Ming sensed something amiss. It seemed this dark stocking priestess from Kyoto was no ordinary person. Not only was her beauty and stature top-notch, but her background was terrifyingly strong. He needed to get to know her better. The more ladies, the more paths forward. Thinking this, Su Ming didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. Sister Lu Mei, I want to ask you something. Lu Mei paused, then smiled slyly. Go ahead, let's hear it. Do you deal in buying monster materials? Su Ming asked decisively. Monster materials? Sure, what rank are they? Su Ming paused for a moment, then continued, from black iron to gold rank, and not just monster materials. I also have a plethora of skill books and equipment, gold rank, in large quantities. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Mei became visibly unsettled, her expression one of confusion. Did you bring them? Su Ming nodded. Follow me. Saying this, Lu Mei raised her chin, signaling Su Ming to follow her. They soon entered a nicely decorated private room. No one's here, handsome, let's see what you've got. Lu Mei sat down on a chair with a lazy look towards Su Ming. Clang! Su Ming neatly pulled out an item, a gold-rank staff. The apostle's staff equipment burst from the undead apostle, then another clang, and Su Ming pulled out a tattered black robe, the death robe, also of gold rank. Both items were quite worn but were indeed of genuine gold rank. Following that, silver rank rings, silver rank daggers, silver rank skill books. Su Ming took out countless pieces of loot obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon, all rare and fine items, most of which he couldn't use now. And the monster materials were even more numerous, like the skeletal remains of the undead bone horse boss, which were quite valuable, no less than a worn gold piece. At the same time, Lu Mei's beautiful figure shook and a barely suppressible shock surfaced on her face. She was utterly flabbergasted. The private room was filled with gold and silver halos, a dazzling array Lu Mei's mouth slightly agape, her jaw almost unable to close, she stared in awe at the items scattered on the floor. After a long silence, she finally looked up at Su Ming. "All these, you got them yourself? You defeated the ultimate boss undead apostle?" Lu Mei, not a low level herself at level 75, could recognize the origins of the black robe and the apostle's staff. The undead apostle boss was very popular in Zhonghai City, one of the sought-after boss monsters. Many large guilds had tried and failed to locate it. Unexpectedly, it ended up being cleared out by Su Ming, including the undead bone horse. Yes. Su Ming didn't hide the truth, just happened to see it and took them down in one go. As Su Ming's words fell, Lu Mei was shocked again, her composure nearly crumbling. A level 52 undead apostle, Lu Mei herself might not be able to handle it one-on-one, and Su Ming had only changed his profession a few days ago. What rank are we at now? Can we kill the ultimate boss of this level? For a moment, a surge of immense astonishment filled Liu Mei's heart, her bright eyes wide with shock. What level are you now? You're different from Su Qingya, priest class. Although also quite good, it lacks top-tier appraisal skills. Facing someone like Su Ming, an epic class professional, she naturally couldn't view his detailed attribute panel. Just reached level 30 and I've already gone to the Temple of Classes to receive my exclusive quest. I estimate in a few days I could rise to level 40. Su Ming said seriously. Indeed, that's the case. Because of the level restrictions, his attribute panel marked him as level 30, but another trip to the Shallow Bay dungeon, I estimate upon returning the experience gained would not be less than a few 100,000, at least 100,000. Once reclassed, the level will soar. Level 40, not a difficult task, epic class abnormal leveling speed. Lu Mei looked at Su Ming with a complex expression, bit her lip gently, and murmured softly. Could it be this Slayer class has an exclusive experience talent? Liu Mei's voice was very soft. Su Ming heard it all the same. Experience talent. This rare talent had precedent in the country too. A priest professional, not high in rank, yet upon reclassing he gained a double experience talent. Every time he killed an outdoor boss he would gain massive amounts of experience. His leveling speed was far beyond other professionals. It's a pity, it's a support class. Otherwise, once grown, he definitely would be a major figure who could shake a city with a mere stomp. Handsome brother. Lu Mei took a deep breath, her gaze on Su Ming once again, but this time her tone was no longer languid and enchanting but rather solemn. It seems when I conducted the awakening ceremony for you the other day I was negligent. Perhaps your professional rank is not just epic, it's very likely latent legendary. Legendary? Su Ming frowned. Legendary class? Comparable to the nation's top magus, the old man known as the Golden Legend. Many professionals, although showing their professional rank at the initial ceremony, possess extremely rare top-tier talents. In a sense, their professional rank needs to be elevated one more level from the original basis, Lu Mei said gravely. In other words, with your Slayer class and such abnormal leveling speed, you could directly be sent to the Genius class in Kyoto. Even those S-tier and SS-tier guilds in Kyoto might go crazy trying to recruit you at any cost. With that said, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes. Legendary, top-notch talent. Are these really that important? Even the top guilds with dual S rankings go crazy recruiting. However, Su Ming knew well that he didn't possess any unique talent. It was just that his damage output was exceptionally high. When the throne of the slaughter god appeared with a snap, even bosses dozens of levels higher couldn't withstand it. Still, after thinking it over, Su Ming didn't point this out, it seems. That so-called double experience talent and the plundering talent compared to the throne of the slaughter god were way too weak, if judged by the rules of the all-profession world. His potential now should far exceed the legendary level. Demigod level, Su Ming thought silently to himself, yet remained quiet. Meanwhile, Lu Mei continued, I'll talk to some friends in Kyoto about your situation. It's quite rare. Staying in Zhonghai City is too stifling for you. Lu Mei shared her thoughts and then paused, before continuing, these items are top-grade alchemical materials and those two slightly worn golden equipments are worth no less than perfect gold. After all, they were dropped by the ultimate boss, the undead apostle, in Kyoto. Several of my alchemist friends are keenly buying them up. Lu Mei looked into Su Ming's eyes, explaining sincerely, if you trust me, I can send them the detailed attributes of these items for review and it shouldn't be long before they're all sold. During this time you can go complete your second-class tasks. She then picked up a cup of clear tea from the table, brought it close to her lips and took a gentle sip, trying to calm her emotions. A talent like Su Ming was truly a little monster. Even Lu Mei, who was well experienced, was taken aback for a moment. Alright, Summing nodded slightly smiling. Then I'll trouble you, sister. Summing had a good impression of Lume. It was only their second meeting and yet she was so helpful, surely a friend worth making, moreover a wealthy beautiful woman in black silk, definitely appealing. No worries, Lume waved her hand, no need for thanks, just give me a kiss and we're even. Summing raised his eyebrows, amused by her playful suggestion. However, he sidestepped the topic, leaning back instead of moving closer. A kiss? How tempting. Such an act for a gentleman like Summing was naturally not something he'd refuse. But then, the god-level plot had already been triggered. A golden skill book. What if, after a kiss, it disappeared with a snap? That would really be unfortunate. After a moment's consideration, Summing chose the latter option, softly saying, next time for sure. There's a new Bay restaurant in the city center, next Friday. Do you have time, sister? Liu Mei's eyes twinkled. Yes, are you asking me out on a date? I'm definitely free for that. With her confirmation, Summing's eyes brightened and he nodded. Great, then it's a date. I'll treat you next week. It's also to thank you for helping me deal with the monster materials. Agreed. Liu Mei smiled as if bathed in spring breeze. At that moment, Summing also breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully made your choice and the reward has been issued. As Liu Mei agreed to the date, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. A golden level skill book acquired. Name, Elemental Arrows. Active skill, grade, golden. Attributes, able to condense arrows from all elements, each hit inflicting a minimum of 1200% of mental attribute and spell damage plus an additional physical critical hit of strength attribute x10 x 200%. When a certain number of elemental arrows are stacked, it will cause secondary spell burst damage. Description: a top-tier golden skill, a boss-tier ability. This skill allows the release of elemental arrows that counter specific boss attributes. When light elemental arrows and dark elemental arrows are released simultaneously, unexpected effects will occur. Su Ming was stunned. Elemental arrows, capable of releasing damage from all elemental types at once. His heart skipped a beat as he swallowed hard. 12 times the spell damage, plus an extra double physical critical hit. And after stacking the elemental arrows, they could even produce a secondary spell burst. Moreover, could different types of elemental arrows merge and release, creating new effects. Su Ming took a sharp intake of breath, truly not expecting the god-tier choice reward he had triggered to be this powerful. This was beyond exceptional. It was a ceiling-level archer-exclusive boss skill. Unfortunately, I am not of the archer class, Su Ming thought to himself. If this skill book were to be revealed, even if dropped in a place like Kyoto, it would likely cause all the city's high-level professionals to desperately compete for it. After all, a skill book exclusive to the archer class that includes one type of elemental damage is already against the heavens. And this skill, all elements, terrifying damage bonuses, how could it not make archers green with envy? A system product, truly a masterpiece. Su Ming smiled faintly, his mood quite pleasant. Without any hesitation, he immediately learned the elemental arrow skill. At the same time, Liu Mei also widened her puzzled eyes, her beautiful pupils flickering slightly as she gazed into Su Ming's eyes. With a charming smile, she said, "What's up, handsome younger brother? What's making you so happy?" Su Ming snapped back to reality, turned his head towards Liu Mei, and couldn't help but smile. His already sunny and handsome demeanor now seemed even more like a breath of fresh spring air filled with youthful vigor. "How could I not be happy about a date with you, sister?" Su Ming's eyes shone brightly as he looked straight at Liu Mei. This look made the outwardly charming and seductive priestess in black silk a bit flustered, and she bashfully lowered her head a bit, shifting her gaze away. I almost forgot, my emperor's set meal worth 120,000 points might have gone cold." Su Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't finished his meal and abruptly stood up, heading out of the private room. "Brother, don't rush," Liu Mei called out to him. "I'll have someone make you a fresh batch." Eating cold food often can lead to kidney deficiency. Su Ming squinted slightly. "Sister, I don't want to try anymore. I'm not joking." Soon after, a waitress dressed in a skimpy maid outfit along with a bevy of beautiful young ladies came over carrying the expensive white porcelain plates again. However, this time, the dishes were not new but filled the table, clearly much more expensive than the emperor's set. "Try our signature dish," Liu Mei said, stretching out her slender fair hand to pick up a piece of meat, gently placing it by the corner of Su Ming's mouth. This gesture sent a wave of warmth through Su Ming's heart. However, he subtly took a deep breath, trying his best to remain calm. He mustn't be swayed by emotions. Liu Mei clearly knew how to play the game. Su Ming couldn't become just another fish in her pond. After the meal, Su Ming directly took a cab back to his rental apartment, not engaging further with Lu Mei. Flirtations should not be rushed, touch upon them lightly, otherwise one only binds oneself. However, according to Su Ming's years of experience as a player, Lu Mei didn't seem as seductive as she appeared. Inside, she was more like a little girl, tough on the outside but tender within. Thinking about it, it made sense. Being able to join an S-Class guild and acting as the behind-the-scenes owner of Starshine Restaurant, she naturally had her own means. Without a deep understanding of human nature, how could she last in her position? Quite interesting. Su Ming smiled lightly, feeling a different kind of sensation in his heart. He opened the M Group takeaway app and ordered some items to his home. By the time he arrived, the goods would be delivered. Shallow Bay instance entry tickets, life potions, recovery potions, magic potions, sanity potions. These were some commonly used items, not too expensive, and of course, the quality wasn't as good as those found in exchanges and auction houses. Logging into the Shanghai City official professional forum again, after verifying his ID, Su Ming searched for posts about the ultimate boss of the Shallow Bay instance. Well, although Su Ming was familiar with Shallow Bay, he had never encountered even one of those ultimate bosses, not even in textbooks. This time his goal was not to level up in the instance, but to truly solo the undead bone dragon boss. Without understanding more, it would be easy to fail. The undead bone dragon boss, immune to some undead and dark damage, light-based skills could counter undead creatures. Su Ming found some useful posts, his eyes shining slightly. In the instance, there was not just one undead bone dragon. In the depths of Shallow Bay there might even be an undiscovered dragon tomb? Su Ming frowned slightly. In a way, undead creatures were bosses that had died and become undead due to certain factors, half dead, half alive, and the dragon tomb could be understood as the lair of the undead bone dragons. The terrifying dragon bosses, even after transforming into undead bone dragons, their draconic lineage would not dissipate. Their attack power might be reduced, but their defense could greatly increase. Each bone was a hard, heavy shield, which could be used to craft fine equipment. Su Ming took a deep breath of the stale air. The skeletal dragon before him was formidable indeed. Not only did it possess the lineage of dragons, but its defenses had also transformed dramatically after becoming an undead creature. How many times stronger, one could scarcely imagine. Furthermore, its attacks now dealt necrotic damage. Under these circumstances, a dragon in death might not necessarily be weaker than in life. This was why, among equals, hardly any adventurer could boast of soloing a skeletal dragon boss. Yet here was Su Ming, just having reached the second tier, venturing alone into the deepest parts of the dungeon to slay a bone dragon and secure a promotion certificate, hell level. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard again, sighing softly. It must be at the highest difficulty of hell level, otherwise who knows what strength this promotion quest might be. When I get back home, the delivery from M Group also just arrived. It had to be said, M Group's efficiency was indeed very high. Su Ming opened the package to check: an advanced entry ticket, a medium life potion, a recovery potion, all of good quality, especially the entry ticket. It was much better than the one he had bought from the black market merchant last time, and more cost-effective too. Name: Dungeon Entry Ticket. Grade: Advanced Attributes. Use this ticket to teleport to a specified location within the Shallow Bay Dungeon. Silver level, Misty Forest. Description: this ticket only limits the large area Misty Forest and does not guarantee the safety of the destination. If you appear in a boss area, do not act recklessly. Please take urgent precautions and use a teleportation scroll to return to the city. Use identification magic. Su Ming glanced at the attributes of this advanced entry ticket. It could teleport him directly to the depths of the Misty Forest, bypassing the coastal reefs of Shallow Bay. If he really ended up in the boss area, that would be ideal. He wouldn't have to search for the undead dragon boss. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled deeply. He packed all the items and stored them in the system space. Su Ming then took out all the items he had obtained in Shallow Bay last time, filling up the entire rental house so much that there was no place to step. And if it weren't for a silver level ring among his trophies that could be used to store items, these goods would probably not fit in 10 rooms. After all, the massive amount of monster materials could pile up into a small mountain. Next time I'll buy some scrolls for storing items or some rare equipment from Lu Mei. Su Ming mused thoughtfully, but it's also time to buy some real estate. He looked around the room. His recent rental, which was only about 40 to 50 square meters and quite ordinary, having extorted tens of millions from Himeng, Su Ming could definitely afford a better place. He wasn't planning on renting anymore. Instead, he wanted to buy a villa in Platinum Bay. Su Ming's gaze sharpened slightly as He looked towards the edge of Zhonghai City, this small coastal town nestled in a corner of the deep sea. Platinum Bay was once akin to the Shallow Bay replica, inhabited by numerous hybrid monsters. Decades ago, it was also a silver-level replica, but later countless high-level professionals and leading guilds from Zhonghai City stepped in to clear out the hybrid monsters of Platinum Bay. It became the city's affluent area. Every villa there was priceless, expensive, private and luxurious. Owning such a villa meant entering the power echelons of Zhonghai City. Su Ming thought to himself that if he could kill a skeletal dragon in Shallow Bay, the money from the auction could buy several Platinum Bay villas. He scheduled the purchase of the villa. After a hot shower, Su Ming rested briefly, sleeping for about 2 to 3 hours. He booked a private car on the app and once again traveled to the entrance of the Shallow Bay replica. His mindset had fundamentally changed. He was no longer as nervous as the first time. Instead, he felt more composed, even though he was about to face the ultimate boss of the replica, the skeletal dragon. There might even be skeleton knights and the hybrid demon Icetail Scorpion, all terrifying level 60 bosses. However, with his high-level equipment and the newly acquired golden boss skill Elemental Arrows, the chances of anything going wrong were not high. Even if there were real danger, he could just leave the replica and return next. Time to obtain the job transfer certificate. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the Shallow Bay replica entrance ticket. You are now in the silver level replica. Shallow Bay, current location, Misty Forest, Necropolis Altar. A cold notification sound rang out. Su Ming was slightly startled by the teleportation location inside the replica. It was the Necropolis Altar. Wasn't this the core area of Misty Forest where the skeletal dragon resided? Su Ming couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't expected to be teleported here, even if he was mentally prepared, but there was no need to pop directly into the boss's lair. He was truly fierce. At the same time, at Shallow Bay Reef Shore, Su Qingya and a dozen students from Yizhong School, faced with the scene before them, were all dumbfounded without exception. From the moment they entered the replica, they sensed that something was amiss, and now they were utterly shocked. The reef shore of Shallow Bay, as described in textbooks, was supposed to be scenic, inhabited by low-level boss black armor lizards and numerous level 7 to 8 birds and hybrid monsters. However, as they explored along the golden coastline, they didn't see a single monster. The coast was in disarray, huge reefs had been blasted into fragments, the ground was pitted everywhere, and even the trees at the edge of the forest had collapsed, turning into ruins. It was as if some terrifying hybrid demon had emerged in the safe zone of the bay, unleashing reckless slaughter. It cleared out all the low-level bosses out of instinct. The surviving minions all hid away. Just what kind of fearsome boss could scare these low-level monsters into hiding? Look quickly, there are still flickers of firelight in these deep pits. Could it be a fireball spell? That's not right. Fireball spells shouldn't be this terrifying here. At least hundreds of black armored lizards have died. A wave that kills hundreds of bosses. Could it be a high-level professional from a major guild? Which deity would come to the reef shore? Most who come here are novices just after changing their jobs. Senior Qingya, perhaps we should leave? In the team, these freshly transitioned students couldn't help but feel a little frightened and uneasy, whispering among themselves. In their view, the traces left by those skills, the huge pits, were all caused by Su Ming. However, it was not a skill but the throne of the slaughter god. Here Su Ming summoned the throne of the slaughter god, smashing a silver-tier boss monster, the Earth Violent Bear. The damage it caused was comparable to the full-strength strike of a level 45 or 50 professional, or even more powerful. Su Ming, in the team, Su Qingya's eyes glazed over as she stared at the scene before her, falling into a long silence. In her mind the image of Su Ming emerged. Su Qingya was mentally disturbed, deeply inhaling a breath of turbid air, her eyes revealing intense shock and fear. How could this be? Could he really be from a top-tier guild? Su Qingya felt her legs weaken. Her delicate features, usually cold, were slightly moved. Meanwhile, in the center of the misty forest, near the altar of the undead, the people from Kanghan Guild like Han Ing were equally dumbfounded. The altar of the undead? This isn't good. The information was wrong. In the silver-level copy of the Shallow Bay, so many undead bone dragon bosses were lurking. Within the hunting team, Han Ing, clad in splendid soft armor and holding an exquisite staff, widened her shocked, beautiful eyes, disbelievingly looking forward. Level 60 undead bone dragon bosses, known as the bulldozers of professionals. Even gods of the same level would tremble with fear. Beside Han Ing, the broad-shouldered and stout heavy tank knight was also shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "And now, before us, there appeared 4 The heavy tank knight hadn't finished speaking when another level 50 professional spoke up. It was that shifty-eyed assassin. At that moment he merely glanced at the sky before hurriedly averting his gaze, his hands trembling slightly as they clutched two silver curved daggers. The assassin tentatively looked at Han Ying and cautiously spoke, "Miss Han, facing 4 undead bone dragons, even a level 100 powerhouse could fall here. Should we, perhaps, leave the dungeon quickly?" To be honest, the professionals Han Ying had brought with her were all from the Kanghun Guild. They were among the guild's members with exceptional combat experience and high levels, usually part of the team entering gold-level dungeons. Their mission was simple, primarily to protect Han Ying, and secondarily, if possible, to slay an undead bone dragon boss. If they weren't strong enough, at least they could gather more data on the boss monster for the guild, facilitating their next move. However, Han Ying's personality was quite stubborn. "Leave? Why should we leave? I stated before we came that our goal was to defeat the ultimate boss monster, tame the undead bone dragons, and find the Ice-Tail Scorpion." The Ice by Scorpion in the Winter Dungeon is an epic pure-blood magical breed. Whoever manages to secure the Ice-Tail Scorpion boss could elevate to a true S-level guild. "At this moment you ask me to give up this opportunity?" Han Ying took a deep breath, the panic in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by the determination inherited from her father. As the beloved daughter of the Kanghun Guild's leader, Han Ying's courage far surpassed that of the hunting team members. Besides, danger and opportunity coexist. Should all 4 undead bone dragon bosses be slain, the spoils alone could sustain an A-level guild for half a year. Moreover, the Ice-Tail Scorpion hadn't been found yet. Behind this hybrid magical breed lies the legendary pureblood Ice by Scorpion. Exaggeration aside, the benefits brought by an epic Ice by Scorpion could propel the Kanghun Guild to become the #1 guild in Zhonghai City, even in Jiangnan Province, standing shoulder to shoulder with the top guilds in the capital. A real S-level. To ask Han Ying to give up now? Impossible. Attack. Han Ying took several deep breaths to stabilize her emotions as much as possible and calm down. Then she looked at everyone and said, "You are all the finest members of the Kanghun Guild. I believe that we can definitely kill one of the undead bone dragons if we give it our all. Whoever can capture an undead bone dragon boss as a mount, I will personally request Chairman Han to appoint him as the new core director of the Kanghun Guild. The annual salary will be at least 20 million. As Han Ying's words fell, the eyes of every member of the hunting team lit up. 20 million annual salary, core department director. This was too enticing. Suddenly all the professionals were energized, looking up at the undead bone dragon bosses in the sky, no longer with fear but with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Meanwhile elsewhere, Su Ming was also stunned. Name: Undead Bone Dragon Alpha. Dark Gold level boss. Tier: Dark Gold level, LV.67. Health: 720000. Strength: 600. Constitution: 690. Spirit: 640. Agility: 620. Skills: Undead Charge, Gold level, Death Dragon Flame, Gold level, Ring of Fire, Gold level, Dragon's Heart, Gold level. Description: the Undead Bone Dragon boss, the supreme ultimate boss in the Shallow Bay Dungeon, possesses terrifying four-dimensional attributes as an undead creature. The bloodline of noble dragons flows within the Bone Dragon, meaning that in a sense each Bone Dragon boss is completely unique, with its own set of skills and characteristics. Even in death, the dragons can still lift their heads and let out a dragon's roar, sweeping darkness across the world. Under Su Ming's gaze, a huge ancient dark altar appeared in the originally peaceful and tranquil forest. Hovering above this altar, under the azure sky, 4 massive creatures slowly circled, lifting their skeletal heads. These were 4 immense undead bone dragons, mountainous in size. Using an identification spell, Su Ming examined one of them, named Alpha. Its level reached 67 with extraordinary four-dimensional attributes. Each skill was above gold level. Most shockingly, Alphas form all dragon bones, shown in a brilliant golden hue, indistinguishable from gold under the sunlight. A golden dragon? Damn it! Su Ming immediately gasped, then swallowed hard. Who wrote the curriculum for this? Weren't there supposed to be only one undead bone dragon boss in the Shallow Bay Dungeon? Such a high-level ultimate boss, and there were actually 4 residing at the undead altar. Su Ming's heart raced, his eyes moved from Alpha to the other 3 undead bone dragons, also soaring majestically. All levels were above 60-inch and their four-dimensional attributes were far more terrifying than imagined. At this moment even Su Ming felt uneasy. Holding the black snow blade in his hands, they trembled slightly, the handle already soaked with sweat. Ding! You have received the Undead Altar's domain buff, minus 50 health points per second, minus 10% spell power, minus 20% health recovery. A cold notification sounded. Su Ming frowned and looked at the damaged altar covered in golden patterns. Layers of black fog spread from the center of the altar to its surroundings, continuously spreading until it completely enveloped Su Ming. Good grief, this level of buff damage! If Su Qingya and the others were here, they probably couldn't last even half a minute. Indeed, losing 50 health points per second no matter how long the health bar, one couldn't withstand such depletion. Fortunately, Su Ming possessed a top-tier silver boss skill, life enhancement, coupled with a bunch of health potions. Purchased from a takeaway platform, the Undead Altar's buff couldn't cause him too much damage. He quickly drank down 2 bottles of health potions. After consuming 3 more potions for continuous healing, Su Ming frowned again. His gaze settled on some familiar figures. Han Ing. Su Ming squinted sharply, looking towards the other side of the necromancer's altar. It wasn't just Su Ming there. Han Ing and others from the Soul Guild were also present, these senior members of the Soul Guild. Although only a dozen in number had made their presence felt. Not long ago, Su Ming had obtained an introductory level Forbidden Curse Black Tide of the Moon from Han Ing, but he hadn't expected to encounter them again so soon. Were they planning to attack the 4 undead bone dragons simultaneously? Under Su Ming's watchful eyes, Han Ing raised her staff high, and layers of golden halos emanated from it, completely enveloping all the members of the Soul Guild nearby. These professionals, level 50 and above, also gripped their weapons tightly and began desperately attacking one of the undead bone dragons. The golden skeleton of Alpha caught their attention. Were they planning to capture this ultimate boss and tame it as a mount? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he grasped Han Ying's intention. However, the professionals following Han Ing were only levels 50 to 60. Capturing Alpha, who was level 67, seemed unrealistic. Under normal circumstances, a necromancer and other level 50 guild members could potentially take down a regular undead bone dragon boss. Capturing it, the odds were slim, and now facing 4 undead bone dragons and aiming to tame the most magnificent golden dragon among them seemed a bit overly confident, but that was fine. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a thought occurring to him. He murmured softly, "Let them deplete Alpha's health first, then I'll make my move." Originally, Su Ming's goal was to slay an undead bone dragon to obtain proof and then return to Zhonghai City for his second-class transfer. However, the appearance of Han Ing and her team gave Su Ming a bold idea: steal the boss. This was a common tactic in the world of universal class transfers, also known as monster stealing. When Han Ing and her team were about to finish off or capture the creature, Su Ming would swoop in and claim the victory for himself. Such behavior was quite unscrupulous, but what did it matter? After all, the Soul Guild had once tried to steal Su Ming's equipment. Stealing a golden boss monster shouldn't upset them too much, right? At level 30 peak, using the Throne of Killing God should allow him to unleash an explosive attack equivalent to a level 60 professional's full force strike. Coupled with the introductory level Forbidden Curse Black Tide of the Moon and the Death Flame explosion technique, it seemed. Su Ming squinted his eyes, his heart surging with excitement. He could probably capture that golden undead bone dragon Alpha. Even if he couldn't capture it in the end, he could still execute it in one fell swoop. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, his excitement mounting. A level 67 ultimate boss monster. Even if he couldn't tame it as a mount, killing it would still be quite nice. The loot it would drop could probably scare someone to death. What's more, if luck is on his side, Su Ming might even score a double kill. After all, with so many high-level professionals in the Kanghun Guild, if they can have the health bars of 2 undead dragon bosses at once and then hit them with a blast from the Godslayer throne, there's a chance both bosses could drop dead. That would be a super double bonus, double the joy, a fortune made. Su Ming gripped the blade of black snow, his gaze firmly fixed on Han Ing and the movements of the Kanghun Guild members. He held his breath, fully alert. This was far more thrilling than any encounter with a dark priestess. If Su Ming really pulled this off, it might just shake the entire Zhonghai. A high school boy with a swift strike taking down the head of Zhonghai's largest guild? Imagine the shock among the city's professional giants. Even Principal Chun Chi Shan might go mad with shock, but Su Ming didn't care. What did it matter if the Kanghun Guild wanted his head, or if the whole city put a bounty on him? None of that compared to the allure of an ultimate boss. Worst case, he'd blend into a native's instance and just be a freelance professional. As long as he could level up, nothing else mattered. Minus 17,000. Minus 22,000. Minus 24,000. at the center of the undead altar in the sky above. The golden undead dragon boss named Alpha continuously showed a string of damage. Below, Han Ing and other members of the Kanghan Guild were still furiously dealing damage, a series of critical hits erupting one after another, achieving quite impressive damage effects. However, such levels of damage were mere scratches to an ultimate boss with over 700,000 health points. Alpha's health bar barely changed, just a slight decrease, level 50 professionals, and this was all they could muster. Watching this scene, Su Ming was slightly moved and softly spoke. True, normally even for a gold tier professional each level up provides only a dozen or so attribute points. Even reaching level 50, the total attribute points are around 500, averaging out to only 100 or so for spirit and strength attributes. Su Ming pondered. With such basic attributes, the attack power released is merely around 1,000 points. Even with the addition of equipment and skills, the final damage could reach 10 or 20,000, which is already quite outstanding. Indeed, in this world 10,000 damage is a remarkably high standard, one that many professionals never achieve in their lifetimes. As Su Ming analyzed, even for a gold tier war professional, the attribute gains per level are quite limited. Managing to deal 10,000 damage at level 50 certainly qualifies one as an elite, of course. In the world of magic and combat, there exists a figure like Su Ming who, without even completing his second transformation, is capable of unleashing attacks that deal tens of thousands of damage, a true monster. If he were to release the forbidden curse Black Tide Moon or summon the throne of the Slayer, the damage would skyrocket to over 100,000, a truly horrifying prospect. None of the members from the Tsang Soul Guild standing beside Han Ing could compare. With a sudden flourish, Han Ing raised her exquisite staff towards the sky, targeting Alpha, and swung it down fiercely. Her beautiful face turned serious and her lips parted slightly as she began to chant a spell. Death returns once more, life does not end, awaken undead of the abyssal world. As her spell ended, an ancient bronze gate appeared behind her. From within this gate emerged hordes of undead creatures, their bodies covered in pitch-black bones. These were the undead skeletons. Su Ming frowned slightly. Even from a distance he could immediately recognize these creatures as a common hybrid species from the abyssal instances, akin to a basic version of skeleton knights. Through continuous job changes and evolutions, these undead skeletons could transform into a variety of undead creatures, including skeleton knights, undead tyrants, lich kings, and flame-winged demons. Is this the exclusive professional skill of a necromancer? Su Ming murmured softly. While he had seen necromancers in textbooks and read detailed descriptions of their skills, witnessing the opening of the abyssal gate and the summoning of undead creatures from another world was still a shock. Countless undead skeletons clambered out of the gate, their bones as dark as ink. These creatures felt no pain, immortal unless shattered completely, otherwise they would obey the summoner's commands, relentlessly charging at their target until the moment of their destruction. The levels of these undead skeletons ranged from 7 to 15, with a few reaching the 20-level bracket. Su Ming watched the abyssal gate behind Han Ing and thought to himself, this golden level skill is indeed powerful. With one summoning, hundreds to thousands of abyssal hybrid demons appeared, though their levels were only around 10. Their sheer number was overwhelming. Such a scale of undead skeletons would terrify any professional of the same level, leaving them no courage to confront Han Ing. No wonder the professionals in Zhonghai City rumored that Han Ing was a ceiling-level genius among the younger generation. With such special abilities, even a level 63rd transformation professional would feel embarrassed and unwilling to rashly challenge her. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. As the undead skeletons emerged, the entire area around the necromantic altar subtly transformed. The amassed hybrid demons piled up, forming a dark mountain of bones that eventually reached the height of the undead bone dragon in the sky. Then, with a thunderous crash, a multitude of skeletons extended their claws and leaped towards Alpha. Over 100 undead skeletons swarmed towards Alpha, clinging fiercely onto its body. The originally golden undead bone dragon boss suddenly donned a layer of pitch-black skeletal armor. From Su Ming's perspective, the scene was strikingly impactful. At the same time, Alpha's health bar shuddered, its life points beginning to plummet rapidly. Han Ying's attack was far from over. Pale golden halos cascaded down, released from Han Ying's staff and enveloping all the undead skeletons. These halos all stemmed from a unique skill, Legion Aura. This was a type of aura that could amplify the skeleton's defense, health, and attack power, essentially acting as a buff. Under the effect of the Legion Aura, all the undead skeletons, creatures of the abyss summoned by Han Ing, became even more frenzied, like injected with adrenaline, gripping tightly and continuously gnawing at the bone pieces of the golden bone dragon. For a moment the firmament was dotted with falling fragments of bones, the scene remained immensely shocking. Clang, 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 the blades of destruction, another of Han Ying's trump cards, came into play. These blades, formed from elements, were invisible, yet each strike on the undead bone dragon produced a clear metallic clash, over and over. Even Su Ming couldn't help but frown at each impact. And Alpha's health bar? It was shaking violently, dropping by hundreds of thousands of points, visibly continuing to decline. Quite interesting, but not much, Su Ming commented objectively. It was undeniable that Han Ying's output was extremely strong, certainly outstanding among her peers. However, against Alpha the Golden Bone Dragon, a few 100,000 points of damage was indeed too little. Against a health pool close to 1,000,000, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Sure enough, under Su Ming's gaze, Alpha suddenly raised its head, its massive body beginning to shake, shaking off the undead skeletons clinging to its back one by one. Then its golden pupils brightened. The undead bone dragon boss burst into brilliant light. Its health was slowly rising. Trouble, the undead bone dragon boss had regained its health and, upon being enraged, entered a berserk state. The rogue-like assassin next to Han Ying looked startled and exclaimed loudly, "Quick, get out of here!" Upon hearing his words, the entire hunting group became somewhat panicked, a look of horror evident in everyone's eyes. "Shut up, you useless thing!" Han Ying's face was cold, and she rarely cursed like this. However, she didn't glance back at the assassin. Her gaze remained fixed on the undead bone dragon boss. Alpha. Boom! Han Ying sharply inhaled the turbid air and yanked off a golden pendant from around her swan-like neck. In an instant, she tossed it towards the heavens. What was that? Not far away, Su Ming, who had been watching Han Ying closely, also brightened his eyes slightly, discerning something significant. To dare attack 4 undead bone dragons, Han Ying must have a trump card. It seemed she was preparing to make her move in one swift action. The item was identified as the Holy Light Pendant, one-time use, an epic item capable of summoning 4 skeleton flame demons, level 60, for 30 seconds. This item was exclusive to necromancers and could not be reused or utilized in alchemy. Curious, Su Ming cast an identification spell on the Holy Light Pendant, epic level? A one-time use item. She really was willing to go all out. Su Ming was stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Han Ying to have such a trick up her sleeve. Was she planning to take out all 4 undead bone dragon bosses in one go? It was only at this moment that Su Ming somewhat understood Han Ying's intentions. Having such a top-tier pendant indeed provided a chance to gamble. Perhaps she could even tame a golden bone dragon as a mount. However, Su Ming swallowed his saliva and looked up at the 4 undead bone dragons in the sky, his heart filling with a mix of madness and fervor. Ultimately, these ultimate boss monsters would belong to him. If initially Su Ming's only target was the golden undead bone dragon boss Alpha, his mindset had now shifted. Since Han Ying had used the epic item, the Holy Light Pendant, why shouldn't he wait until all the bone dragons were heavily wounded and then unleash his forbidden curse and the throne of the Slayer God? Perhaps he could really create a miracle and kill all 4 ultimate boss monsters. What an adrenaline rush Su Ming took. Deep breaths, exhaled heavily, and his expression turned extremely excited. Skeleton flame demons level 60. Even if they couldn't kill the undead bone dragon bosses, they could certainly bring them to critical health. Waiting for the final moment, Su Ming swiftly consumed a mana potion and unleashed a series of spells: Death, Fireburst, Elemental Arrows, Great Fireball, followed by the Throne of the Slayer God. Could it be possible that he wouldn't kill at least 2 undead bone dragons? At the very least, he could achieve the first kill. Of course, Su Ming's gaze was fixed solely on the golden bone dragon Alpha. He squinted and pondered. If he could tame that golden bone dragon as a mount, that would be the best scenario. No nonsense, after all, it was a level 67 giant dragon boss of the dark gold tier with a dazzling golden hue and an impressive appearance. Such a mount would likely make even dragon knights weep with envy. If he were to ride Alpha into Zhonghai City, probably the entire city's professionals would plunge into madness, the center of attention. Moreover, Su Ming had confirmed one thing: the value of the undead bone dragon boss was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It involved a celestial-priced Holy Light Pendant which Han Ying was willing to expend just to acquire an undead bone dragon. The implications were self-evident. Could it be that slaying or taming this ultimate boss would yield unexpectedly valuable items? Su Ming frowned slightly and thought to himself, or could it be that the undead bone dragon is related to another hybrid monster, the Ice-Tail Scorpion? Su Ming was well aware of the various ultimate bosses in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Besides the undead bone dragon, the most formidable was the ice-tail scorpion. This hybrid creature's lineage originated from the winter dungeon, rumored to be the mixed-blood descendant of the ice barrel scorpion, a genuine epic creature that held a dominant position in the winter dungeon. The might of this boss was unquestionable. It was no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the ice barrel scorpion alone could easily destroy the entirety of Shanghai City. Thinking of this, Su Ming's emotions surged, tinged with a hint of nervousness, and in his sight the holy light pendant thrown by Han Ning shattered with a soft sound. A vast expanse of white mist like a tidal wave covered the entire sky dome. In just an instant it enveloped the entire undead altar. Even the 4 undead bone dragon bosses in the sky dome, their massive bodies mountainous, became somewhat indistinct under this heavy white mist. The mist spread outwards with a rustling noise. One after another, bizarre creatures waving their incomplete bony wings appeared above the heads of all the members of the Kanghun Guild, skeleton flame demons. Su Ming's pupils narrowed as he looked up at the sky, watching the 4 creatures emerge from the white mist. Like undead skeletons, their bodies were covered in heavy black bones, with a pair of huge bony wings unfolding behind them, a gentle flap of which could whip up a scorching storm. In the eyes of the skeleton flame demons, what should have been vacant and lifeless blazed with 2 flames resembling gold, burning fiercely. Carrying the lineage of the flame-winged demon known as the minor tyrant of the abyssal world, Su Ming recalled a part of the incomplete records from textbooks. These undead creatures were somewhat introduced in his high school textbooks, albeit vaguely. However, seeing them with his own eyes, Su Ming's heart still tightened slightly. Very strong indeed. Before Su Ming could react, the 4 skeleton flame demons directly pounced on the undead bone dragon bosses in the sky dome. One-on-one, they did not fall into a disadvantage. Indeed, these skeleton flame demons can only be summoned for a brief half-minute before they must return to the abyssal world. Such a fleeting moment. To think of directly slaying the undead bone dragon seems somewhat unrealistic. Abandoning one, Han Ning frowned slightly, her attractive eyebrows knitting together as she softly commanded. In the sky above, the skeleton flame demons, as if hearing her call, truly flickered and directly abandoned one of the undead bone dragons, instead changing their course. 4 against 3 now, that seemed like a viable strategy. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's eyes brightened. If in a one-on-one situation the skeleton flame demons with their level disparity were no match for the undead bone dragons, then abandoning one to make it 4 against 3 seemed to greatly increase their chances of victory. However, after a brief consideration, Su Ming still shook his head. The time was too short, it was still lacking. Han Ying's final plan, he guessed, was probably to kill one of the dragons and then tame Alpha. Su Ming quickly analyzed the situation. What are you waiting for? At the same time, Han Ying turned to look at the high-level professionals beside her and called out in a delicate voice, "Act quickly, you only have half a minute." Hearing Han Ying's words, everyone shook themselves out of their daze and regained their composure. It couldn't be helped, anyone who saw the suddenly appearing skeleton flame demons would be startled. Now, they were also aware of the current situation. It seemed that their guild's young lady was not a reckless person but a top-tier genius. She had kept such a trick up her sleeve. This was getting exciting. The skeleton flame demons had appeared, and with this move, they were at least guaranteed a double kill. Bombard the undead bone dragon boss. If we really succeed today, I could boast about this for 10 years. Shut your trap. Can't you keep quiet? Didn't you hear Miss Han? We only have half a minute. If you screw this up, we'll stuff you into the undead altar ourselves. Quick, quick, quick. Healer, cast a healing spell. Throw in an amplification aura. I'm going all out. Where's the mage? Use your strongest trump card. Aim at Alpha first. Miss Han's first target is the golden undead bone dragon. Everyone focus and attack Alpha first. Wow, it's wild. This is the first time I've seen the skeleton flame demons do a whopping several 100,000 points of damage in one hit. If our levels were the same, we probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The skeleton flame demons would have taken down the bone dragons themselves. In the hunting party, everyone's emotions were stirred up. They were incredibly excited. All of them shouted wildly, launching their final assault on the undead bone dragons. Visibly, the health bars of 3 of the undead bone dragon bosses were rapidly falling, like arrows piercing the clouds, only in a different direction they plummeted downwards. For a moment Alpha's health had already dropped to below half, and with a few seconds left of the half-minute window. Meanwhile, Su Ming's gaze sharpened and he swallowed a few times. He spoke in a deep voice, "This strong? Seems like it's about time I made my move." Undead bone dragon Alpha LV.67, health 47%. Undead Bone Dragon Sinal LV.64, health 49%. Undead Bone Dragon Ashize LV.62, health 39%. Su Ming cast several identification spells checking the status of the undead bone dragon bosses in the sky. All were significantly weakened, their health bars had dropped below half. It was a good opportunity to act. Just as Su Ming was about to leap up and cast the forbidden spell Black Tide Moon, a series of upheavals occurred in the sky. Undead Charge. Death Dragon Flame, Ring of Fire, Heart of the Evil Dragon. The undead bone dragon boss began to retaliate. Leading the attack was the golden bone dragon Alpha. With a mighty lift of its enormous head, it spewed out a vast expanse of dragon flame like a tidal wave. The deluge of flames covered the heads of Han Ing and the other professionals like a torrential downpour. A halo of gold and red flames also emanated layer by layer from beneath Alpha, making this mountain-sized dragon appear as divine as the mythical golden Damascus enveloped in a soft, holy light. But that wasn't all. Beneath the segments of golden bones at the position of the heart, a crimson heart of the evil dragon lit up. Boss Alpha was enraged. Su Ming held back his initial action and squinted slightly, analyzing thoughtfully as he gazed at the golden bone dragon in the sky. The four-dimensional attributes are skyrocketing, not only enhancing its characteristics but also continuously stacking its attack power, and its health is recovering at an extremely fast pace. In just a moment, Su Ming realized the gravity of the situation. After all, Alpha was a dark gold level boss coursing with the ancient bloodline of golden dragons. Although now a member of the undead, the damage it unleashed was in no way diminished. In fact, it had grown stronger in some areas. With such a being in a state of fury, even Han Ing, the small overlord of the abyss world who summoned those skeleton flame demons, might not necessarily be able to handle it. And it wasn't just Alpha. The other undead bone dragon bosses also held nothing back, each unleashing their strongest unique skills. For a time, the entire sky above the undead altar was filled with dazzling skill effects, staining the clouds with a splendid hue more magnificent than fiery clouds. It was a visually explosive scene that could stir the hearts of onlookers. Boom boom boom. Huge fireballs, descending rings of fire, and frantic elemental orbs smashing into the ground. Alpha showed Han Ing and the others the true strength of the undead bone dragons. With a snap, an assassin around level 50 was hit by a burst of fire, directly taking several 100,000 points of life. His health bar was wiped out instantly, turning into specks of light. Death. His level dropped by a quarter, losing about 15 levels. Not just him, another cleric also couldn't withstand the undead bone dragon's ring of fire. Upon contact with the scorching halo, he too instantly vaporized, even scattering a pile of equipment on the ground. Quickly, the boss monster is furious. Prioritize protecting Miss Han. How ferocious is this? Already at half health and still able to unleash such terrifying skill damage. Don't back down, move forward, keep attacking. If we retreat now, all our efforts will be wasted. Miss Han has already used the Holy Light Pendant. Don't miss this chance. This is the undead bone dragon, the ultimate boss. If we kill this undead creature, our Kanghan Guild's fame will surely resound through the south. Hold nothing back. Keep up the damage. Where are the knights? Charge. Don't be afraid of death. Quick, the boss's health bar has dropped below 30%. Hold the line, hold on. The final push. Victory will surely be ours. It's thrilling. Although several high-level professionals from the Kanghan Guild's hunting team have already perished, however, they did not retreat in panic. On the contrary, in the final moments, they demonstrated the high caliber of A+ guild members. A dozen professionals held their breath, furiously attacking the golden bone dragon Alpha, stacking up damage that resulted in hundreds of thousands of points. Of course, these professionals were also at risk of dying at any moment. Now, it's all about luck. If there's even a slight chance, if they can just manage to deplete Alpha's health bar first, even if they all fall, it would still be worth it to obtain the undead bone dragon. The corresponding value would definitely be worth more than the hunting team itself. Level drops can be recovered using experience potions. If equipment is lost, the Kanghan Guild won't just sit by. As long as they can achieve a first kill on the undead bone dragon, everything will have been worth it. If they achieve a second kill, as Han Ing said, everyone here will henceforth live a life of great wealth and smooth sailing. No longer will they need to desperately fight for a bit of experience. They can rely on the great support of the Kanghan Guild. Undead Bone Dragon Alpha LV.67, health 10%, the health bar of the Golden Bone Dragon boss has now dropped below 10%. This status bar is not only visible to Su Ming but Han Ing can see it too. Keep up the damage, I'm prepared to tame the alpha boss. Han Ing with a grave expression loudly addressed the few remaining professionals beside her. Alright, Miss Han, go ahead, we'll keep up the damage. I didn't see this coming? So Miss Han plans to tame Alpha first, then use the dragon mount to kill the other undead bone dragon bosses. Right, our guild's young lady is a necromancer. Miss Han's initial goal it seems was not to kill the boss monster first. It seems I still underestimated the terrifying extent of necromancers capable of unleashing an undead plague later on. From now on the entire Jiangnan province might see the name of the Kanghan Guild, a necromancer with a golden bone dragon boss as a mount. It's so thrilling. Everyone put in more effort, it's the last moment. If we can tame Alpha today will be considered a complete success. With Han Ying's command, the few elite professionals remaining suddenly realized, their mood turned exceptionally jubilant. They hadn't anticipated that Han Ying's plans were so meticulous. From the beginning Han Ying had already made her plans. Summoned by the Holy Light Pendant, the skeletal flame demon along with her repertoire of necromancer skills was enough to leave the boss monsters severely wounded. Facing 4 undead bone dragons, Han Ying did not consider defeating each one individually. Instead, she used her professional traits to tame the strongest among them, the Alpha Golden Bone Dragon, as her mount. Then she would initiate the second phase of the attack. With this strategy, it seemed there genuinely was a chance, not just for a first blood, but maybe she could take down 4 at once. At the very least, she could smoothly eliminate 2 wounded boss monsters. With this thought, the hunting team's morale soared, and despite the risk of death, they did not falter. As long as they achieved their goal, the benefits provided by the Kanghan Guild would be substantial. Meanwhile, behind the undead altar, Su Ming gripped the blade of black snow tightly, ready to strike. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a divine choice. Current scenario: Golden Undead Bone Dragon Alpha. Option 1. Assist the necromancer Han Ying in taming Alpha and foster relations with the Kanghan Guild, establishing ties with an A+ level guild, a rewarding choice offering a silver boss skill book. Option 2. Slay 2 undead bone dragon ultimate bosses, tame Alpha, and as an epic class god of slaughter, naturally you'd want a stylish mount. As for the Kanghan Guild, who cares about them? Reward: a set of golden mount armor. Option 3. Kill the undead bone dragon Alpha to obtain a dark gold credential rewarding 50,000 experience points. Clutching the blade of black snow, Su Ming was ready to act, but a cold prompt echoed in his mind. The divine choice scenario was activated. The rewards were tempting: a silver boss skill book, 50,000 experience points, and a set of golden mount armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming decisively chose the second option. This choice perfectly aligned with his original plan. Why bother fostering relations with the Kanghan Guild or helping Han Ying tame Alpha? Previously, when they first entered the Shallow Bay dungeon, Han Ying and her team had tried to seize the blade of black snow from Su Ming, even using him as cannon fodder and harboring murderous intent. Now faced with a top-tier prey like the undead bone dragon boss, Su Ming would never step aside for others. The Kanghan Guild was just that, a guild, not an SSS-level top-tier guild. Besides, even if it were the SSS-tier Kyoto Guild, Su Ming would not stoop to groveling. And the third option, to kill the undead bone dragon Alpha? A dark gold level boss monster, already a premium class, and as levels increased, Alpha might even advance to a hero or epic class. Su Ming thought to himself, indeed. Although slaying a dark gold level boss monster would yield an abundance of experience and items, including a dark gold certificate that would easily allow Su Ming to complete his second job transition, Su Ming was more inclined towards obtaining a golden mount. After all, the golden undead bone dragon Alpha was indeed spectacular: great fireball, death flame burst, elemental arrows, forbidden spell, black tide moon. Su Ming leaped forward, unleashing several skills at once. Under the effect of a mana potion, his mana was exceedingly full, allowing him to cast even the energy-draining forbidden spells at least 3 times in succession. In an instant, above the undead altar, Su Ming's black snow blade ignited with blazing golden flames. Behind him, massive fireballs furiously gathered, hurling towards the undead bone dragon in the sky. At the same time, Han Ying was stunned. Su Ming, who had suddenly burst forth, completely disrupted her plans. At this moment, Su Ming, clad in armor and wearing the crown of the necromancer on his head, was not immediately recognized by Han Ying. However, she had seen the black snow blade once before. Her pupil slightly contracted, feeling a bad premonition. In the city of Shanghai, at the first high school's principal's office, Principal Chen Shishan was utterly confused, looking at the several professionals sitting in front of him, somewhat flustered. Chen Shishan swallowed, thinking about standing up, but then decided to sit back down. His actions rushed. There was no choice, as the individuals before him were not ordinary professionals. They were all top-tier experts from Kyoto and across the nation, not to mention just their levels, which if revealed, could scare most of the people in Shanghai. Principal Chen: hello, I represent Kyoto University and we are here to specially recruit students. Summing, Tsinghua University is willing to offer a full set of golden level equipment and a forbidden spell as a reward to attract Summing. We at Tsinghua value talent highly, and for a top genius like Summing, I believe Tsinghua is his best choice. 3 advanced skill books, a full set of golden level equipment plus 80 million in scholarship money. We can even set up a specialized course for Summing to better understand the God Killer profession and plan his next job transition, said a representative from Jiangnan University, which is closest to Shanghai City. Principal Chen, please help persuade him. Come to Kyoto's Mage University. It's founded by the Mage God himself. Although our academy might lag behind some old prestigious institutions in some aspects, the Mage God himself teaches classes every week. Hangzhou University, consider it. Hangzhou is famous for its beautiful women. And we definitely offer sufficient scholarships. If Summing comes, he will be a core student right away. We'll provide 2 sets of golden level equipment, at least 10 gold items, and as for other skill books, as long as Summing wants to learn, we will make them available. Principal Chen Shishan was about to go mad. Indeed, the individuals before him were no ordinary ones. Each represented the top universities from all over the country. Even those at the lowest level were in the 400 rank bracket, utterly crushing Chen Shishan, this so-called level 100 deity. Before these big shots, Chen Shishan was becoming noticeably uneasy, the almost palpable pressure making him consume several cups of hot tea, his expression turning numb from forcing smiles. Who could have imagined? Summing, this freak of nature, suddenly caught the attention of all the top academies nationwide, and he hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. He was just a level 2 turn, yet he had already drawn these heavyweights offers with terms that even made Chen Shishan jealous. Golden equipment, easily 10 pieces, skill books, forbidden spells, top-tier monster materials. Even Hang Market University had smacked down an offer using a beautiful woman as a selling point, claiming that if Summing enrolled, they would provide a 172 centimeters tall 36D beauty as his study companion. Who could resist that? After a brief silence, Chen Shishan swallowed hard and looked around at the gathering of professional gods, cautiously saying, I'm just a humble high school principal. I can't make decisions on special admissions. Let's wait for Summing to return and choose himself. However, you all are nationally renowned top gods, and the institutions you represent are all first class. Whichever one Summing chooses, it will be his honor. Chen Shishan played the bureaucrat, flattering them with a smile. As Chen Shishan finished speaking, the high-level professionals in the room nodded in agreement. Indeed, special admissions were beyond what Chen Shishan could decide. If it were another student, perhaps he could give some advice or suggestions. But this was Summing, a prodigy who, before long, would become a top god, capable of causing massive upheavals in Shanghai City with a mere stomp of his foot. Chen Shishan dared not speak further. With Summing's monstrous talent, he feared that in just 2 or 3 years Summing would become a major force. If he offended Summing over some trivial benefit and hindered his career, Chen Shishan's own career would be over. So, at this moment, all Chen Shishan could do was play the bureaucrat and wait for Summing to make his decision. Soon, the admissions directors from various academies left the school one by one. Chen Shishan heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the pile of documents and special admission papers in his hands, his eyelids twitched. He exclaimed, Jiangnan University, Hang City University, Law Mage University, Kyoto University, Qingbei University. Wow, such a lineup, terrifyingly luxurious. Every university that can proactively offer guaranteed admission spots will attract countless talented professionals vying for entry. Yet, Summing received dozens of special recruitment letters. Chen Shishan took a deep breath of murky air, his feelings quite complex. This time, although only a few important figures came to the school for discussions, Chen Shishan received more than 40 special recruitment letters. In a few days, there might even be a group of big shots arriving in Shanghai City to invite him, a minor character, for tea. It was only now that Chen Shishan began to understand what it meant to be an epic-level professional. No, to be more precise, just how strong Summing's talents were. Being epic level doesn't mean everything, every year. Several young professionals with epic-level qualifications emerge nationwide, however none have managed to rise to level 30 in just a few days. That's why Su Ming has attracted such high attention from leaders across the country. Of course, all this was triggered by the friendship match incident a few days ago. Su Ming, fighting alone against 9 others, used top-level maneuvers to defeat the second-generation members of the Eternal Guild in a snap. The entire battle was recorded by students and uploaded to a short video app. In just one day, Su Ming became famous, completely exploding across the entire network. Epic-level professional, top-level agility, perfect control, combat awareness, death flame burst technique. Su Ming's presence has sparked a minor craze nationwide, becoming a hot topic in recent days. How should I put it? Aside from his terrifying professional qualifications and meteoric rise, Su Ming unexpectedly learned the perverse level skill of the death flame burst technique, completely catching the national public off guard. Death flame burst technique, a top-level skill. If it were peacetime, it could be equated to the difficulty of researching nuclear fusion. Han Ning has become the popular goddess of Shanghai City. Her profession is a necromancer, and her practice of the death flame burst technique since her teens are inseparably linked. However, Su Ming and Han Ning are fundamentally different. One has the support of the Kanghan Guild and guidance from a deity since childhood, while the other has no background at all and yet managed to acquire this golden level skill and perfected it. The difference between them is like heaven and earth, directly elevating Su Ming's potential to another level. It's like a student with no background in a technical college submitting a controlled nuclear fusion equation to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How could it not shock people? Not only were the national public shocked, but the top professionals visiting Chen Xishan today were equally astounded. Especially after interacting with Chen Xishan, they were even more convinced that Su Ming was the perverse level genius they were seeking to recruit, a unique existence in the nation. Of course, unlike these big shots focus, once Su Ming's duel video with the wealthy second-generation He Meng was uploaded to the short video platform, it also drove countless young girls crazy. A handsome face without a single flaw visible from any angle, a body as perfect as a sculpture. Although dressed simply, he had the demeanor of a noble young master. Plus, when Su Ming faced He Meng and others, with a playful tone in his voice, betting, gambling, throughout the process Su Ming's charm was magnified infinitely, driving a massive number of young girls wild. School heartthrob. At this moment, Su Ming already had the aura of a national school heartthrob, far surpassing the popularity of the idol goddess Han Ning. What about putting friendship first and competition second? Or Su Ming with a snap of the death flame burst technique. So cool, did you see it? Su Ming's video was edited into a vlog and I immediately set it as my phone screensaver. In this world, can there actually be such a handsome man? His phrase was simply explosive. Everyone here is trash. My god, this is my idol. My DNA is stirred. I want to have Su Ming's babies. Death flame explosion technique, top tier agility, perfect control. Not to say too much, but as a 985 graduate student, Su God's gameplay is so flawless it makes me want to kneel. It's just too smooth. I can't believe he's still a high school student. More than disbelief, let's address one question. Where did Su Ming get that gold tier skill book from? I remember many posts have deeply analyzed this. Su God's background is quite ordinary. He practically hasn't received help from anyone, and a gold tier skill book would at least require defeating a level 60 boss, right? Simply put, at level 30 Su God has already executed a top tier third transformation boss. Hiss. Thinking further makes me want to go crazy, but the most important thing is, how did Su God learn the death flame explosion technique? This difficulty is no less than a technical college student researching controlled nuclear fusion. No guidance from a big shot, figured it out on his own. He's just a freakish genius. Also, there's another video, not sure if you've seen it? Su God has a piece of gold tier equipment. Apparently it's the Necromancer's Crown of Destruction, which is the ultimate boss's loot in a silver tier dungeon. Do you guys realize what that means? Chen Xishan unlocked his phone. He took another look at the video in the short video app, where the comments section was completely dominated by Su Ming. Chen Xishan couldn't help but squint his eyes, marveling this little monster. Originally, Chen Xishan thought he understood Su Ming well. During high school, Su Ming's academic performance was always good, although not among the very top, but still above average. However, it was only after the awakening ceremony that he truly recognized Su Ming. Perfect control, silky top-tier agility, Every move was precisely executed. These are not things an ordinary high school student could achieve. If possible, Su Ming could definitely score full marks in the cultural courses at his school, but all these were somewhat different from reality. Until now, Chen Shishan was still bewildered, not knowing what kind of background his student really had. Could it be he's just an ordinary high school student? Which high school student could make? Dozens of top national universities send their professional gods to recruit him, and Su Ming had even brought back a piece of gold equipment from the Shallow Bay dungeon recently? The Necromancer's Crown of Destruction. Chen Shishan watched the detailed explanation in the video, his emotions a complex mix. He knew Su Ming was strong, but he had never imagined him to be this formidable. A 52-level boss, the apostle of the undead, vanquished by him. Chen Shishan clicked on a pinned analysis post which included a high-definition photo of Su Ming emerging from the Shallow Bay dungeon. At that moment, Su Ming had coincidentally run into Su Qingya, unbeknownst to Su Ming. Someone had captured the scene. Later, the undead apostle boss's exclusive item, the Crown of Destruction, was spotted by a sharp-eyed professional gamer and exposed nationally. Su Ming became incredibly famous. Could it be that he had accidentally picked it up in the dungeon? Chen Shishan took a deep breath of turbid air, a bold idea forming in his mind, murmuring softly. However, he soon shook his head. Who could find such a top-tier item in a silver-level dungeon? Post a coordinate. He too wanted to try his luck. It seemed he had underestimated the young prodigy's abilities. Such a monster, even a sorcerer god might be tempted, right? Chen Shishan thoughtfully said. It seems that the sorcerer god will soon recruit another sorcerer seed to personally train. I wonder if Su Ming, this youngster, could be chosen. The sorcerer god, the top professional player in the country. The sorcerer's seed, simply put, is a disciple personally recruited and nurtured by the sorcerer god. Meticulously guided. Nationally, the sorcerer god is undoubtedly the most popular professional with no equal in terms of level, talent, experience, expertise. All are deservedly top-notch. Of course, what people talk about the most is the sorcerer god's looks and figure. Yes, the sorcerer god is a female powerhouse, with an angelic face and a devilish figure, graceful and curvaceous. To become a disciple personally guided by the sorcerer god is something many young boys dream of. Once Su Ming is guaranteed a spot, I can even apply for retirement, bragging about such a student for the rest of my life. Chen Shishan smiled contentedly, muttering to himself, the key point is, the education department must be handing out a few tens of millions in bonuses, right? This year's national top 10 principals must include my name, right? The Principal's Lifetime Achievement Award. Chen Shishan was in high spirits. Looking out of his office toward the direction of Shallow Bay, his face crinkled into deeper smiles, almost wrinkled. Meanwhile, in the Shallow Bay dungeon, at the undead altar, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the 62-level boss Undead Bone Dragon Ashizai and gained 39,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the 64-level boss Undead Bone Dragon Cineal and gained 54,000 experience points. As the cold prompt sounded, Su Ming was thrilled. Both Undead Bone Dragon bosses defeated by him. In Su Ming's view, the 62-level Ashizai, a massive beast with a silvery sheen all over, had a blue elemental arrow continuously spinning at its brow, drilling into the dragon's body. As for Ashizai's body, it was all slowly dissipating, turning into particles of elemental dust, returning to the instance once more. Pieces of bones lost their original starlight, becoming dim, until at last Asai's body sank downwards, beginning its descent towards the ground and the altar of the undead. Not just Asai's, but Sinal, the higher-level undead bone dragon, also lost all signs of life and became a pile of bones plummeting from the sky like the sun setting behind the mountains. The entire scene was tremendously shocking, with a strong visual impact, close to 100,000 experience points. Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, the massive amount of experience points stirring his excitement. However, what Su Ming cared about more wasn't the experience gained from defeating these two ultimate boss monsters, but rather the array of items they dropped. Su Ming's gaze shifted towards the altar of the undead in the center. A large pile of items surrounded by golden halos, all dropped by the two undead bone dragons upon their death, looked incredibly lavish. The colors were dazzling and brilliant, clearly top-notch. Among all the dropped items, there were also two card-like objects. The undead bone dragon certificates, essential items for his class change. Roar. In the heavens, a loud dragon's cry echoed throughout the entire instance world as scorching waves of fire covered the sky, heading towards Su Ming's direction. The heart of the evil dragon? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at the conspicuous golden skeleton in the sky. Indeed, the final Golden Bone Dragon, Alpha. At this moment, Alpha's health had dropped to a critical point, only remaining at the last 3% truly on its last legs. However, intricate and delicate patterns appeared around Alpha's heart, continuously blossoming. These patterns soon covered Alpha's entire body, granting the undead bone dragon unimaginable strength, allowing it to make its final counterattack. The heart of the evil dragon, a buff-like active skill, could in a short period of time restore a small amount of health, a large amount of mana and stamina, as well as grant a terrifying increase in attack power. Of course, the heart of the evil dragon also had significant side effects, reducing one's sanity while it was active. Su Ming thought to himself, there was a lesson in high school that specifically introduced this type of golden boss skill. He was impressed, and he had some understanding of how to deal with it. The heart of the wicked dragon was not a skill exclusive to Alpha. It was a common boss skill among dragon-type creatures. Of course, only those top-tier dragon bosses possessed it from birth. For instance, the Golden Smog from the Winter Instance and the Black Dragon of Destruction, Deathwing. These popular dragon bosses all had the heart of the wicked dragon. However, there were slight differences in this skill among dragons of different tiers. The heart of the wicked dragon, exclusive to Golden Smog, was an epic level skill. In a sense, the skill effects released by Alpha were of a completely different concept. The power levels were also vastly different. To counter such boss skills, the best method was to use a series of water-based skills like freeze magic. Su Ming furrowed his brows, analyzing the situation with a grave expression. Indeed, the core trigger mechanism of the heart of the wicked dragon was the dragon's heart that was the source of the skill's release, and the only way to counter this skill was to attack with water or ice-based skills. The principle was simple. Just as in most cases where undead creatures were countered by light-based skills, wicked dragons feared ice attacks, light arrows, water elemental arrows, ice elemental arrows, freeze magic. Su Ming's pupils dilated slightly and he quickly made a decision. At the moment, the best card he could play was undoubtedly the golden skill he had recently acquired, elemental arrows. Although this boss skill was only of the golden tier, it perfectly met Su Ming's current needs. He could release arrows made from dust condensed from light, water and ice elements. Moreover, under the mechanism of this golden skill, Su Ming could merge the three types of elemental arrows to create a spell that would deliver 12 times the magic damage, double the physical critical hit, and a secondary magic explosion. The fusion of elemental arrows was an exclusive effect of this skill book. Using light and water series to counter the undead bone dragon, Alpha was tailor-made. And freeze magic could also ensure that the arrows continued to inflict damage on Alpha after hitting him, causing sustained damage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Ming waved the black snow blade in his hand, the tip of the long blade sinking slightly as elemental dust continuously condensed around it. Behind Su Ming, a series of elemental arrows gradually became clearer. Meanwhile, Han Ying, who had been stunned and completely befuddled, also came to her senses, glancing in the direction where Su Ming was. You actually killed the undead bone dragon boss? Who are you to dare to steal a boss from the Soul Guild? Han Ying trembled slightly with anger and shock, though the physical reaction was quite mild compared to the astonishment in her heart. Under the effect of the identification spell, Han Ying couldn't see even a single attribute of Su Ming. The heavy rose armor, the intricately patterned crown and the black snow blade tightly held in his hand, Su Ming's presence was like a ghost unknown to Han Ying. However, the professional she had seen a few days ago by the shore of Shallow Bay seemed to be holding a heavy black blade like Su Ming, a young-looking high school student. At that moment, Han Ying's heart tightened. On one hand, she was shocked that someone as young as Su Ming already had the strength to kill the undead bone dragon boss. Could it be that he was also from a top-tier guild like herself? On the other hand, stealing the ultimate boss right under the nose of the Soul Guild? What did that mean? A declaration of war against the guild? Could it be that someone has grown so powerful that they can ignore the Kanghan Guild, disregard her, the necromancer who awakened at the tender age of 15? The sudden turn of events overwhelmed Han Ying, and she could no longer suppress her emotions. Her pretty brows furrowed as she glanced again at Su Ming and sharply commanded, "Leave this place. These undead bone dragons have been sought by our Kanghan Guild for a long time, and killing the ultimate boss yields nearly 100,000 experience points. I can forgive and forget, but you must not touch the golden equipment nor this golden Alpha. I don't care who you are, but let me remind you, no one crosses the Kanghan Guild without consequences." Han Ying's words carried a strong threat. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression cold as he faced Han Ing. Really, acting like a spoiled heiress? Truly taking the Kanghan Guild as her ace up the sleeve? Su Ming raised his other hand, his index finger flicking lightly. Before him, a sharp flaming arrow materialized instantly, aiming straight at Han Ying's brow. To Su Ming, this guild heiress, with her devilish figure and angelic face that could easily charm countless talented young professionals, was merely a nuisance. Confident in his own strength, Su Ming could now match the young elites of Kyoto. Would he care about a golden-level necromancer, or epic-level professions just for show? Su Ming's frown deepened as he looked towards the sky. From the staff in Han Ying's hands, a splendid and dazzling light emanated, connecting to the body of the Alpha. Above the head of this golden bone dragon Alpha was a pale deep blue halo, a type of contract scroll. Han Ying was attempting to tame this dark gold level undead bone dragon. If successful, Alpha would become entirely hers to command as her mount. That would make it difficult for Su Ming to kill Han Ying when the time came. What are you trying to do? Han Ying startled, her eyes filled with shock and fear. As the heiress of the Kanghan Guild and the future leader of a top-tier guild, Han Ying naturally possessed exceptional insight. In just a moment, she sensed Su Ming's murderous intent. And just then, Su Ming suddenly burst forth, swinging a black blade and releasing deadly spells like Death Flame Burst, Great Fireball, and the terrifying Forbidden Curse. And finally, a golden throne descended, crushing 2 undead bone dragons to death. With such power, he was indeed a top-tier genius throughout Zhenghai City. Indeed, Han Ying did not fully understand the extent of Su Ming's capabilities. At this critical juncture, she realized that the figure before her, clad in rose armor, definitely had the capability to end her life. If she truly offended him, she feared that not only would she fail to acquire the undead bone dragon mount today, but she might also suffer a drastic drop in her level, possibly losing more than a dozen ranks. With this thought, Han Ying's expression suddenly changed and her tone softened as she spoke again. If you leave this place, I can give you a piece of golden equipment as compensation. Golden equipment? Su Ming was momentarily stunned upon hearing Han Ying's offer. A mount like Alpha warranted a piece of golden equipment as compensation. This young lady was really something. Ding! However, just at that moment, a cold notification sound echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a divine choice. Current scenario: Han Ying, the beloved goddess of the Kanghan Guild. Option 1. Faced with the request of a top-tier beauty, decisively accept, voluntarily give up the undead bone dragon mount and leave the shallow bay. Instance: perhaps by doing so you might gain Han Ying's favor and develop an ambiguous relationship. Reward: 50,000 experience points. Option 2. Goddess, to hell with that. Decisively kill Han Ying and wipe out the members of the Kanghan Guild hunting team. Take the Alpha mount for a true god of slaughter. Acts decisively. Women, they only slow down the speed of unsheathing one's sword. Reward: 2 resurrection gems. Option 3. 1 piece of golden equipment is too little. Suggests that Han Ying gives 2 more pieces of golden equipment, believing that as the young mistress of the Kanghan Guild, she wouldn't mind such a small profit. Reward: 2 golden attribute gems. Divine choice scenario. Here it was again. Even Su Ming was somewhat surprised. How to put it? In some ways, Han Ying seemed to be a lucky charm. This was already the 3rd choice scenario she had triggered for Su Ming. Su Ming had previously gained forbidden spells, golden level mount armor, and now these 3 options. Option 1. 50,000 experience points. Option 2. 2 resurrection gems. Option 3. 2 golden attribute gems. All very tempting. Su Ming's eyes gleamed. Indeed, the rewards this time were substantial. 50,000 experience points, although easy for Su Ming to earn, would take geniuses of his tier like Su Qingya 1 or 2 months to accumulate. And as for Su Ming, just like that, he could instantly obtain it. It's always hard not to feel envy. And the golden attribute gems, Su Ming was well aware of their value. He had previously burst a silver attribute gem from defeating the Great Earth Bear, instantly gaining a permanent increase of 50 points in strength. The golden attribute gems, likely to bring about a 100-point boost. Just thinking about it was thrilling. It would take 3 consecutive level ups to receive such an upgrade. However, Su Ming did not hesitate, continuing to make his choice as usual. To no-brainer. After all, it was resurrection gems. 9 years of compulsory education. Su Ming was not one to slip through the net. The value of resurrection gems was simply too high. I won't say too much, but these gems have no grade distinction. Each one fetches a sky-high price in the market, and they are essentially priceless. The reason is simple: the effects of the resurrection gem are incredibly miraculous. after death, it allows one to resurrect on the spot without dropping any items or losing any levels, and to do so with full health. It purifies all negative effects. This kind of one-use item can play a role at critical moments far exceeding the value of gold-level equipment. Moreover, the resurrection gem has a hidden mechanism. It allows all skills, forbidden spells and talents to be reset once. That means if Summing uses the forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon and then dies, he can resurrect on the spot with the cooldown disappeared, and he can cast another round of the forbidden spell without worrying about mana. It's all fully restored. Isn't this item ridiculously overpowered? It's incredibly desirable. Considering all the great items you've given me, let's go easy, don't hurt the young lady of the Kanghan Guild. Summing squinted slightly and chuckled softly. However, Han Ying was too far away to hear these words, otherwise she would have blushed with embarrassment and anger, shouting, "Scoundrel, what do you mean go easy? Are you serious? Didn't you hear me? I told you to leave, get lost. Do you know we are from the Kanghan hunting group? In the entire Zhonghai city, there are only a handful of professionals who dare to confront Kanghan face to face. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've learned a forbidden spell. Wait until you get back to the city, you'll suffer." Beside Han Ying, a heavy tank knight nearly 2 meters tall took down the silver long spear he was carrying over his shoulder. The spear pointed directly at Summing, his posture one of aggressive bullying. "Miss Han has already offered you a piece of gold-level equipment. Don't be ungrateful, trying to disrupt the good deeds of our Kanghan Guild leader. From your looks you must be young, you must have heard of our guild's reputation, right? An A+ level guild, filled with level 100 demigods that would scare you." The heavy tank knight clad in a heavy blue armor spoke in a deep and resonant voice, his tone full of hostility. However, Summing detected a hint of faint fear amidst the bluster. Nonsense. Just now, with a single wave of his forbidden spell, Summing had summoned the throne of the death god and executed 2 undead bone dragons with a clang. If it were this tank knight who was merely around level 50, he wouldn't have been able to unleash the kind of explosive damage Summing did. How could he not be scared? At this moment he was nothing more than a paper tiger relying on the reputation of the Kanghan Guild to act tough. Forbidden spell. Summing looked nonchalant, his eyes playful as he gazed at the knight. Learning a forbidden spell indeed lets one walk sideways. Do you know what it means to do as one pleases? Summing smiled lightly. With a squint of his eyes, Su Ming spoke again. As for a suit of golden armor? Have you ever considered one thing? If I kill you all, the golden armor scattered on the ground will be mine. As he said this, the corner of Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly, his finger flicked, and behind him, several elemental arrows condensed once more. Arrows of light, flames, water, ice and darkness, all poised and ready to launch. Once fired, they would surely pierce through the bodies of these professionals from the Kanghan Guild with ease. After all, they had been left critically wounded from their confrontation with the undead bone dragon. Now, they were merely holding on by a thread. Not to mention elemental arrows, perhaps even a wave of fireball spells could wipe them out entirely. What are you trying to do? Seeing Su Ming's actions, the heavy tank knight was utterly dumbfounded. No way. I was just talking tough. Are you for real? Are you really going to make an enemy out of the Kanghan Guild? At Han Ying's side, another professional, a shifty-eyed assassin who had always hidden in the back, couldn't help but swallow his saliva and spoke. "Do you know what happens to those who offend Kanghan?" Su Ming paused, furrowing his brows. Classic, damn classic, this line. Why does it sound like something out of a novel I read in a previous life? These spineless lackeys probably won't survive a chapter. Offend? Haven't I already offended them? What's a little more? Su Ming smiled faintly, no longer wasting words with these people. He pointed forward with his finger. Whoosh! All the elemental arrows trembled and shot fiercely towards Han Ying and the other professionals. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 40 professional and gained 8,000 experience points. As the cold prompt sounded, Han Ying's body was directly penetrated by a flame arrow. Not just hers, but all the high-level professionals in the hunting group were transformed into experience points under Su Ming's strike. Unlike boss monsters, professionals do not leave behind skeletons upon death but drop corresponding items: undead staff, dark gold level charged spear, gold level dark twin blades, gold level. In Su Ming's field of vision, where Han Ying and the others had been, only items surrounded by a golden aura remained. Damn, all good stuff. Dark gold level equipment, undead staff. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, shocked. He truly hadn't expected to blast out the exquisite staff in Han Ying's hands. In this world where everyone was changing professions, the items dropped by professionals were completely random. Sometimes, after their death, they might not drop any equipment at all, only a few insignificant health potions. However, this time Han Ing had dropped the undead staff given to her by the leader of the Kanghun Guild, who was also her father. This piece of equipment, Su Ming had heard about it, it was not insignificant. Apparently, it was a top-quality golden gear crafted by several senior alchemists in Kyoto, taking several months to forge. It was a staff exclusive to necromancers, allowing Han Ing to unleash the strongest necromantic skills. Using this staff to summon undead skeletons could enhance the strength of the summons. Su Ming's eyes revealed a rare gleam of delight, a bountiful harvest of leeks. It must be said the surprises Han Ing brought him were indeed too numerous. Su Ming gave a faint smile after 3 consecutive divine selections of plot points as well as the loot from this time, all of which were of excellent quality. He promptly stored the staff of the undead into the system space. As for the other equipment which were dropped by the high-level guild members of the hunting group, they were all of good quality generally at the gold level. Su Ming did not hesitate and properly secured them all. Undead summoning, gold level priced at *120000 experience points. Legion aura, gold level priced at *94,000 experience points. Deathflame burst, gold level priced at *88,000 experience points. Blade of destruction, gold level priced at *74,000 experience points. With the death of Han Ing and others, a series of skill bars also emerged in Su Ming's view. Just like with boss monsters, as long as Su Ming killed the corresponding professionals, he could also perform a free skill plunder. A second plunder, however, would require the use of experience points. Looking at Han Ying's skill bar, Su Ming's eyes slightly brightened. The undead summoning skill left a deep impression on him, opening a gate to the abyss and summoning skeletal creatures from the abyss world. It was undoubtedly like having an undead legion at all times, which was terrifying. If he were to plunder, undead summoning was naturally the first choice. Of course, the Legion aura, another gold level skill, was also very good. It could enhance the strength of summon creatures. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva, preparing to plunder both undead summoning and Legion aura skills. For less than 100,000 experience points, exchanging this amount for a gold level skill book was definitely worth it. Su Ming was delighted and felt a surge of impulse. His gaze slightly hardened as he looked again at the skill bars of other professionals, most of which were silver level skills. Although he could plunder them for free, it seemed meaningless as they would only occupy skill slots. After all, a first job professional could only have 6 skill positions, and only upon reaching level 30 could they obtain 8. Currently, Su Ming already had 6 skills along with a beginner level forbidden spell. If he plundered Han Ying's 2 major undead specific skills, he would just complete the 8 slots. There was no need to plunder other silver skills. Moreover, Su Ming had just killed 2 undead bone dragon bosses whose carcasses still lay on the undead altar. Su Ming had not yet used the plunder skill on them. Sinil and Ashai's these 2 undead bone dragons were gold level ultimate boss monsters, both with excellent skills. If he were to plunder 2 more boss skills, he would need to forget 2 skills. Su Ming glanced at the 2 mountain-sized carcasses at the center of the undead altar, surrounded by a golden aura, each skill incredibly magnificent. Boom! A thunderous roar jolted Su Ming back to full alertness, pulling him from his reverie. He slightly lifted his head to gaze at the sky above. There, the golden skeletal dragon Alpha radiated a golden red glow all over its body, with its heart shimmering with a magnificent magical array. The skill, Heart of the Wicked Dragon, was fully activated, the ultimate boss in a state of fury. Beside Alpha, another skeletal dragon, its health barely reduced by half, also spread its tattered bony wings. Each flap stirred up a violent tempest. Su Ming's brow furrowed as he gripped the black snow blade in his hand tighter. First I must deal with Alpha, he thought to himself. He then took out several potions, downing magic elixirs and health restoratives in one go. His health restored, additional defensive auras acquired, attack power enhanced, and mana fully replenished. Fireball, freeze, elemental arrows. Su Ming leaped forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Alpha and the other skeletal dragon. The strategy against Alpha was naturally to use ice skills. The elemental arrows perfectly addressed this, each icy projectile fiercely shooting towards Alpha and causing the newly rejuvenated golden skeletal dragon to howl in pain. Its health bar shook violently, plummeting rapidly. Meanwhile, the last undead dragon was forced to retreat under the dual assault of deathly explosive magic and fireballs. At this crucial moment, Su Ming remained exceptionally calm. Failure was not an option. Not only would it mean a loss of a vast amount of spoils, but several golden boss skills would also be lost. This was not a time for carelessness. With a snap, Su Ming pulled out a tattered-looking parchment scroll from his chest. Contract scroll, mount exclusive, a silver-grade scroll. This was something Su Ming had purchased through an online delivery platform. He had stocked up on these scrolls well before entering the dungeon, always having a soft spot for the undead skeletal dragons. How could he not have some contract scrolls ready? And now was the perfect moment to use one. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the contract scroll. Target selected. Undead skeletal dragon alpha. Ding! Contract failed. At the sound of the notification, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow. A failure, but after a moment he regained his composure. After all, Alpha was a dark gold level boss monster reaching level 67. Taming it was not going to be easy. Moreover, the contract scroll was only silver grade. Trying to tame a high-level hybrid demon with a lower-level scroll was indeed challenging. He should have bought a dark gold level scroll from the start. Su Ming gave a bitter smile. He hadn't anticipated encountering so many undead skeletal dragons, not only completing his job transfer task but also potentially taming a golden mount. If only he had known in advance, he would have prepared at least 3 dark gold level parchment scrolls. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming threw out 2 more scrolls. Ding! Contract failed. The notification echoed again. Alpha was not yet in a dying state. The only option now was to bring Alpha down to a critical low health. Su Ming analyzed calmly. To tame a terror boss of this caliber with a low-tier contract scroll, the only way was to tame it when it was on the brink of death. He decided to try this approach. Su Ming quickly made his decision and used the elemental arrow skill again. However, this time he unleashed countless arrows of light and an equal number of dark arrows. The gold-level skill book had a hidden mechanism. When different elemental arrows were released at the same time, they could produce unexpected damage effects. Light arrows could suppress undead creatures, while dark arrows merged with light properties could create intense attack fluctuations, bringing about terrifying explosive damage. With this, Alpha could definitely not withstand it. Moreover, Su Ming had a backup plan. With a swoosh, he took out the stored explosive scrolls, and 7 or 8 explosive sheepskin scrolls turned into tiny specks of dust and light beams rushing towards Su Ming. Die! Su Ming waved his hand fiercely. At the tip of the blade of black snow, the elemental arrows that had just condensed merged together with a clang under the force. Darkness and light, 2 mutually repulsive elements, became incredibly harmonious in Su Ming's hands. However, this harmony was only temporary. Once they hit Alpha, they would cause a violent explosion. Indeed, with a swoosh, countless arrows several times larger than before fiercely landed on Alpha's body. Minus 30,000, minus 50,000, minus 72,000, minus 100,000, terrifying, too terrifying. Even Su Ming was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected to deal 100,000 damage. 100,000 damage was a mark of elite professionals in the entire world of job transition, and this time Su Ming had achieved it with just a basic skill, although when using the throne of the killing god and the forbidden curse of the black tide, Su Ming could also unleash damage levels of 100,000. However, dealing 100,000 damage with a regular skill was a completely different concept. Boss technique, explosive scrolls, top-notch equipment. Su Ming took a deep breath and analyzed calmly. He could unleash such a level of damage because of a series of attribute enhancements on himself. Not only did the elemental arrow skill amplify his basic attack power, but his equipment, explosive scrolls, and even the exclusive traits of the killing god profession all contributed to a second and third layer of power stacking. Of course, the most crucial aspect is the hidden mechanism of elemental arrows. Darkness and light, these 2 mutually exclusive elemental properties when fused produce devastatingly powerful magical explosion damage. Another try, Su Ming whispered softly. Ding! Contract successful. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Tamed successfully, a dark gold level boss monster. The golden undead bone dragon, tamed successfully. The moment Su Ming successfully tamed the creature, there was a slight change in his attribute panel, adding a new entry mount. Undead Bone Dragon Alpha LV.67. A wave of indescribable excitement surged in Su Ming's heart. Thrilling, it was incredibly thrilling. This was the Undead Bone Dragon, the ultimate boss monster in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Dark gold level, level 67, equipped with the terrifying boss skill Dragon's Heart. Without saying more, such a mount even the top dragon riders of Kyoto might be a bit envious. It was a superb mount, flashy to the point of having no friends. Alpha, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, looking towards Alpha in the sky, his newly tamed mount, and said in a deep voice, "Attack the undead bone dragon boss Scarlo." it was the last of the undead bone dragons. If he could complete the kill, Su Ming would directly obtain 3 undead bone dragon certificates. Such a grand achievement could possibly elevate his professional tier after a class change. A legendary profession? Su Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva filled with anticipation. A hell-level difficulty class change task overachieved a total of 3 undead bone dragon certificates. Wouldn't this instantly advance his Reaper profession to legendary status? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Roar! Under Su Ming's gaze, the previously wounded alpha suddenly shook its head. Its massive body, though somewhat shaky, still displayed the nobility and oppressive aura inherent to dragon bloodlines. At the same time in the Tsung's Soul Guild, Resurrection Array, a deathly silence, Han Ing, along with a dozen senior professionals from the Tsong Soul Guild, were all teleported here. Just like He Meng from the Eternal Guild, after being killed by Su Ming, they dropped a quarter of their levels and their equipment was exploded out. They were directly teleported back to the city. Who was that professional? He dared to make a move against the Tsong Soul Guild. The silent atmosphere was broken by a short assassin who slightly opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Which guild's member was it? This was declaring war on our Tsong Soul Guild. A single stone stirred up a thousand waves. When the assassin spoke, the professionals around him also became enraged, furiously discussing among themselves. That's right, not only did he snatch away 2 undead bone dragon bosses, but he also attacked us. If I find out which guild he's from, I swear I'll fight him to the death. My golden equipment that was exploded, that was the top-notch equipment I bought with 3 years of salary. Enough said. My 4-dimensional attributes have permanently dropped by 200 points. Undead bone dragon bosses, if not for that damned guy today, each of us could have gained millions in spoils of war. The emotions of the hunting group members were completely ignited. They couldn't wait to tear Su Ming into pieces right there. However, Han Ing suddenly furrowed her beautiful brows, glanced around at everyone and shouted in a soft voice, shut up, you good-for-nothings. Han Ing, draped in a splendid robe of law, held a trace of icy coldness in her beautiful eyes. Set in her delicate face, her gaze swept over the members of the hunting party, her demeanor as majestic as a monarch scrutinizing her subjects. In an instant, over a dozen professionals swallowed hard, falling silent. Everyone was well aware of Han Ying's temperament. She was cast in the same mold as the head of the Kanghun Guild. A mere glance from her was enough to send chills down one's spine. Moreover, Han Ing was a dark gold tier necromancer. Who would dare to provoke her directly? Not to mention the dire consequences of offending a necromancer. The Kanghun Guild behind her could oppress them to the point of breathlessness. Stay put, no one leaves, Han Ing commanded coldly before turning and walking towards the center of the Kanghun Guild's building, leaving the others exchanging glances, seeing bitterness and helplessness deep in each other's eyes. Faced with such a fiery temperament, what could they do but endure? If they couldn't bear it, they could always leave the Kanghun Guild and become unsupported independent professionals. Of course, the members of the hunting team understood why Han Ing was enraged. After all, to acquire the Golden Mount Alpha, Han Ing had invested heavily, even using the epic one-time item, the Holy Light Pendant, yet failed to capture even a single undead bone dragon and even lost her dark gold staff in the process, dropping 10 levels. Anyone would feel aggrieved in her position. With this in mind, the members of the hunting team could only sigh deeply, pressing down their grievances. Having mastered the Death Flame explosion technique, capable of unleashing curses and easily dealing thousands of damage, equipped with silver-level gear and the exclusive golden crown of a necromancer's acolyte. On the other hand, Han Ing, heading towards the Kanghun building, had a somber expression, murmuring softly. Unlike the other members of the hunting team, what preoccupied Han Ing wasn't that someone had snatched the undead bone dragon mount from her, but rather the origins of Su Ming. Such a professional had a high reputation. He couldn't be a nobody. There had to be a force behind him, no less significant than the Kanghun Guild. Moreover, Han Ing was certain that the young man she saw when she first entered the Shallow Bay dungeon was Su Ming. That meant in just a few days, Su Ming had killed the necromancer acolyte boss in the Shallow Bay dungeon and obtained the destruction crown. At his age, to have such strength. Eternal Guild, or perhaps a second generation guild from Jiangnan province? Han Ying's heart tightened, recalling Su Ming's appearance. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It wasn't his handsome face that attracted her, but rather it was because Su Ming was too young, yet he already possessed the attack power of a professional at level 50 to 60. No. Han Ing took a deep breath of turbid air as images of the throne of Slaughter God and the scenes unleashed by the forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon flashed through her mind. Her body trembled slightly. perhaps. He already had the power to kill a third-tier professional at level 60. With this thought, Han Ying quickened her pace, took the elevator, and headed to the top floor of the Kanghan Guild's building. This matter was serious, it had already exceeded Han Ying's control. A top genius professional whose attribute panel could not be viewed, possessing the Death Flame Burst technique, forbidden spells, and even the throne of Slaughter God, a colossal golden throne unheard of by her. In an instant it was capable of crushing the skeletal dragon boss of the undead. And then there was Su Ming's frighteningly young age. All of this filled Han Ying with intense fear and unease. At this moment she only wanted to disclose everything to her father, the president of the Kanghan Guild, to let Han Mu decide. If the force behind Su Ming was an S-level guild, then the situation was likely not so simple. Perhaps this was a prelude to a guild war. Their Kanghan Guild had been targeted. Unfortunately, Han Ying had been grinding in the Shallow Bay dungeon during this time and was unaware of everything happening outside. If only she had checked her phone, she would see the overwhelming news about Su Ming on the short video platforms. The topic, Zhonghai City's genius professional, had already topped the national hot search. Top universities from across the country had also sent their elite recruitment gods to Zhonghai aiming to enroll Su Ming. Shallow Bay Dungeon, Altar of the Undead. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 65 boss monster skeletal dragon Carlos and gained 58,000 experience points. The cold notification sound rang out and nearly 60,000 experience points surged in. The last skeletal dragon boss was also slain. Su Ming gasped heavily and sat down on the ground, tired, so tired. After executing the final ultimate boss monster, his first reaction was not joy but a feeling of immense exhaustion. Damn it, after playing mind games with Han Ying and others, double-killing the skeletal dragons and taming Alpha, a series of maneuvers had pushed his mental strength to its limit. With the final skeletal dragon executed, Su Ming naturally took a deep breath and completely lay flat. After resting briefly, he slowly sat up, first to plunder skills, then to tally all the spoils of war. Su Ming swallowed his saliva, pondering secretly in his heart. Roar, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire Shallow Bay dungeon. Under Su Ming's gaze, Alpha suddenly flapped its tattered bone wings and flew towards the altar of the undead. Until the end, Alpha crawled on the ground, lifting its head as large as a boulder towards Su Ming. Up close, the body of the skeletal dragon was shockingly huge. Indeed, it was a colossal creature. The skeletal dragon in the sky was as large as a mountain range, its wings spread wide enough to block the sunlight in the sky, and now lying at Su Ming's feet it looked even more terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say that just the head of Alpha was more than 100 times bigger than Su Ming. Such amount would probably scare half to death those low-level professionals in Zhonghai City just by appearing. The sense of oppression was maxed out. However, unlike before, Alpha now harbored no malice towards Su Ming. On the contrary, like a husky, it lay on the ground gently wagging its skeletal tail as if to please its master. With a clang, Su Ming took out all the life potions and threw them in front of the undead bone dragon. Who the devil nearly killed our little Alpha, he muttered. Here, good boy, drink 100 bottles of life potion first. Su Ming smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. Hearing Su Ming's words, it was unclear if Alpha understood, but it suddenly paused. Then it gently lifted its head and opened its mouth wide. Golden flames gathered in Alpha's mouth like a scorching sun about to take shape. Su Ming quickly patted Alpha's head and cleared his throat twice. Easy there, always ready with the dragon flame, huh? Good boy, just close your little mouth for now, he said as if coaxing a child. Seeing Alpha droop its head again, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The scene just now wasn't Alpha attempting to attack Su Ming. Once tamed as a mount, the undead bone dragon and Su Ming had formed a life contract. If Su Ming died, Alpha would definitely not survive either. The undead bone dragon boss, in a sense, is a creature in a semi-dead state with not much intelligence. Simply put, producing dragon flame is just like a husky gently biting its owner's hand, a gesture of affection, but affection from a dark gold level undead bone dragon. Who can withstand that? Not to mention Su Ming's current low health state. Even in perfect condition, such a close burst of dragon flame would likely wipe out his health bar. Little Alpha, drink these life potions first, stay here for a while. Su Ming swallowed nervously, feeling a bit embarrassed. He managed to distract the undead bone dragon with coaxing and deceiving, then he focused on a vast array of skill bars. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully forgotten the skill life enhancement, which has now been converted into a skill book. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully forgotten the skill freeze and it has been transformed into a skill book. Ding, Congratulations, you have successfully forgotten the skill Fireball and it has been transformed into a skill book. Each cold notification echoed one by one in Su Ming's mind as he directly forgot 3 skills. These were all silver level skills, however for him at present the utility of these skills was not as significant, forgetting them was the best choice. The Fireball skill, capable of being alchemized into a gold level skill, could potentially be upgraded further if a suitable alchemist is encountered, making it useful once more. Su Ming pondered life enhancement. This boss level skill among silver skill books is absolutely top tier. However, Su Ming frowned slightly. If it were gold level it would be acceptable, but silver level was somewhat weak, there was no helping it. Su Ming's leveling speed was simply too fast now. His attack damage was also increasing crazily. In just over a week, the life enhancement skill, which was previously quite suitable for him now, seemed somewhat less important. If only he could increase the number of skill slots. Su Ming thought to himself quietly, first-class jobs have 6 skills, second-class jobs have 8 skills. If this skill limit persists, Su Ming's plundering talent could not be fully utilized. If there were no limits on the number of skills, the effects produced by the plundering talent would leap qualitatively. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation for the changes that would come with his second job change. Typically each job change provides a rich feedback, besides gaining a certain number of 4-dimensional attribute points. One also receives job-specific talents, skills, and even in some rare cases rare items bestowed by the job change temple, such as a piece of gold-level equipment. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the skill learning cooldown scroll. After forgetting 3 skills, Su Ming also used several cooldown scrolls, restoring the luster to the previously dim skill slots. In the world of universal job changes, if one forgets an existing skill, relearning a new skill requires waiting for at least half a month of cooldown. The solution is straightforward: use a cooldown scroll. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Undead Summoning. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Legion Aura. Su Ming swiftly plundered 2 skills from Han Ing. One was a free plunder. Legion Aura however cost him 94,000 experience points. Name: Undead Summoning. Active skill, tier, gold attributes. Upon activation this skill can summon at least 1,000 undead creatures. As the level increases, the number of summoned undead skeletons can be amplified. The base level of the summoned undead creatures is LV.10. If advanced hybrid demon species are to be summoned, the number of summons will decrease. Description: this skill is exclusive to necromancers or undead priests and cannot be learned by ordinary job holders. Additionally, the skill possesses a hidden mechanism. The attributes and lineage of the summoned undead creatures are influenced by the summoner's own attributes. The stronger the summoner, the stronger the summons. Title: Legion Aura. Active skill, grade, gold attribute, undead type. Support skill. Upon activation this skill amplifies the strength of all summoned creatures, enhancing their quadruple attributes or bestowing additional defenses, attack power, fury, and life value auras, thereby boosting the combat effectiveness of the summons. However, this amplification effect is subject to certain limitations, and the maximum value of the aura's enhancement effect is directly proportional to the summoner's own quadruple attributes, professional grade, and maximum attack power. Description: Legion Aura is a support-type skill exclusively enhancing summoned creatures, and is an extremely rare special skill among all undead-type abilities. The higher the mental attribute of the user, the stronger the effect produced. It is a terrifying skill capable of creating an undead legion. Is it really that powerful? After plundering Han Ying's 2 exclusive skills, Su Ming directly used the identification spell to check the corresponding effects. However, this look made Su Ming's eyes widen in shock. Too strong. Both skills are top-notch, truly worthy of an undead mage, absolutely terrifying. Just considering undead summoning, once this skill is learned, even if Su Ming's level is only 1, he can directly summon over 1,000 undead skeletons. Moreover, the strength of these summons will not be weak. The lowest level among them is LV 10. What does this mean? It means that a level 1 professional can, with a snap of their fingers, open the gates of the abyss. Behind him, a grand legion of 1,000 undead creatures marches, an entire undead legion. If placed in Zhonghai No. 1 middle school, it could scare those newly transitioned senior high school students out of their wits, turning them into a quivering mess. As the level increases, the number of undead skeletons summoned from the abyssal world can also increase. The attributes and lineage of the summoned creatures are related to the summoner. Su Ming carefully reviewed the properties in the skill column, a thought occurring to him: if it's a god of slaughter profession, the summoned undead creatures might not be skeletons but could be demons. According to the skill description, that is indeed the case. The undead creatures from the abyssal world are not just undead skeletons. For instance, the hybrid demon species summoned by Han Ing using the Holy Light Pendant is a powerful skeletal flame demon. If Su Ming were to perform the summoning directly, the basic level and quadruple attributes of the summoned creatures would likely far surpass those of Han Ing. After all, Su Ming's professional grade is 2 levels higher. If he reduces the number of summons, perhaps summoning a terrifying demon of level 50 to level 60 is not out of the question. After his mana had been replenished, Su Ming thought to himself that he should test the power of this skill. Currently his mana was completely drained, leaving him unable to deploy this golden skill any longer. To verify whether his idea was correct, he would need to wait until his mana was fully restored. Specific skills like undead summoning typically consumed a terrifying amount of mana, not any less than the Death Explosion spell. Without sufficient mana, it was tough to execute perfectly. Once his level reached the triple digits or even several hundreds, could he summon hundreds or thousands of high-level demonic bosses in one go? Or, if his class tier was elevated to legendary or even demigod status and his base spiritual attributes also reached a terrifying level, then could he simultaneously summon hybrid demons at the same level as himself? A bold thought crossed Su Ming's mind. Although, in a sense, undead summoning was merely a consumptive skill, the strength of the summoned beings wasn't that great, serving at best as cannon fodder. Just like Han Ing, who summoned low-level undead skeletons not to kill the undead bone dragon boss in one hit but to deplete the health bar and life state of Alpha. The skeleton flame demon was the real damage dealer, but Su Ming had different ideas. After all, the undead creatures summoned by this skill could all be put to his use. What if he turned these consumptive summons into permanent minions? Would that completely change the way this skill was used, or perhaps create a new effect, using the summoned undead creatures to form a true undead legion? Reaching such a level would likely require the skill to advance to the heroic tier, no, perhaps even to the epic tier or above. Su Ming smiled faintly, returning to his senses. Indeed, this idea seemed a bit too bold. Setting aside whether it could be achieved, at least for now, Su Ming's current mana did not seem sufficient to support summoning demons of the same level, unless like Han Ing he used an epic item like the Holy Light Pendant. Otherwise, it was unthinkable, slow, and steady. Su Ming took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to another location, the undead altar. At this moment, 3 huge broken skeletons lay on the altar, the undead bone dragons, Sinil, Ashais and Carlos, whom Su Ming had slain. These 3 ultimate boss monsters, all of golden tier, possessed attributes not as powerful as Alphas, and naturally, their boss skills were somewhat inferior. However, they were still ultimate bosses of the golden tier, and each skill was considerable. If placed in a major city like Kyoto, they would indeed cause a sensation, attracting all professionals. For Su Ming, while the skills of the undead bone dragons were indeed precious, they weren't as exquisite as one might imagine. As his level increased, he could plunder any skill he desired from various top-tier bosses. Su Ming's future was filled with endless possibilities. Burning Ring, golden tier, priced at *170,000 experience points. Dragon Wing, golden tier, priced at *130,000 experience points. Undead Dragon Flame, golden tier, priced at *156,000 experience points. Undead Dragon Bone, golden tier, priced at *13,000 experience points. Dragon Bone Claw, silver tier, priced at *73,000 experience points. Glorious, absolutely glorious. Su Ming glanced once and immediately realized just how insane the skills of these 3 undead bone dragons were. To say the least, it was a collection of golden level boss skills, and those silver tier skills were equally powerful and exaggerated to the extreme. He wanted them all, but what to do? Su Ming swallowed hard, a faint glimmer of hope twinkling in his eyes. If he had already felt the urge to plunder more skills when he encountered the undead apostle boss, then now that urge had escalated to a critical point. However, reality was somewhat disappointing. The skill slots were full. He couldn't plunder any more skills. At most he could only gain 3 more: Deathflame Burst, Elemental Arrows and Vanishing Step, Undead Summoning, Legion Aura Identification and the Forbidden Spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Su Ming glanced at his skill bar. Excluding the Identification and the Forbidden Spell that didn't occupy a slot, he already possessed 5 skills. he couldn't plunder even one more. Forget. Vanishing Step, Elemental Arrows. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. How could he? Both skills were golden level and had excellent effects. It wasn't necessarily that only attack skills were the strongest. The auxiliary effect of Vanishing Step was top tier, and Elemental Arrows, which had tamed Alpha the Golden Dragon, relied on this divine-like skill and could not possibly be forgotten. For a moment Su Ming frowned and fell silent. Suddenly his eyes brightened. There were a few cool-down scrolls after all. Su Ming swallowed. A bolder idea surfaced in his mind. Why not directly forget a skill? After all, forgetting it wouldn't make the skill disappear. It would just turn into a skill book. When he changed classes again and the skill restrictions were lifted, he could relearn them. They wouldn't be gone forever. Yes, Su Ming took a deep breath, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, the skills before him, each one was tempting. They couldn't just be left there unattended, and turning them into skill books, he could still use them later, even if not used, they could be sold. However, the experience points were a bit lacking. Most of the Bone Dragon's boss skills were golden level, fetching a high price. Even the silver level ones were priced around 70 to 80,000. If he wanted to plunder them all and convert them into skill books, it seemed Su Ming was short on experience points. But there was no rush. Another round in the dungeon, harvesting a wave of leeks, should suffice. Su Ming's eyes gleamed. He had now tamed Alpha, and with the newly acquired undead summoning skill, gaining a couple 100,000 experience points was not a difficult task. It was no exaggeration to say that Alpha was like a dominator in the Shallow Bay dungeon. It seems that without Su Ming even lifting a finger, those low-level hybrid monsters lose all will to resist upon seeing the golden giant dragon. Harvesting hundreds of thousands of experience points is just a matter of reaching out and grabbing them. With this thought in mind, Su Ming nods his head. Then he glances at the altar of the undead, tallying the spoils of war. Item: Undead Bone Dragon Certificate, Ultimate Boss Certificate, X3 grade, Gold Attributes. The Undead Bone Dragon Certificate is an extremely rare job change certificate necessary for Dragon Knights to advance to level 100. This item can also be used to concoct potions or as a material for alchemical enhancements on equipment. Description: Each certificate is unique, varying based on the level, attributes, and exclusive skills of the undead bone dragon boss that was killed. The effects after use can vary greatly. Item: Random Attribute Gem X4 grade, Gold Attributes, plus 100 random 4-dimensional attributes, permanent increase. Restrictions: None. Description: Each random attribute gem grants a 100-point increase in basic attributes permanently. Unlike specific attribute gems, random attribute gems have a hidden mechanism that may grant an additional 100 points in exclusive attributes after use. Item: Rustic Dragon Blade grade, Gold Attributes, plus 200 Strength. Alchemy, plus 370 Spirit. Alchemy, plus 500 Magic Resistance. Alchemy. Description: Made from a broken dragon claw that resembles a curved blade, this gold-grade material can be transformed by a skilled alchemist into a gold-grade offensive weapon, possibly incorporating some dragon lineage and increasing the probability of equipment skills. Item: Rune Engraved Dragon Bone grade, Dark Gold Attributes. Unknown. Description: A massive dragon bone filled with mysterious runes. This bone does not belong to an undead bone dragon boss but is a unique drop from the boss. Extremely hard. The runes are suspected to be a specific ancient dragon's exclusive skill array. If refined by a high-level alchemist, unexpected effects might be produced. Do not casually merge with other items or you may lose a piece of premium monster material. Item: Shattered Deathwing grade, Gold Attributes, plus 300 attack speed, plus 600 movement speed, plus 200 agility, plus 200 magic resistance, plus 350 physical immunity. Description: The Shattered Deathwing, a worn version of the exclusive Deathwing from the Winter of Destruction Black Dragon instance, is not an offensive equipment or weapon. However, it can be worn directly. Upon use, it provides a pair of dark as ink broken bone wings, granting flight capability, enhancing attack and movement speeds. In crucial moments, it can activate some dragon lineage, providing immunity to certain physical damages, enhancing resistance to magical damages, and even granting the unique aura buff of dragon creatures. Item: Tomb of the Undead Dragon Access Pass grade, Epic Attributes. Using this item binds the identity and grants permanent access to the dungeon world Tomb of the Undead Dragon. This item is a one-time use tool that can only bind to one professional and cannot be switched once bound. Description: the Dragon Tomb, a burial ground for numerous dragon creatures after their deaths, is inhabited by countless terrifying dragon skeletons, all in a semi-dead state. Over time, they will completely transform into undead creatures such as skeletal bone dragons. The Dragon Tomb also houses other undead creatures, including the ultimate boss from the Shallow Bay dungeon, the hybrid Demonkind Icetail Scorpion. Caution is advised when using the pass, as one cannot be sure whether an instant death awaits upon entering the tomb. Facing countless dead dragon creatures would frighten anyone, and Su Ming was utterly shocked, even cursing out loud in surprise. Under the effect of an identification spell, the items dropped by the undead bone dragons appeared before Su Ming's eyes. It was insane. Even Su Ming at this moment found himself unable to sit still. Splendid, rich, top-notch, for attribute gems, all of gold level quality, each capable of enhancing attributes by 100 points. Moreover, under a hidden mechanism, they could potentially increase attributes by up to 200 points. This meant that if all were used, Su Ming could instantly gain an additional 400 to 800 attribute points. Such a level of enhancement was akin to what a gold-ranked professional would achieve after advancing 40 levels continuously. After all, an ordinary gold-ranked professional might only gain 10 to 20 free attribute points per level, and Su Ming, just like that, he had 800 points in hand. How could one not be driven mad by such fortune? A simple dragon blade, a rune-filled dragon bone. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at these two top-tier monster materials. Both had fallen from the undead bone dragon boss, one gold-ranked, the other dark gold-ranked. Goodness, these were no less valuable than two pieces of gold equipment. Su Ming swallowed hard, feeling a surge of excitement. Gold-ranked monster materials were top-tier items in the entire world of professional transformations. In the major exchanges and auction houses of Shanghai City, it could be months before golden dragon materials were available for sale, and each occurrence would inevitably attract a frenzy among all high-level professionals, especially those above level 100 who had a particular fondness for such items. No matter the cost, they would ensure they got their hands on it. Each piece of gold material was unique, useful not only for alchemy but also for other hidden purposes, even many forbidden spells needed gold materials to advance from beginner to normal grade. Gold rank Deathwing epic level, Dragon Tomb Pass. Of course, among all the items, what accelerated Su Ming's heartbeat the most were the last two items. In the chilling world of winter, the ultimate boss, the destroyer Black Dragon Deathwing, stands alongside the ancient dragon Goldsteel. And now, I've actually obtained a low-end version of Deathwing. Su Ming swallowed hard, his excitement suddenly surging. This golden grade wingspan is not a weapon but rather a pair of wings. In the world where professions are transformed and game and reality merge into a digitized global era, wings, just like in Su Ming's previous life in online games, are a common item. The effect of Deathwing's wings is straightforward. Once equipped, Su Ming could defy gravity and fly. At the same time, his attack and movement speeds would see a phenomenal increase. Of course, besides the added abilities, the most eye-catching aspect of such items is their incredibly cool appearance. It's explosively stylish. Imagine a professional suddenly unfurling a splendid set of wings, lightly touching the ground before soaring into the sky. Let's not even discuss the boost in combat this provides. Just the flashy appearance alone is enough to stupefy an opponent, especially those fragile professionals. If Su Ming were to confront a mage, the mage might stand still, casting a dozen fireballs, but Su Ming? With a simple wave of Deathwing's wings, he could effortlessly dodge all the fireball spells, circle behind his opponent, and with one strike of the Black Snow Blade end the fight. This is the terror of wings. The innate advantage is just too exaggerated. A few months ago, an SS-ranked guild's auction house in Kyoto seemed to have auctioned off a golden grade wingspan with the final price reaching 2 billion. Su Ming thought to himself, his heart tightening. Usually, the market price for golden grade equipment is only around 100 million. Even for top quality gold equipment, it's just a few hundred million. But a golden grade winged item like this could fetch tens of billions at auction. This also proves the rarity of such wings. Whenever one is put up for sale, it inevitably causes a huge stir, with numerous high-level professionals turning green with envy and ready to fight over it. After all, rarity brings value. Moreover, the effect of the wings is excellent. The Dragon Tomb Pass, the last item, epic level, it shocks Su Ming the most. Could it really open a dragon's burial site? Even the hybrid demonic species Icetail Scorpion is in the Dragon Tomb. Su Ming took a deep breath, now somewhat understanding why Han Ying went To such lengths to kill the undead bone dragon boss, Han Ying's aim was probably not just a dragon skeleton but to gain control over the entire dragon tomb, and the hybrid demonic species Ice-Tail Scorpion within the tomb was also part of Han Ying's plan. No wonder, Su Ming frowned and murmured softly, Han Ying would even forsake an epic item like the Holy Light Pendant. The plot, it's for something like this. The value of the Holy Light Pendant is terrifying, though it is a one-time item. It can summon a skeleton flame demon which can be used against even higher level bosses. However, for Alpha and several other undead bone dragons, Han Ying did not hesitate to use the Holy Light Pendant directly. What she initially wanted was not just Alpha the Golden Dragon mount, but also the Dragon Tomb access card dropped by the boss monster, and the mixed blood demonic species the Ice-Tail Scorpion within the Dragon Tomb, the Ice Barrel Scorpions of the Winter World Pureblood first generation species. The destructive Black Dragon Deathwing also lies within the Winter instance. Su Ming slightly frowned, formulating his own plan. It seems that the Shallow Bay instance and the Winter World are somehow connected. He wondered if there was a teleportation circle in the Dragon Tomb that could lead to the Winter instance. With this thought, Su Ming's expression became one of longing tinged with anticipation. Who could have imagined? A professional who hasn't even completed his second job change, a minor figure in the eyes of the gods, was already in possession of a Dragon Tomb nest, even plotting against the pureblood first-generation Ice Barrel Scorpion. Such top-tier creatures are untouchable even by level 100 deities, yet Su Ming was already in contact with them. Looking at the equipment dropped by the undead bone dragon after tallying the monster materials and items like Deathwing, Su Ming then focused on the golden halos scattered on the ground. The undead bone dragon boss naturally had dropped gear, and it was top-tier high-grade items. Name: Sacrificial Cloak grade, dark gold attributes, plus 300 vitality, plus 3,500 physical defense, plus 2,500 magic resistance. Exclusive equipment skill Sacrificial Absorption. When receiving spell damage, it can absorb a portion of the magic attack and convert it into one's own mana. When receiving physical attacks, it can convert a part of the physical attack into one's own health. Restrictions: none wearable by all professions. Description: the sacrificial cloak dropped only by undead creatures not only absorbs spell damage but also physical damage, enhancing both the wearer's health and mana. A rare high-quality item that can also be realchemized. Name: Storm Bone Spear grade, gold attributes, plus 250 strength, plus 200 spirit, plus 50% physical critical hit, plus 100% physical lifesteal. Exclusive equipment skill Storm. When the Storm Bone Spear is thrown, there is a certain chance to trigger the storm effect. The spear will split into multiple spears, at least splitting into 4 and at most into 100. When 100 spears appear, they can sweep up into a storm, delivering terrifying physical critical damage upon hitting the target, along with a certain degree of magical attack power and continuous damage. Restriction: Knight class level 30. Description: Storm Bone Spear possesses extremely high attributes and powerful equipment skills. The storm skills in a sense already possess the strength of a golden boss skill. If used properly, the effects of this equipment skill can produce terrifyingly high damage. Of course, after using the Storm Bone Spear to release skills. The equipment skill can undergo a secondary amplification. Name: Resurrection Stone, perfect, X2 attribute. Can perfectly resurrect once after use. Resurrect in place without dropping equipment and fully restore health. Restriction: none. Description: the Resurrection Stone, a top-tier item, does not have a class division. It can purify all negative effects, remove all skill and curse cooldowns, and there is also a certain probability of obtaining a resurrection buff that grants immunity to all damage for a short period. Name: Dragon Armor, Mount Armor, grade, gold attribute. Enhances the defense attack and health of the mount and can also improve the attributes of the knight, enhancing the coordination between the mount and the knight. Restriction: none. Description: Mount Armor exclusive to mounts and not wearable by the profession holder. This item contains a trace of dragon lineage. When equipped by a mount, it can obtain a certain degree of dragon's pressure. If the mount itself has dragon lineage, combined with this equipment, it can unleash the equipment skill Dragon's Fury, releasing a domain effect with dragon chance, causing continuous magical damage to the target. Damn, this is lavish. Su Ming took a deep breath of cold air, completely shocked. Originally, he thought that Deathwing and the Dragon Tomb Pass were explosive enough, but he did not expect there to be even more insane loot: a dark gold cape, a gold level Storm Bone Spear. These two pieces of equipment are definitely god tier items. Just the fact that both come with an equipment skill is enough to instantly defeat a large number of gold equipment on the market. Not all equipment comes with an equipment skill. Many items are just 1 or 2 turns and the added 4 dimensional attributes are quite limited. Some gold equipment can even only increase a couple hundred points of agility, but for Summing, the cape and bone spear he exploded this time are truly exceptional, starting off with over 3,000 points of physical defense, ritual absorption, able to absorb both magical and physical damage received. Summing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his eyes slightly brightening. The dark gold ritual cape was more exaggerated than he imagined. Its attribute entries had 3 items, the worst being 300 points of constitution, and the exclusive equipment skill was comparable to some high-level golden boss skills. Most importantly, this equipment could undergo secondary alchemy. This means the attributes and entries of the equipment could be further increased. This value was no longer that of ordinary dark gold equipment. To a certain extent, it could rival hero-level weapons. Summing swallowed, trying to calm himself down. It wasn't that his psychological quality was bad, it was just that this equipment was damn top-notch. If this item was obtained by a large guild, they would probably want to start an auction right away, and it could easily sell for $1 billion. Storm Bone Spear. Can it split into at most 100 spears, showing the storm effects? Seeing the attribute description of the Storm Bone Spear, Summing couldn't help but cough twice, almost choking. If the ritual cape made Summing excited, well, the Storm Bone Spear simply thrilled him. You call this a gold tier item? Su Ming gasped for breath, his adrenaline surging. For attributes, 100 Storm Bone Spears, terrifying physical damage, continuous output damage effect, such splendid properties. Forget gold tier, many dark gold tier weapons might not even compare. It's just as expected of the undead bone dragon boss. The quality of the dropped items is exceptionally good. Of course, Su Ming frowned slightly, pondering quietly. Could it have something to do with the Godslayer profession? From the moment he entered the Shallow Bay dungeon, he noticed a clue. It seems that every boss he defeated dropped items that were excessively good. Not only were the attributes and grades high, but the extra equipment skills were also incredibly exaggerated. Such things, even if one kills a level 100 boss, might not necessarily drop, right? He wondered if he could gain an additional talent or a supportive skill after his second-class change. Su Ming was thoughtful. He had already noticed some hidden effects of the Godslayer profession. Perhaps a high drop rate was one of them. As he continued to change classes and his level reached a certain threshold, maybe these hidden effects would be magnified infinitely. Imagine killing a level 1 minor monster and directly getting a gold tier top quality item. Just thinking about it was thrilling. The Resurrection Stone and Dragon Armor also had good effects. Su Ming glanced at these 2 items. These were rewards triggered by the Divine Level Choice storyline. Naturally, the quality was not bad. After all, products from the system were always top-notch. Whoosh! Su Ming immediately had Alpha wore the Dragon Armor and he himself equipped the Ritual Cloak and Storm Bone Spear. The blade of black snow suddenly seemed less appealing. Su Ming gripped the black blade in his hand and couldn't help but smile faintly. The feel of the Storm Bone Spear was clearly much better, and it had stronger physical damage. Of course, the blade of black snow was Su Ming's first piece of equipment and he had grown somewhat attached to it. He didn't abandon it outright but instead clipped the blade of black snow to his waist. Holding the Storm Bone Spear in his hand, it also served well as a secondary weapon. Su Ming murmured softly. His profession was the rare epic Godslayer class. For him, equipment restrictions didn't mean much. The Godslayer profession allowed Su Ming to learn skills from all professions and wear equipment from all classes. In other words, whether it was a mage's wand or a knight's spear, he could use them all. The attributes of the blade of black snow, even among gold tier weapons, were quite good. There was no need to simply discard it. Keep a backup weapon. It might surprise the enemy in future battles. Gather all the loot. Take another round in the dungeon, harvest some experience points from the low-level hybrid monsters, and then plunder the unique skills of the undead bone dragon boss. Summing gently pressed his temples, making a clear plan. After killing the boss, all skills could be plundered, but there was a time limit. If the time limit was exceeded, the opportunity to plunder would be lost. To obtain all the skills of the undead bone dragon, Summing needed enough experience points, otherwise he could only complete 3 free plunders. Skills like undead dragon flame and immortal dragon bones would be out of reach. This time was indeed a great harvest. He stored the huge carcass of the undead bone dragon in the system space and properly secured a pile of silver grade items and gold grade spoils. Summing couldn't help but smile, feeling refreshed. Apart from the gold equipment, these 3 undead bone dragons also dropped a large amount of silver-grade materials and equipment. Normally, a high-level boss monster would drop more than 1 item. However, Summing's drop rate was indeed a bit higher. Just the undead bone dragon named Carlos dropped 6 pieces of equipment, 1 storm bone spear and 5 silver equipment. If Han Ning from the Kanghun Guild knew this, she would probably spit blood on the spot. If it weren't for Summing's arrival, all these items would have originally belonged to her. Let's go, little Alpha. Summing smiled contentedly and called out to the undead bone dragon lying beside him, then directly mounted the back of the golden giant dragon. His gaze then sharpened as he looked towards the depths of the shallow bay dungeon. At the same time, in the top floor office of the Kanghun Guild headquarters, Han Ying's expression was one of shock, her body trembling violently. Forbidden curse, death flame burst technique. Summing, a student from Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School. Sitting opposite Han Ning in the president's office was a middle-aged man, somewhat resembling Han Ning but with a very serious demeanor, clearly a habit developed from years of holding a high position. At that moment, Han Mu lightly tapped on the desk with one hand while his gaze was fixed intently on a tablet in front of him. The tablet was playing various high-definition videos of Summing. In just a few minutes, Han Mu had confirmed Summing's identity. The professional wearing the crown of the undead apostle of destruction in the shallow bay dungeon was indeed the recently famous Summing, a high school student under 20 years old. Did he really seize the golden giant dragon Alpha and also in several other undead bone dragons? Han Mu slightly squinted, looking at his daughter Han Ning sitting directly across from him. However, at this moment Han Ning was staring with widened eyes, her body slightly trembling as if her throat was being constricted, feeling almost suffocated. What's wrong? Seeing Han Ying's reaction, Han Mu's brow furrowed. Father. Han Ning slightly opened her mouth, her pupils suddenly dilated, and after a long silence she slowly spoke in an extremely shocked tone. My skills have disappeared. What did you say? Hearing his daughter's reply, Han Mu stood up abruptly, disbelief written all over his face. He rushed to Han Ning, grabbed her arm and activated the advanced identification technique. Indeed, the necromancer class still existed. However, the top-tier skills like undead summoning and legion aura had completely vanished. Father, what's going on? Han Ning gasped heavily, utterly bewildered, a sense of indescribable panic and horror rising in her heart. As a dark gold level professional, Han Ning knew she had an unpredictable future ahead of her. As long as she grew successfully, she would surely become a high-level professional like her father, whose mere presence could shake a city. But now, the professional skills that Han Ning had always prided herself on had disappeared into thin air without any warning. Was this a negative effect of death? Han Mu furrowed his brow. Even he, positioned highly, struggled to control his emotions for a moment, his voice trembling slightly. No, this seems to be permanently gone. Han Ying's eyes widened in shock again. How could this be permanently gone? Su Ming. Han Ning took a deep breath of turbid air, regaining her composure, her gaze fixed intently on her father. She said in a deep voice, was it Su Ming? Did he destroy your exclusive skills? Hearing Han Ying's words, Han Mu couldn't help but take a sharp inhale, his eyes turning slightly icy as he clenched his teeth and spat out a few words. Such a vicious lad. Han Mu gently patted his daughter's head, turned away without looking back at Han Ning, and squinted at the scenery outside the window. The Kanghun Guild building was situated in the heart of Zhonghai City. From here, one could overlook the entire cityscape. Han Mu was silent for a long time before he spoke in a low voice. Don't worry, I will have the senior professionals in the guild immediately start searching for Su Ming. If it turns out he really did destroy your professional skills, your dad will personally make him pay the price. Han Mu's brows were tightly furrowed, his gaze filled with an increasingly intense killing intent. He turned his head back to Han Ning and continued, as for your 2 skills, I will do my utmost to restore them. Even if they can't be fully recovered, I will let you awaken to a new profession again. Han Mu gently stroked Han Ying's forehead. Daughter, don't forget you are a dual-class professional. Even if you lose one profession, you can still become the most dazzling existence in this world of universal job transfers. Comforted, Han Ning finally regained her composure, nodding gently. Her beautiful face, which could mesmerize anyone, gradually regained some color, no longer so pale and dazed. Father, how did he manage to do it? Does Su Ming really have no guild backing him up? I'm worried. Behind him there might be an existence no less than our Kanghun. Perhaps this action marks the prelude to a guild war. Han Ning shared her thoughts in full. Being a prodigy, Han Ning not only possessed exceptional talents but also a mindset far beyond her peers. The appearance of Su Ming was truly bizarre. The strength he demonstrated didn't seem to belong to an ordinary professional, it resembled more that of a seedling cultivated by a top-tier guild. The recent conflict over the undead bone dragon boss might not be as simple as it seems. If Su Ming really represents another top guild, then the Kanghan guild might soon face a tremendous disaster. The guild behind Su Ming will declare war on Kanghan. Have we offended someone? Han Ing voiced her concerns. Hearing his daughter's worries, Han Mu didn't respond directly but shook his head. After a moment's consideration, he spoke. Sometimes conflicts arise not necessarily because of offense. The covert battles between guilds are all too common. However, you must understand one thing. I, Han Mu, have only one daughter. No matter what happens, your dad will do everything in his power to protect you. Su Ming, I'll remember him. Even if he's backed by an SS-tier guild, I'll make him pay the price. Even if it means declaring war against a double S-tier guild. So what? Han Mu's words carried an undeniable authority. Han Ing was stunned, deeply moved by his words. Thank you, Dad. She buried her head in Han Mu's embrace, her eyes brimming with a hint of grievance, and whimpered softly, almost on the verge of tears. But I want to handle it myself. I want to kill him. To kill him until his levels reset to 0. Han Ing gasped heavily, holding back the tears that almost spilled from her eyes, and whimpered in a puppy-like voice. Okay, Han Mu responded decisively, his large hand gently stroking Han Ing. At this moment, Han Ying's eyes revealed complex emotions. The image of Su Ming defeating the undead bone dragon was etched in her mind, lingering persistently. At the shallow bay dungeon, under the azure sky and golden beaches, a mountainous undead bone dragon flashed across the sky, scattering the thick clouds. Sunlight dappled the coast. Comfortable behind the undead bone dragon, Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, feeling immensely pleased. To think I've gained over 600,000 experience points so easily. Su Ming took a deep breath and murmured softly. The power of Alpha exceeded his expectations. After all, Alpha was the ultimate boss of the Shallow Bay Dungeon, a level 67 leader among various hybrid creatures, undoubtedly the supreme ruler. Without Su Ming's intervention, in just a short half-hour he had harvested hundreds of thousands of experience points. The feeling was simply too comfortable, enjoyable, smooth, comfortable. Su Ming rubbed his temples and commenced looting on the back of Alpha, preparing to plunder the skills of West Nell, Asasai and Carlos, the other undead bone dragons. If we delay any further, we might surpass the plundering time limit. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Ring of Fire. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Undead Dragon Flame. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill. Undying Dragon Bones. A series of cold notification sounds rang out as Su Ming in one breath plundered all the skills from 3 undead bone dragons. At the same time, he discarded most of the skills to convert them into skill books. Holding about a dozen skill books in his hand, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly again. Hiss, even a single silver-grade skill book could probably stir up a huge wave, Su Ming pondered. Indeed, in this world, skill books are incredibly precious items, more important even than equipment. The skill books in Su Ming's hands were all exclusive skills of the undead bone dragon bosses, and one couldn't find a second copy of any in the market. Their value, immeasurably high, even the least among them. The giant dragon bone claw, once listed in the exchange, could shock all the professionals in Zhonghai City, and the final transaction price, it would likely be astronomical. If managed well, perhaps a B-grade guild could be promoted directly to an A-grade guild just from one auction. After all, the influence and traffic generated by these skill books already exceeded the value of an undead bone dragon itself. In the future, before entering an instance, one must prepare enough cooldown scrolls to facilitate turning precious boss skills into skill books. Su Ming licked his lips, seemingly hungry for more. Contract scrolls, I should also stock up on those. If there's a high-level dragon creature, taming another mount isn't out of the question. Only now did Su Ming truly realize the correct way to utilize his plundering talent, to directly plunder the right boss skills for his own use. No, he could totally become a black market merchant, insanely plundering various high-level boss monsters' exclusive skills, then using cooldown scrolls to forcibly remove the cooldown on forgotten skills. In this way, every time Su Ming entered an instance, he could harvest dozens or even tens of dozens of top-tier skill books. These would be worth much more than any monster materials, right? With this thought, Su Ming's eyes filled with anticipation. Who knows how many top-tier dragon-type creatures still lay in the Dragon Tomb? He still had a Dragon Tomb Pass in his hand, which once bound to his identity would open a pathway to the undead Dragon Tomb. The dragon bosses, there would definitely be more than 4, perhaps there were dozens, so many undead bone dragons, countless bloodlines of dragons. If he could defeat and plunder the skills from each of these dragons, Su Ming might soar to great heights in a short time. Imagine becoming an entity that all top professionals across the nation must revere. Picture this, each move you make is like unleashing a powerful dragon skill book: Dragon Flame, Dragon Breath, Immortal Dragon Bones, top tier healing abilities, top tier health regeneration abilities, top tier defensive abilities. It can be said that by purchasing enough skill books from Su Ming, one could create a professional akin to a humanoid dragon possessing various skills of the dragon race. This would result in an all-around improvement tenfold or even 100-fold. Of course, the most elite and rare skills Su Ming would never sell. He keeps those for his own use. The best treasures are certainly kept for oneself. Let's see just how powerful the exclusive skills of the undead bone dragon are. After some deliberation, Su Ming decided to keep 3 skills for himself: Ring of Fire, Dragon Wings, and Undead Dragon Flame. These 3 skills are superb in their effects, especially the Ring of Fire, which Alpha also possesses. Opening the attribute panel to check the skill list, Su Ming's pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Meanwhile, at the shallow bay by the Golden Reef coast, a hunting team halted. The members of this team, all appearing quite youthful, starkly contrasted the professionals led by Han Ing from the Soul Guild. These were high school students. Indeed, gathered by the seaside were students from Zhonghai No. 1 High School who had just completed their first job transfer ceremony not long ago. At this moment, Su Qingya and her peers were all dumbstruck, looking up at the sky. There, like a mountain range, a majestic and splendid dragon sprawled across the mid-air, completely blocking the sunlight above. A heavy shadow fell over the heads of Su Qingya and the others. Was this the ultimate boss in the Shallow Bay instance? Senior Qingya, that's the undead bone dragon, came the shocked voices from the team. Several high school students were visibly horrified, their jaws nearly dropping. A level 67 boss. A trace of shock appeared on Su Qingya's beautiful face, her mouth slightly agape, her teeth tightly clenched, her red lips, completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Wasn't it said that the highest level boss in this silver instance was only level 60? It must be a mutant. Beside her, Long Chen was also shocked, frowning slightly and saying uncertainly, otherwise it means the original ultimate boss has evolved, increasing its level significantly. This is a golden dragon. Su Qingya took a deep breath, shifting her gaze away from the golden dragon Alpha. She voiced her own judgment softly. Every dragon upon death might transform into an undead bone dragon, and each bone of this dragon exhibits a golden quality, likely the legendary golden dragon. It seems that the Shallow Bay instance is not quite what we imagined. Hearing Su Qingya's words, all the students present brightened up, struck once again in their spirits. Golden dragon, in my memory, the most famous is probably Gold Smog from the Winter World. Could it be? A top-tier creature like this exists in the silver instance of Zhonghai City? The fame of the gold-scaled Smygol is truly immense, a dream dragon for any dragon rider. Hiss, a horrifying boss close to level 70. This hybrid demon spewing a fireball could very well mean the end for us. End for us? You're overthinking it. Scratch that fear, if it's as Sister Qingya described this. Undead Bone Dragon was once a golden giant dragon before its death. It wouldn't even need to use any skills. Just by exerting its dragon domain, the overwhelming pressure would be enough to doom all the professionals present. It's terrifying. I just wanted to level up. Is that so hard? Indeed, something seems off with this silver level dungeon. Golden Reef Shore, no low-level hybrid monsters is one thing, but now a golden undead bone dragon has appeared. Is this really just a silver level dungeon? We better run, or we might have to return to our resurrection matrix back at school. In the hunting team, all the students' faces turned pale with fear. The fame of the golden giant dragon is unimaginably vast. How to put it? In high school textbooks, the gold-scaled Smygol is the most famous lesson. All language teachers would emphasize the detailed attributes of the golden giant dragons and their innate bloodline effects. The heart of the wicked dragon alone is enough to terrify countless high school students, scaring them witless. And now, such a fearsome creature has appeared right above Su Qingya and the others. How could it not cause panic? At this moment, everyone has lost the will to continue leveling in the dungeon. They just want to leave as soon as possible and return to school to calm down. No need to panic. Amidst the chirping noise, Su Qingya rubbed her temples and her beautiful eyes swept over everyone. She spoke again. The golden giant dragon above us is not ownerless. As soon as Su Qingya's words landed, the entire hunting team was dumbfounded. Not ownerless, Does that mean this nearly level 70 undead bone dragon boss has been tamed by a professional, a golden mount, that is so cool, blown away by its awesomeness? Seeing everyone silently shocked, Su Qingya coughed lightly and continued to explain, I possess top-level identification magic which allows me to view the attribute bar of this undead bone dragon. There is a small symbol next to its name. This bone dragon named Alpha has just been tamed by a powerful professional, however my identification magic cannot reveal the identity of that professional. Su Qingya did not hide any information, she explained everything thoroughly. How could this be? Beside her, Long Chen frowned slightly, becoming restless. Qingya, isn't your appraisal skill at the gold level? It can even inspect epic items. Why can't it identify? Long Chen asked in a deep voice. Indeed, in this world appraisal skills are also graded. From the lowest black iron level to the demigod level, each appraisal skill varies slightly in effect. However, the tiers of items they can identify differ greatly. Generally speaking, an appraisal skill can only inspect items that are no more than 4 grades above its own level. For example, with a gold level appraisal skill, one can inspect items at the gold, dark gold, hero and epic levels. If it's beyond the epic level, dark gold level appraisal skills are necessary. Of course, if the target of the appraisal is a professional, even with an epic level appraisal skill, it might still fail. Professionals can use skills or other methods to hide their attributes directly. Don't call me Qingya, we're not that close. Facing Long Chen's words, Su Qingya bluntly retorted and then turned to explain to the other students. The professional behind the undead bone dragon naturally hid his attributes, not wanting others to discover them. After all, someone who can tame a gold giant dragon isn't someone we can casually pry into. Su Qingya paused, then looked at her classmates in the hunting team and said with a gentle smile, however, there's no need to worry too much. For such high-level figures we pose no threat. Naturally he won't strike at us. Let's all cheer up and continue leveling. The National College entrance examination is about to start and we aim to complete our second transformation before the exam to achieve excellent results. Su Qingya's words inspired everyone present. For a moment, these high school students also breathed a sigh of relief. Right, anyone capable of taming a gold dragon like Alpha could squash them as easily as ants, even easier. In fact, just one glance from the undead bone dragon would be enough to shatter their faint hearts. If he really wanted to eliminate them, the great professional behind the undead bone dragon would have acted already, not waited until now. Su Qingya's words were convincing, but she overlooked one point, that is, Su Ming did not hide his attributes. It was due to the characteristics of his god of slaughter profession. Even if Su Qingya possessed a top-level appraisal skill, she couldn't inspect Su Ming's attributes. After all, the god of slaughter profession is an extremely noble and rare profession possessed only by Su Ming worldwide. Naturally, it wouldn't allow other professionals to casually pry into it. Even if possible, it would require hundreds of levels, also at the epic tier, to barely manage. As the hunting team resumed its normal orders, Su Qingya still frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the undead bone dragon in the sky. For some reason, the image of Su Ming surfaced in her mind, apostle of the undead, level 24. Su Qingya slightly opened her mouth, inhaling sharply, her heart tightening. Could this undead bone dragon be related to him as well? At this thought, Su Qingya's expression changed abruptly, her mood incredibly complex. It couldn't possibly be. Moments later, she shook her head, denying her own thoughts. A high school student taming a golden dragon as a mount would shock the nation if word got out. Su Qingya pressed her temples again. It seemed that the recent stress was too much and she hadn't rested well. Name: Ring of Fire, active skill, grade, gold attributes. Once released, this skill can form a burning golden ring of fire, can be condensed multiple times. The more rings condensed, the greater the mana consumed. Each golden ring hitting the target can deal at least twice the total of the four-dimensional attributes and spell attack power. Moreover, the golden rings can continuously scorch the target, reducing their health, casting speed, defense and healing effects. When the number of rings reaches a certain level, it can form a ring of fire domain within which the skill caster becomes the sole dominator. Description: a terrifying boss-level skill that can be enhanced with skill points. After advancement, the Ring of Fire undergoes a transformation. Name: Dragon Wings. Passive skill, grade, gold attributes. Passive skill, once learned, grants Dragon Wing illusion, enhancing attack speed, movement speed and providing additional Dragon Wing defense buffs. Health, critical effect and healing effects are also significantly enhanced. Description: Dragon Wings is a supportive passive skill. This skill, when combined with winged items, can produce outstanding effects. Without equipped Wings. The dragon wing skill only provides an illusion, not granting the ability to fly. Name: Undead Dragon Flame. Active skill, grade, gold attributes. Upon release, it creates a sea of flames imbued with undead essence, dealing undead type damage to all creatures. Furthermore, the flames contain a trace of dragon lineage. Any target hit by this skill will suffer from Dragonbrand Scorching, continuously losing health and enduring spell critical damage reaching up to 6 times the critical effect. This skill can be cast simultaneously with other skills, producing a 6-fold critical output. Description: Undead Dragon Flame, a unique skill of undead bone dragons, creates a domain-type skill effect when the Sea of Flames appears, yet unlike typical domain-type skills, releasing Undead Dragon Flame consumes a vast amount of mana. Su Ming glanced at the 3 major boss skills he had just plundered, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. Madness, it was simply too insane. Ring of Fire, the pinnacle among golden skills. Similar to the Death Explosion spell, the Ring of Fire could be released multiple times. When the number of golden fire rings reached a certain limit, it would trigger a hidden mechanism, continuously inflicting a series of buffs and damage on the target. From health points to casting speed to healing effects, it could significantly weaken them all. It was completely a powerful offensive skill. The overall damage was definitely the strongest among all of Su Ming's skills. And then there was Dragon Wings. This skill, although passive and only triggered passively once learned, could amplify attack speed, movement speed, and bring additional health points, critical hit effects, and defense. Just looking at these basic attributes, the value of this skill book had already reached the level of dark gold. When this skill was passively triggered, the phantom of dragon bone wings that it displayed could also combine with Su Ming's Wings of Death to produce unexpected effects. Very strong. Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, very satisfied with these 2 boss-exclusive skills. All of them were bloodline skills of the dragon creatures, truly formidable beyond measure. However, what surprised Su Ming the most was the last skill, Undead Dragon Flame. Damn, this skill was not expensive, but the effect was so twisted. Su Ming's pupils dilated. He thought to himself, 6 times magic explosion damage, and it could even merge directly with other skills for release. Absolutely ridiculous. The strongest aspect of the Undead Dragon Flame was that it could create a sea of flames, a domain-like skill effect. It could continuously cause sustained damage and attribute strikes to all creatures. Moreover, the peak magic explosion it produced could reach 6 times. 6 times magic explosion damage. What kind of concept was that? Simply put, it directly increased the magic attack power by 600%, and after merging with other skills, this damage result could explosively increase in a geometric manner. After learning this skill, combined with the Death Explosion spell, Su Ming could blast out 42 times the magic attack damage, a full 42 times. Even 1,000 points of magic attack under this level of stacking could exhibit a terrifying damage of over 40,000 points, and this wasn't even including the equipment effects. Satisfying. Su Ming took a deep breath, thoroughly content. It felt great, although up to this point in the Shallow Bay dungeon for his second-tier task his level was still 30 with not much improvement compared to before. However, his strength had definitely increased by tens, even dozens of times. Just a single undead bone dragon mount had already brought his output damage to at least the standard of a level 67 professional. No, to be precise, far beyond that level. After all, Alpha could easily kill professionals of the same level, and Su Ming's exclusive item, Killer God Throne, could easily crush professionals of level 60 or 70. With this, his comprehensive strength could be said to be quite terrifying. Back to the city, first change professions and then sell all the various monster materials and loot. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, smiled faintly, and even hummed a little tune, returning fully loaded and completely satisfied. However, those boss skill books of the undead bone dragons still require a second look before selling them. Su Ming suddenly furrowed his brows, seeming to remember something, and muttered to himself, if it's like the Undead Dragon Flame, although it's a silver level skill book, it has the effects of a gold level skill. Selling it now would be a loss. Su Ming pondered for a moment. Skill books can also use scrolls for advancement similar to skill points. If a silver level skill book already has the capabilities of a gold level, it's definitely better to advance it before selling. Naturally, the price would increase significantly. If the skill effect is really outstanding, it might be worth keeping for personal use. I wonder how the consultation with the alchemist Lume is going. Su Ming looked towards the direction of Zhenghai City, gently patted Elfith, signaling the undead bone dragon to fly towards the city while he stroked his chin, recalling that dark-haired priestess. In the skies of Zhonghai City, a golden giant dragon soared quietly yet powerfully, dispersing the thick clouds. This was an undead bone dragon, its rank reaching the dark gold level, and its level was as high as LV 67. As this colossal creature made its appearance, the entire city burst into uproar. Look, what the heck is that? An undead bone dragon? An undead bone dragon? No, this is a golden giant dragon on the same level as the top-tier dragon species, the golden stymphalian. My goodness, this is insane. When did Zhonghai City get such mounts? Could it be a top professional god from Kyoto? It's possible after all, since the battle video of our Zhonghai Su god in the friendly match shocked the entire network. It has attracted the attention of top colleges in Kyoto. Perhaps a magician from Tsinghua University has arrived. Oh my, a level 67 mount, and an undead creature at that. If it were put in the exchange, it would fetch a sky-high price. So cool, absolutely explosive, the fervor of men. Am I right? If I had such a mount, I'd swagger into school every day. Young man, you must be daydreaming? Do you know how terrifying the undead bone dragon boss is? Not to mention taming it. Even directly finishing it off is quite difficult, right? I guess the person sitting behind this giant dragon isn't some top god from Kyoto, but rather a young master from one of the head guilds. Looks like our Zhonghai City is going to be lively for a while. Since Su God's video went viral, a lot of top big shots have come one after another. I wonder if next year Zhonghai could become a tourist hotspot? It would be great if it could become a popular check-in spot. On social networks, it could also boost the local economy. Indiana, the city, the professionals only felt a shadow cast overhead, and then looking up they saw the enormous undead bone dragon. Under the identification spell, everyone could clearly see Alpha's detailed attribute panel, a splendid list of skills, terrifying four-dimensional attributes, and that glaring golden symbol, a dark gold level undead bone dragon boss. In an instant the entire city was buzzing. All the professionals in Zhonghai City were dumbfounded and utterly shocked. The frenzied discussions were almost enough to overturn the city. There was no helping it. After all, Alpha's appearance was too striking and flamboyant. No one could resist the allure of a golden dragon, unless, of course, they had tamed a gold smog, the only pure-blooded dragon creature that could slightly contend with the undead bone dragon Alpha. Under everyone's gaze, the undead bone dragon moved towards the job change temple in Zhonghai City and soon disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, at the top of the job change temple, Su Ming leapt lightly from behind Alpha, landing on the rooftop of the building. Little Alpha. Su Ming waved his hand, and the mountainous, majestic golden dragon trembled violently, transforming into specks of elemental dust that settled on the back of Su Ming's hand until it finally shrank into a faint dragon mark resembling a small tattoo. Having a mount was indeed convenient. Su Ming glanced at the dragon mark on his hand, now in the shape of a curved undead bone dragon, looking very imposing. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Su? On the rooftop, several ladies dressed in black stockings and tight professional attire hurried over in their high heels. The tall beauty in the center with her large beautiful eyes bowed deeply to Su Ming and then tentatively asked, yes. Su Ming nodded to the tall beauty. After coming out of the instance, Su Ming had opened the Job Change Temple app and used his high-class citizen status to reserve the rooftop venue. It was similar to the rooftop helipads of international hotels in his previous life. In this world of universal job changes, the rooftop was used for parking mounts, and, of course, the sisters in black stockings were there to greet him. Beep, iris verification, passed, facial recognition, passed, fingerprint recognition, passed, VIP status confirmed, high-class citizen, Su Ming. The leading lady in black stockings took out a sophisticated device and quickly verified Su Ming's identity, as the soft female mechanical voice sounded. The eyes of the lady in black stockings lit up. Under 20 years old, an epic job holder, he had only completed his first job change ceremony at school a few days ago and had already risen to level 30. The tall beauty, looking at the data displayed on her tablet, was utterly astonished. It was her first time encountering such a young high-class citizen. Of course, Su Ming's potential, his rapid leveling, and the high-class VIP privileges personally set by the Job Change Temple manager Sushi shocked her even more. My goodness, is he being sponsored by that little rich lady Sushi? Or, for a moment, the lady in black stockings swallowed hard and took another deep look at Su Ming. So handsome, young and wealthy, a high-class citizen, a top-notch profession. Who could withstand this? Mr. Su, the VIP room is this way, please. The lady in black stockings took a deep breath to compose herself, then spoke to Su Ming in an incredibly gentle tone. At the same time, her eyes were seductive, almost as if she wanted to devour him right there and then.
No need. Su Ming shook his head and smiled at her as if basking in the spring breeze. Just take me to the job transfer hall. I need to submit my second-tier task. Huh. The lady was taken aback upon hearing Su Ming's words. Mr. Su, didn't you just pick up the job transfer task? It's already completed. Su Ming didn't elaborate further. He decisively added, take me to the job transfer hall. I'm in a hurry.
Indeed, Su Ming was quite rushed. After his job transfer, he needed to check if new
professional talents and skills had emerged. He also had to allocate the skill points from the job transfer to some specific boss skills for the undead bone dragons to enhance abilities like the Ring of Fire among others. Since both the Ring of Fire and the undead dragon flame were considered top-notch, the upgraded skill effects were bound to be explosively powerful. After the job transfer, Su Ming also needed to quickly check out the exchange to auction off the skill books he had. Of course, he also had to contact Li Mei regarding the disposal of a large amount of monster materials. He was indeed very busy and naturally had no time for leisurely tea in the VIP room. As for the lady in black stockings, Su Ming was a serious person. What would he need black stockings for? Surrounded by a group of ladies in black stockings, Su Ming arrived at the job transfer hall. However, this time he wasn't directed to the regular high-status VIP window but was led by the lady in black stockings to a luxurious room. The room was dimly lit, adorned with exquisite ancient murals, and in the center stood a grandiose statue of a seraph with 6 wings unfolded. As Su Ming surveyed the room, a faint fragrance wafted around him. Turning around, he saw that the leading lady in black stockings hadn't left but had suddenly moved closer. Huh, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Was there such a perk as well?
Small dark room, little black stockings, waved Su Ming. In the privacy of just the two of them, the lady's voice seemed even softer as she looked deeply into Su Ming's eyes with her beautiful chestnut-colored ones and patiently explained, job transfer tasks are generally received in the main hall, but task submissions are done in a special job transfer sanctuary. This room is your job transfer sanctuary. Job transfer sanctuary? Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. It seemed there was indeed such
a thing. Each job transfer was a highly private ceremony for professionals laden with rich rewards from the transfer. Many professionals, especially the high-level gods, preferred not to be observed by others. Otherwise, wouldn't it feel very insecure to have all the details checked one by one? Shall I leave then? The beauty in black stockings knelt before Su Ming, tilted her head slightly, and asked cautiously, Eh?
Su Ming couldn't help but cough twice. Not leaving? What else could be done? Yes.
Su Ming remained nonchalant, not saying much. What else? Such matters you definitely can't be the first to speak up, otherwise you would fall into a woman's trap. Okay then. The beauty in black stockings stood up. However, just as she got up, she turned her head back, bent over and looked at Su Ming. Her nearly perfect figure came into Su Ming's view, completely unobstructed. Goodness, Su Ming squinted slightly. Quite stimulating. Su Xiao, do you need me to pass on a message to manager Su Shi that you have arrived? The tone of the black stockings sister had changed a lot, directly addressing him as Su Xiao. But then, it didn't seem like a problem. An epic career and a top-tier golden dragon mount, plus so young and handsome. Such beings, could it be just one's own effort? At least his family was an A+ level guild. Yes. Su Ming still maintained his composure, but his gaze was boldly fixed on the black stockings sister in front of him. Take it as it comes. 36D, 172, Chu. As a scoundrel, Su Ming could see at a glance the situation of the sister in front of him. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Su Ming was also counting in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, the beauty in black stockings, who was about to turn around and leave, turned her head back again, leaning close to Su Ming's ear. She asked again, Su Xiao, may I add you as a friend? The beauty in black stockings blinked her big watery eyes, her pure desire makeup releasing her charm to the fullest. Whether explaining or passing on a message to Su Shi, they were all excuses. Adding Su Ming as a friend was the real purpose. But Su Ming nodded slightly, ready to agree. It wasn't that he never rejected anyone, but this sister was indeed not bad. Both her looks and figure could score more than 9.7, definitely a top-notch beauty, although she was a bit lacking in temperament compared to Lu Mei. However, that somewhat explicit sense of pure desire was quite intoxicating. So tiring to fight monsters in the dungeon. What's the problem with flirting with a sister after returning to the city? Su Ming was about to agree when a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you've triggered a divine level choice. Current scenario, the Legion Commander's Bond. Option 1. The beauty in black stockings, Su Yu, happens to be the granddaughter of the great god Su the Legion Commander, accepting Suyu's friend request might get you a powerful grandfather, making you family with the Legion Commander. Reward: a piece of golden level equipment. Option 2, Suyu has a rather quirky personality, has never been in love, but is a sea queen. If you accept her friend request, you will lose an excellent female confidant, but rejecting her request might make Suyu fall head over heels in love with you. Reward: a dark gold level bloodline pet egg. Option 3. Activate the bootlicker mode, chase after Suyu and ask her out on a date. Reward: 100,000 experience points. The notification left Su Ming utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Could this also trigger a divine level choice scenario? So this scenario is all about revolving around women, huh? Goodness, well damn straight, my friend. What surprised Su Ming the most wasn't that the god level choice had been triggered, but rather the identity of the beautiful lady in black stockings before him. Could it be that she was the granddaughter of Su Tian, the current Legion Commander of Shanghai City? Su Tian, the commander of the Shanghai City Guards, level LV 420, even higher than the city lord of Baicheng, was undoubtedly the top professional boss in Shanghai. It was hard to find another who could match him in arm wrestling. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow. He had some impression of Su Tian, an old-school god-level player, a Dragon Knight, extremely powerful, capable of soloing ultimate bosses of level 3 or 400. Even more, he could single-handedly take down an A-grade guild. Yes, one-on-one, one man declaring war on an entire guild, and they're standing in front of Su Ming, the seductive beauty in black stockings. Suyu was the granddaughter of this formidable man. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Golden grade equipment, 100,000 experience points, a dark gold grade pet egg. The rewards this time were a bit too generous. Su Ming's eyes lit up. As always, his choices remained firm, and it wasn't just because of the dark gold grade bloodline pet egg, it was because of a girl like Suyu. Su Ming knew well, he liked being baited. The progress shouldn't be too fast, it had to be slow. Once Su Ming showed a hint of interest in Suyu, perhaps she would instantly back off, no longer approaching further. No, Su Ming decisively refused and with a composed expression glanced at Suyu. You go out first, I'm about to start my job transfer. Su Ming's attitude seemed somewhat cold at the moment. However, he was very clear. Suyu was most responsive to this approach. Hearing Su Ming's words, Suyu was obviously stunned. She really did not expect to be rejected. Although Su Ming was highly desirable, Suyu was well aware of her status. Looking around the entire Shanghai city, there were few who could match her beauty. Originally, she just wanted to flirt with Su Ming, this handsome high school student, but unexpectedly, she was the one who ended up being outplayed. Turntables. Alright, Suyu took a deep breath, trying her best not to let her flustered expression show in front of Su Ming. Then with a light turn she hurried out of the room. However, before leaving, she still quietly glanced back at Su Ming, her eyes carrying a trace of complex emotions. Her eyes slightly shimmered, as if trying to see through Su Ming's thoughts. But at this moment Su Ming didn't even turn his head back, because in his mind a cold notification sound rang. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the selection. Your reward has been issued. In the next moment, a gigantic beast egg suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, shimmering in silver white. The shell was adorned with stripes of golden patterns, giving it an extremely luxurious appearance. This was a dark gold level lineage beast egg. Su Ming swallowed hard. Despite already owning a dark gold level giant dragon mount, he was still thrilled at the sight of this beast egg. In the world where everyone could change their professions, the value of pets and mounts was essentially the same, both crucial aids for professionals, especially pets. Their impact on a professional's capabilities was immense. Every expert above level 100 would pay a high price for a noble lineage beast egg without even frowning at the cost of bankrupting themselves. The reason was simple. Compared to mounts, pets could directly enhance a professional's four-dimensional attributes and even cause mutations in their professions, elevating their tiers. Any creature could become a mount, but only a rare few qualified as pets. This was why Su Ming was so excited after obtaining this beast egg. Once I change my profession, I will nurture you, Su Ming said, stretching out his hand to gently touch the beast egg before carefully storing it in his system space. Nurturing a beast egg required a complex ritual which wasn't appropriate in the conversion temple. With a snap, Su Ming took out 3 exquisite undead bone dragon tokens and placed each of them on a divine stone in front of him. A pale golden holy light then spread from the stone, enveloping the tokens. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the Hell Level 2nd transformation task. Undead Bone Dragon Token. Ding! Congratulations, your professional tier has been upgraded. Current tier, Epic 75%. Ding! congratulations, you have received a job conversion feedback reward.
500 free attribute points, 500 skill points, and 1 hero level equipment, ding. Congratulations, your talent Godslayer Plunder has been upgraded, current tier, legendary.
Ding, congratulations, you have acquired a new talent, Seraphim Aura, epic level, Seraphim Aura, epic level, an epic level talent that unlocks double skills. At the first transformation you can have 12 skills, at the second 16, at the third 20 and so on. Your mana consumption for all skills is reduced by half and there is a certain probability that using a skill will not consume mana. When your skill slots are full, all your skills' damage output is enhanced. The cold prompt voice echoed throughout the room. Su Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Were the job conversion feedback rewards always this extravagant? Straight up 500 free attribute points, 500 skill points, and a hero level piece of equipment. Su Ming was indeed shocked, hardly believing that these were the rewards for a second tier professional. Generally, the rewards for a second professional conversion were quite limited, usually no more than about 100 attribute points, but Su Ming, he had received several times more than other professionals, even including a hero level piece of equipment. Of course, what delighted Su Ming the most was the evolution of his talent, legendary. After upgrading his plunder talent to the legendary level, it meant that Su Ming could now directly plunder skills from legendary bosses. Swallowing hard, even his pupils seemed to dilate with excitement. The greatest strength of the Slayer profession was this unique skill. Although not high in rank, its effects were terrifying to the extreme, capable of plundering any skill. Now that he had advanced, Su Ming could instantly obtain the skill whenever he encountered a legendary boss. Each legendary skill book could cause a major stir domestically, and even a top mage like the Archmage would travel thousands of miles to the dungeon world desperately searching for one. This alone showed how powerful the legendary plunder talent was. Seraphim Aura. Su Ming's gaze settled on this new talent, his eyes filled with wild joy.
It unlocked double skills, have mana consumption, and had a chance to consume no mana at all while amplifying the damage of all skills.
Powerful, incredibly powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that this talent, like the plunder talent, was monstrous. Even though its rank was only epic, the effects it produced could completely overshadow many legendary talents. It perfectly complemented the plunder attribute. Su Ming took a deep breath, trying his utmost to calm his emotions. Seraphim Aura was truly a godsend, perfectly solving the issue of not having enough skill slots. With this talent, he could confidently plunder boss skills without worrying about skill restrictions. It was just unfortunate that his profession rank hadn't advanced to the legendary level. Su Ming squinted slightly, expressing a hint of regret. Based on his expectations, having exceeded the requirements of the hell level job change task should have at least promoted him to a legendary professional. However, things did not go as hoped. After the job change, the Slayer profession remained at the epic level, still just short of legendary. Was it because it was a unique profession? Su Ming frowned slightly, lost in thought. The Slayer profession was not a popular one-inch but rather a very niche profession. Perhaps that was also a factor. Otherwise, exceeding the hell level job change task should have resulted in a rank upgrade. Name: Su Ming. Profession: Slayer. Rank: epic level, 33 health points, 32,000 strength, 370 constitution, 250 spirit, 390 agility, 280 talents. Slayer Plunder, legendary. Seraphim Aura, epic. Skills: appraisal, gold level. Death Flame Burst, gold level. God Vanishing Step, gold level. Elemental Arrows, gold level. Undead Summoning, gold level. Legion Aura, gold level. Undead Dragon Flame, gold level. Dragon Wings, gold level. Ring of Fire, gold level. Black Tide Moon, entry level. Forbidden Spell. Equipment: Black Snow Blade, silver level. Engraved Ring, silver level. Undead Boots, silver level. Meteor Pendant, silver level. Rose Armor, silver level. Apostle of Destruction Crown, gold level. Undead Staff, dark gold level. Stormbone Spear, gold level. Sacrificial Cloak, dark gold level. Wings: Broken Wings of Death, gold level. Mount: Undead Bone Dragon Alpha, dark gold lineage, exclusive. Throne of the Slayer. Skill points: 1320 free points, 680 experience points. Growth: each level up grants 30 skill points and free points. Inventory: Resurrection Stone, perfect, x2-inch attribute gem, random, x4 rustic dragon blade, gold level. Rune-filled dragon bone, dark gold level. Undead Dragon Tomb Pass, epic level. Death Black Robe, gold level. Worn Apostle Scepter, Gold level Worn, Charge Spear, Gold level, Dark Double Blade, Gold level, Undead Dragon Bone, Gold level Skill Book, Dragon Bone Claw, Silver level Skill Book, Glorious. Absolutely explosive. After completing his second job change, Su Ming casually opened his attribute panel ready to review the improvements over this period. Unexpectedly, with just one glance, he couldn't help but take a deep breath of turbid air. It was insane. In the talent section, a legendary and an epic level were enough to stun those top players in the 100 level segment, and the skills section, packed with golden boss techniques along with a beginner level forbidden spell, was heavyweight. If the deathly flame burst had already set Su Ming ablaze across the internet, then the skills like Ring of Fire and Undead Dragon Flame, a series of dragon lineage boss techniques once exposed, would likely make even the Grand Mage Lords of Kyoto drop their jaws. At Su Ming's age, just barely at the second transition stage, he had amassed such a dazzling array of skills. Not to say he could beat all the national talents, at least in Zhonghai City he had already become a peak existence. Han Ning, a popular goddess who had completed her awakening ceremony at 15, seemed somewhat dim in front of Su Ming. Of course, aside from talents and skills, Su Ming's equipment inventory was equally impeccable. Exquisite silver-grade black snowblade, a hot ultimate boss dropped the crown of destruction, and a golden-grade bone spear exploded from an undead bone dragon. Each piece could draw the attention of all the professional big shots in Zhonghai City. And the ritual cloak undead staff, these two items, even the high-level managers of the Eternal Guild, those over level 100 professionals, might find them hard to gather even if they spent all their fortunes. It could be said that Su Ming's current value had surpassed many veteran professionals entering the true elite class of Zhonghai City. Unknowingly, he had amassed so many top-tier items. Su Ming squinted slightly, looking at his inventory, feeling extremely comfortable for a moment, his adrenaline slightly rising. The inventory in his backpack all were acquired from Shallow Bay dungeons. 2 perfect resurrection stones for attribute gems and a bunch of golden level monster materials, epic passes, and various worn boss weapons. Of course, the most valuable items were from cutting leaks at the Kanghun Guild. Han Ying's dark gold grade undead staff, the heavy tank knight's charge spear, and the shifty-eyed assassin's dark twin blades, all plundered by Su Ming. These items were quite valuable, and if auctioned at the exchange, could fetch at least several billion, if lucky. That undead staff alone could sell for $1 billion. However, the life attribute was a bit less. Su Ming looked at his attribute bar and analyzed sensibly. Life value is linked to the physical attribute. The higher the physical attribute points, the longer the health bar. Of course, after completing the second job change, adding any of the 4-dimensional attributes would grow the life value. Thus, the life values of second transition professionals are generally more than 10 times that of first transition novices. Like Han Ning, at just level 40, she had nearly 100,000 life points, about 3 times more than Su Ming's. Bloodline Potion, Potion of the Life Goddess. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow, recalling the records in the textbooks. Han Ying's ability to have 100,000 health points was not only due to her level but also related to these potions. After all, she was the precious daughter of the Kanghun Guild, a wealthy guild that naturally also purchased expensive bloodline potions. Both items could permanently enhance health points, particularly the Potion of the Life Goddess. Each bottle could greatly increase the health attribute, achieving a perfect transformation. After selling all the accumulated items, it would be time to buy a batch of top-tier potions. Su Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, Mount Contract Scrolls, Skill Cooldown Scrolls, Bloodline Potion, Potion of the Life Goddess, Alchemy Stones, Attribute Gems, Skill Enhancement Scrolls. Su Ming listed a shopping list in his mind. Now, he wasn't ridiculously wealthy, but he was certainly a rising figure of privilege and naturally wanted to buy more items. He planned to stroll through Adventurers Street later. Su Ming smiled faintly, murmuring to himself. He allocated the free attribute points. Setting his gaze on the attribute panel, Su Ming gently pressed his temples, starting to think about how to distribute the free attributes. Focusing on increasing his strength and spirit attributes was the plan. Soon Su Ming made his decision. The God of Slaughter profession was after all a strong offensive class. Although with his profession's unique characteristics, Su Ming could fully add points to physique and become a melee fighter. However, why endure the hardship of melee combat and resist the boss's onslaught when he could just maximize his attack power, which seemed more comfortable? With a snap, Su Ming clicked on the little plus icon next to the strength attribute, raising his strength to 470 points. the remaining 580 free points were all allocated to the spirit attribute.
The spirit attribute, which directly influences the outcome of spell damage, was the priority. For the current Su Ming, it was absolutely the best choice.
Spirit attribute, 970 points. Su Ming glanced at the spirit attribute entry after adding points and couldn't help but squint his eyes. A spirit attribute of 970 points converted into spell attack power was 9,700 points. Simply stacking an elemental arrow spell with 12 times spell damage, that would be over 100,000 spell damage.
Moreover, this was without any equipment bonuses. Su Ming took a deep breath, even he was somewhat shocked. Over 100,000 spell damage.
What kind of concept was that? Even level 100 gods might not achieve this feat, let alone someone who had just advanced to the second tier. And Su Ming, he could achieve this with just a basic attack. If he used Death Explosion, Elemental Arrow, Ring of Fire, Undead Dragon Flame, and a series of boss skills all released plus the effects of top-level equipment, the final damage output presented could frighten a large group of level 100 veterans. Unconsciously, Su Ming had indeed grown
to a terrifying level.
The veteran professional giants paled in comparison in front of him. The only shortcoming was his defense. Su Ming analyzed his current situation and smiled lightly, saying, with Alpha the Golden Undead Bone Dragon, I don't have to worry too much about defense. Even if I face a deadly threat, Alpha can withstand all damage. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Indeed, as an undead creature, the Bone Dragon inherently possesses unmatched vitality and defensive capabilities, perfectly compensating for Su Ming's weaknesses. Moreover, let's not forget that Su Ming currently holds a dark gold tier beast pet in his possession. Once this top tier pet is nurtured, having dark gold tier lineage, its base defense and vitality will naturally be outstanding. With such double insurance, Su Ming doesn't need to worry about his vitality being a weak point. With two top tier creatures at the front, Su Ming just needs to focus on outputting damage from the back. Quite nice, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the second transformation and have become a noble slayer. You have obtained the entry ticket to the SS Tier Guild Golden Rose. Would you like to join the SS Tier Golden Rose Guild? Note: Golden Rose Guild, an SS Tier guild comprising all females, is one of the most mysterious guilds in Kyoto. The guild has a high threshold for recruitment. Professionals below epic level cannot be admitted, non-females cannot be admitted, and anyone below level 200 cannot be admitted.
This entry ticket was exclusively gifted by the Transcendent Temple's guiding
Angel Seraphim, and you may choose to reject joining. If rejected, no rewards will be given. Just as Su Ming was about to leave the Transcendent Temple, the cold notification sound emanated from the Seraphim statue in front of him. SS Tier Guild. Upon hearing the notification, Su Ming's eyes lit up. An SS Tier standard is a completely different concept compared to the Soul Reaver Guild or the Eternal Guild.
All major guilds, once rated as S tier, mean that their influence is sufficient to cover
the entire country, and within the guild, there are at least veteran professionals stationed who are above level 500. SS Tier is even more formidable. Even Kyoto's Mage Guild is only SS Tier, and now, Su Ming has actually obtained an entry ticket to an SS Tier guild, the all-female Golden Rose Guild. This guild, it seems, had its moment of fame on Doween last year. At that time, a female knight called Golden Rose, wielding an epic spear, blasted her way through a heroic dungeon and even slaughtered a demonic boss.
Su Ming took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the polluted air. Damn, it's said that the
Golden Rose Guild is filled with top-tier beauties and each member is a powerhouse, no weaklings in sight. With this thought, Su Ming suddenly felt eager to try. Although he cherished his freedom and disliked constraints, as evidenced by his flat refusal of the Eternal Guild's recruitment offer, he wasn't generally interested in guilds. However, this was the Golden Rose. His interest wasn't just because it was all female, he genuinely liked
this mysterious top-tier guild. Deciding to join, Su Ming clicked agree.
Immediately after, a cold notification tone sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully joined the SS Rank Guild Golden Rose. You have received guild benefits: 1 heroic tier equipment plus 20,000 health points plus 10% physical critical hit plus 5% magic damage plus 15% healing effect plus 20% maximum mana limit. As the notification ended, Su Ming was stunned. Was it really that lavish? Just like that, a 20,000 health point bonus, mana increased by 20%. Su Ming's expression was one of shock. He had not anticipated that the Golden Rose Guild would be so extravagantly wealthy. just a guild buff aura, and it's already this luxurious. No wonder all the members are top leaders, all of them epic professionals. It seems like the guild leader, a top-tier lady boss, must have an incredibly terrifying background to sustain such an aura. Su Ming took another deep breath and instinctively swallowed. Ding.
Congratulations, you have received an exclusive item from the guild, specified. Teleportation scrolls *4. In Su Ming's hand several parchment scrolls appeared.
Using these scrolls he could directly travel to the Golden Rose Guild, Kyoto. Su Ming caressed the teleportation scrolls in his hand. Unlike the Dragon Tomb Pass, which was free forever, these teleportation scrolls were one-time use, allowing him access to the Rose Guild once. Upon using up all the scrolls he'd have to buy more, completely different items. Ding, teleportation failed, your level has not reached 200. Please meet the conditions before trying to teleport again. Su Ming was startled. Right, of course. The Golden Rose Guild has a strict entry requirement that one must be at least level 200. Currently, having just advanced to the second-tier profession, I naturally can't teleport inside the guild. Su Ming couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He then stored all the teleportation scrolls in the system space, planning to give it another try after reaching level 200. With that thought, Su Ming stood up ready to leave the transference temple. After all, he had gained an additional 20,000 points to his life value, which was not a bad deal at all. He pondered, his mood significantly lifted. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Golden Rose Tower, an opulent golden skyscraper located in the bustling downtown area, surpassing even the city's largest landmark buildings in size, the tower, crafted single-handedly by the guild leader Bai Ling, now serves as the residence for the guild members. At this moment, atop the highest floor of the building, a group of stunning beauties with angelic faces and devilish figures were all shocked.
Su Ming, a 19-year-old high school student and epic level
professional, had just completed his second-tier advancement. His attribute panel was inaccessible, but it was certain that he possessed one legendary talent and one epic talent. Moreover, he had recently learned a beginner-level forbidden spell. Inside the presidential suite, a beautiful young girl with pure features, skin white as snow, and a figure as captivating as a siren suddenly lit up. She exclaimed to the other dozen female professionals in the suite, "Oh my goodness, what got into our guild leader? Did she really recruit a male high school student? Didn't we agree that the Golden Rose Guild would be all female? But this new member is really handsome." The girl with the devilish figure squinted slightly, swallowing hard in front of everyone, a silly love-struck grin on her face. "Is that true? Let me see too." Upon hearing this, a sweet girl in white thigh-high stockings hurried over, coming up close to the beautiful girl. When she saw the tablet in the hands of the beauty, her pupils dilated with excitement. "He's really handsome, and talented too, love it." The sweet girl in white stockings, smiling as if basking in the spring breeze, also displayed a love-struck expression, exchanging glances with the cold, fair-skinned beauty. Both stunners couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Good stuff should be shared," one of them declared, as they put down their tablets. "Let me have a look. You girls are still young. Let your big sister appreciate this first." "Is he the innocent type? Does he have abs? My DNA is all stirred up. Can I have him? Take it down a notch, girls. For all we know, he might be the guild leader's darling," another chimed in. "No harm just looking at a handsome guy, right? Surely our guild leader isn't that petty." "You say that, but when the guild leader shows up and snaps, you'll be the one crying." The group of stunning beauties all crowded around, surrounding the two girls and snatching the tablets from their hands, a sea of pale, shapely legs and curvaceous figures all around. If any other male professionals saw this, their hearts might leap out of their chests. This place doesn't look like the headquarters of an SS-level guild, it's more like a cave of silken webs. Who could stand this? No wonder the Golden Rose Guild only recruits female members. If any men joined, they'd probably lose all interest in fighting bosses. They'd be reveling day and night, completely lost in pleasure. Indeed, very handsome. Compared to those big muscled brutes, I much prefer a delicate, handsome type like him. I want to hold him in my arms. A tall woman with the figure of a supermodel, standing at 177 centimeters, holds a tablet high above one hip, looking up at the screen. Su Ming really does have a handsome face. Just a single photo of the new member has all these beauties somewhat smitten. And this supermodel-like beauty is none other than the Lady Knight who, carrying an epic spear, breached a hero-level dungeon and vanquished a demon boss with her bare hands. Even she, upon seeing Su Ming's face, had her gaze slightly hardened, captivated. "Sister Yenji, don't hold it so high, we can't see." Next to Yenji, the girl in the white knee-high socks looked up, her face full of grievance. "Yeah, you're just bullying us shorties." Another pale-skinned beauty, her eyes wide and charming, pouted in mock anger.
Lian Yan Lang Lang Yanji just doesn't want you to see she's holding it high on purpose.
Come here, let's hug and not play with Sister Yanji. On the other side of the presidential suite, in a luxurious large sofa, a woman wearing professional attire and gold-rimmed glasses, her aura like that of a female CEO, softly chuckled and then opened her arms to the two cute girls. Hearing this, the pale-skinned beauty nicknamed Lang Lang immediately turned around and scampered towards the beautiful CEO. Wolo's sister Luofei is the best. Mommy CEO hug me. Lian Yan also adjusted her knee-high socks, her little bottom swaying as she ran towards the glamorous CEO. In a room filled with fragrant, soft, high-beauty ladies, haha, just spoil them, Yenji said as she set the tablet on the desk of the presidential suite, then tied up her wavy blonde hair. Her eyes smiled as she glanced at Luofei with the gold-rimmed glasses, her expression softening. She too opened her arms, softly saying, "A hug from Yenji, who wants this?" As the voice of Flame Princess fell, all the beautiful ladies in the room lit up with excitement and rushed towards her. Meanwhile, in the president's office, a woman whose beauty could rival that of an elf queen frowned as she looked at the identity of Su Ming on her tablet, completely baffled. A forced entry ticket. Bai Ling's expression turned cold. The Temple of Transference had actually forced a member into the guild. As one of the rare SS-ranked guilds in Kyoto, the Golden Rose Guild had very high recruitment standards. Bai Ling would only accept new members who met these conditions. Since the establishment of the guild, all recruited members had been female. However, what she hadn't expected was that the guiding angel of the temple, the Seraph, had forcefully issued a guild entry ticket to this new member, Su Ming. Bai Ling could not refuse. She had to forcibly include him and could only kick him out after 3 months. How should I put it? In this world where everyone changes professions, guilds are formed by professionals. However, the Temple of Transference is built by world data. This means that in terms of permissions, Bai Ling, even as the president, cannot refuse Su Ming's forced membership. Even though Su Ming does not meet the guild's recruitment standards, she must wait 3 months before she can kick him out. This guy, is he the fiancé of the goddess of luck? Why is the extraordinary guiding angel so good to him? Bai Ling's expression softened and she couldn't help but smile faintly, murmuring softly, just after his second-class change, yet he got the chance to enter the Golden Rose Guild. If this gets out, I wonder how many professionals would be red-faced with envy. Thinking about this, Bai Ling also closed her tablet. For now, she doesn't need to worry too much. Su Ming's level hasn't reached 100 yet, and to reach the basic condition of 200 levels, he will need at least several years. This means that during the cooldown period, Su Ming won't even have the ability to teleport to the guild hall and thus cannot really be considered a true guild member. She can just kick him out later. Bai Ling stretched out her slender fingers to press on her temples, her expression slightly tired as she spoke. However, a legendary talent is rare. This coastal small city of Shanghai has produced such a top-tier genius. I wonder if the veteran gods of Kyoto have made their move yet. He is indeed a promising talent, so she? After completing his second-class change, Su Ming immediately left the Temple of Transference, and as he exited the room he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. Yes, it was Sushi, the manager of the Temple of Transference and known as the Otaku Goddess, who had previously given him a high-ranking citizen badge. Seeing Sushi again, who was called the Otaku Goddess, Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Today Sushi was wearing a very formal business suit. Though her face was that of an incredibly cute, sweet young girl with a lowly appearance, her explosively developed figure managed to make the simple black suit look quite filled out, dazzling to the point that it was hard to look away. Plus, with Sushi's exquisite makeup and her serious yet cute gaze, cough cough, Su Ming immediately coughed twice, trying to make his expression look more normal. After all, it would be impolite to keep staring. Mr. Su, perhaps noticing Su Ming's gaze, Sushi smiled sweetly, slightly raising her voice as she greeted him. Like Suyu, she also directly addressed Su Ming as Mr. Su. After all, in such a short time he had advanced more than 30 levels and completed his second-class change directly. His profession itself was of epic level, and he had even tamed a dark gold tier undead bone dragon. Such a young tycoon, it would almost be disrespectful not to address him as a distinguished young master. Su Ming didn't pay much attention to how Sushi addressed him, simply nodding slightly. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Are you on duty today?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Sushi couldn't help but smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with allure. She spoke with a smile. Young master suggests, "I punch in on time every day. After all, being the manager of the class change temple is just a regular position. It's my duty to check in on time. Of course, I get weekends off." Here Sushi gave Su Ming a somewhat complex look. Su Ming deftly turned his head, avoiding Sushi's gaze. Don't think I don't know, weekends off? What's up, trying to ask me out? Su Ming, who already had the Dark Priestess Lu Mei by his side and was planning to contact a wealthy young lady to sell some gold-tier monster materials, might even trigger another divine-level plotline. He couldn't afford to waste time on Su Shi, though she was indeed a beauty with divine looks, but even the most beautiful woman couldn't compare to the allure of divine-level rewards. By the way, young Master Su, I heard you tamed an undead bone dragon as a mount. Su Shi widened her bright, beautiful eyes, gazing directly at Su Ming. Yes, Su Ming replied with a faint smile. You don't even need to hear about it. I rode the undead bone dragon and landed directly on the rooftop of the Class Change Temple. Every professional in Shanghai City could see it. It's hardly a secret and there's no need for me to hide it. Wow, truly a young achiever. Su Shi couldn't help but swallow her saliva, moving slightly closer as she continued. So, was your second class change smooth? In this world, not every class change is guaranteed to succeed. Many professionals, after completing their class change tasks, might face failure. If they fail, they have to retake the trial task and undergo another class change. It was okay, Su Ming blurted out. It was quite alright. Although it didn't go exactly as expected, I didn't advance directly to a legendary class. However, I did plunder the talent to advance to legendary, obtained an epic Seraphim Halo and a heroic level weapon. From other professionals' perspective, Su Ming's class change could be considered extremely successful, a prime class change. But for Su Ming, it was just mediocre, not perfectly up to expectations. That's great. Congratulations, young Master Su. Sushi smiled gently. Her attractive fox-like eyes looked extremely bright and charming, momentarily dazzling Su Ming. Is something the matter? Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow, regaining his clarity of mind. This woman, too seductive. He couldn't fall for her tricks. Deciding to cut to the chase, Su Ming directly asked her, indeed, there is something. Seeing Su Ming's blunt and straightforward demeanor, Sushi was momentarily flustered, swallowing nervously before hurriedly explaining, actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you, Mr. Su. Do you happen to have some free time coming up? Sushi gently tugged at her sleeve cuff as Su Ming's brow rose in interest. Let's hear it. In a week, a nostalgic server dungeon called Valley of the Undead will open for a limited time. This dungeon is rated as gold level, but according to the assessments of several experts, its actual difficulty has reached dark gold or even heroic level. Sushi spoke softly. The dungeon will open temporarily and it's located near Shanghai City. This nostalgic server dungeon is filled with various top-tier bosses, especially undead and demon bosses. The equipment and top-tier items dropped are all incredibly valuable. Would you be interested, Mr. Su? Su Ming's brow furrowed. Valley of the Undead. He had indeed heard of this nostalgic server dungeon, not from high school textbooks, but rather detailed in middle school ones. In the world of professional shifts, many dungeons open temporarily. Each appearance is a precious opportunity for professionals nearby because no one knows when they will open again. Thus, every temporary dungeon's appearance draws countless high-level professionals vying to get in first. Of course, dungeons like Valley of the Undead have an exceptionally high drop rate for top-tier equipment and items. Most importantly, one could find many materials from the abyssal world only produced by monsters there. Some highly sought after by professions like the Paladin, whose necessary items for job transition include the Undead Tyrant's skull dropped by the top-tier boss, Undead Tyrant. In other words, a Paladin wishing to change professions would either have to venture into the abyssal world to confront a host of demonic bosses or find a dungeon like Valley of the Undead to seek the Undead Tyrant's skull. From this, one could see how bustling this nostalgic server dungeon would be in a week, definitely attracting the attention of many top dogs from the entire Shanghai City. Naturally interested. What do you mean? Su Ming glanced at Sushi, slightly puzzled. He was indeed interested in the Valley of the Undead, not just interested, but fully expectant. However, he wasn't quite sure why Sushi was approaching him, to team up as cannon fodder or for some other reason. I'd like to invite you, Mr. Su, to team up. If possible, on behalf of the Shanghai Alliance, I am willing to offer a payment of 700 million. Sushi met Su Ming's gaze, their eyes locked, and Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He truly hadn't expected that Sushi would represent the Shanghai Alliance to invite him to team up for the Valley of the Undead dungeon, offering such an astronomical fee. Shanghai Alliance. This is an alliance formed by several leading guilds in Shanghai City, along with some top-tier professional gamers, with the largest guild being the A+ ranked Soul of the Pale Guild. Of course, professionals like Su Shi who are at level 200 have also joined the Shanghai Alliance. Moreover, in the alliance. Sushi holds a not insignificant position, acting somewhat as a spokesperson, primarily negotiating with other professional elites. Su Ming is the person she's negotiating with this time. However, Su Ming is still puzzled by this affair. He asks, "Why seek me out? There are professionals in the alliance whose levels have reached over 300, even including a level 400 guard corps commander. Why choose me as second tier?" It's not that Su Ming underestimates himself, rather he senses
something off about this situation.
he doesn't want to end up as cannon fodder. Sushi, sensing the implication in Su Ming's words, bows slightly and patiently explains. This time the intensity of the nostalgic server's dungeon has reached heroic standards, naturally requiring top-tier professionals to lead. The highest level professional confirmed so far is the president of the Expedition Guild, a level 300 Thorn Knight. The president of the Expedition Guild, level 300 7th tier. Such a big shot is definitely a top figure in the entire Zhanghai. Su Ming's expression changes slightly. It seems this Undead Valley dungeon has something special, he muses to himself. However, he maintains a composed demeanor, looking at Sushi, waiting for her to continue. "I'll also join the team," Sushi adds, taking a breath. She smiles and says, "Also joining are a level 200 mage from the Soul of the Pale Guild, Zhanghai City's popular goddess Han Ing,
the granddaughter of the Guard Corps commander, Suyu, a level 250 alchemist, and a team of priests from Jiangnan province."
Sushi lists off the hunting team's roster as though reciting treasures from memory. Su Ming squints slightly. Well, this lineup is not just strong, it's downright spectacular, not to mention even a level 200 plus alchemist has joined. Alchemists of this level are as rare as pandas, usually keeping out of the limelight, let alone directly following a team into the dungeon. One careless moment and such support professionals could be wiped out by a boss. Yet for the top tier items in the dungeon, such high-level support professionals have been assembled. This time in the Undead Valley, there must be top-tier items appearing, otherwise the Alliance wouldn't make such a big fuss. A peculiar emotion surges in Su Ming's heart, his eyes brightening once more. Could it be epic-level equipment, or even legendary items? Su Ming swallows hard, thinking to himself,
to draw out so many top professionals, it must be something extraordinary. If an epic item were to actually drop now, that would be interesting.
In the world where everyone changes their profession, the ranking of equipment starts from black iron, followed by bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, heroic, epic, legendary, demigod, artifacts, divine and sacred artifacts. This ranking system applies not just to equipment but also to monster materials and other items.
Normally, the equipment of a level 100 professional would at most be of gold level, with only a few wealthy tycoons owning dark gold level gear. Heroic and epic items, however, are so valuable that they could prompt an A-ranked guild to mobilize en masse to fight for them. As for the two heroic items that Su Ming possesses, one was a reward for his job change and the other was a joining reward from the Golden Rose Guild. Both came about quite coincidentally. Normally, a secondary profession holder, even if they completely clear a dungeon, would absolutely not be able to obtain such high-grade weapons. Take Zhanghai City for example, the largest dungeon near this coastal city. Dragon and the underworld of dark gold level at most drops a dark gold item when its ultimate boss is defeated. The probability of a heroic item dropping is minuscule and epic items are simply out of the question. Thus, when Su Ming heard Sushi's explanation, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. The nostalgic server's dungeon must contain a prize that would turn all the city's professionals green with envy. Perhaps it really is an epic item. Of course, if a golden legendary item were to drop, it might drive the whole country mad. Zhanghai City would become famous overnight, turning into a trendy city, famous post-year, a classic spot for tourists to check in. So what is my role? With this thought, Su Ming took a deep breath of murky air and asked Sushi with a serious tone. Sushi sincerely replied, "Mr. Su, this dungeon features many indigenous NPCs such as stone merchants and a plethora of ranger NPCs, even wandering bards. According to the top deities of Zhanghai City, the dungeon will spawn countless hidden quests. These hidden quests are only accessible to professionals of epic level and above. Someone with a gold level profession like me probably wouldn't even get the chance to talk to these NPCs." Stone merchants, wandering bards, NPCs. Su Ming was startled. So that's how it is. Su Ming took another deep breath, thoughtfully responding, "How should I put it? This world indeed has NPCs. However, unlike the games of the past life, in this world, all characters are living beings with flesh and blood. Even in the dungeons, these NPCs are not merely data but beings from another dungeon's race.
In a sense, the all-people job change world that Su Ming is part of, including the Great Xia country, is also seen as a dungeon by NPCs. Triggering a quest isn't too troublesome. Su Ming nodded slightly, giving an honest response. His profession is indeed rare, an epic level tier which seems hard to find a second of in today's Shanghai city. Perhaps there are epic level professionals in Jiangnan province and other cities, but the distance is too far. For the leading guilds in Shanghai, Su Ming is their most suitable choice right now. The Kanghun Guild? Han Ing, the daughter of the Imperial Guard's commander Suyu. Su Ming stroked his chin, sinking deep into thought. Su Shi's request was reasonable and the reward was generous enough. The requirements weren't too troublesome either. However, what gave Su Ming a headache was the fact that Han Ing, the pampered heiress, would also be going. He had just recently snatched 4 undead bone dragons from Han Ing and the Kanghun Guild. Moreover, Miss Han Ying's undead staff, the dark gold level weapon, was still in his possession. This upcoming encounter seemed a bit impolite, and as for Suyu, just moments ago Su Ming had turned her down for a divine level choice reward, and now he was expected to team up with her next week. Damn it, this was a complete battlefield of Shura. At that thought, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh heavily. However, as luck would have it, the divine level choice scenario was triggered once again in a bizarre twist. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a divine level choice. Current scenario: Nostalgic Server Dungeon Valley of the Undead. Option 1. Decline the invitation from the young-looking wealthy lady and be a man as free as the wind, but you'll miss a chance to obtain top-tier loot. This time the Nostalgic Server Dungeon will be of heroic difficulty and will drop countless top-tier items. Reward: 1 piece of broken gold level monster material. Option 2. Accept the wealthy lady Su Shi's invitation and propose a profit-sharing demand. You'll get a portion of the loot obtained in the dungeon, otherwise decisively refuse. Compared to epic legendary items, a mere 700 million compensation is too little. Reward: 2 pieces of gold level mount equipment. Option 3. Accept Su Shi's request, accept the high remuneration of 700 million and prepare for the upcoming Valley of the Undead. This dungeon will be a high-intensity trial for you, especially since 3 beautiful goddesses will appear at the same time. Reward: 1 gold level skill book. The cold prompt echoed in Su Ming's mind. At this moment Su Ming was dumbfounded. How to put it? Damn it, why do most of the divine level scenarios involve girls? For a moment Su Ming was quite unsure. Had he really crossed into a world where everyone changed professions, or had he arrived in a benefit-oriented LSP novel? Something was slightly off with my golden finger. Still, it was 3 divine level choices, but this time the reward seemed quite lucrative. Su Ming slightly squinted, his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through his deep eyes. Option 1. Reject Su Shi's offer and receive materials from a gold level monster. Option 2. Accept Su Shi's request but demand a share of the profits, rewarded with 2 pieces of gold level mount equipment. Option 3. Agree to Su Shi and be rewarded with a gold level skill book. 2 pieces of gold level equipment? Su Ming swallowed subtly, inwardly exclaiming in amazement. Including the gold level mount armor he obtained in the dungeon, he could almost assemble a complete 3-piece gold equipment set. A mount so luxurious, he wondered how the veteran high-level professionals would react if they knew. Would they be utterly shocked? Reflecting on this, Su Ming couldn't help but cough softly, decisively making up his mind. Indeed, a gold-level skill book was tempting. However, with his legendary-level looting talent, he wasn't exactly in need of skill books. Anything Su Ming desired, he could certainly loot from the top gold bosses in the Undead Valley dungeon. Moreover, having advanced his looting talent to the legendary level, he could even snatch legendary tier skill modules with ease. A mere gold boss skill holding Su Ming down? Impossible. Su Ming made a firm choice and then glanced at Su Shi, clearing his throat and speaking in a deep voice. I can agree to your request, however I have a condition. He met Su Shi's gaze evenly, smiling faintly as he continued. For all quests triggered by my epic tier profession, I require half of the spoils, otherwise there is no deal. Additionally, when attacking high-level dungeon bosses, the final loot should be divided based on my damage output. Su Ming's intentions were clear. Rewards related to his profession he would take half. For bosses slain together with the hunting team, he would claim a share corresponding to his contribution. His demands were not unreasonable, in fact, they were quite fair. Any member recruited by Su Shi's hunting team making such a request would be accepted without hesitation. However, Su Shi found herself silent at this moment. The reason was simple: Su Ming's level was too low and his demonstrated strength limited. Even though he had just landed on the temple rooftop riding a golden undead bone dragon, Su Shi knew well that this young man might have a powerful background capable of stirring up a storm in Zhonghai City. For a second-tier professional among hundreds of high-level big shots to demand half the rewards was somewhat difficult to justify. Moreover, Su Ming had already been offered an astronomical fee. To trade it off, such a high reward could already match several pieces of gold-level weapons. Even an A-grade guild would find it hard to offer such a generous price. Were it not for the nostalgic server dungeon exploding that item, perhaps even the top veterans of the Zhonghai Alliance wouldn't be so lavish. Mr. Su, we've offered 700 million, which is already the limit for the Zhonghai Alliance. If we were to split it further, top guilds like Kanghan might have significant objections. Su Shi took a deep breath, her expression showing great difficulty as she looked at Su Ming and said, "What do you think, can we?" Su Ming blurted out without hesitation, "Not a chance." Su Shi was taken aback. How should I put this? In Su Shi's eyes, Su Ming's level wasn't really high, just around a few dozen levels. Compared with the many gods at the 200 or 300 levels, his output damage was negligible, yet he nonchalantly took half of the item rewards with a slap, which seemed quite excessive. However, finding another epic professional at short notice was somewhat difficult. Indeed, there was one in Jiangnan province. That young big shot was also scooped up by an old guild in Jiangnan and was now on his way to a dungeon in the far north. "Young Master Su, how about this? I'll transfer 700 million in remuneration to you first. As for the division of profits, this matter involves the profit points of dozens of gods and we need to discuss it with the major guilds. What do you think?" Su Shi asked sincerely after a moment of silence. "Okay," Su Ming replied with a faint smile, accepting the suggestion. "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully made your choice and your reward has been issued." At that moment a cold notification sound also rang in Su Ming's mind, signaling the completion of the divine choice scenario. He gained 2 pieces of gold level mount equipment once again. "Then I'll be leaving first." Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, speaking in a pleased tone, then turned and left without any hesitation. Su Shi was stunned once again. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, she couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. "Are all handsome guys this aloof?" she thought, recalling the earlier conversation about splitting half the items and sighing helplessly. "I wonder if the Kanghan Guild will accept this." The priest squad in Jiangnan province, Suyu the Journey Guild, and the old alchemist magician. Su Shi gently pressed her temples with her pale, delicate hands, feeling the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Su Ming opened an online shopping platform. After leaving the transposition temple, Su Ming casually hailed a cab home. At the same time, he browsed the online shopping platform, group buying, placing an order, making a payment. The items Su Ming bought online were not the various props and potions used for dungeon raids, but rather a very expensive magical array. The pet egg he held had a dark gold lineage. To successfully breed this pet, he had to use a complex high-level magical array, or else the little life inside the pet egg might perish prematurely. "A small magical array like this is going to cost me over 6 million. Looking at his bank account, which was nearly depleted, Su Ming couldn't help but feel the sting. This savings was all from the scholarship he received the last time he returned to school and the bet he hustled from Himeng of the Eternal Guild. To breed the pet, his savings were wiped out in an instant. No worries, Su Shi's payment will be in my account soon, Su Ming thought to himself. Actually, he was quite interested in the Undead Canyon dungeon. Even if he didn't team up with Su Shi, he would go alone. After all, according to the information provided by the god-level choice plot, the items that would be dropped from the nostalgic server dungeon this time were conservatively estimated to be an epic weapon, and it was even entirely possible that a legendary item would appear. It was precisely because of this reason that the Zhonghai Alliance took the Undead Canyon dungeon so seriously, sparing no expense and high fees to hire Su Ming. However, the most important thing now was that Su Ming held the initiative. He did not need the Zhonghai Alliance, and currently there were no epic-level professionals in the Alliance. They needed Su Ming to join. The final outcome was very likely still that the Alliance would concede. Su Ming could get half of what he asked for. Of course, this dungeon was definitely quite dangerous. Han Ning from the Kanghan Guild and the Thorn Knight from the Journey Guild both posed certain threats to Su Ming. Resurrection stones, teleportation scrolls. Su Ming slightly frowned and analyzed to himself. There shouldn't be too much trouble. Opportunity and danger always coexist. although Su Ming had recently raided a wave of Han Ying's weapons, seizing the undead bone dragon boss originally belonging to the Kanghun Guild. He wouldn't give up on the Undead Canyon dungeon because of this. Even if it ultimately sparked a conflict, he could just go to war with the Kanghun Guild directly. Su Ming was wanted by an A-level guild, and the Kanghun Guild on the other hand would establish an enemy capable of devastating their guild. There was still 1 week left. He'd think about it in a few days. Su Ming took a deep breath of turbid air and gently closed his eyes. He had been too tense lately, not having rested well since coming out of the dungeon. Fatigue swept over him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even after completing his second class transfer, he hadn't yet assigned his skill points. Time to go home and sleep, Su Ming thought to himself. After returning home, Su Ming fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and when he woke up again, it was already a day later. He took a comfortable hot shower, ordered takeout, and after eating, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Am I famous now? After dinner, Su Ming wanted to watch some short videos to relax a bit. However, upon opening the Douyin app, he found that several videos related to him had gone viral, each garnering over 1 million likes. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Ming had indeed become famous, explosively so. Shocking. The latest movements of Su God, the undead bone dragon boss, epic level professional, soloing a gold level ultimate boss monster, detailed video explanation, friendly match, 1 against 9 youthful arrogance, the terrifying talent of Su God, the real identity of Zhanghai Su God. Recently completed second class transfer, top schools in Kyoto collectively shocked Zhanghai to become the next year's tourism city. Tsinghua and Peking University ecstatic, crazily recruiting the genius youth Su God, offering a sky-high scholarship. God of Slaughter profession fully explained. How terrifying is the nation's only profession. Reduced number of boss monsters in the Shallow Bay dungeon, suspected to be the handiwork of Su God. The whole network is shocked. Wow, I mean wow. Seeing the top trending topics on Douyin, Su Ming was left speechless. He truly hadn't expected to become this famous. Deathflame burst, forbidden curse, epic level profession, undead bone dragon mount. It seems everything has already been exposed. Even a well-known veteran started a live stream to analyze Su Ming's professional characteristics and his background. Su Ming's fame has now even surpassed Han Ying, making him the new popular idol of Zhanghai City, hailed as the nation's little brother. Surprisingly, a teacher from the admissions office of Qingbei University actually came to Zhanghai City ready to personally recruit him. Not only Qingbei University but also Jiangnan University, Hangzhou University, Foshan University, Kyoto University. Nearly all of the top 100 universities in the country threw olive branches at Su Ming, pulling out all the stops to attract him. Forbidden spells, gold equipment, creating new majors, astronomical scholarships. Hangzhou University even offered a beautiful study companion. Watching the revelations in the short video, Su Ming fell silent again. Damn, how should I put it? As the person involved, he seemed to know less than the netizens. However, after thinking it over briefly, Su Ming regained his composure. Across the nation, there are indeed not many young talents with an epic professional rank, but a few still emerge every year. Yet, someone like Su Ming, who in less than half a month advanced to a level 30 professional and perfectly transitioned, mastering the Deathflame explosion technique, forbidden spells, acquiring wingspan, and taming a top-tier mount like the undead bone dragon, such an existence is truly unique. That's why top-tier institutions like Qingbei University, typically indifferent to other professionals, broke their aloof demeanor for Su Ming. They practically groveled. As long as Su Ming was willing to enroll, any condition he named would be met. If they could satisfy it, they would. If not, they would find a way. Opening his phone's messaging app, Su Ming glanced at it. Sure enough, Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School had sent another message inviting him to return to the school to discuss the matter of his guaranteed admission. He hadn't noticed the message while in the game instance. Su Ming chuckled softly and then turned off his phone. I'll make a trip to the school this afternoon, Su Ming thought to himself. Then he opened the system space to check the rewards he received for his job transition. 2 hero-level items. With a clank, 2 substantial items appeared before Su Ming. Holy Light Silver Feather Wrist Guards, hero level. Necromancy Forbidden Belt, hero level. A pair of wrist guards, a belt. Staring at the 2 items before him, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Hero level, higher than any of the equipment he currently wore. Unfortunately, the rewards obtained this time were not offensive weapons, but rather defensive and supportive equipment. Generally, in the world of universal job change, offensive weapons are definitely the most valuable. Of course, rare items like rings have the highest rarity, Although they are not main weapons, they are still of heroic grade, which is quite good. Su Ming gave a faint smile and soon let it go. Already at the heroic level, it was indeed a bit too greedy to still want offensive weapons. Most professionals at level 100, those considered demigods, might not even have heroic grade equipment, but now Su Ming already had 2 pieces. Quite impressive indeed. Name: Holy Light Silver Feather Bracers, plus Alchemy Enhancement, Grade, Heroic Attributes, plus 300 Strength, plus 300 Spirit, plus 200% Spell Critical Hit, plus 270% Physical Lifesteal, plus 30% Attack Speed, Casting Time halved, plus 5 Luck. When attacked, it can trigger the exclusive equipment skill, Silver Feather. Absorbs part of the damage when hit and releases it in the next attack. When the Silver Feather skill is triggered, the silver feathers composing the bracer will bloom, releasing a brilliant glow like a dazzling silver rose. Restrictions: members of the Golden Rose Guild, wearable by all professions. Source: Golden Rose SS Grade Guild. Description: the Holy Light Silver Feather is part of a heroic grade set, 1/6. These bracers are extremely stylish, presenting a silvery luster. The broad silver feathers perfectly wrap around the wearer's wrists. When damaged, the Holy Light Silver Feather also triggers a top-tier passive skill, perfectly protecting the wearer's life status. This equipment has a hidden mechanism that gradually unlocks more features over time. Alchemy needed, unknown. Name: Forbidden Death Belt. Grade, Heroic, or level 35%. Attributes: plus 5,000 spell attack power, plus 2,000 undead spell damage, plus 20,000 mana, plus 30% health recovery, plus 12,000 max health. Equipment passive skill, Forbidden. When using forbidden spells or skills above the golden level, it enhances the passive buff trigger rate of all skill releases and deals extra undead damage, counteracting all light-based creatures, and increases the attack time and range of all skills. Restrictions: exclusive to mage profession level 30 and above. Source: Guiding Angel. Seraph, Job Change Temple. Description: the Forbidden Death Belt is an exclusive reward from the Job Change Temple, suspected to originate from the Abyssal World and closely linked to the Lich King. When worn, it greatly enhances the wearer's mana and spell damage. Additionally, it provides a significant advantage against light-based creatures or bosses, perfectly countering light-based entities. Alchemy Repair. Undead Dragon Bone. A broken golden grade equipment. Alchemy Department, unknown. This is the terror of heroic grade equipment. Upon inspecting the attributes of the 2 pieces, Su Ming cast an identification spell and was immediately shocked. It was insane. Even Su Ming, who had seen various treasures, was now somewhat restless. The Holy Light Silver Feather, coming from the Golden Rose Guild, was a reward after he joined the guild. The Forbidden Death Belt, on the other hand, was a reward bestowed by the Job Change Temple, a gift from the statue the Seraph, Guiding Angel. The attributes were extremely exaggerated, so powerful it has no flaws. The adjectives in its description, always 5 or 6, all come with high level equipment skills. The Holy Light Silver Feathers are actually a hero-level set. Su Ming stroked the silver glossy, extremely fine-textured wrist guards in his hands, his eyes filled with an unbelievable shock. It's hard to believe that these wrist guards are part of a set. The Golden Rose Guild must be a little too rich. Su Ming swallowed, his heart stirring with ripples. Truly shocking. Just a joining reward, and it's a hero-level weapon, even part of a 6-piece set? Isn't this openly tempting the newly joined members? Damn it, if he could gather the full Holy Light Silver Feathers set, wouldn't that just skyrocket him to new heights, worthy of an SS rank guild? Indeed, wealthy and bold. No, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, it's not just wealthy, it's god-level rich. What kind of over-the-top guild was this? For a moment Su Ming held deeper expectations for this all-female Rose Guild, almost wishing he could instantly level up to 200 to see for himself which lady boss led this legendary Rose Guild. Sister, give me a hug, I don't want to try anymore. Putting down the Holy Light Silver Feathers, Su Ming took a deep breath of turbid air and turned his attention to another piece of hero-level equipment. This piece was bestowed by the Job Change Temple. In terms of origin, it certainly held more prestige than the Holy Light Silver Feathers. Just the small entry Job Change Temple Guiding Angel Seraph could multiply the value of this death forbidden belt several times over. Even it could potentially increase tenfold on the spot. Guiding Angel, in the world rules of universal job changes, is definitely a supreme existence. Here, the angels are not of the angel race nor angel NPCs. The Winter instance, as a second world, also has angelic beings. However, for those angels, professionals do not overly flatter.
Yet facing a guiding angel, almost everyone's eyes would brighten as if in reverence to a deity. How to put it, an extraordinary guiding angel can be understood as the creator of this era of universal job changes. It's precisely because of the existence of the guiding angel that today's world allows everyone to undergo the sacred awakening ceremony after reaching adulthood to become a glorious professional, a top-tier equipment from the creator. How could it not shock people? Its value naturally cannot be compared with other items, being several times higher is only normal. However, Su Ming held the belt in his hands, his expression slightly odd. It's just a pity this piece of hero-level equipment seems a bit worn with a 1/3 wear degree. Su Ming was somewhat amused yet frustrated. The origin is impressive, however, the wear degree is also quite high. Could it be that it was used by the Seraphim himself? A bold thought flashed across Su Ming's mind. The thought of the ancient and grand statue of the Seraphim in the class change hall made his heart tighten involuntarily. Legend had it that the Seraphim was exceedingly noble and beautiful, the epitome of ultimate beauty, a true celestial beauty. Su Ming wondered if he would ever have the chance to witness such a being with his own eyes. He pondered silently, yet the moment this thought arose, it somewhat frightened him. Such beings, in this world, are like gods. Blasphemy. Su Ming shook his head, instinctively clearing his mind. But isn't the purpose of his profession to slay gods? Could it be that his ultimate destiny was to end the gods, to commit deicide? Su Ming took a deep breath of turbid air. Perhaps one day he might truly have the chance to witness the legendary Seraphim who commands with mere words, exalted above all. At least in the winter copy, there were always rumors of the pure-blooded original angels. Such beings were no longer just great professionals, they were true gods. To reach that level without achieving the 9 transformations was absolutely impossible. He must quickly level up. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow. Although his career progression had been smooth and he had been leveling up crazily like an arrow piercing through clouds from the view of others, Su Ming knew all too well that there were far too many terrifying beings in the depths of this world, like Han Ing, who had completed her awakening ritual at 15, reaching level 40 when her peers were just a few levels, and there were definitely many such beings. Perhaps there were even top-tier prodigies in this world who started with a legendary or even demigod class at their initial job rank, even within the country. Steady progress, rapid development. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, then he immediately put on 2 pieces of hero-level equipment, instantly feeling a gentle glow wash over his body, making his mood exceptionally buoyant. He allocated his skill points. After checking the new hero-level equipment, Su Ming also opened his attribute panel ready to distribute skill points. He hadn't rushed to allocate skill points yesterday because it was an important decision that required some thought. Under the effect of the talent plunder skill, Su Ming could continuously plunder brand new boss skills. If he used the skill points rashly, it wouldn't be much of an advantage for him, on the contrary, saving up the skill points until he exploded with that kind of premium skill, to use them all at once was definitely the best choice. The only dilemma now was whether the skills he currently held were worth it. Death Flame Burst, very strong. For other professions it was definitely a top priority for skill advancement. However, Su Ming slightly frowned. Death Flame Burst, how to put it, for him it was just mediocre. Perhaps at the time of the first transformation the effect of Death Flame Burst was strong. But now, facing elemental arrows, undead dragon flames, dragon wings, rings of fire, and of course Han Ying's exclusive skills like undead summoning and legion aura, it seems that the death explosion technique might be slightly weaker in comparison. It's not that it isn't powerful, but there always seems to be even stronger boss level skills emerging. Using it directly would be a waste. The undead dragon flame is still impressive. After some deliberation, Su Ming analyzed solemnly, as it's a skill exclusive to a boss with a golden dragon lineage. Even in a vast place like Kyoto, those professional gamers who have reached several hundred levels would probably not abandon this skill book. Moreover, Su Ming has a clear plan. When the undead dragon flame skill advances, its effects are still stunningly impressive. The luxurious attributes provide this skill with enough power to deal significant damage. In other words, the dark gold level of undead dragon flame is definitely worth it. On the contrary, the higher the quality of this skill, the stronger its subsequent impact will be, making it a perfect skill for growth and development. It wouldn't be discarded in the later stages. Su Ming's analysis is actually spot on. The undead dragon flame skill as a top-tier fire attribute skill has explosively powerful effects.
it's highly sustainable and offers numerous combinations of skills, making it worth investing points in. While a skill like Death Explosion Technique might seem dazzling in Shanghai City for those gods who have completed 6 or 7 transformations and reached hundreds of levels, it's not quite top tier anymore. There are more exquisite skills that could replace it. However, the Undead Dragon Flame, which is exclusive to the Undead Bone Dragon, possesses an irreplaceable uniqueness. This is why Su Ming chose this skill. Of course, the damage output of this skill is truly fierce, not to mention more Undead Dragon Flame can deliver 6 times the magic burst damage. Here, the magic burst damage isn't just 6 times the magic attack.
If we must compare, the Death Explosion Technique can deliver
7 times the magic attack damage and can also trigger a double magic burst. However, the Undead Dragon Flame, with its inherent undead damage and dragon lineage continuous damage, can already terrifyingly stack the basic magic attack power, reaching at least 5 times or more. Then, it achieves another 6 times magic burst, which means 6 times the magic critical hit damage. With such damage output, the final results are unimaginable.
And the most terrifying aspect of this skill book is that, besides amplifying the Dragon Flame's magic burst, it can also stack the
magic burst damage of other magical skills. It's like clay, wildly amplifying and offering limitless magic bursts. How could such a skill book not be a focus of attention? However, the drawback of this skill is quite obvious and almost fatal for most practitioners. That is, it consumes a tremendous amount of mana, comparable to some beginner-level forbidden spells.
For a perfect golden boss skill, creatures like the Undead Bone Dragon, which are mana-rich to a terrifying extent naturally, wouldn't care too much. They inherently possess enough mana to unleash the Undead Dragon Flames.
However, Su Ming is different. No practitioner can achieve such a saturated mana bar. This makes the Undead Dragon Flame somewhat less effective, but still acceptable. Su Ming took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a contented smile. The mana bar provided by his God of Slaughter profession was decent. The Crown of Destruction also helped reduce the mana cost of skills. Gently stroking his chin, Su Ming considered the bonus from his top-tier equipment and various mana buffs he had acquired. Releasing the Undead Dragon Flame wasn't too big of a problem. However, Su Ming had also identified a key point. Going forward, it was crucial to focus on enhancing mana. While he could afford to have slightly less health, his mana pool needed to be substantially large. Nodding to himself, Su Ming acknowledged the inherent trait of his plunder talent, allowing him to crazily plunder top-tier boss skills.
The accompanying issue was mana, thus emphasizing mana enhancement was absolutely crucial for his next phase.
The second skill was identification. Su Ming looked at his skill bar. The second skill he planned to enhance significantly was naturally the golden level identification. This skill, a standard fixture for most practitioners, is usually acquired after the awakening ritual and importantly doesn't occupy a skill slot. Meaning the 6 major skill slots of a first profession practitioner do not include identification. But this doesn't mean the skill isn't important. If the level of identification is too low, some high-level items remain unidentified and unusable. Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. His current identification skill, while at the golden level, could identify items up to the epic level. However, if he encountered legendary or higher tier items in a dungeon, he'd be unable to use them. Therefore, prioritizing upgrades in identification was undoubtedly a wise choice.
With this in mind, Su Ming didn't hesitate and immediately clicked on the little plus signs next to these 2 skills. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully upgraded Identification Light of Identification current skill tier, Dark Gold 20%.
Ding, congratulations, you have successfully upgraded Undead Dragon Flame Undead Realm current skill tier, Dark Gold 45%. As the cold notification sound rang out, Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Both skills had advanced, elevating to the Dark Gold tier, especially the Undead Dragon Flame skill, which had ascended beyond half the Dark Gold level, nearing the Heroic tier.
If he had more skill points, Su Ming could directly acquire a Heroic tier skill book, Flame Undead Realm. Su Ming
swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that after advancing, the Undead Dragon Flame skill would transform from an active skill into a domain-type skill. Damn, this was a huge win. Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement. If one were to say that the Undead Dragon Flame skill at the gold level was already a superior skill, its upgrade to the Dark Gold level has now completely revolutionized it, elevating it to a true top-tier skill. Or perhaps even a unique boss-level skill. It retains its high explosive output and 6 times magic crit multiplier. the duration of the skill has increased, the casting time has been reduced, and the cooldown period has also shortened. Su Ming opened the Flame Undead domain to check the new skill attributes and effects. It was quite remarkable.
After the enhancement, although there wasn't a significant increase in damage, the attribute effects were vastly superior to before. The skills output time, coverage area, cooldown, and casting time were all improved. Compared to directly enhancing the skill's magic crit damage from 6 times to 7 times, the improvements in other attributes brought about even better effects. Regrettably, the mana cost remained substantial, even slightly higher than before. Su Ming carefully examined the attributes of the Undead domain skill, sensing something amiss. Rightly so, as the skill had transformed from an active attack skill to a domain type, naturally consuming more mana. The attack distance had significantly increased and the duration had at least doubled. Once the skill was deployed, it was akin to a dungeon boss entering a berserk state, capable of inflicting terrifying critical damage to all targets within the domain, continuously reducing their health. There are gains and losses. Overall, the results of this skill upgrade still left Su Ming quite satisfied. The value of a domain type skill is completely different from that of a regular attack skill. It can be understood that the domain type is the aristocracy of skills. Not only is its auction price in the trading house more than 10 times that of ordinary skills, but more importantly, the effects it produces in battle are explosive. Imagine a professional facing multiple opponents, releasing a domain type skill and instantly performing a dimensional strike on countless targets. Ignoring the number of targets, all continue to lose health. The total damage inflicted is not the result of a single target but the aggregate of multiple targets. Simply put, when Su Ming uses the Flame Undead domain, if he attacks one target and the spell damage result is 100,000 points, then in the domain with multiple targets, in an instant Su Ming could potentially deal a total of 1 million points of damage. What an incredible concept! 1 million damage, an achievement many professionals could never reach in their lifetime. Moreover, even if there is only one target for the attack, the effect of the domain type damage ultimately manifests far exceeds 100,000 points. This is the terrifying aspect of domain skills. In some ways, they are no different from forbidden spells: powerful, rare, prestigious, sacred. Damn, it seems like a soul-stirring choice, the right one indeed. Su Ming heaved a sigh of relief, feeling extremely pleased. If he had chosen Deathflame Burst, he probably would have missed out on this unexpected surprise. After his identification skill was upgraded to the Dark Gold level, it even transformed. Light of identification. Su Ming's eyes slightly narrowed as he focused on the skill bars, starting to check the attributes of this brand new identification skill. When identifying any item, a golden holy light seal appears, with a certain probability of revealing hidden attribute entries that only professions like alchemist can detect. This identification skill is most suited for apothecaries, alchemists, blacksmiths, and other vocational professions. Su Ming looked at the new identification skill description, his eyes lighting up again. A divine skill for support roles. Su Ming felt his throat dry out with excitement. He immediately cleared his throat, almost coughing aloud. How should I put it? The light of identification seems to have transcended the level of ordinary identification skills. In other words, under the effects of this identification skill, Su Ming could now be considered half an alchemist. He could discern most of the hidden attributes of items at a glance, discovering their nuances. That's right, in this world where everyone could change professions, although all items have their own attribute panels, different professions bestow divinity exclusive to the profession holders. In the eyes of apothecaries and other exclusive professionals, a piece of monster material might trigger a series of hidden attribute entries. They could determine what kind of medicinal powder these materials could be ground into, how to add them to potions for use. As for alchemists, naturally they could analyze items, choose the best combination methods, thus enhancing items, alchemizing equipment. With the light of identification, the hidden attribute entries of most items would be accessible to him. That is to say, from now on Su Ming had unlocked a new ability. He could better screen items, analyze the true value of the spoils of war, or real bloody gain. Su Ming took a deep breath of turbid air. The surprises brought by the advancement of the identification skill were no less than the Undead Dragon Flame, a top-level support divine skill, a prestigious domain-type divine skill. Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, almost wishing to pop open a champagne to celebrate right there and then. Ding! At this moment his phone vibrated with a message. Su Ming took out his phone to see. It was the delivery of the array materials he ordered online. That was quick. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. but then it made sense. Nowadays, most delivery guys were professionals, even if not of high level, they could all standardly have a mount.
Thus, delivery speeds were naturally fast, and long-distance delivery no longer relied on mechanical transportation but was carried out through teleportation arrays, delivering goods to the home in a snap. Opening the door, a delicate wooden box was placed at the door with a delivery note attached. Advanced array materials pet exclusive. Tearing off the delivery note, Su Ming took out the array materials one by one.
Each piece of array material was an extremely rare metal item, all engraved
with intricate patterns. Following the instructions in the manual, Su Ming quickly assembled the entire array. The process was not complicated, it was even detailed in elective courses at high school. Su Ming found the operation quite easy. Afterwards, he placed the ostrich egg-like silver-white pet egg at the center of the formation and gently pressed his finger on top of the eggshell. A pale golden holy light diffused from the formation, completely enveloping Su Ming. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully nurtured a dark gold tier pet egg which is now incubating. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive pet, dark gold tier bright unicorn. Name, bright unicorn. Grade, dark gold tier. Growing, level, LV.1. Incubating, health, 23,000 points. Description: the bright unicorn, a Holy Light series pet, possesses a highly noble dark gold tier lineage. As it grows, the bright unicorn may transform and advance to a Holy Light unicorn, achieving a lineage from heroic to epic. The maximum grade of the bright unicorn is epic, a pure-blood original species. Can reach the 9th transformation level. This creature has superior 4-dimensional attributes and noble exclusive boss skills, making it a top-tier pet that can also be used as a mount. A cold notification tone echoed in Su Ming's mind. It was just an instant and he was completely stunned. A bright unicorn, a Holy Light species creature, had actually burst forth. Su Ming sharply inhaled, utterly amazed. Too lucky. This was no ordinary dark gold tier hybrid monster but a Holy Light series unicorn with a noble lineage. Although Su Ming's unicorn was not a pure-blood original species but rather a next-generation hybrid, bright unicorn. However, as its level increased and it completed various job advancements, it might indeed regain the strength of a 9th transformation original unicorn. Thinking of this, Su Ming gasped deeply, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Too satisfying. Undead bone dragon, bright unicorn, such a lineup would make even those level 100 veteran greats cry with envy. And Su Ming, merely at the 2nd transformation, already had such a noble and rare mountain pet. Still incubating, it would take at least half a week before it could hatch. Su Ming tried to calm his emotions and gently touched the silver-white pet egg. The surface of the egg, the golden patterns on the eggshell, seemed ignited, already showing tiny sparks of flame. This was the inside's bright unicorn absorbing the nutrients provided by the formation. The entire incubation process would last several days. Before long, a young unicorn would hatch from it. He thought he should have spent more money to buy a top-tier formation directly. Watching the incubating young unicorn, Su Ming's gaze softened and he quietly pondered. The price of a top-tier formation was quite expensive, the cheapest being 40 to 50 million. Of course, it would provide richer nutrients for the pet. If it were an ordinary dark gold tier pet, Su Ming might not be so worried. However, faced with a legendary unicorn known for its stunning beauty and noble lineage, Su Ming felt a stir in his heart. If the magic circle caused the newborn unicorn foal to suffer from malnutrition, it would be disastrous. Such a creature, if it fell into the hands of an A-grade guild, would likely be worshipped. They would spare no expense on top-tier potions, expensive monster materials, and even manage to procure divine magic circles. In Su Ming's care, however, things seemed a bit shabby. Beyond a high-level magic circle, he had prepared nothing. The nurturing ceremony was too hastily put together. Su Ming couldn't help but smirk wryly. He glanced around his rental apartment. It was time for a change of residence. He couldn't let the little unicorn suffer. Touching his nose, Su Ming thought to himself. His emotions were unusual at this moment, like an elderly father worrying over his soon-to-be-born daughter, fearful that the unicorn might face the slightest discomfort. Once Sushi's payment came through, he could afford a villa in Platinum Bay. He could also buy 2 top-tier magic circles to ensure the unicorn received all the nutrients it needed. Su Ming pondered thoughtfully. Platinum Bay villas were the most expensive in Zhonghai City, offering a pleasant and luxurious environment. For a high school student, it might seem like an unachievable dream, but for Su Ming, it was just a minor goal. not to mention the 700 million compensation from Sushi, the pile of gold-level monster materials and top-tier boss skill books Su Ming possessed, if all auctioned off, would fetch a sky-high price.
A Platinum Bay villa was well within his reach without any pressure.
Ding, the phone rang. Su Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Principal Chen Qishan's personal number. Hello, Su Ming answered softly. Is this student Su? Chen Qishan's voice carried a hint of surprise, clearly trying to suppress his excitement to maintain a calm tone. Yes, Su Ming responded with a light smile. Student Su, I've finally reached you. I called you more than a dozen times earlier and you didn't pick up any, Chen Qishan said with a relieved laugh. I just came out of the Shallow Bay dungeon, been busy with my second transformation. Su Ming didn't hide the truth. Second transformation? Chen Qishan was clearly taken aback. After a moment of silence, his voice trembled as he said, "It's such a young talent. By the way, Mr. Su, when are you free to visit the school? Top universities from across the country have sent admissions letters. They're almost filling up my office.
Mr. Su, if you delay any further, I fear my old bones will be bent under the pressure from these established giants." Su Ming coughed softly upon hearing this. Is it that exaggerated? He knew that top universities nationwide had extended their invitations, but he had no idea that the top 100 elite institutions had already sent admission letters. This display was indeed a bit over the top. All right, I'll come to the school this afternoon. Su Ming paused, then continued to ask, are these university admissions officers still in Zhonghai City? If possible, I'd like to meet them. Su Ming's idea was straightforward: to negotiate face-to-face, evaluate the situation of each university and choose the most suitable professional university for himself. However, when Chen Qishan heard this, he was utterly flabbergasted. Expecting a whole bunch of seasoned admissions tutors to wait for you, young Master Su, it has to be you. Chen Qishan took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart and then responded, admissions tutors from about a dozen top universities like Kyoto University, Qingbei University, Jiangnan University, Hang City University and Law God University are all waiting for you at the school. The rest have already sent their admission letters, especially the tutors from Kyoto and Qingbei. They have been in Zhonghai for several days just waiting for you. Chen Qishan's tone was anything but calm. It was indeed outrageous. In his decades of experience, this was the first time he encountered such a bold student. It was absurd. For most people, just getting admitted into one top university would be a cause for celebration. They wouldn't need admissions tutors to show up, they'd rush to the university themselves to attend interviews willingly. But Su Ming, he made a whole bunch of veteran professional tutors wait for several days. Insane, absolutely insane. Is this the world of young tycoons? Okay. Su Ming choked on his saliva, surprised that during his time in the instance all these top university tutors had actually all come. It wasn't that Su Ming was playing it cool, he genuinely hadn't known. I'm heading out now, I'll be at school soon, Su Ming said with a slight smile, somewhat embarrassedly. All right, young Master Su, be careful on the road. Chen Qishan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Facing Su Ming, this little oddity, he showed the utmost respect. How to put it? In his view, it wouldn't take 10 years for Su Ming to become one of the most dazzling professional tycoons in the country. At the very least, Su Ming's name would be found in the national top rankings. Wouldn't he have to flatter him a bit? Okay, see you later, Su Ming replied and then hung up the phone. Would the unicorn be safe left at home? Su Ming glanced at the faint golden halo of the magic circle and muttered softly as he touched his nose. Then he packed up and left. At a coffee shop in Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School. Baozi, I had already tried to set you two up, but alas, you just didn't step up. Look at him now, soaring high. If you had captured his heart from the start, all those minor distractions wouldn't have stood a chance. Picture this. A coffee shop by the window, two stunning beauties leaning together. One of them, dressed in a sporty outfit with her hair tied up in a bun, rolls her eyes at the cool beauty beside her. With a coquettish tone she says, stop looking so shocked and start thinking about how to win over that handsome guy in your family. He's surrounded by girls who could easily trample down the gates of our Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, right? And not just any girls, but admissions officers from top universities across the country have all made their way to Zhonghai. The principal is nearly bent double these days, meeting with one formidable professional after another. I heard that even a level 500 rank 8 master has come. Goodness, a rank 8 master. Such high-profile figures actually visiting Zhonghai to see Su Ming. What did you say? The elegantly made-up cool beauty with her large charming eyes is utterly flabbergasted. She is none other than the aloof school beauty of Zhonghai's top high school.
The Ice Queen is Su Qingya. At that moment Su Qingya swallows hard, her lips slightly parting, her teeth clenching a freshly applied coat of lip gloss, her eyes filled with disbelief as she asks in astonishment, "You're saying a level 500 rank 8 master came to Zhonghai just to see Su Ming?" "Yes," Lu Xinran responds with another roll of her eyes at Su Qingya, even patting her head as if disappointed. "Didn't you know? The whole city is abuzz, the national spotlight is right here, Su God is incredible." The top 100 elite institutions have all extended their olive branches, each sending him an acceptance letter. If all goes as expected, Su Ming won't even need to take the college entrance exams, he can simply choose any top university to attend, tuition fees waived, a sky-high scholarship, any other demands he might have, and even more outrageously top beauties to accompany his studies. I heard that Hangzhou University has offered a top-level milk sister to support Su Ming. Throughout his 4 years of college life, the admissions officers who came to visit Su Ming in Zhonghai are also not few. More than a dozen have come one after another, with the highest ranked being a level 524 magic priestess from Qingbei University. And not only that, this lady boss is also incredibly beautiful, truly a feast for the eyes. Lu Xinran grabs Su Qingya's sleeve, excitedly spilling all of Su Ming's glorious achievements. Listening to all this, Su Qingya feels a chill down her spine. She really hadn't realized, during their 3 years in high school, she hadn't paid much attention to Su Ming, yet he was so outstanding. No, outstanding wasn't enough to describe him. He was freakishly brilliant, a bizarre top-tier genius. The miracles created by Su Ming, if listed one by one, would take days to complete, and what truly shocks Su Qingya is the dark gold bloodline undead bone dragon she saw in the Shallow Bay instance. It was Su Ming's mount. In such a short time, all the senior students at Zhonghai No. 1 had completed the awakening ceremony uniformly. Why had Su Ming grown to such an extent? Undead bone dragon mounts, death explosion magic, forbidden spells, dark gold weapons, slaying golden bosses. The information Su Qingya had learned already stirred a storm within her heart. Yet she knew all too well that this was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning Su Ming. Unnamed netizens had leaked that Su Ming seemed to have purchased an advanced magical formation worth 6 million specifically designed for nurturing exotic pets. Did this mean Su Ming also possessed a creature of noble lineage? This was no ordinary high school student, he was clearly a top-tier young master with an astonishing background. Could an ordinary high school boy possess such profound resources? Ridiculous. In an instant Su Qingya's delicate face blushed ever so slightly, her usually dull eyes filled with disbelief. Deep inside, a complex indescribable emotion surged, mixing feelings of awe and envy. Alas, our dear young lady, had you listened to me earlier and flirted a bit under my matchmaking, Su Ming might already be yours, Lu Xinran said as she held Su Qingya's face, scrutinizing her seriously. With that angelic face and devilish figure, just a little scheming. And whom could Su Ming really resist? Too bad, now it's even hard to meet him, Lu Xinran huffed. Now he's surrounded by girls. I heard that Han Ing from the Kanghan Guild is also inquiring about his whereabouts. Her best friend's words clearly stung Su Qingya. Su Qingya frowned slightly and turned her head in feigned anger. Humph, so what if he's outstanding? Who says I have to be with him? I'm not bad myself, he's not the only man in the country. Lu Xinran fell silent for a moment, then lifted her chin and widened her eyes at Su Qingya, saying, "Oh, don't be so sure, in the whole country you really can't find a second Su God." Su Qingya was stunned, staring back at Lu Xinran with her fox-like eyes. She remained silent. "Oh, come on, don't be upset," Lu Xinran said as she gently patted Su Qingya's head, soothing her. "Well, honestly, Su Ming is indeed top-notch, and you won't find a second one like him in the country. Are there others stronger than him? Sure, in Kyoto, wizards of the divine seed, Creed assassins, holy light priests, tyrants of destruction, and that young master from Kyoto born at level 30, these might be slightly stronger than Su God, but..." Lu Xinran took a deep breath, her voice trailing off. Speaking earnestly, Lu Xinran said, "All those guys are top-tier scions, each with a background that shakes the heavens. Su Ming has achieved so much, and he must have some backing too, but it's nothing compared to those guys. Even so, he managed to tame a skeletal dragon mount, mastered forbidden spells and the death explosion technique, and even has a series of top-tier trump cards. Just looking at his talent and potential, I feel that he's not inferior to those capital city scions. In a world where everyone can change their class, having a boyfriend who's not only handsome but also incredibly strong is like hitting the jackpot. I was hoping that after you get together with Su Ming, you could throw a few perks my way. I'm not asking for much, just an epic bloodline potion would do." Lu Xinran grunted, her eyes filled with expectation. "Go to hell, an epic bloodline potion? Why don't you ask for a legendary one while you're at it? Su Qingya pressed her pale fingers against her temples. Beneath her cool demeanor, her bright and enchanting eyes rolled at Lu Xinran, worried that if her best friend said another word her heart would burst from irritation. I'm your best friend and you want me to go fishing for rich guys?
Su Qingya was indignant. Lu Xinran quickly covered
Su Qingya's mouth and said seriously, hey, why does the campus belle talk so crudely? Come on, how can you call it fishing for rich guys? This is clearly mutual affection, destined lovers. Haven't we known each other since we were kids? Don't I know you well? You've liked Su Ming for a long time, right? You just thought his background wasn't great and his academic performance was mediocre, so you kept acting so aloof. Now look at him. An epic professional, isn't he good enough for you now? Skeletal dragon, golden dragon bloodline, isn't that up to standard? Don't hesitate. If you delay any further you really won't have a chance. Lu Xinran was certain. Su Qingya fell silent, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Xinran was right, she had indeed had a crush on Su Ming from the start. It could be said that Su Ming's qualifications were excellent, hitting all the right notes to captivate Su Qingya, the cool campus beauty. However, Su Qingya had always been strong-willed and would never allow herself to date someone who was just an ordinary professional. Being handsome was certainly appealing, but in this world level and profession were everything. Without material love everything was meaningless. So, what should I do? Are there really a lot of girls around Su Ming now? The Han Ing from the Soul Guild, she knows him too? Su Qingya furrowed her brows slightly and turned to Lu Xinran after a moment of silence. Now you're worried, Lu Xinran snorted. Not just Han Ing, remember the dark-haired priestess who helped us with our class change, Lu Mei. And Su Shi from the class change temple, the otaku goddess, the granddaughter of the Imperial Guard commander. So you know her, right? Su Qingya was stunned. That many? But aren't Lu Mei and Su Shi old ladies? Hearing Su Qingya's words, Lu Xinran suddenly choked on her own saliva and then coughed a couple of times before covering Su Qingya's mouth again. Oh my goodness, you can't say things like that. Lu Xinran was embarrassed. If it were anyone else she would have rolled her eyes on the spot. However, since it was Su Qingya, it was understandable. Despite being the universally acknowledged ice queen of the school and even competing with Han Ing for the title of top beauty in Zhonghai City outside school, only Lu Xinran knew that Su Qingya was actually very innocent at heart, a contrast to her icy exterior. She spoke whatever came to her mind, a perfect fool of a beauty, she thought. Lu Xinran moved closer to Su Qingya, whispering, Su Shi and Lu Mei are on par with you in terms of looks, and as for their figures, Lu Xinran glanced up and down at Su Qingya, each has their own merits. But, she added, a sister has her strengths and you might not necessarily outcompete them. Su Qingya anxiously asked, then what should I do? Lu Xinran fell into thought, then looked again at Su Qingya with a determined expression and said, throw yourself at him. A cool beauty throwing herself at someone, no one could resist that. Su Qingya was completely baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? You want me to throw myself at Su Ming? Su Qingya was flabbergasted. What else? Lu Xinran rolled her eyes at Su Qingya, helplessly saying, I've said all I can say. As your best friend, this is as far as I can help. Also, no one understands men better than I do. Su Qingya gently bowed her head, deep in thought. Thankfully, there were no male students from the school in the cafe, otherwise their worldview would shatter on the spot. Who would have thought? The widely adored Su Qingya, who was like the moon surrounded by stars at school, was now struggling with how to throw herself at Su Ming. Damn it, she's completely lost her dignity. The school beauty turning into a lovesick puppy. Wouldn't this completely reshape all the male students' perceptions? I understand now, dear. Su Qingya took a deep breath, raising her head again. Beneath her cool makeup, a blush crept across her dewy skin. Teach me, please. Tell me, how does one throw oneself at someone? I decided I want to throw myself at Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming was riding his undead bone dragon Alpha, hovering over the skies of Zhonghai City No. 1 Middle School. Currently, Alpha was adorned with a heavy set of golden mount armor. Its massive head was fitted with a regally patterned headpiece and its limbs were equipped with golden bracers. Yes, Alpha was equipped with 3 pieces of golden gear, 2 pieces of defensive gear and 1 golden weapon. These were rewards Su Ming had received from a god-level selection scenario. The quality was quite good and the attribute entries were rich, making it a top-tier piece of golden equipment. Of course, these gears and weapons not only significantly enhanced Alpha's attributes, but also made this undead bone dragon look incredibly magnificent, truly displaying the nobility of golden dragon lineage. Look up there, there's a golden dragon in the sky. Damn it, is it a monster attacking the city? Can't be right. Where's the garrison station in Zhonghai City? How could they let a dragon boss monster rush into the school? Something's off. The dragon in the sky doesn't seem like a boss monster, it's a mount.
A golden dragon mount? What's this? Looks like another seasoned career mentor from Kyoto has arrived.
Oops, wait a minute, this isn't just any ordinary golden dragon, it seems to be a noble undead bone dragon, an undead bone dragon. Taming a dragon of this caliber, now that's something. Oh my god, wait, did you guys see that? The undead bone dragon in the sky is wearing not one, not two, but 3 golden grade items. Those are golden grade weapons. Such extravagance, ridiculously extravagant.
A mount adorned with 3 golden armor pieces. Which top guild 2nd generation is this?
Top guild 2nd generation, if I remember correctly, that seems to be Sushin's mount. Sushin? Which Sushin are you talking about? Who else but the dragon of Zhonghai City No. 1 Middle School, Su Ming, the people's brother, the school heartthrob, a freakishly talented genius. Heavens, no way, Su Ming, no. Young Master Su actually tamed the undead bone dragon, and he decked out his mount in 3 golden grade items?
You're just realizing this now, dude, are you on 2G internet?
The whole country is freaking out and you're just getting shocked. As soon as Su Ming appeared over the skyline of No. 1 Middle School, every student in the school was thunderstruck, completely dumbfounded. I mean, when Su Ming first rode Alpha at the Job Change Temple, it already caused a sensation throughout the city, shocking a whole host of professionals, but now the high school students of Zhonghai City No. 1 Middle School were utterly bewildered.
I mean, an undead bone dragon as a mount
is definitely a spectacle, majestic and luxurious, a sight that captures everyone's attention. But after all, Zhonghai City also has veterans over level 100, so when Alpha first appeared, although the city's professionals were internally shocked, they could understand it because they didn't know who was behind Alpha. If it was a centenarian, it all made sense. However, when the video of Su Ming riding Alpha was exposed on the short video app yesterday, some sharp-eyed netizens noticed the clues and figured out that the powerhouse behind the undead bone dragon Alpha seems to be the genius boy, Su Ming. Su Ming became famous again, instantly famous across the platforms, pushed to the top of hot search topics on various social media apps, so now when this undead bone dragon appeared again, everyone knew it was Su Ming. The stark contrast, the visual impact, it was too much for the tender hearts of these young boys and girls at Zhonghai City No. 1 Middle School. Their little hearts almost burst. The whole campus was buzzing with discussions. Everyone without exception looked up at Su Ming, atop the building of the school on the rooftop. Just like when he went to the Job Change Temple, Su Ming rode the undead bone dragon and landed on the rooftop. Then he waved his hand, letting Alpha return to the dragon mark on his hand, temporarily sealing it away. Young Master Su, the centenarian Mr. Chen Shishan, scampered from a distance, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at Su Ming. His tone carried an unmistakable excitement.
Principal Chen, Su Ming smiled as if basking in the spring breeze, and politely nodded to Chen Shishan.
No need. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Chen Shishan shook his head like a rattledrum, sincerely saying, "There's no need to call me principal. Mr. Su, given your current potential, you should be able to advance to the 4th level within a year, surpassing the 100th rank. Your status would be much higher than mine. If you don't mind, just call me Shishan." There was a slight gleam in Chen Shishan's murky eyes as he spoke with a booming laugh.
All right, Su Ming nodded lightly without further
objection and readily agreed. Indeed, Chen Shishan was not wrong. Su Ming's talent was formidable, not to mention his epic career status. According to external speculations, he definitely possessed the double experience or even the top-tier triple experience talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen dozens of levels in such a short period and completed his 2nd job change. Such top-tier potential and meteoric rise in levels truly marked him as a young talent poised for greatness. In the future, becoming a figure revered nationwide seemed almost certain. Mr. Su, shall we head to the conference room first? Chen Shishan swallowed, cautiously gauging Su Ming's preference. He had to be careful. The undead bone dragon trailing behind Su Ming was not only majestic and noble but also terrifyingly powerful. Even Chen Shishan himself wasn't sure if he could take on Su Ming's mount in a one-on-one fight. Such a top-tier genius, a young notable figure, even now made Chen Shishan look up to him. Sure.
Su Ming spoke succinctly, nodding and signaling for Chen
Shishan to lead the way. Soon the two arrived at the conference room of No. 1 Middle School. The room, akin to a presidential suite, was spacious and lavishly decorated, usually serving as Chen Shishan's resting room. Several assistants in black silk were busy serving water and brewing tea for the congregation of top professionals from across the country. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense.
The mere presence of these significant figures just sitting there exerted a tremendous, oppressive aura. Not just for Chen Shishan, even the small oligarch of Zhanghai City, the president of the Kanghan Guild, would feel considerable pressure here. Any one of these top experts could effortlessly topple an A-grade guild on their own. After all, the highest-ranked professional in Zhanghai City was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Su Tian, at level 420, while the veterans in the room were uniformly ranked in the 4 to 500 levels. How could that not be intimidating? Gentlemen, this is Mr. Su from Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. After entering the conference room, Chen Shishan took a deep breath of murky air and glanced tentatively at all the big shots present before introducing Su Ming in as calm a tone as he could manage. It was just a simple opening remark. All the admissions tutors present stood up one after another, greeting Su Ming with respect. Despite their high ranks, they did not put on any airs in front of him. The top domestic tycoons were no fools. They clearly understood what Su Ming's potential meant and the heights he could reach in the future. Thus, they were all eager to make a good impression, hoping to recruit this top-tier genius. Hello teachers, I am Su Ming. Unlike Chen Shishan, Su Ming was not the slightest bit nervous at this moment. On the contrary, he spoke quite generously. His gaze was indifferent, sweeping over everyone present. To be in the presence of several hundred distinguished figures, any ordinary professional might feel intimidated, but Su Ming already possessed a skeletal dragon of the undead, a unicorn of holy light lineage, and a full set of top-tier equipment, not to mention a spectacular array of boss-level skills. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be daunted? He was as refreshing as a spring breeze, such a young man, so accomplished at a young age. Student Su was even more handsome than imagined, truly deserving of a young man with an epic profession facing so many old-timers without faltering. A genius who can tame an undead bone dragon indeed has impressive courage. National little brother, come to our Jiangnan University. We have lots of beautiful women here. Let Sister Guide take you around Jiangnan for a good time. Are there fewer beauties in Kyoto? I don't like hearing that. Come to our Qingbei University. We not only offer scholarships but will also arrange a beautiful study companion for brother Su Ming. Not just one, but two. How about that? What? Using beauty as a strategy? Can't we have a healthy competition? Kyoto University, our enrollment rate is too low. Come to Kyoto instead. Our school has the oldest credentials and the teachers here are all top professionals. What's the use of being top professionals? Are they as good as a beauty? It's all over. I should have known not to come and let the school beauty handle recruitment. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became very lively and no longer oppressive. The group of old-timers whispered among themselves, joking around. Go pour a cup of tea for young Su. Meanwhile, Chen Shishan, amidst these significant figures, and Su Ming, the top genius, was indeed the least significant small fry there. He turned back and instructed a well-figured office lady in black silk to serve tea and water. Social etiquette, it seems, was a game well played by this old youngster. Soon Su Ming took his seat. The office lady in black silk also brought over a cup of hot tea. Su Ming glanced at it and took a gentle sip, then looked up at everyone with a smile. Fellow seniors, you've been waiting so hard for me, said an old man from Kyoto University sitting directly across Su Ming, squinting slightly and smiling gently. Yes, but it's understandable. Student Su must have been extremely busy recently, having advanced to the second-tier rank in such a short time. Our sudden visit might have seemed a bit abrupt. A middle-aged man sitting next to him from Kyoto University added, just came out of a dungeon not long ago. It has indeed been a bit hectic. Sorry to keep you waiting, teacher. Su Ming replied with a light smile as a response. It might be a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to ask, where did student Su learn the death flame burst technique? I heard you've also studied a beginner's forbidden spell? After a brief silence, the seasoned magic instructor from Kyoto University asked in a deep voice. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, rested on Su Ming. How should I put it? It's not without reason that Su Ming has caught the attention of top universities in the top 100 nationwide, attracting countless top professionals to visit him personally. Among these reasons, the origin of Su Ming's death flame burst technique is key. This boss-level skill book is one of the national collection skills. The Kanghan Guild behind Han Ing spent over a decade and only managed to obtain the book by luck from a level 300 boss monster. Then they sought the top ritualist in the country to restore the skill book to perfect condition, which allowed Han Ing to learn it. Subsequently, with the death flame burst technique, Han Ing also became famous overnight, causing a sensation no less significant than Su Ming's current impact. It made Han Ing a popular goddess, maybe not nationally but unquestionably across the entire Jiangnan province. Where Summing obtained the death flame burst technique could be due to either having a top guild even more powerful than the Kanghan guild backing him, not only concealing his real identity but also providing him with this rare boss skill, or Summing's potential has exceeded everyone's expectations. He might possess top-tier insight and treasure appraisal, life-assisting divine skills, or perhaps relied on powerful damage output to kill a top-tier boss of level 300 or 400, thereby obtaining this precious divine skill, the Death Flame Burst technique. Regardless of the situation, Summing is worthy of attention from major figures nationwide. His presence has already exceeded everyone's understanding. Deathflame burst, huh? Summing smiled softly, looked at everyone, paused for a moment, and then straightforwardly said, "This skill book, I obtained it from an ultimate boss monster, the ultimate boss of the Shallow Bay dungeon, the Undead Apostle." Summing didn't hide anything, he disdained concealing the truth. "I also obtained a piece of golden level equipment from that boss, the Crown of Destruction." At Summing's words, a collective gasp of astonishment swept through the conference room. All the prominent figures present were slightly shocked. The Undead Apostle, it's not just any ordinary boss, but a level 52 golden hybrid monster. To speak of the true level of the Undead Apostle, it could rival a level 60 professional who has completed the third class change. And what level is Su Ming now? He has just completed his second class change, hasn't he? How did he manage this? To have the ability to defeat an Undead Apostle above his level. Of course, this is not the real reason why the domestic big shots are shocked. Rather, it's that the Undead Apostle boss was discovered by Su Ming. In the world of universal class change, there is a hidden mechanism. Many ultimate bosses like the Undead Apostle are rarely seen. It could even be said that before Su Ming they had never appeared. This is why the Kanghan Guild has never triggered an ultimate boss and has not even found a trace of the undead bone dragon for so many years. There are only two reasons for the appearance of the Undead Apostle. First, after ending Su Ming, the Undead Apostle could gain a massive amount of experience, so it was attracted to Su Ming, ready to execute him. Second, Su Ming possesses terrifying potential which has already posed a threat to the Undead Apostle, and this kind of potential could be due to his professional rank or possibly an item on him that meets the conditions to threaten the Undead Apostle. Regardless of the reason, either is enough to leave the national leaders in silence. Because it means Su Ming might have a top-level boss affinity talent and can deal high damage beyond his own level, 10,000 damage, 100,000 damage, or at least Su Ming must possess an epic-level weapon. Only then would he attract the Undead Apostle to appear in the Shallow Bay dungeon, and then as Su Ming executed him. Su Ming, what is the highest damage outcome you can unleash using your strongest card? The silent atmosphere was finally broken by an old mage from Kyoto University. This old man, whose age was not less than Chen Qishan, had a sharp glint flashing in his murky eyes. He asked in a deep voice, 10,000 damage, or? The intention of the old mage was clear, he was probing the details of Su Ming. How should I say this? These old guys, upon confirming that Su Ming possessed the Death Flame Burst skill, had already started their frantic analysis. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way from Kyoto to Zhonghai City. Just now, upon hearing Su Ming directly admit that he had killed the Undead Apostle boss, these old guys couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. For professionals below the second transformation, if they appeared alone, it would be good enough to attract a level 10 ordinary boss monster. If it's true that Su Ming has become a threat to the gold-level ultimate boss, the Undead Apostle, it means that Su Ming has already reached a strength of at least 10,000 damage. What does this mean? Many professionals who have undergone 3 transformations cannot even reach this level with their normal attacks. More than 100,000 damage. The specific situation is not very certain. Su Ming responded calmly and decisively, 100,000 damage. This is already a restrained result. If Su Ming directly used Flame Undead Domain, the total damage he could inflict would have already exceeded 1,000,000 damage. This level, even the big shots at level 100 would be stunned, and Su Ming has just barely completed his second transformation. Of course, if you add on a full set of top-level equipment, Undead Bone Dragon, Elemental Arrows, Forbidden Spells, and his strongest trump card, Killer God Throne, Su Ming might be able to continuously unleash damage at the 1,000,000 level. In a sense, he was indeed a top-tier little monster, terrifyingly so. 100,000 damage. Upon hearing Su Ming's affirmative response, all the big shots present were stunned. Then, after exchanging glances that carried an unbelievable sheen in their eyes, they were astounded. This was no ordinary high school student. You could even say he fit the profile for a national level benchmark. His strength wasn't just a notch above the rest,
No wonder, a sorcerer from Kyoto University took a deep breath of turbid air, his aging eyes suddenly sparkling, completely subdued by Su Ming's prowess. Testing him? There was no need for tests anymore.
A top-tier monster capable of inflicting 100,000 damage at the second-tier stage, wasn't that worth madly recruiting?
To test him further would be folly. 100,000 damage was already at the level of a 100-tier ranking. While damage output alone doesn't determine a professional's combat strength, the maximum damage limit was quite telling. The elderly sorcerer from Kyoto University took another deep breath of cold air, explaining to Su Ming. This is also why the undead apostle boss monster in the silver dungeon of Shallow Bay was drawn to you, because you posed a threat to its life. Moreover, if it could finish you off, the undead apostle would gain a massive amount of experience points, enabling its rapid growth and advancement. Su Ming was startled, finding himself in uncharted territory of knowledge. He indeed did not know about this hidden mechanism, but considering it, it made sense. The Tsang Soul Guild had spent so many years without even finding the undead bone dragon, let alone triggering the undead apostle, a level 50+ ultimate boss, yet Su Ming attracted the undead apostle on his first visit to the dungeon and even managed to end it effortlessly. It seemed likely tied to his high damage output and the Godslayer throne. A light bulb went off in Su Ming's mind as he pondered. If that's the case, then defeating those top-tier second generations from Kyoto like the Wizard Seed and the Holy Light Priest, wouldn't that also grant a massive amount of crazy experience points? Even though these second generations aren't high level, the experience yielded could surpass their levels by 100 tiers. Indeed, in the world of universal job changes, the experience points dropped by ending any creature weren't simply tied to level. It also integrated damage, potential, professional rank, and various talents and skills. It was because of this that the bigwigs in the conference room showed such intense interest in Su Ming. They were almost desperate to recruit him on the spot. Su Ming's value was too high, far surpassing the epic tier professionals. It's no exaggeration to say that he now has a legendary value. Moreover, these big shots have received the latest news. After his second transformation, Su Ming acquired a legendary talent and also tamed an undead bone dragon. It seems he has recently purchased a high-level magic array online, and it's suspected that he's nurturing a top-tier pedigree pet. My goodness, 100,000 damage. Su Ming, you're too incredible. A lady with gold-rimmed glasses, clad in a black silk robe with red trim, looking regal and luxurious, cooed at Su Ming with seductive eyes. Handsome, why not join us at Qingbei University? Once you enroll, I'll personally show you how to enhance your spell critical damage. Perhaps in just a year or two you could achieve a 1,000,000 damage milestone. This beautiful woman, a recruitment officer from Qingbei University, radiated an aura of nobility and untouchability, quite unlike the black silk priestess Lume, whose demeanor exuded more charm and enchantment. This lady, with her 400+ level, delicate features and smooth radiant skin, was indeed a sight to behold. Qingbei University, not bad. Su Ming squinted slightly, looking at the Qingbei recruitment officer. You shouldn't use beauty tricks on students like this, chuckled an old mage from Kyoto University, noticing the interaction between Su Ming and Chen Shuyan. No worries, after all, let Su Ming decide for himself, Chen Shuyan said, her eyes sultry as she glanced again at Su Ming, trying to smooth things over. I wonder how the scholarships from all the tutors are arranged? Having brought the conversation to this point, Su Ming didn't hesitate and directly asked. It's true that these top 100 national universities are similar in many respects, especially top institutions like Kyoto University and Qingbei University. Well, there might be some differences among the top 100 universities in the country, but among the top 10, there really isn't much difference. Each has its strengths. Choosing the most suitable school is what matters. Of course, what Su Ming valued the most was the scholarship. Whoever offered more would naturally be his first choice. With his plundering talents, Su Ming wasn't worried about his future. It was just a matter of growing faster or slower. Our Jiangnan University offers 3 high-level skill books and a set of no less than 6 pieces of golden-level equipment, including 2 attack weapons. Besides, there's also an 80 million scholarship and no less than 100,000 a month for living expenses, one representative stated. From Foshan University, the current offer includes 1 dark gold level equipment, 1 hero level item, and 1 forbidden spellbook. Another added. Hangzhou University will provide 10 pieces of gold equipment free for choice, and as for skill books and other needs, just speak up and we'll do our best to accommodate, said another. Qingbei University offers a full set of golden equipment plus a forbidden spellbook as a bonus. we respect talent, and if Summing needs other items the school will consider it, but I Chen Shuyan will definitely do my best to prepare everything for Summing, said Chen Shuyan confidently.
As soon as Summing spoke, the heavyweights at the meeting opened up the discussion eagerly. Various top-tier items were spoken of as if they were mere trinkets, with a nonchalant air. In an instant even Su Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded.
Indeed, Su Ming was truly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the enrollment conditions offered by these top universities among the nation's top 100 would be so aggressively generous. They even included forbidden spells in the package. It was like grabbing onto a thick thigh, a must-hold opportunity.
However, Su Ming's expression remained composed as he calmly glanced at everyone present and spoke softly. I think the scholarships and enrollment benefits offered by the teachers here are
slightly on the lower side. Su Ming's voice was soft, yet in the conference room it was exceptionally clear. In just a moment, all the mentors were stunned. It wasn't that Su Ming was being overly demanding, rather it was only now that he truly understood the value and rarity of the god of slaughter profession, which was no less rare than a purebred giant panda. In some sense, it was undoubtedly a unique existence nationwide, and his maximum damage limit was not merely 100,000 points but a
terrifying 1 million damage.
With such standards, asking for better conditions was not unreasonable, right? Even the recruitment of the top 10 universities in the country was a matter of mutual consent. To go or not to go was ultimately up to Su Ming. Mr. Su, with golden equipment, top-level skill books, and tens of millions in scholarships, these conditions are unparalleled nationwide, said the magician from Kyoto University, an old man in his hundreds who paused briefly before quickly regaining his composure. Looking straight into Su Ming's eyes, he smiled lightly. How about you think it over? If you pass the entrance examination and succeed in obtaining the top freshman title during the first-year trials, we at Kyoto University can make an exception and add another set of top-quality golden equipment as well as a forbidden spell. After the magician from Kyoto University finished speaking, the other mentors also nodded in agreement. How should one put it? The strength that Su Ming had demonstrated was indeed formidable, and his talent was unquestionable, especially his value as an epic careerist capable of attracting the undead apostle boss and unleashing 100,000 damage. With just a bit of nurturing, he could certainly become a real power player in the future, and even now, once Su Ming entered the university, he would be able to bring substantial help to the school. Because of Su Ming's professional characteristics, he could unlock hidden quests in some dungeons, just like Su Shi, who was willing to pay hundreds of millions in high compensation to hire him.
To these universities, Su Ming's value was at least in the billions. However, the professionals present
were all well-versed in the ways of the world, seasoned players who would not easily promise Su Ming more scholarships without seeing real benefits. Whether it's gold-tier equipment or advanced skill books, these items are scarce and not easily obtained. Young man, you have just completed your second transformation. Giving you a forbidden spellbook is already an exception. Everyone here is a 7th or 8th transformation master.
Isn't it a bit impolite for you to speak this way?
Epic level is indeed good, but don't forget nationwide only 6 epics have emerged this year. In the corner, a plump woman in small professional attire and glasses slightly narrowed her eyes and spoke to Su Ming with a tone that revealed a hint of unexplained arrogance, cold yet mixed with a faint sense of pressure. This woman, the female director of the admissions office of Jiangnan University, had an ordinary appearance and a plump figure, speaking in the thick style of a head teacher. With a scowl, it seemed as if getting into Jiangnan University was a favor to Su Ming, much like the tone of Chen Fei from the Eternal Guild. In his past life, Su Ming had seen many such people who felt somewhat important due to their age and position casually bullying the younger generation. Su Ming slightly frowned, ready to retort. However, at that moment a cold notification sounded in his mind. Divine Choice scenario triggered. Ding!
Congratulations, you have triggered the Divine Choice.
Current scenario: Enrollment Assessment, Choice 1, face the severe scolding of MS. Lu Yu from the Jiangnan University admissions office humbly accept it and choose to enter Jiangnan University. Reward: title, Shrinking Turtle, and a piece of black iron level equipment. Choice 2, directly rebuke Lu Yu and propose an enrollment challenge, a one-on-one challenge with Lu Yu. Reward: a hero-level lineage potion. Choice 3,
ignore Lu Yu, choose another school. Reward: a silver
level skill book. As the cold notification sounded, Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The rewards for this divine choice were very generous. A bottle of hero-level lineage potion was on offer. Lineage potions are incredibly precious. Each potion can provide significant attribute enhancements to professionals or mounts and even grant exclusive skills.
Each bottle of lineage potion is unique, and a hero level 1 is even rarer, its value not less than a hero level weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming decisively chose the second option, to rebuke Lu Yu from the admissions office. One-on-one, a duel, 6 epics, Su Ming softly chuckled, looking at Lu Yu and said, "So why don't you recruit those few?" Lu Yu was stunned, taken aback by Su Ming's question. Those epic-level professionals were all powerful figures from the younger generation, each backed by either an S-class or SS-class guild forces powerful enough to easily crush Lu Yu. Jiangnan University is good. However, in the eyes of those top-tier heirs, it's just SOSO. Su Ming's words directly hit the core, leaving Lu Yu a bit flustered for a moment. "These matters are not for you to question." Lu Yu took a deep breath, and behind her glasses her already thin eyes flickered with a touch of faint anger. Originally, she only wanted to use the background of Jiangnan University and her own level to slightly suppress Su Ming. After all, head teachers like Lu Yu are best at these tactics, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Who knows, grandmas? Su Ming doesn't buy into this. He directly confronted her in front of so many big shots, instantly causing Lu Yu's face to turn red. She was losing face. "How I speak, what does it have to do with you?" Su Ming spoke softly but remained calm. As his words fell, they stirred a tumultuous reaction. All the college tutors couldn't help but shift their expressions and sharply inhaled. Good gracious, this young man, truly extraordinary. After all, Lu Yu is a flame mage of over 400 levels, although her professional rank isn't high, her level speaks for itself. Su Ming, who has just advanced to the second level, dared to openly rebuke Lu Yu. With just this courage, he could outmatch a bunch of so-called top geniuses. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ming did not let Lu Yu off but instead looked around calmly and cleared his throat slightly before speaking again. "As for the entrance assessment, I think we can skip it. Since all the teachers have come to Shanghai City, why not have a recruitment assessment today? If I pass, increase the scholarship. If I fail, Su Ming will voluntarily give up all offers of admission from universities and will not pursue further education." Su Ming smiled, expressing his thoughts. The admissions officers from all over the country were stunned again. Recruitment assessment, and if he fails, he won't study any further. Grandmas, true to the reputation of a monstrous genius, such audacity is too great. In a world where changing professions is common, the importance of universities is immeasurable. If a high school student fails the national college entrance examination, his fate would be quite bleak. Not only would he not be recruited by guilds, but he would also be ineligible to purchase many dungeon entry tickets. In other words, he could only stop at his current level, finding it very difficult to level up, living a life of obscurity. But now Su Ming, in a fit of impulsiveness, is cutting off his own path, failing the assessment and giving up all university admission offers? Is this even possible? Not only were the tutors stunned, but Chen Xishan was also scared silly. However, he quickly realized the seriousness of the issue and hurriedly approached Su Ming, pressing his throat to remind him, "If you don't go to college, you won't be able to join high-level guilds." "Young master Su Ming, you are cutting off your own path." Chen Xishan was on the verge of tears. Is this the world of the mighty? The top universities in the nation vie to offer their olive branches, but Su Ming snapped them away with a quick refusal. What's the use of competing for such a trivial victory? Isn't it better to keep a low profile? Su Ming joked, prompting a smile from Teacher Lu, who meant no harm and shouldn't be taken too seriously. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent until Chen Shuyan, who hadn't spoken until then, smiled like a breath of spring, a charming smile playing across her beautiful face. She glanced at Su Ming, attempting to smooth things over. "No need," Su Ming said with a smile towards Chen Shuyan. "I've made my decision. Let's do it this way." Today, he continued, squinting slightly in front of all the teachers, "Let's have an enrollment assessment. Let's also show the mentors here what the young professionals of our Shanghai City are capable of." Su Ming then turned to Teacher Lu Yu. "Teacher Lu lets you and I go one-on-one. After all, I'm only at the second level of epic tier, so it should be easy for you to handle me, right?" Su Ming stared directly at Lu Yu, his words tinged with determination. His statement left everyone in the room shocked. These mentors were all at the 7th or 8th tiers, levels 4 or 500, not easily amazed under normal circumstances. However, Su Ming was an anomaly, at just over level 30 and wanting to challenge Lu Yu, a genuine level 400 fire mage, was astounding. A true injury from her could instantly take down a professional of level 100. But Su Ming wanted to challenge her. Everyone was taken aback, of course. However, this duel wasn't a real fight but an assessment. Su Ming could unleash all his hidden cards in attacking Lu Yu, while Lu Yu was not to use any weapons but could only use normal attacks or passive defense.
Such a mode of duel was common in universities, a routine training between tutors and students. But what does being level 400 mean?
Even if one gains 10 free attribute points per level at level 400 inch, that's 4,000 points. On average, the mental attribute alone would be at least 1,000 points, meaning Luyu's casual magic attack would deal tens of thousands in damage. Normally a second tier, their health bar would be wiped clean instantly. Despite this, Su Ming was different. He had a plan. Facing Su Ming's challenge, Liu took a deep breath, her eyes cold as ice. Since Mr. Su Ming wishes to ruin his own future as a teacher, I must teach you a proper lesson. You'll learn that there are always bigger fish, that confidence is good, but arrogance is not. You're just at the epic level. This world is not short of geniuses. Until you grow into a great figure, you remain weak. Liu now made her disdain for Su Ming clear. Alright, Su Ming said quietly with a smile, not saying much more, but turned to Principal Chen Shishan. Principal Chen, please take us to the school's ceremonial plaza where Teacher Lu and I will have our duel. Chen Shishan looked
stunned, swallowing hard, seemingly wanting to stop Su Ming. Seeing this as a rash action driven by pride, this top genius Su Ming might face a future with no school to attend. And what about him, Chen Shishan? Originally he could have retired with honors, enjoying the reputation of the later half of his life. Now however he's bound to end up with a less favorable reputation.
Whenever someone mentions him, they'll say that's the principal from Su Ming's failed exam. Don't worry, I'm aware of the situation.
Su Ming patted Chen Shishan's shoulder, giving him a confident look. Chen Shishan remains silent, aware of the situation. But that's a level 400 challenge. What does he mean by aware? Could it be cheating? A level 400 boss with a basic attack could annihilate a level 100 professional, and you're telling me to relax? How could I possibly feel at ease?
However, faced with Su Ming's insistence, Chen Shishan could only droop his face and lead the dozen or so experts from the conference room
to the school's ceremonial square. Among these people, Chen Shishan was the one with the lowest status and position. Who could provoke them? Even Su Ming was untouchable. Other than leading the way, what could he do? He felt utterly helpless. Meanwhile, at Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, all the teachers and students were also dumbstruck.
Under their watchful eyes, Su Ming, surrounded by hundreds of level professionals, arrived at the center of the ceremonial square. What was he up to?
For a moment, all the teachers and students were stunned, with a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Students, please step back from the ceremonial square. Our school students Su Ming will have a recruitment assessment with Lu Yu from Jiangnan University's admissions office. Tutor Lu. Chen Shishan stood at the center of the square, his expression helpless as he explained to the students in a not-so-gentle tone.
A recruitment assessment? The legendary one-on-one recruitment assessment?
Su Ming against a level 400 veteran professional tutor? This is absurdly exaggerated. Su Ming, the eternal god, have they gone mad? How can this be called a recruitment assessment? Isn't this just a fancy way to court disaster? 100 fancy ways for professionals to die. Fans of the school heartthrob, hurry up and send out group chats. Call all the little ones over and cheer for our hubby, a fire element mage.
Tutor Lu Yu, I've heard about this big shot, famously hot tempered, once personally took down a level 300 ultimate boss monster known as the top female boss of Jiangnan University.
So what if she's the top female boss? Even if she's the provincial standard, so what? Our school's heartthrob, still only a second tier, now dares to challenge a level 400 professional gamer one-on-one. Just with this courage alone, he outshines a host of so-called top geniuses. Exactly.
No need to say more. Even if Sushin loses today, it will be a glorious defeat that will surely shock the whole network and alert big shots across the country. That's right, and besides, my husband might not even lose. Even the basic attack of a 7th or 8th tier deity inflicts at least 10,000 damage. Does Su Ming still stand a chance? Why not? What's 10,000 damage? Do you really think that an epic level professional can't withstand that? You don't seriously believe our brother only has an epic title and nothing more, do you? Don't waste words with them, just watch later. Undead Bone Dragon's Death Flame blast forbidden spells. I believe in Sushin, he will definitely stun everyone today.
Once the recruitment assessment is over, even the national top gods will be drawn to him. As Chen Shishan finished speaking, the entire school was stunned. The atmosphere was completely ignited. A high school student challenging a level 400 professional, it's a topic that's bound to sweep the nation. To say the least, whether Su Ming wins or loses, it will cause a monumental stir nationwide.
The attention of all top national professionals will be focused on Su Ming. The title Su God will be
Topped in the hot searches again, and among the younger generation of professionals, no one will be able to compare with Su Ming. His reputation is destined to surpass that of the older generation of professional gods. Meanwhile, among the crowd of middle school students, two beautiful figures were equally shaken. Impossible. Lu Yu just last year conquered a heroic dungeon and slew a level 300 boss monster. How could Su Ming think of challenging such an existence one-on-one? Has he gone mad? Su Qingya's eyes suddenly brightened, her teeth tightly clenched on her red lips, completely shocked by the scene before her. I told you earlier, Su Ming himself is already top-notch. I told you to make a move earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now see. Beside her, Lu Xinran hummed softly, giving Su Qingya a big eye roll. It's not. Su Qingya's expression froze again, a slight blush emerging on her beautiful oval face, her thoughts unclear.
What I mean is, it was not easy for
Su Ming to reach level 30, and she only recently upgraded to second tier. If he fails this time, he might fall back to the level of a first tier professional. It could cause him to be discouraged and unable to recover. Su Qingya sighed deeply, her eyes full of worry. Indeed, usually genius professionals have their own pride, or so-called king's heart. Once this mindset suffers a setback, it could greatly affect their future development.
Su Qingya's concerns were exactly about this point.
Su Ming is indeed a top-tier genius, even a freakishly talented little monster. However, facing a veteran instructor several hundred levels above him, his chances of winning are almost zero. This could nullify all of Su Ming's recent efforts, requiring him to grind levels from scratch to rise to a second tier again. Yo, our school beauty is starting to worry about Su Ming. Lu Xinran, with her hair up in a bun, narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Su Qingya with a complex gaze, and chuckled. Didn't see that coming, huh? The cool beauty also has this side. The contrast is just too much. If other boys in the school knew about this, they'd probably be devastated. Su Qingya remained silent, her teeth tightly clenching her lips, her cool cheeks blushing deeply. Lu Xinran was right. Su Qingya always maintained a cool demeanor in front of others, no different from an iceberg. This was the first time she had shown such concern for a member of the opposite sex. Perhaps influenced by Lu Xinran's persuasion, she had secretly made a decision to confront her feelings openly. She was going to throw herself at Su Ming. Thus at this moment, Su Qingya had assumed her role and naturally showed her concern for Su Ming without any reservations. Go die! Su Qingya glared at Lu Xinran and playfully slapped her, feigning anger. Then her gaze returned to the ceremony square, landing on Su Ming, her eyes filled with worry and her hands clenched tight. All right. Our school's beauty queen, our precious gem, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Xinran cuddled up to Su Qingya, speaking earnestly. Well, there's no need to panic. Su God surely has his ways. Don't forget, he is the man who ended the undead bone dragon boss. How could he be less capable? Lu Xinran narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing her speculation. I guess Su God must be confident about winning this round.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly challenged Lu Yu.
This duel is different from fighting a peer in the same profession. Lu Yu, for the most part, can only defend passively and cannot use her equipment or other exclusive skills. In other words, the true combat power she can display is greatly reduced, at most only at the level of level 100.
Lu Xinran paused for a moment before continuing. If it's a normal attack, Wan Shang can indeed easily defeat a second-class professional, but given Su Ming's strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he still has the Death Flame Burst technique and the forbidden spells. And these are just the tip of the iceberg that we know about. Lu Xinran took a deep breath of turbid air. It's possible. This move by Su God could really shock the nation again. He is confident he can win this round, and then Su God will catch the attention of the national elite, those top gods. This is not just about being admitted into the top 100 universities in the country. Su God could suddenly become a core figure among the young generation nationally. Lu Xinran slightly furrowed her brow, sharing her opinion. How could that be? Su Qingya was stunned. Su Ming is not even 20 yet, and he's aiming so high. If that's really the case, his mindset is already overwhelming all other professionals of his cohort. Before long, Su Ming would become a benchmark for a generation. This thought was terrifying. Lu Xinran nodded in agreement with Su Qingya's words and turned her attention to Su Ming without saying much more. Meanwhile, at the same time, at the center of the ceremony square, under the gaze of over 10,000 teachers, students, and recruitment officers from across the country, the showdown between Su Ming and Lu Yu officially began. Make your move. I will give you 3 chances to attack. After that, I will counterattack, and then I will end you, Lu Yu declared. Dressed in a petite suit, Lu Yu was a plump, unremarkable-looking middle-aged woman. However, at this moment her aura began to change.
Flecks of elemental brilliance gathered around her like currents rushing into the deep sea, stirring up a storm at the center of the square. Enni, Summing chuckled softly and shook his head. Let's wait and see. Even Summing hadn't anticipated Lu Yu's confidence, but then again it made sense. As a level 400 mage, even though a fragile profession, there really was no need for her to be alert against someone who hadn't even achieved the third transformation. A counterattack for Lu Yu was a disgrace, like an elephant battling an ant. But Lu Yu was mistaken. It wouldn't be long before she realized her error, a mistake that would cost her dearly. Elemental arrows, deathly flame burst, the forbidden spell Tide of the Dark Moon. Summing gripped the necromancer's staff he had obtained from Haning, a genuine dark gold level weapon. Facing Lu Yu, who was several hundred levels above him, Summing was not careless. Right from the start he unleashed 3 top-tier abilities, especially the forbidden spell. For many practitioners this was a last resort. But for Summing, with his second talent Seraphim's Aura, he could cast forbidden spells multiple times without worrying about mana consumption. Therefore, using the strongest output first was the most logical strategy. Under the release of Summing's skills, the sky trembled. A torrent of elemental arrows, huge fireballs, and the dark fog and bloody moon, triggered by the Tide of the Dark Moon, all appeared above the sky of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School. The entire school seemed as if it was placed in a dungeon world, magnificent and dazzling with colorful elemental dust, making Summing look like an elf king from another world clad in rose armor. With a swing of his necromancer's staff, elemental arrows, fireballs, and the black fog all cascaded towards Lu Yu. No, how is this possible? For a moment Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. She had not expected Summing to be so fierce, launching a massive attack right at the start. The 3 attacks referred to 3 opportunities to attack, not that Summing could only use one ability. This meant that these 2 abilities, along with the forbidden spell, only counted as the first attack. This was, of course, thanks to Summing's second talent Seraphim's Aura, which halved the mana cost of all skills and forbidden spells and also had a chance to trigger a zero-cost skill release. This meant that Summing's mana could sustain several consecutive forbidden spells. Of course, he could also complete 3 instant cast skills in a row. Whoosh! Lu Yu quickly stepped back, pushing her hands forward to release a basic light elemental defense. Not a skill, just a regular attack, preparing to block Summing's onslaught. However, with a clang, the elemental arrows shattered the defense and struck Lu Yu heavily. Her health bar shook violently as she began to lose health at a frantic pace. Minus 120,000. Magic explosion, minus 120,000. Magic explosion, minus 120,000. Magic explosion, It was a barrage of relentless attacks. The fireball spells, condensed by the death flame explosion technique, bombarded Lu Yu, igniting a series of sparks upon impact. The elemental arrows too hit their mark precisely. Despite Lu Yu's desperate defenses, the arrows pierced through her, causing continuous damage. As for the forbidden spell, a terrifying black mist completely enveloped her, leaving her utterly baffled and in shock. At this moment Lu Yu's pupils dilated with a hint of faint horror in her eyes. She felt that she was not facing a mere second-tier professional but rather the ultimate boss of a dungeon. Who could be so ferocious among second tiers? One might believe it was a Dragonblood lineage boss monster. With just the first wave of attacks, Lu Yu had already lost over 500,000 health points, and it was far from over. Clang! Lu Yu took a deep breath and swung her hand again. Although losing several 100,000 health points was not a significant injury for her, she couldn't compare to a boss. If she didn't react, Su Ming's next 2 waves of attacks could very well end her. So, in an instant, Lu Yu released multiple basic defensive shields, creating layers of transparent turtle shell-like shields around her. These shields, a unique method for mage professionals, weren't considered a skill or even a defense technique, nor were they against the rules. However, Su Ming's first wave of attacks alone had forced Lu Yu, a season level 400 great deity, to use defensive measures, creating such an explosive visual impact that it had the entire school's teachers and students on the edge of their seats. Particularly the senior year students in the same grade as Su Ming were utterly exhilarated. Was this the world of the top players? Adrenaline was surging. 2 major skills and a forbidden spell cast instantly. Su God was showing off too much. Pfft, are you kidding me? Is this really just a duel between second-tier professionals? Why do I feel like I'm watching the top-ranked battle in the national server? My goodness, how strong! Su Ming has already inflicted 300,000 points of damage. Ladies, I can't handle this. So cool, so cool. My husband is too fierce. Shabebe, can you tone it down a bit? He's clearly my husband, boo-hoo-hoo. Hurry, come on, Su Ming, you can do it. After this, let's go celebrate. What? No way, guys, you're making me tear up. The goddess said she wants to get a room with Su Ming.
No wonder he contained the undead bone dragon boss and even
got admitted to one of the top universities in the country. I thought Su Ming was all show, but now I see the joke's on me. He's a real freak of nature, a genius. Compared to Su Ming, all those so-called geniuses are nothing. 300,000 damage. At that level he can easily defeat seasoned pros, and even many level 100 professionals probably couldn't pull off such a perfect move, so precise. Is this the high-level control of a great master? Instructor Liu Yu took a direct hit of several 100,000 high damage points. Over 10,000 teachers and students at the school were completely stunned. The level displayed by Su Ming in this attack was just insane. Just the total damage alone exceeded 300,000 spell power, a level well beyond level 100 professionals.
If all hits landed, even Chen Qishan would have a tough time. Old bones would literally shatter on the
spot, and in an instant he continuously cast Death Explosion elemental arrows and the forbidden spell of the Black Tide Moon. Such powerful mana, the detailed operations made the scalp of the entire school tingle. A high school student with such saturated mana fully charged, and to perform continuous instant casting isn't something that can be achieved overnight.
Many top second-generation talents from Kyoto known as little monsters rarely achieve instant casting of 3 major skills. Su Ming is even more terrifying than we imagined.
The old heads at Kyoto University were greatly shocked, furrowing their brows, and spoke solemnly. Even the seedlings of the magic gods, the holy light priests, do not possess such brilliant talent. Max-level identity, smooth operations, a slew of golden skills, even the forbidden spells he practiced to perfection. The veteran magic instructor from Kyoto University sighed, then he took a deep breath. He stared intently at Su Ming, afraid to miss any detail. This is why he placed such importance on a second-tier professional. In the eyes of these big shots, high school students, second-tier, just small fry. But Su Ming completely overturned their perceptions, refreshing their worldview. These are probably just the tip of the iceberg. Beside the magician Chen Shuyan from Tsinghua University, her beautiful eyes shimmering continuously revealed a hint of unusual emotion, softly saying,
"It seems Su Ming asking for more scholarships, more generous conditions is justified, given the qualifications, potential and level of strength he has shown. Even a heroic weapon, a high-level forbidden spell, would be reasonable.
Such a talent is rare in the country." Chen Shuyan gently swayed her body, her eyes sparkling slightly as she made a fair assessment. Actually, Chen Shuyan hadn't finished speaking. At this moment she had already made a decision. No matter what kind of treatment Su Ming ultimately wanted, Tsinghua University must satisfy it. Such a talent, if recruited into the school, would bring immeasurable benefits. At the same time, in the center of the ceremonial square, after completing the first wave of attacks, Su Ming did not pause for a moment but began a second, even more fierce attack. Flame Undead Realm, Ring of Fire, Dragon's Wings, Undead Summoning, Legion Aura. Compared to his first attack, Su Ming now unleashed his ultimate move. With a sweep of the Wings of Death, he propelled himself into mid-air. Under the effect of the Ghost Step, Su Ming's speed surged dramatically, making him vanish into thin air like a specter. High above in the sky, over the ritual plaza, a golden flaming ring descended like divine retribution towards Liu Yu's head. The realm of the undead was also invoked, pulling the entire plaza into an abyssal world, suddenly casting it into profound darkness filled with the scent of death. The flames roared fiercely, resembling the scene described in legends when a seraph appears. Liu Yu stood at the center of this fiery domain like a sinner about to be punished. With a clang, a massive bronze gate rose from the ground, enveloped in thick fog and positioned directly in front of everyone. The entire school, all the teachers and students, shifted their gaze in unison towards this enormous bronze gate. What was this? Then the gate swung open and one by one fierce-looking, ghastly undead skeletons emerged. These were all creatures from the abyssal world summoned through the undead summoning skill that Su Ming had plundered from Han Ing. Countless lower-tier hybrid skeletons, their white bones gleaming, charged towards Liu Yu. Though these skeletons were of a low level, around level 10, their numbers were vast. One fell and another followed their bizarre appearances, sending chills down everyone's spine, causing over 10,000 teachers and students to instinctively step back. On the other side, Su Ming suddenly appeared behind Liu Yu, the wings of death fluttering lightly, enhancing his agility. With one hand he hurled forward, a heavy bone spear shot out, tearing through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the equipment skill. Storm, the Storm Bone Spear's equipment skill activated, it split wildly. In just a moment the spear split into 2, then 4, 6, 8, 12, a total of 12 storm bone spears, not mere elemental arrows but substantial gold level weapons. Even though they lasted only briefly, the stack damage was truly terrifying. Boom! A violent explosion like a mushroom cloud erupted at Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, setting off a tremendous upheaval. Everyone was utterly shocked by the scene. Madness. Astonishment. It was impossible to discern how Liu managed to handle it. All that could be seen was a radiant holy light cascading down with dazzling and extravagant skill effects bursting in a frenzy. In a rustling surge under the gaze of all, delicate petals of fire blossomed exquisitely around Liu. Was that a gold-class exclusive skill? Splendor of Fire. Liu, a level 400 professional gaming legend, was actually forced to use her skill by Su Ming. The duel is over, Su God.
He won. The silence was shattered by the exclamation of a high school
student. Suddenly, the entire campus erupted with loud animated discussions sparking an unprecedented uproar. As Su Ming's various skills dissipated one after another, Liu also came back into everyone's field of vision. Now, however, compared to before, Liu was a mess, her clothes tattered, looking as though she was just dragged out of water, dripping with sweat. Liu was propped up on her knees, gasping for air, her eyes revealing an unbelievable terror. Although she quickly shifted her gaze away, it was still captured by the teachers and students of the entire school. Su Ming won, and he pushed a level 400 legend to this extent. Insane, you call this a second-tier professional? Meanwhile, on Su Ming's side, a cold notification sound was heard. Divine Choice reward delivered. Ding! Congratulations on successfully making your choice. Your reward has been dispatched. Item: Holy Light Lineage Potion. Grade: Heroic. Attributes: upon use obtains the Holy Light Spirit lineage, including but not limited to Holy Light Unicorn, Holy Light Demon, Holy Light Angel, significantly boosting all 4-dimensional attributes and possibly triggering a new skill set and exclusive talents. No restrictions. Applicable to all professions, mounts and pets. Description: the mighty Holy Light lineage bestows powerful strength upon all beings. With the Holy Light lineage, all skill damage receives the blessing of the Holy Light, countering all dark or undead entities with law-breaking damage that contains Holy Light counter effects. Note: Holy Light damage can inflict true damage, ignoring defense and equipment, dealing real damage directly to the target. When Liu unleashed the Splendor of Fire skill, the duel between her and Su Ming also came to a conclusion. Su Ming won, and the Divine Choice reward was delivered instantly. It was a Holy Light lineage potion. Su Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, his heart stirred with waves of shock. He had not anticipated that the triggered lineage potion would be of the Holy Light lineage. Such lineage potions are extremely rare. It can be said that the value of a single heroic grade Holy Light lineage potion could rival that of an epic grade potion. The reason is simple: all Holy Light lineage creatures are incredibly powerful, coming from a noble and ancient race. Even the least among them is the Holy Light Unicorn. Boost in 4-dimensional attributes, acquisition of a new skill set, exclusive talents. Holy Light damage counters all darkness and undead species. True damage ignoring all defenses and equipment. Su Ming took a deep breath, looking at the extravagant property column of this heroic grade potion. The effects were simply explosive. The potion seemed to resonate with the yet-to-be born unicorn. Su Ming pondered for a moment, considering his options silently. After some reflection, he decided to save the potion for the unicorn. Firstly, while the Holy Light lineage was of high quality, Su Ming felt that his future held limitless possibilities and there was no need to limit his potential growth. Adopting the Holy Light lineage might restrict his future career paths. Secondly, a hero grade lineage potion would significantly enhance a dark gold level unicorn more than it would affect him. Su Ming, already an epic grade professional, would likely gain only a slight increase in his 4-dimensional attributes from another hero grade potion, and it might not even trigger any unique talents. It was altogether unnecessary. With this thought, Su Ming carefully preserved the potion and his expression hardened as he looked straight at Liu in front of him. At this point, desolate was the only word to describe Liu. Under the relentless barrage of Su Ming's various skills, she was a far cry from her initially haughty demeanor. She looked as if she had just been pulled out of a water pit, drenched in sweat, and her neat little suit was torn to shreds by the series of brutal skills like the death flame explosion technique. It was a pitiful sight. Sushin has won. With a high school student's cheer, a stone stirred 1,000 ripples and the entire school erupted in an instant. All the teachers and students were pulled from their silence into utter madness. Guys, it's freaking mind-blowing. Did you all see that? Every move of Sushin was silky smooth, just perfect. The death flame explosion technique is strong, but it seemed the weakest among all the skills Sushin used just now. Explosion is art, this is definitely the most perfect PK I've ever seen. My god, I'm shocked for the whole year. After today the whole country will go crazy. I bet Sushin's videos will sweep the internet by midnight. 400 level veteran instructor, defeated, forced to use the glorious fire skill. But that's not the point. The point is, Mr. Suming only launched 2 attacks. Remember what Liu said at the beginning? Let Sushin attack 3 times and then she would take her turn to finish him off? Now, that just seems ridiculously ludicrous, glorious too glorious. Do you know what the most terrifying thing is? Suming, along with a mount, a skeletal dragon of golden dragon lineage, if that thing took action, could Liu withstand even 2 attacks? She'd be finished in the first round. How embarrassing. After today, I reckon Jiangnan University might just drop out of the national top 100 rankings. A professional known as the strongest female boss actually losing to a high school student, even though it's just a practice match kind of one-on-one PK. A loss is still a loss. It's insane. Is this what they call youthful arrogance? Hurry, send me the video you just recorded. I'll add some explosive music and upload it directly to Douyin. The school hunk is so handsome, I want to have your babies. The whole school was in an uproar. The sensation it caused was no less than that at the nation's top-ranking matches. After all, the strength displayed by Suming as well as the visual impact of this PK match was simply sky-breaking. Nobody expected that a high school student could defeat Liu, who held the title of strongest female boss, and moreover do it so straightforwardly and brutally. Suming didn't even complete 3 waves of attacks before forcing Liu to use her skills. According to the rules, Liu indeed lost, and it was a terrible defeat. Instantly, the whole school erupted. The admissions officers accompanying Liu all looked slightly shocked, their faces turning green with anger, because if today's event gets exposed as everyone anticipates, Jiangnan University will definitely fall out of the national top 100 rankings. Maybe it might even become a second-tier college. Forget about being in the top 100, 985 or 211 universities. Even second tier might be a stretch. In this world where everyone is switching careers, strength rules supreme. The female head of admissions at Jiangnan University, inferior even to a high school student. What right does she have to continue recruiting? Which talented professional would want to enroll? It can only be said that Liu's actions today directly doomed the future of a top university. On the other side, at the ceremony square, the instructors who watched Suming's PK match were also stunned. These admissions officers from top national universities had their eyes wide open in shock, especially overwhelmed by Suming's combat scenes, particularly Chen Shuyan from Qingbei University. Her pretty face blushed slightly, her pearly teeth biting her red lips, her eyes revealed a rare daze. Despite being a high-level professional herself with hundreds of levels, she felt a slight panic inside. Suming's power even posed a threat to Chen Shuyan, a necromancer skeleton. Suming, he actually possesses a summoner's exclusive skill. How did he manage that? Chen Shuyan took a deep breath of turbid air, her eyes full of shock, and after calming her breath slightly, she continued to marvel. If I'm not mistaken, the other 2 skills seem to be exclusive boss skills of dragon creatures. This kid? Really just an ordinary high school student? With so many terrifying skills without any background, it's impossible to say that acquiring, let alone learning these skills, could ever be achieved. Chen Shuyan paused, taking deep breaths again, hoping to calm her inner shock, but no matter what, her body still trembled slightly. Those were the Ring of Fire and a skill similar to Undead Dragon Flame. These indeed are exclusive boss skills of the dragon lineage. Next to Chen Shuyan, an old mage from Kyoto University also looked unsettled, his cloudy old eyes filled with sharpness. His experience was much richer than Chen Shuyan's. With just one glance, he discerned the trick. He directly named the skill that Suming had just used. How did he do that? Another admissions officer from Kyoto University hastily asked, his tone full of incomprehension. A boss skill book. Such an item is so rare that even after defeating 100 ultimate bosses, one might not drop a single book. And him? From what the data shows, he seems to have no other background. Could it be that he acquired all these skills purely through his own efforts? That seems utterly preposterous. The admissions officer's words piqued the interest of all the instructors present. A group of level 100 veterans couldn't help but furrow their brows, sinking into deep thought. 2 possibilities emerged. The centenarian little old man, a master sorcerer, spoke again.
First, Su Ming must have the backing of
at least an SS-grade guild which provided him with a series of items including the Death Flame Burst, Undead Bone Dragon, Forbidden Curse, Wings of Death, and more. This guild also erased all of Su Ming's data to the extent that we seasoned sorcerers could not probe it at all. On the surface, Su Ming appears to be just an ordinary high school student from Zhonghai City, even relying on school scholarships to support his living.
Second, we might need to reassess Su Ming's profession.
Although on the surface it appears merely epic level, its actual value far exceeds that rank. At least at this stage, we can confirm that Su Ming must possess talents like double experience or triple experience, enabling him to level up so rapidly, advancing dozens of levels in such a short period of time to reach the second transformation. Not only that, from this old man's perspective, this young man must also possess top-tier beast mastery or beast taming talent, otherwise how could a creature like the Undead Bone Dragon submit to a high school student? Did you notice? The boy is decked out in gold, dark gold, even hero-level equipment. From this aspect, it's highly likely that Su Ming also possesses a rare weapon talent, easily acquiring high-tier equipment or even enhancing the quality of his gear. The voice of the Kyoto University sorcerer was like a spell echoing in the minds of all the instructors present. For a moment, these level 100 greats who are prominent figures in the outside world all fell silent. Indeed, according to the Kyoto mage, Su Ming's background might be terrifying enough to warrant caution from them all. At the very least, he belongs to an SS-level guild. And what does such a guild represent? In Kyoto, it is top tier. A single action from them could annihilate a coastal small city like Zhonghai City. The so-called 7th-level gods are no different from tiny shrimps in front of an SS level. Moreover, Su Ming's information had been investigated by them long before they arrived. In Zhonghai City, besides being handsome, Su Ming seems to have no other advantages. During his 3 years in high school, he did not demonstrate any outstanding talents, just an ordinary high school student. This means that the guild behind Su Ming is powerful enough to erase all his records in this world. Even 7th-level professionals like Chen Shuyan, these so-called big figures, have no authority to investigate. On the surface, Su Ming is just a nobody. What kind of existence must this be to have such far-reaching power? Chen Shuyan took another deep breath of turbid air with a flicker of alarm in his eyes. And what is their purpose in doing this? As soon as Chen Shuyan spoke, everyone was stunned and turned their attention to the Kyoto mage. Purpose? The elderly mage sighed deeply, the last bit of sharpness fading from his cloudy old eyes. His voice slowly rose. Perhaps level 4 or 500 in the entire professional world could be considered the upper echelon of the pyramid, but for the truly top level professionals, they are no different from ants. Their target is level 9 and above to ascend to godhood. Gods? Chen Shuyan was taken aback. You mean real gods? Exactly. The mage glanced at Chen Shuyan and swept his gaze over the other veteran professional instructors. He said gravely, above level 1000 upon reprofession one becomes what is known as a demigod, and above a demigod is a true god. The well-known wintry world instances, the elf species, the angel species. Those are mixed-blood descendants of godly lineages, not true elves or angels. In other words, a seraph is at level 9 from birth. Each of their professions is a sublime ascension of godhood. Wow. The mage's words shocked Chen Shuyan and the other instructors, causing them to gasp in astonishment. It's madness. Who could have imagined that behind this world lies such a terrifying existence? So what? Another instructor from the university admissions office curiously asked, You mean Su Ming? The mage shook his head. Those real top-level professionals, in order to nurture their offspring, do not overly indulge them. Unlike the Kanghan Guild in Zhonghai City, which initially gave Haning a large number of lineage potions to complete her profession prematurely, doing so was merely forcing growth. A true god would throw their offspring into a remote small town, letting them fight their way up. If they can become a shining new star, they will be recruited back into the family or guild. If they die young, then that piece is abandoned, and Su Ming's current situation is very similar to that of these godly descendants. As soon as the mage finished speaking, the group of veteran professional instructors beside him all fell silent. Not a sound was heard, a deadly silence. It was madness. Their status, all not low, whether in the academy or in the outside world, all incredibly revered. After hearing the analysis from the magician, he suddenly realized his own insignificance. If Su Ming really had such a terrifying background, then it wasn't Su Ming, a middle school student, they should be looking up to, but rather their group of tutors. The background behind Su Ming could lead them to their doom 1,000 times over. It was an existence that could challenge the gods. Chen Shuyan swallowed hard.
Was this possibility significant? The magician turned back to look at Chen Shuyan. Possibility?
I'm almost certain that behind this young fellow there must be a power that
shakes heaven and earth.
An SS-level guild might not even qualify. At least from what I know, an SS-level guild couldn't possibly nurture such a monstrous talent. Moreover, to think that a monster like Summing is merely a pawn, unbelievable. The mage of Kyoto went to great lengths for a female disciple, and now the potential talent and strength that Summing has shown might already be on par with that seed of the mage.
The magician was startled by his own thoughts, pausing a moment to catch his breath before
continuing. Perhaps the shocking background behind Summing is from the legendary 5S level guild, or perhaps a family as powerful as a 5S, the 5S Guild, the only guild of its kind in the entire country, the Holy Light Church. The reputation of this guild is unimaginable, but those who know of this guild are all high-level big shots.
The Holy Light Church is so powerful that any of its knights can easily destroy an S-level guild. That's the difference. But what if Summing has no background? What if he has reached his current strength solely based on his own talent, or should I say skills? Another admissions officer suddenly asked. No background. The magician shook his head, giving a complex look. If that's the case, then it becomes interesting. Without any background and to reach a level comparable to the descendants nurtured by the Holy Light Church solely based on talent, do you still think Summing can be called a prodigy? He is simply a god. The magician's exaggerated praise left Qin Shuyan and all the other tutors speechless. A silent atmosphere spread once again. No one had expected that what they thought was a routine admission would turn into such an event. It appears they were all wrong, and spectacularly so. Yet, in Chen Shuyan's eyes there flickered an unusual emotion. She glanced quietly at Su Ming and, with a sigh only she could hear, murmured, "No matter what, we must recruit this little monster." Perhaps for Qingbei University this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, at Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, the spectacle of Su Ming and Lu Yu's PK match was witnessed not only by tutors from top academies but also local bigwigs of Zhonghai City, including Han Ing. A top-building Di Han Ing, clad in a resplendent golden robe and holding a staff, looked towards the ceremonial square with a shocked expression. In her icy gaze sparkled a disbelief. How could this be? He's so powerful, and that is my skill exclusive to a necromancer. Han Ing was utterly devastated. She had not anticipated that her lost skill would appear in Su Ming's hands. Su Ming, whom she regarded as a mere underling, was now demonstrating a level of prowess, particularly in terms of damage, that matched a level 100 professional. Could he possibly be stealing professional skills? Han Ing took a deep, troubled breath, her heart a tumult of shock and fear, the likes of which she had never felt before. "It might be a coincidence," murmured an old woman next to her, draped in a robe brimming with dark elements, squinting slightly. Her gaze at Su Ming was filled with murderous intent, but then she turned to Han Ing and said respectfully, "Miss Han, the ability to plunder a professional skills is a terrifying talent that only exists in legends belonging to the Archangel of Creation. This young man cannot possibly possess such godly power." The old woman continued to reassure her, "But now he already has the ability to defeat a Tier 3 professional. Even those seasoned gods at levels 70 or 80 might fall by his hand. Miss Han, you need not blame yourself." Han Ing was slightly moved by the old woman's words. Ever since she was defeated by Su Ming in a dungeon, she had been unable to recover. Not only did her level drop, but her equipment was looted and her exclusive skills, Necromancer Summon and Legion Aura, were lost. Now, seeing Su Ming shine so brightly, her heart bled. She desperately wanted to kill him on the spot. "I must kill him." Han Ing gritted her teeth, her pretty face twisted with ferocity mixed with anger and grievance. She huffed, "Auntie, next time we encounter him, you must help me capture him alive. I want to grind his levels to 0. The old woman smiled faintly and nodded, responding, "Don't worry, Miss Han, your auntie will definitely help you." Hearing the dark mage's reply, Han Ying's expression finally eased somewhat and she sighed deeply, yet her gaze remained fixedly on the distant Su Ming as if to etch him permanently into her memory. At Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, on the rooftop of the library, "Damn, what's going on?" exclaimed a burly young man in shock. "Su Ming, how can he be so strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be an illusion." This young man, clad in silver armor, was none other than He Meng, who had recently been defeated by Su Ming, a junior member of the Eternal Guild. "Uncle, what should I do?" He Meng swallowed nervously, turning to look at the mage standing behind him. He was a middle-aged man with a mean face and a pair of triangular eyes adorned with an exquisite badge of eternity. Chen Fei, the minor supervisor who once tried to recruit Su Ming.
To everyone's surprise, he possessed a golden level weapon and even wore a hero grade belt. Being a level 100 mage himself, Chen Fei instantly recognized the luxurious array of equipment on Su Ming. His gaze turned icy. With a snide hum, he craftily said, "What to do? Of course, make sure he doesn't see tomorrow's sun." "Huh?" Meng the simpleton looked baffled as his eyes glazed over. "Uncle 3, you mean?" Chen Fei glanced back at Meng and sneered. "Golden level weapons, hero grade gear, just 1 or 2 pieces from those would make us rich." Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. "It's all thanks to Uncle 3. But Su Ming even defeated Lu Yuyu."
Hearing this, Chen Fei's brow furrowed and, without a hint of affection, he smacked Meng on the head, feigning anger as he scolded, "You fool. Do you really think Su Ming, a second tier, could defeat Lu Yu? That man is a renowned veteran professional instructor in Jiangnan province. A PK match is just a practice match. Lu Yu could have killed Su Ming 100 times over with just any random skill. And me, your Uncle 3. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his hollow gaze, and chuckled coldly. "At level 100, do you think I can't handle a mere second tier? Indeed, if it were a fair fight, level 100 could completely crush a second tier professional, not just in terms of 4-dimensional attributes or the number of skills. It's an overwhelming superiority in quality. A level 100 deity ending a second tier is frankly no different from crushing an ant." That's exactly why Chen Fei was utterly confident. Meng realized Chen Fei's intentions, his eyes reflecting intense madness and excitement. He swallowed hard and hurriedly asked, "Uncle 3, when do we make our move?"
"No rush," Chen Fei smiled. "Su Ming will definitely be exceptionally admitted into the national top 100 today. His exhibited talents have surpassed most genius professionals. Even those top second-generation elites from Kyoto probably can't match his monstrous abilities. Now we can't make our move yet, we must wait until he's alone. No matter how strong a professional is, before leveling up, he's just a little shrimp."
"Uncle 3, there's a problem." Meng's expression suddenly changed. "If you say that Su Ming has really been, Meng made a throat-slashing gesture and continued, "Then won't his university hold someone accountable? You just said that Su Ming would definitely be accepted by the university today, and the incidents that might trigger." Chen Fei glanced at Meng dismissively. "Idiot." He knocked on Meng's forehead again. "A genius is naturally admitted. But what if Su Ming has become a nobody or even a worthless person?" Chen Fei sneered. Meng's eyes suddenly filled with horror as he looked at Chen Fei strangely. "Uncle, are you saying that we should cripple Su Ming? To kill him until he's downgraded to 0, making him lose his great talents and even erase his profession altogether? With such irreversible damage, the so-called epic profession will also lose its luster. The permanent damage Su Ming suffers will be irrecoverable. In that case, those top universities will just have to accept this reality and won't pursue it further for a nobody because it would be meaningless. You finally have a bit of brains." Chen Fei looked at Meng again and said with a soft laugh, "You're somewhat enlightened now. In the world where everyone can change professions, when a professional is killed they don't die directly but can be resurrected through a resurrection array. However, they do suffer some damage. Besides the drop in level and rank, their equipment can burst out and their cognitive attributes may permanently fall. Moreover, if they are killed repeatedly countless times until their level drops to 0, then it's not as simple as just leveling up again. The original profession will also disappear. Simply put, if Su Ming is killed by Chen Fei down to level 0, the epic profession of God of Slaughter will no longer appear. Su Ming would need to complete the awakening ceremony again. This time he might not be so lucky to change his profession back to God of Slaughter again. He might even fail the awakening completely and never become a professional again." "Uncle, when do we start?" Meng asked excitedly, almost wishing Chen Fei would kill Su Ming right now. "Normally," Chen Fei replied, "after the enrollment is complete, Su Ming should still stay in Zhonghai City for a while. I've heard that a top-quality dungeon, nostalgia version, Valley of the Undead, will appear in Zhonghai City soon. The manager of the Temple of Profession Changes, Su Shi, has already recruited Su Ming to join. At that time, we'll make our move in the dungeon. I don't believe this kid can escape his fate. Even if he has a skeletal dragon mount, what can he do? He won't be able to turn the tide." Chen Fei shook his head and laughed comfortably, as if he had already witnessed the scene of Su Ming being finished off by his fireball spell. "His equipment and that noble skeletal dragon boss mount will all be mine." "Uncle, you're awesome." Meng took a deep breath, gave Chen Fei a thumbs up, full of admiration. "Keep it down." Chen Fei turned to Meng and instructed, "Keep a low profile until it's done." He pointed at the storm bone spear in Su Ming's hand.
When I kill him, that weapon is yours." He Meng immediately beamed with joy, bowing repeatedly to Chen Fei. "Uncle, you're like my real dad from now on." "Dad, I thank you in advance." At the center of the ceremonial square, now, the scholarship should be able to increase several times. Su Ming glanced at Lu Yu, who still hadn't recovered from the shock and was expressionless. He slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. Then he turned and walked straight towards Chen Shuyan and the other enrollment office instructors. "Ah, Master Su." When Chen Shishan saw Su Ming approaching, he sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, his body shivering slightly and his mind instantly clearing. He hurried over to Su Ming with quick short steps, his aged and cloudy eyes slightly focusing as he asked with heartfelt relief, "Are you alright? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Su Ming responded softly with a smile and acknowledgement. "That's good to hear." Chen Shishan gasped heavily a few times, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. "Mr. Su, truly a young prodigy." The silence was eventually broken by a sorcerer from Kyoto University who was in no better state than Chen Shishan. Even though he held a high position as a top professional mentor, he too was deeply shaken by Su Ming's combat prowess. The old sorcerer swallowed hard, still feeling the shock, and said, "Mr. Su, you indeed can demand higher conditions. Even compared to those top elites from Kyoto, you shine brighter than them, like fluorescent light against the moon." "You flatter me too much," Su Ming replied calmly to the centenarian's praise from Kyoto University, merely responding with a gentle smile. "No, it all comes from the heart," the old sorcerer from Kyoto replied, his wrinkled face squeezing into a kind smile as he continued. "Mr. Su, to possess such top-tier boss skills at your age, along with the ability to instantaneously cast 3 major skills and even own an item as powerful as the Wings of Death, just looking at your talent, you've already outshone those elites from Kyoto. They all have 8th or even 9th tier gods personally mentoring them. Their achievements are expected, but you, Mr. Su, are different." He paused, his murky eyes intently gazing into Su Ming's, as if trying to discern something. However, after a moment of silence, he gave up. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. "Handsome young man, the recruitment assessment is satisfactorily completed. As for the scholarship you mentioned, it can certainly be further exceptional." Chen Shuyan, seeing the sorcerer fall silent, quickly took over the conversation, trying to mediate. "I don't know, handsome young man, what kind of admission conditions do you require?" Chen Shuyan's words immediately drew the attention of all the mentors. All eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity looking towards Su Ming. "Admission conditions?" Su Ming pondered briefly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I need a forbidden spell, a hero-level armor, double the scholarship, double the stipend, and enough top-tier boss monster bones." As Su Ming laid out his admission conditions, the mentors present were all taken aback. The conditions were extraordinarily high. Terrifying, in fact. Forbidden spells, while some universities did offer this, not all could afford such luxuries, and the forbidden spell provided by prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking was after all just an introductory level spell. It wasn't very practical, merely an auxiliary spell. It couldn't compare to Su Ming's Tide of the Dark Moon. As for the second condition, hero-level armor, that was even more exaggerated. To put into perspective how valuable hero-level weapons were, let's consider a simple example. In Zhonghai City, the Kanghan Guild was among the top-tier guilds. Except for Eternal, there were none that could contend with it. Yet even such a top-tier guild did not possess a single hero-level weapon. The highest they had was Dark Gold level. Su Ming was merely a second-tier student and his admission condition was a hero-level weapon. Truly unprecedented, a bit harsh indeed. However, as everyone pondered, Su Ming spoke up softly again. "Forbidden spells and hero-level weapons, they aren't too much, right? Currently, I am wearing 2 pieces of hero-level equipment, a belt and a pair of bracers." Su Ming's words made all the mentors, including Chen Shuyan, brighten up as they turned their attention to the 2 pieces of hero-level equipment. The Holy Light Silver Feather Bracers, the Death Forbidden Belt. Hero-level items only required a silver-level identification spell to reveal their properties. The big shots present could easily assess the attributes of these 2 items. Moreover, Su Ming had also opened his equipment attribute panel. Wait a minute, the Golden Rose Guild? Previously, although these mentors had inspected the Holy Light Silver Feathers Bracers' properties without Su Ming's permission, they could only glimpse the name, grade and some basic attributes. At this moment, when they fully read the properties of Holy Light Silver Feathers, a mentor from an old-established university in Kyoto was completely dumbfounded. "Your connection with the Golden Rose Guild, that SS-level guild, what is it?" The mentor swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with fear and deep confusion. The reason was simple: Golden Rose. The name of this guild was too prominent, also in Kyoto its status was so significant that even a legal mage would have heard of Golden Rose. For mentors like them who were hundreds of levels high, their ears might have developed calluses listening about it. Golden Rose, an all-female guild, every member on her own was a top-tier professional god and all the members' professional grades were epic or above. It's no exaggeration to say that whenever Golden Rose made a public appearance revealing all their strengths, they could be rated at an SSS level or even 4S level tier. Unfortunately, members of the Golden Rose Guild rarely showed their faces and each appearance was a national sensation. That Lady Knight Yenji who had blasted through a hero-level dungeon killing a demonic boss monster with an epic spear, she had made even the top professionals nationwide tremble with fear. So upon seeing the Holy Light Silver Feathers equipment, all mentors were utterly flabbergasted. Su Ming, where did you acquire this equipment? From a dungeon, the mage from Kyoto asked uncertainly, trying to probe. Then he shook his head slightly as if talking to himself. It seems that this must be an item accidentally left behind by a female member of the Rose Guild. I just didn't expect it to turn up in a dungeon in Shanghai City. According to the magician from Kyoto University, it's clear. With Su Ming's skills, he couldn't possibly have defeated a member of the Rose Guild, nor could he have obtained such an exclusive item from elsewhere. Therefore, there's only one possibility. This hero-level wrist guard, Holy Light Silver Feather, must have been accidentally left in the Shallow Bay dungeon by a member of the Rose Guild and just happened to be picked up by Su Ming. However, hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and denied it outright. No, this was a joining gift from the guild leader after I joined the Golden Rose Guild, Su Ming explained calmly. The magician nodded, his face showing sudden realization. However, the next moment he suddenly coughed violently, nearly choking on his own saliva. What did you say? The magician's pupils shrank, his jaw almost dropping. Young man, you aren't joking, are you? Not only the magician but all the top university instructors were stunned at the same time, and Chen Shuyan bit her lip, took a deep breath of turbid air, covered her mouth and asked, you said you joined the Golden Rose Guild? When did you join? Yesterday, Su Ming replied expressionlessly, choosing not to hide the truth. Yesterday. As Su Ming's response came out, all the instructors were dumbfounded. After completing my class change, I received a compulsory entry ticket which indicated that I could directly become a member of the Golden Rose Guild without needing to worry about guild permissions, Su Ming explained calmly. In front of him, the several veteran professional gods were all petrified. A guild compulsory entry ticket, and it's for the Golden Rose Guild. After hearing Su Ming's words, the eyes of the magician from Kyoto University showed a strange expression as if seeing a demon. He was completely taken aback. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words choked in his throat. His throat turned dry, unable to utter a word. Heavens, a compulsory entry ticket, a blessing from a transcendent guiding angel. A perpetually silent male mentor took several deep breaths, staring at Su Ming as if he were looking at a monster, and explained in a deep voice, in the world of universal job transference, every professional receives various gifts upon changing professions. These include exclusive skill books and weapons, but there is another scenario involving the blessing of a transcendent guiding angel, similar to a guild entry ticket. However, this is the first instance of being forcibly added to an SS grade guild. The male mentor looked at Su Ming with a mix of envy and astonishment, sighing deeply after a long gaze. A few years ago, a similar situation occurred when a Tier 6 professional, upon reaching level 300 of Tier 7, was granted the right to join an S-grade guild. However, at that time, although he obtained the permission, he was directly vetoed by the guild leader. And you've been forced into an SS-grade guild? His words awakened all the mentors, and the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. If I remember correctly, the Tier 6 professional was also of epic level, Chen Shuyan said, her voice trembling slightly. It seems he met the conditions for the Transcendent Angel's blessing, which is why he received that extra reward. But that was just a simple entry ticket, not a forced inclusion. The extra blessings given by the Transcendent Guiding Angel are judged based on the professional's qualifications. If the qualifications are good, there's a certain chance of getting an S-grade guild entry ticket, and for SS grade, wouldn't that require at least a legendary level professional? Chen Shuyan swallowed hard, her eyes wide with horror. And to be forcibly added to an SS grade guild, perhaps even a demigod level professional might not receive it? She trailed off, her remaining words swallowed. In simple terms, according to the rules of this world's job transference temple, an epic grade professional barely receives an S-grade guild entry ticket. By that logic, a legendary grade professional would qualify for an SS grade guild entry ticket. to be forced in. Wouldn't that imply qualifications beyond legendary, reaching the demigod level? As for Su Ming, according to the records, he is just an epic-level god of slaughter. The mentors present all frowned deeply, their expressions extremely complicated as they scrutinized Su Ming as though trying to see right through him.
However, after a long observation, they couldn't come to any
concrete conclusion. There was one possibility finally voiced by the centenarian professor from Kyoto University who had the most experience and knew secrets far beyond the other mentors. Young friend Su Ming's qualifications exceed his professional rank. It's very likely he is a dual-life professional or even a triple-life professional. It's precisely for this reason that despite being of epic level he managed to transfer and obtain a legendary talent. The magus shivered, barely able to stand. Excitement flickered in his dim-aged eyes as he looked at Su Ming, unable to maintain his composure. A dual-life professional. Upon hearing this, the other mentors were stunned. With their status, they certainly understood what a dual-life professional represented, a terrifying existence with two professions. The advantages of dual professions go without saying, perfectly compensating for professional weaknesses, doubling the number of skills and combining both defense and attack. The four-dimensional attributes are twice or even several times those of ordinary professionals. The benefits brought by dual professions are not merely additive but multiply geometrically. Quality transformation. No wonder Chen Shuyan's eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth and took another deep look at Su Ming. A dual professional. Now it was Su Ming's turn to be confused.
Do you mean that the reason I was given a mandatory guild entry ticket by the Seraph of the Profession Temple is because my qualifications have reached the demigod level, but my profession is only epic level? Does that mean I have another hidden profession that hasn't been developed? Su Ming asked with a puzzled expression.
Pretty much, the mage whispered, coughing softly. You didn't know? The mage was also taken aback. In his view, the power behind Su Ming was at least of SS grade, perhaps even the legendary Holy Light Church. However, seeing Su Ming's reaction, it seemed very genuine. For a moment, not only the mage from Kyoto University but also Chen Shuyan and others furrowed their brows, becoming even more curious about Su Ming's background. What kind of powerful force had been raising Su Ming in Zhonghai City from the start? Such a top-tier genius, a little monster, and they didn't seem to care at all. Weren't they afraid Su Ming would die young? That would be a significant loss of a promising talent. In the minds of the mages, it was impossible for Su Ming to have grown to his current state solely based on pure talent, not to mention how Su Ming tamed the undead bone dragon. Just the death flame burst technique alone. Could such a high-level skill book not be given by some well-established deity? Impossible, but to provide such top-tier boss skills and not teach some common knowledge of the global profession conversion world, not to offer extra protection, that was quite absurd. Something was very wrong. Could it be? The Kyoto mage's pupils shrank suddenly and he felt a chill all over. He subconsciously glanced around the entire school. Psychic skills were being emitted. A moment later he retracted the skills. No one, to achieve such a level of silence, at least a ninth turn. The mage took a deep breath, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Yes, he suddenly realized the reason. Perhaps it wasn't that there was no one to protect Su Ming. Instead, there was a top-tier deity so powerful that it could disregard all professionals, always watching every move of everyone around Su Ming. As for teaching the common knowledge of this world, that suspected ninth-turn deity wasn't worried. It seemed that the intention was to let Su Ming explore on his own. This indeed was the style of the Holy Light Church. The Kyoto mage's teeth clattered, his face turned pale and his legs felt a bit weak. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, took small breaths to make his expression less strange, and finally fixed his eyes on Su Ming. I really didn't know. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he eyed the small elderly man in front of him. What kind of expression was this? It was normal for a high school student like him not to know certain things, otherwise why would anyone bother going to university? Coughing slightly, the Kyoto magician almost choked on his own saliva again and hurriedly regained his composure. With patience he explained, Su, young master, let me explain in detail. A dual-class profession is simple to understand. As the name suggests, it involves having two professions at the same time. However, during the awakening ceremony, only one profession's potential can be invoked. Hence, the other remains a latent profession. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. A latent profession. How can its potential be activated? And this second profession, how does its rank compare to the first? Curious, Su Ming looked at the Kyoto magician and asked, is it common for dual-class professionals to appear
let me answer your last question first. The Kyoto magician replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he continued. The occurrence of dual-class professionals is extremely rare. In fact, you could say it almost never happens, if epic class professionals are as rare as pandas, then dual-class professionals are like finding a needle in a haystack. Such an occurrence is nearly impossible among millions. While epic class professionals are indeed powerful and several are born each year dual-class, at least from what I understand, only a few have appeared nationwide over the past century. Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly. That rare? Yes, the Kyoto magician nodded in agreement. Of course, it's not to say that there are few people in the country with dual professions. For instance, some top-tier second-generation individuals in Kyoto have also unlocked a second profession. A second profession? Su Ming was puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Qin Shuyan added, it's somewhat different from dual class. Let me explain, said the Kyoto magician, stroking his chin gravely. Dual class involves being born with two professions, one manifesting dominantly and appearing directly during the adulthood ceremony while the other remains latent. A second profession, on the other hand, refers to a professional using precious items or potions to forcibly activate a second professional template. However, unlike dual-class professionals, their second profession must fit within the framework of the first profession. It means the second profession always supports the primary one. You wouldn't see combinations like mage and knight. However, for dual-class, such restrictions do not apply. Su Ming suddenly understood. Under his curious gaze, the Kyoto magician took a deep breath before continuing. As for how to activate the latent profession, it's not difficult, it just requires another awakening ceremony. As for which profession ranks higher, that's not necessarily fixed. The Kyoto magician paused, then added, however, in your case, there might be some clues. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Why is that? Because, the Kyoto magician said, during your second transformation you acquired a legendary level talent. Your talent rank surpasses your professional rank, meaning your second profession is also at least of the legendary level. That's on par with the level of a magic god. Wow. Faced with the magician's explanation, Su Ming's eyes sparkled, slightly taken aback. The other school's mentors were stunned in an instant, petrified, utterly petrified, shocked to their core. They had not anticipated that a hero-level weapon could involve so much complexity. It was only at this moment that these mentors from top national universities truly realized how insanely potential Su Ming possessed. He was not only at an epic level professionally but even capable of reaching legendary levels or even higher. Su Ming's current strength was on par with a third-tier level 60 professional. Even if he faced a level 100, he had his means to defend himself, otherwise he wouldn't have crazily won the one-on-one PK match against Lu Yu. No problem. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Shuyan preempted all other mentors and spoke up, handsome brother, the forbidden spell and hero-level weapons you mentioned, Art Tsingbei University can definitely meet these conditions no matter what. Qin Shuyan narrowed her eyes, gazing deeply at Su Ming. She swallowed slightly, her fiery red lips trembling lightly as she asked, but I'm curious, brother Su Ming, what do you need the top-level boss monster bones for? In the conditions Su Ming had set out, besides the required forbidden spells and hero-level armor, there was one more essential item: plenty of boss monster bones. Naturally, this was related to his legendary talent, God of Slaughter's Plunder. Su Ming frowned lightly, not directly answering Qin Shuyan but falling into deep thought. He did not plan to expose this matter. Whether it was his strength or the boss skills he possessed, he could display them openly without any need for secrecy. However, this plundering talent was different. Exposing it would bring him no benefits, on the contrary, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Of course, a more crucial reason was that Qin Shuyan and the other mentors' levels were too low. Even if he were to expose it, Su Ming would only show it to much stronger deities to gain their special attention, and currently Qin Shuyan and the other recruitment mentors did not have the capability to protect Su Ming. Speaking out would only increase his chances of an untimely demise. After all, many eyes in Zhanghai City were watching him closely. It's useful, Su Ming pondered briefly and then decisively responded, I just need the bones of a boss that has just been terminated. The higher the level, the better. Give it to me to use for a while, just a day or two, and then you can take it back. As for the reason, I shall keep it to myself. I just want to explore some trinkets. Su Ming casually brushed off the inquiry. However, when these words reached the ears of the mentors, they discerned a different meaning. They wondered, wasn't it about obtaining materials from boss monsters, and only to return them in a few days? What kind of tactic was this? A talent in pharmacy, or rather an alchemist? Qin Shuyan narrowed her eyes, deeply alarmed. Su Ming's methods were indeed bizarre.
Yet the more peculiar they seemed, the more she believed that there must be a tremendously shocking background behind Su Ming, and Su Ming himself must possess a trump card capable of causing a massive uproar. Perhaps, as they had speculated before, the strengths Su Ming displayed now were merely the tip of the iceberg. This condition, our Tsingbei University can meet it too. Chen Shuyan gritted her teeth and decisively accepted the offer, her gaze softening as she looked at Su Ming with
determination.
Among the mentors, Chen Shuyan held the highest position in the school. She was not only an admissions tutor but also the granddaughter of the current vice-chancellor of Tsingbei University. It was because of this that she could boldly make such generous enrollment offers to Su Ming. Upon hearing her words, Su Ming's expression brightened, but Chen Shuyan didn't stop there. She further increased the scholarship and stipend to 3 times the original amount, including skill books, basic potions, consumables and other resources. Whatever you need, we will try our best to provide. Chen Shuyan paused, thoughtfully looking at Su Ming with sincerity. If the school doesn't provide, I guarantee here that I will do my utmost to acquire them for you. As long as you need, I will satisfy your demands. With these words, all the mentors present were stunned. This woman is crazy.
A triple scholarship can only be offered by the daughter of a vice-chancellor like Chen Shuyan. The other
mentors were merely making a living at the school. Bluntly speaking, they acted according to the higher-ups' decisions.
The original terms were already the limit.
How could they possibly increase them further? And the hero-level weapons that Su Ming mentioned were even more unrealistic. It was basically impossible to achieve. Good. Su Ming glanced at the expressions of the other mentors and made up his mind about the school. It would naturally be Tsingbei University. Whether it was the school's reputation or its faculty, it was among the strongest in the national top 100, although its comprehensive strength was slightly weaker compared to the openly top-ranked Jingdu University. It did not affect Su Ming's admission. The terms offered were rich enough. Hero-level armor was included. What more could he want? Moreover, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, taking in Chen Shuyan's graceful figure and naturally noble demeanor. Her charm was comparable to the enchanting Lume, though their auras were completely different. Of course, it wasn't about who was better or worse, each had their own merits. Having such a top-notch beautiful mentor seemed quite delightful too. Top-level boss monster bones, I do indeed need them quite a bit. Su Ming did not directly agree to Chen Shuyan but emphasized the boss monster again. He couldn't help it, this was his favorite. If he could have a top-level level 100 boss monster, Su Ming would not need to venture into any more dungeons. If his experience points were sufficient, he could simply plunder exclusive skills from the level 100 boss monster. This way he could quickly accumulate a full range of top-level skills. Although Su Ming's current strength is quite decent, only he knows best that the highest grade of skill he possesses is merely at the golden level. He doesn't own any dark gold hero or epic level skills, not to mention those beyond epic level like legendary or demigod level skills. Just thinking about them makes him look forward to it. Chen Shuyan responded, no problem. I will speak to the executive department of Tsingbei University, and once we obtain the high-level biological skeletons, we will prioritize giving them to you for use. Rest assured, I always keep my word. Chen Shuyan gave Su Ming a warm smile which slightly dazzled him. Without much hesitation, Su Ming nodded decisively. Then I have decided, I choose Tsingbei University. As soon as his words fell, except for Chen Shuyan, the expressions of the other mentors changed dramatically, quite spectacular to witness. Then congratulations to you, young Su Ming. The faces of the others did not look very good. Even the Kyoto mage, an old man, could only give a bitter smile. Before congratulating Su Ming, Tsingbei University is one of the first top-tier professional universities established in the country. It's indeed a good choice to enter such a school. Here's my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me. The Kyoto mage handed over his card, a delicate badge. Following this centenarian's lead, other recruitment officers also handed Su Ming a badge each. These badges are actually a type of small magical array that can directly transport Su Ming to the side of these mentors. Naturally, they also allow the mentors to appear instantly before Su Ming. Each badge is quite valuable, and to an ordinary university student it is nothing less than a miraculous item. If faced with an unavoidable danger, being able to summon a recruitment officer who is hundreds of levels high could indeed be a life-saving measure. However, such items are incredibly rare. A person of the stature of the Kyoto mage usually does not give out his card lightly unless it is to someone truly noteworthy. Thank you, teacher, Su Ming said with a slight thrill of joy, The high school Chinese textbooks had detailed introductions about such business cards, and he knew well the value of the dozen or so badges in his hand. If he were willing to auction it off at the exchange, it would likely fetch a jaw-dropping price. At least the Eternal Guild and the Tsung Soul Guild would pay a hefty sum for these business cards. After all, the opportunity to network with so many level 400 elites is worth every penny. "We won't disturb you any further," said the Kyoto magician, speaking up first after noticing Su Ming had chosen his desired school. "There are still matters to attend to at the school, so we will take our leave now." Then he glanced at Chen Shishan. "Principal Chen, you are truly fortunate to have a student like Su Ming. It marks a milestone in your career feast." Chen Shishan quickly bowed deeply, returning the gesture to the Kyoto magician, excitedly saying, "Not at all, not at all. Su Ming's achievements today are all due to his own talents and efforts. As the principal, I'm merely here to assist." Chen Shishan felt a bit embarrassed. This wasn't the time to take any credit. Whether it was Su Ming, Chen Shuyan, or the Kyoto magician, everyone present had a higher status than him. Among the gathering of elites, it seemed Chen Shishan alone was the lesser figure. Though Su Ming was only a second-tier professional, he was undoubtedly a prominent young figure destined to become a shining star. After brief pleasantries, the group of instructors led by the Kyoto magician left the school. The level 400 professionals, though not as strong as the top gods, were considered strategic weapons at the national level, and naturally, their schedules were packed. After dealing with Su Ming's affairs, they were off to other cities to handle cumbersome tasks. However, two instructors remained behind, Chen Shuyan and Lu Yu. "Handsome brother, when do you plan to go to school?" Chen Shuyan leaned forward slightly and asked with a light smile. "To Qingbei University." "Yes, isn't the National College entrance exam still a while away?" Su Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. Chen Shuyan explained, "The National Unified Entrance Exam is for ordinary students, but special admissions like you will enter the school early. You will have a unique freshman assessment trial, and of course, those top scions from Kyoto will also participate." Chen Shuyan's perfect figure was fully visible to Su Ming, but at this moment Su Ming merely furrowed his brow slightly. "The scions from Kyoto? What levels are most of them at now?" Su Ming asked curiously. However, Chen Shuyan did not answer immediately but also slightly furrowed her brow, her expression complex. "Are you sure you want to know? Is there a problem?" Su Ming was confused by Chen Shuyan's reaction. "Are their levels very high?" Chen Shuyan took a deep breath before looking at Su Ming, somewhat amusedly replying, "Very high, and so high that it's beyond your imagination. But don't worry too much about it, because your talents are definitely not inferior to theirs." Indeed, in Chen Shuyan's eyes, Su Ming's potential was already on par with the seeds of the Kyoto law gods, not just at an epic level but reaching the legendary and even the demigod level of legends. Even though Su Ming's current level was still low, just a second-tier professional, given time he was sure to become a top figure in the pyramid. So for Su Ming, Chen Shuyan was not worried. "Tell me, I'm a bit curious." Su Ming looked directly at Chen Shuyan, firmly saying, "Are you sure?" "Sure. Among your fellow special admissions, the highest level among those scions from Kyoto has already reached over 200 levels," Chen Shuyan calmly revealed. Su Ming suddenly paused, a look of shock crossing his face. Over 200 levels? Was this even humanly possible? He couldn't help but splutter in disbelief. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but let out a laugh, her expression playfully teasing as she glanced at him. "What's the matter, scared?" Su Ming shot her a look. "Scared of what? It's just over 200 levels." Though he said this, a wave of astonishment still surged within him. He hadn't expected these Kyoto's second generations to be so wildly advanced. The highest among them had reached a level over 200, a standard comparable to top professionals in Zhonghai City, and yet here in Kyoto they were just high school students? This thought dimmed Su Ming's spirits briefly, but he quickly recovered. Armed with his god of death profession, his plundering talents, and a host of other trump cards, his future would surely not fall short of these so-called privileged youths. It was all just a matter of time. "All right, handsome, I'll stop teasing," Chen Shuyan said with a grin covering her mouth as she laughed. "Though their levels are high, their professional ranks aren't that strong. The strongest is just at the legendary level, and these second generations, they completed their awakening rituals at a very young age, all thanks to their family backgrounds that they've achieved what they have today. It's really not the same as you. If anything, you have more dazzling potential." Su Ming swallowed hard. They changed professions at just a few years old. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having a background sure was nice. He had to wait until adulthood to get his first chance to change professions. These second Generations, on the other hand, became noble professionals at a young age and had many years to build up their levels. Of course, apart from levels, Summing also believed that the strength of these Kyoto second generations far exceeded their own levels. He had seen it himself with Han Ing, a 40-level necromancer who could contend against seasoned professionals in the 50s or 60s. If it hadn't been for Han Ying's health reaching a critical point, Summing wouldn't have been able to kill him and take the undead dragon mount.
He knew he needed to hurry and level up. Once at Qingbei University he might not
even pass the freshman trial assessments. Thinking this, Summing turned to Chen Shuyan and asked, "Teacher Chen, is there any time restriction for going to the school? Can I go after a while?" It wasn't that Summing was afraid of the freshman trials, rather Sushi had already scheduled him to join an old server dungeon, Undead Valley. This opportunity would also allow Summing to level up further. If I can complete 3 turns and reach level 60 before going to school, maybe I won't end up at the
bottom of the pack during the freshman trial assessment.
Otherwise, being at the bottom right when I start school would be quite embarrassing. I can go a bit later. The special recruitment freshman trial competition is a month away, and as long as I arrive at school before next month, there should be no problem, Chen Shuyan replied. Then she moved closer to Su Ming, suddenly reducing the distance between them significantly. "Don't call me Teacher Chen, it sounds so unpleasant. Call me sister," Chen Shuyan said as she looked into Su Ming's eyes. Her beautiful face flawless and her skin as smooth and tender as a freshly peeled egg. Su Ming was slightly moved. "Okay, Sister Chen. Good boy." Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly, looking exceptionally bright and beautiful. "Then I will stay with you in Zhonghai City during this time." "Huh?" Su Ming was startled. "Aren't you going to another city?" Normally, for someone of Chen Shuyan's professional stature, there would be too many matters to handle.
Otherwise the magicians from Kyoto wouldn't have left so hurriedly.
Chen Shuyan staying in Zhonghai City for a month was something Su Ming had not expected. "It's fine," Chen Shuyan said casually, shrugging her shoulders with a smile. "Is there anything more important than your handsome brother here? Getting you successfully recruited into Qingbei University is what really matters. The vice principal's granddaughter is indeed quite idle." Su Ming chuckled. "A merciless tease? What did you say?"
Chen Shuyan widened her beautiful eyes, pretending to be angry as she
looked at Su Ming. "A slip of the tongue," Su Ming said with a light smile. But it was true. If it weren't for her status as the vice principal's granddaughter, Chen Shuyan would probably be quite busy. However, what surprised Su Ming was that Chen Shuyan, who was at least in her 30s, looked quite charming when she was angry. Of course, professionals usually look much younger than they are. You wouldn't guess her real age by her face alone.
To anyone else, Chen Shuyan would seem barely in her early 20s.
"Young man, your strength is indeed commendable, but that's about it. Next time I see you, I won't hold back," said a discordant voice from behind. Turning around, Su Ming saw Lu Yu, a middle-aged woman with a plump figure and an unusually ugly face, a stark contrast to Chen Shuyan's refined beauty. Lu Yu was the complete opposite in both personality and appearance, causing Su Ming a bit of disgust. "That's it?"
Facing Lu Yu's snide remarks, Su Ming didn't give her a pleasant expression.
Retorting sharply, "Then why didn't you win? In a one-on-one PK, 3 rounds of attacks and I overwhelmed you in just 2 rounds. Su Ming's expression was emotionless, his tone icy. Although this kind of PK match was definitely not in Lu Yu's favor, nonetheless, a loss was a loss. Su Ming's words made Lu Yu's face darken, almost to the point of spitting blood from anger. "Very well then." Lu Yu sharply inhaled a gulp of stale air, her dejected appearance even more pitiful. She didn't say another word to Su Ming, turning around and leaving the school. However, just before she left, she gave Su Ming a look filled with endless murderous intent. "Looks like you've completely offended Instructor Lu Yu now." After Lu Yu left, Chen Shuyan folded her arms in front of her, squinting slightly towards Su Ming with a look of allure in her eyes. Her tone playful, she said, "It doesn't matter, Tsinghua University is your strongest support. However, when you go to the dungeons alone in the future, you should be a bit more cautious." Lu Yu, known as the top female boss at Jiangnan University, is undoubtedly skilled, but from what I know, her character is quite cunning, full of schemes. Being targeted by such a ruthless character, you should really be more careful. Su Ming nodded. "I know." Lu Yu's personality, similar to Chen Fei's, belongs to those old generation professionals who are haughty and proud.
Their favorite thing is to suppress the younger generation.
Moreover, these people care a lot about face. Su Ming, in front of so many admission office tutors, won a one-on-one PK against Lu Yu. Given her personality, she definitely won't let it go. After all, these prominent figures care most about face. Of course, if given another chance, Su Ming would still choose the PK without hesitation. It's not that he doesn't understand the complexities of human relationships,
Rather, when facing someone like Lu Yu, one should display the wildness of youth.
Youth is wasted on the timid. Moreover, after this ordeal, Su Ming also obtained a hero-level bloodline potion. Just with this, clashing with Lu Yu isn't much of a problem. The bloodline potion is indeed enticing. What's your next plan? Chen Shuyan moved closer and asked Su Ming. Since Su Ming decided to stay in Zhonghai City for another month, he naturally had things to do, and Chen Shuyan asked him directly.
Two things Su Ming did not hide. He decisively said, first, I need to purchase a large amount of materials alchemy arrays to nurture the soon-to-be-born pet beast, a dark gold-tiered bright unicorn that will hatch in a few days.
I need to hurry up and prepare the nutritional substances. Second, the job change. Temple manager in Zhonghai City Sushi has scheduled a dungeon team with me, an old server dungeon called Undead Valley. I might need to go there to level up to achieve an excellent result in the freshman trial assessment at Tsinghua University, Su Ming said thoughtfully. Then he looked at Chen Shuyan, who was staring in astonishment. Actually,
there was another thing he didn't mention, the undead dragon tomb.
Pass. Since coming out of the Shallow Bay dungeon, Su Ming had been busy and hadn't had time to bind his identity to travel to the undead dragon tomb. Since the top second-generation players in Kyoto were so much higher in level than him, if he didn't want to be at the bottom in the freshman trial assessment, he at least had to visit the dragon tomb once.
If he could loot some top-tier equipment, Su Ming could also elevate his strength to another level.
Indeed, the cost of the epic pass was exorbitant, even surpassing that of a heroic-level weapon, hence Su Ming kept it to himself. After all, there was no point in telling Chen Shuyan. More importantly, there was another matter, his date with Lu Mei. Su Ming had amassed a considerable stockpile of monster materials and alchemical equipment, the total value of which had reached an astronomical sum. He needed to sell off these resources as soon as possible to strengthen his mounts and pets, which would also enhance his own power. Wait, what? You actually have a dark gold bloodline, a light unicorn? Chen Shuyan was stunned, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob and her eyes filled with shock. Though Chen Shuyan was, in a sense, a second-generation elite from the capital, a formidable woman whose family elders were renowned professors at prestigious universities in Beijing, and her grandfather was even the vice-chancellor.
Yet, Su Ming's family background scared her once again.
A golden dragon was not enough, it was a unicorn. Goodness, such a noble creature was not easily obtained, not even by the wealthy second generations in the capital, who found it hard to come by a mixed-breed unicorn, let alone a light unicorn, which was considered a next-generation species. Su Ming met Chen Shuyan's gaze and offered a faint smile. I got it from the Shallow Bay dungeon. He casually made an excuse.
He couldn't possibly reveal it was from a divine-level reward, even if he
did. Chen Shuyan wouldn't believe it. She would just fall deeper into wild speculations. Shallow Bay, that silver-tier dungeon. Chen Shuyan glanced at Su Ming, her mouth agape in astonishment. Right, I might also check out that silver dungeon when I have the chance. Chen Shuyan sighed softly, murmuring to herself. But you might not be as lucky, Su Ming responded with a chuckle.
Indeed, even if Chen Shuyan stormed through the entire Shallow Bay dungeon, it was impossible to find another dark
gold tier pet egg, because such an item didn't belong to that silver tier dungeon. It came from a higher dimension, or perhaps it was related to the creator Archangel. Maybe I'll try it sometime. Chen Shuyan pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. However, I do have the resources you need. Chen Shuyan furrowed her brow slightly as she explained. There's an S-tier guild in Jiangnan province that I have a good relationship with. Their guild auction house has a large number of pet arrays and the materials needed for nurturing pets, enough to keep your little unicorn well nurtured.
That would be great, Sister Chen. Su Ming's eyes lit up. No problem, the guild
leader owes me a favor, and it'll just take 2 or 3 days to prepare your materials and air them to Zhonghai City. Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly, her radiant smile enhancing her noble charm, captivatingly enchanting. Su Ming was momentarily mesmerized. As for the Valley of the Undead, Chen Shuyan paused for a moment, pondering, then continued. This dungeon will open soon. It's not just Zhonghai City.
Even many freelance professionals from the capital have received the news.
Once the dungeon opens, a large number of veteran professionals are expected to swarm in. It will likely be a brutal, bloody battle, a real slaughterhouse. Su Ming frowned slightly, adding, exactly. Chen Shuyan analyzed further. Although this classic server dungeon is rated only as gold level, its actual difficulty has reached dark gold, even heroic level.
Just like the Shallow Bay dungeon, a silver-level dungeon under normal circumstances might drop a small number of gold-level weapons, which
is already considered top tier, but But look at you, you managed to obtain a massive amount of top-tier equipment from the dungeon, even mounts like the light unicorn and the undead bone dragon. These top-tier creatures indicate that the actual difficulty of the Shallow Bay dungeon should also be gold, or perhaps even dark gold level.
Su Ming nodded, agreeing with Chen Shuyan's point. The real difficulty of a dungeon depends on the ultimate boss. Many hidden mechanisms, if not unlocked, indeed keep it at the silver level. However, once an ultimate boss like the undead bone dragon appears, the difficulty of the Shallow Bay dungeon immediately escalates to gold, even dark gold level. This is quite normal. After a while, I'll accompany you to the Undead Valley dungeon, Chen Shuyan suddenly said after a moment of thought. Su Ming was taken aback. Accompany me? Su Ming was momentarily lost in thought. This time, Shanghai City had spent a great deal of effort and money on the Undead Valley dungeon, even mobilizing the Shanghai Alliance. But even so, the overall level of the hunting team wasn't very high, at least in front of a level 407th tier expert like Chen Shuyan. It was merely a small team. If Chen Shuyan were to take action, it was likely that the Shanghai Alliance wouldn't gain much. Yes, I'll accompany you, but I won't participate in hunting the dungeon's boss, Chen Shuyan explained. The Domestic Professional Association has set rules that city-specific dungeons are generally not open to outsiders under normal circumstances. If professionals from other provinces want to go to a dungeon in another city, they need to sign a series of complex procedures. In other words, professionals from the capital wanting to go to the Undead Valley dungeon need to go through an approval process. And high-level professionals, once they reach level 300, that is 7th tier and above, generally can't go to gold-level dungeons as there are restrictions based on professional levels. Chen Shuyan's explanation surprised Su Ming. He hadn't expected that there were such rules in the world of professional transitioning. It's meant to allow lower-level professionals to develop better, a kind of ecological protection, a new system management. Seeing the confusion in Su Ming's eyes, Chen Shuyan smiled faintly and continued, if high-level veteran powerhouses recklessly stormed into gold-level dungeons, then what space would there be for lower-level professionals to grow? The ecological development would be directly destroyed. So, many years ago, the National Association of Professionals set this rule. Of course, independent professionals are not obliged to follow it. They also won't receive the protection of the National Professional Association, nor do they enjoy any rights of citizens and nobles. If they are overseas, or rather have left the country in some wilderness copies, those places belong to no one, and thus, there are no rules at all. Any rank of professional can enter at will. Chen Shuyan spoke lightly. However, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. No rules mean no restrictions. It's hard to imagine the dangerous situations that could arise in those wilderness copies. Perhaps a second-rank professional once stepping into such places might be killed by a high-ranking veteran, all their equipment and weapons would be plundered, even death becomes a luxury. It seems this world is somewhat different from what I imagined. Su Ming sighed deeply and spoke softly. Indeed, whether it was in his past life or in this world of universal job changing, there is a desperate rule. That is the law of the jungle. If one does not want to become prey, the only way is to have strong personal strength. One must level up as soon as possible. Su Ming frowned slightly, pondering in his heart. This was not the first time he felt threatened and urgent. Although the epic profession is strong and the god of slaughter's talent is extremely perverse, Su Ming still seemed too weak against those real big shots. If he does not speed up his progress, even a genius with dazzling talent has a day of downfall. Do you have detailed information about the Undead Valley copy, Sister Chen? Su Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Yes, I'll send it to you later, Chen Shuyan promptly agreed. Okay, Su Ming took a deep breath. I have some other things to do, so I'll see you in a few days. Sure. Chen Shuyan smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes holding a slight smile. I'll be in Shanghai City during this time. Keep this with you, and if you encounter any problems, just contact me directly. Chen Shuyan handed Su Ming a very exquisite badge. This was not an ordinary business card, it was more like a prop. It could be used multiple times to summon Chen Shuyan, allowing her to appear directly at his side. Su Ming nodded, looked gratefully at Chen Shuyan and bowed slightly. Thank you. No problem, Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly. It's an honor for our Qingbei University that you handsome brother have come to our school. After all, among so many universities, you chose us in the end. Su Ming smiled without saying a word. President Chen, I'll take my leave now. Su Ming looked back at Chen Shishan, the old man whose expression was now excited to the point of breaking down, still unable to recover from the shock. After all, who would believe that a second-rank professional could so simply and brutally end a level 400 deity?
but the fact was right in front of him. Okay, young Master Su, be safe on your way. Chen Shishan swallowed nervously. His respect for Su Ming was evident. This is a respect that comes from the heart, unrelated to one's status or position. Su Ming's courage and audacity have thoroughly conquered Chen Shishan. To take a step back, the current Su Ming might even possess the strength to put an end to Chen Shishan. This isn't about a one-on-one practice match or PK, it's about a real kill. Without going into too much detail, the undead bone dragon boss alone has the power to confront Chen Shishan, and it seems Su Ming's trump cards are not limited to just these. After briefly interacting with Principal Chen and mentor Chen Shuyan, Su Ming didn't linger and left the school, heading home. After leaving number 1 middle school, Su Ming hailed a taxi and drove towards home. Sitting in the back, he gently pressed his temples, murmuring wearily that was perilous. Although he always maintained a calm demeanor in front of Chen Shuyan and others, only he knew the truth about how he felt. At that moment, he was nearly at his limit. Liu, after all, is a veteran professional god, and competing against her, even if it was just for a few minutes, kept Su Ming's mental state extremely tense. Only after winning the PK match at the last moment did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now all Su Ming wanted was to go home and have a good sleep. In the back of the taxi, Su Ming slightly frowned and whispered to himself, audible only to him, about his meeting with Lu Mei. He certainly hadn't forgotten about this dark silk priestess. He still relied on Lu Mei to sell all the monster materials and alchemical equipment he held. Furthermore, Lu Mei's status was not insignificant. From the descriptions in the divine level selection plot, it seemed her background might also involve a Kyoto S-level guild. We'll talk about it tomorrow, he thought. At this thought, Su Ming once again gently pressed his temples. The undead dragon tomb also needed to be scheduled without further delay. The Dragon Tomb Pass has always been with him, but he had yet to use it. He planned to visit the Dragon Tomb once before heading to Qingbei University. Who knows? There might be some unexpected discoveries inside the Dragon Tomb. At the same time, in number 1 middle school of Shanghai City, after Su Ming left, Chen Shuyan didn't linger at the school either. After greeting Chen Shishan, she promptly left. As a renowned mentor from the Qingbei University admissions office and the granddaughter of the vice-chancellor of Qingbei, Chen Shuyan's status in Shanghai City was almost like a dimension-lowering strike, striding across the entire city with nobody knowing where she went. And as for Chen Shishan, watching the figure of Chen Shuyan disappear completely from view, he finally looked away and let out a long sigh of relief. Magnificent, a freakishly talented monster. Chen Shishan took a deep breath of cold air, his whole body shuddering, unable to recover from the shock he had just experienced for a long time. There was no helping it, the degree of Su Ming's abnormality had completely blown Chen Shishan away. In his decades of career he had never seen such a demonic student, not to mention the strength and aptitude. It was Su Ming's sheer madness and confidence alone that was enough to subdue Chen Shishan, making him admire him immensely. Damn, after this wave, wouldn't I Chen Shishan mix into the top 10 principals nationwide? Chen Shishan swallowed, feeling ecstatic. Perhaps he could even become a Lifetime Achievement Principal. I wonder if the National Professionals Association would reward me with a dark gold weapon. With this thought, Chen Shishan couldn't help but squint slightly, a gleam flickering in his muddy old eyes. Students, at our Shanghai City number 1 high school, a dragon has emerged. Congratulations to student Su Ming for successfully completing the enrollment assessment and defeating the 400-level professional teacher Lu. At the same time, he has also been admitted to Qingbei University. I hope all the seniors can learn from student Su Ming, strive hard and achieve excellent results in the upcoming National College Entrance Examination, making our Shanghai City number 1 high school famous nationwide. Chen Shishan took a deep breath and turned to the entire ceremony plaza, addressing all the teachers and students. As soon as he spoke, it immediately sparked cheers from all the students, and a thunderous applause followed. Even Chen Shishan, a level 100 bigwig, was shocked to his core. Where would these students have seen such things before? They were completely stupefied by Su Ming. Their worldview was shattered to pieces. Now, as Chen Shishan finished speaking in response to his call, everyone's emotions were lifted to a high point. Seeing this scene, Chen Shishan nodded in satisfaction and continued, starting today to celebrate student Su Ming's excellent performance, all teachers and students of our school will have a 3-day holiday. A holiday? Instantly the whole school exploded again. Is it really that comfortable? 3 days off? Damn, Su Ming is forever god. Brothers, let's go run a dungeon together tonight. I know a succubus dungeon that's super thrilling. My husband is amazing. See, 1 wave down and I directly got a 3-day holiday. What's this? You don't know? I've been on holiday for a year now. Know why? Humph, our family Su Ming hubby got me pregnant for 10 months. Pfft, who's this little thing popping out? Shameless. Since when did our school hunk become your husband, Pa? Would Su Xiao even look at you? Really burning? Let me tell you the truth, a real man like Su Xiao might like someone like me. Real men need to conquer men. Enough, don't spread false rumors. Su God is the rising star of our Shanghai city. Next year's tourism in Shanghai will rely on Big Boss Su Ming. Whoever messes up Su God's matter is going against the Shanghai City Professional Association. But honestly speaking, Su Xiao is indeed fierce. I heard from a Kyoto magic instructor that Su Xiao's level might already be comparable to those top second-generation kids in Kyoto. Do you think Su Xiao might be a top family's lost young master who ended up in Shanghai? No way, a top young master lost in Shanghai City? Sounds kind of interesting. I'm so envious of Su God's life, handsome, talented and so strong. My goddess is even throwing herself at Su God. The whole school was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about Su Ming. Chen Shishan also left the school amid a buzz of voices. He was so dazzling. In the midst of the school's festivities, near a corner close to the library, Su Qingye said in a dazed tone, I used to think there was a gap between him and me. Although Su Ming has excellent external conditions, he didn't show any professional qualities during high school. It's only now that I realize I was wrong. The gap between him and me does exist. It's just that I am far inferior to him. The Su Ming of today is so dazzling, like the bright moon, and existence I can never catch up with. Su Qingye's voice was slightly melancholic. She whispered in a voice only she could hear. However, beside her, Lu Xinran also sighed, not teasing her best friend anymore but patting her shoulder, comforting her. It's okay, darling. Think of it this way, your man is outstanding, huh? Su Qingye was startled, then blushed. In a mosquito-like voice she murmured, not at all. There's nothing between him and me yet, don't worry. Lu Xinran gave Su Qingye a look, proudly saying, with me around, I'll definitely help you win. Su God, the school's top guy and the school's beauty, what a perfect match. You two together would be a match made in heaven. Lu Xinran cupped Su Qingye's face, slightly squinting her eyes in admiration. You're so beautiful. If I were a man, I would have lost my mind over you by now. Be confident in yourself, there's no big problem. Really? Su Qingye's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked. Don't worry, Lu Xinran continued to reassure her. You are the cool beauty of the school with your figure and looks, a top-notch beauty. Which man could resist such a goddess? Unless Su God is not up to it. Su Qingye blushed again, lowering her head slightly. What are you talking about? He Lu Xinran smirked cunningly. I have another plan. Turn the cooked rice into a meal. That would settle it. Su Qingye was stunned, completely confused. What do you mean? Lu Xinran winked again, chuckling softly, just like this. After hearing the secret words whispered by her best friend, Su Qingye shuddered, her hands clenched into fists, her legs becoming so weak that she could barely stand. No, we can't, that's too. Su Qingye refused with a face full of reluctance, almost on the verge of tears. Then what else can we do? Su Qingye blushed and gave a slight nod, responding softly. After a moment of silence, and then she fell silent again. True to her nature, Su Qingye had always been aloof, maintaining a pure and untouchable demeanor in front of others. How could she possibly do as Lu Xinran suggested, to throw herself at Su Ming, or even resort to subtle schemes? The thought of cooking the uncooked rice to make it cooked completely overwhelmed her. After all, she had never been in a relationship before. However, today, having witnessed Su Ming's one-on-one PK match, the seed of her secret crush that Su Qingye had buried in her heart finally sprouted. She was certain of her feelings. She had fallen for Su Ming. If she didn't make a move as Lu Xinran had advised, Su Ming might end up with another woman. Wouldn't that be just too sad? I'll make a move in a while. Su Qingye swallowed hard, her lovely face gaining a hint of the allure of a mature woman, as tempting as a juicy peach. That's fine, nodded Lu Xinran, but you have to act fast. I heard that the special admissions at Qingbei University will start their new student trials in a month. If you miss that, Su Ming might head straight to the capital, and who knows when you'll get another chance to meet him. Su Qingye sighed deeply, her heart torn with indecision. Meanwhile, at another place, beside the library, a young man clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted in anger. This young man was also a genius, but compared to Su Ming he seemed far less brilliant. He was Longchen the Paladin, a genius professional from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Su Qingye, do you only have eyes for Su Ming? Longchen took a deep breath, his eyes nearly spewing fire with rage. His gaze constantly lingered on Su Qingye, never leaving her. The more he watched, the more agitated he became. Even a fool could see Su Qingye's feelings for Su Ming, clearly a young girl in the throes of spring, her heart aflutter. And Longchen could only watch Su Qingya from a distance, his goddess yet just a follower of Su Ming. How could he not be furious? All this should have been mine. Without Su Ming, I would definitely be the heartthrob of Shanghai #1 middle school. Without him, the student admitted by Qingbei University should have been me. Paladin, one of the top 10 hot professions nationwide. Why does it seem so unattractive when it comes to me?
Longchen cursed in frustration. Sadly, no one
paid him any attention now. Almost the entire school's teachers and students were focused on Su Ming. To speak of it, Paladin was indeed a great profession, dark gold quality. After job transition, there was a high chance of advancing to hero level. Although it was difficult to evolve into an epic professional, a hero level Paladin was still a big deal nationally. As long as he leveled up step by step, Longchen's future was still bright. However, he met Su Ming, a monstrous talent from the same batch. Compared to Su Ming, anyone else would seem dull and lackluster, Paladins included. Recalling the recent awakening ceremony where he had smugly assumed Su Ming would awaken to a worthless profession, Longchen felt a tightness in his chest and an irritation that left him unwilling to speak. At that moment he felt an urge to kill Su Ming. Unfortunately, his current level was so low that he struggled even to defeat a level 10 goblin boss, let alone contend with Su Ming. He probably couldn't even withstand one of Su Ming's fireball spells. I swear I must become stronger. Longchen took a deep breath, his eyes reddening as he spoke in a low, resolute voice. The dungeons. I need to go to the dungeons. Clenching his teeth so hard that his fingernails pierced the skin of his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Under the dual pressures from Su Ming and Su Qingya, Longchen had completely broken down. He decided to head to the dungeon world. In the world of professional transitions, the dungeons are akin to instance dungeons, populated with undead or dark hybrid creatures of formidable strength. At the same level, professionals generally face certain death. It's akin to a low-budget version of a deep abyss dungeon. Every city has its own dungeon world designed to test professionals, hone their skills and enhance their combat awareness. The dungeons are extremely dangerous and usually only open to high-level professionals. Even a professional at the 100-level tier would make thorough preparations before entering, as a slight misstep could lead to being swarmed and killed by hordes of undead skeletons. And someone like Longchen, a low-level professional, might as well be a high school student without a high school diploma. There's virtually no chance of survival in the dungeons, death, or rebirth through trial by fire. Longchen spoke through clenched teeth, each word heavy with resolve. The dungeon world is indeed perilous, but correspondingly, it is filled with massive amounts of top-tier equipment. If he could survive, the rewards would far surpass those of the Shallow Bay instance. Hero-level weapons, epic talents, such things could possibly be found in the dungeons. Longchen had made up his mind to burn his boats. He did not hesitate further and left the school immediately, heading towards the professional association in the center of Shanghai City. Days passed swiftly. Su Ming was awakened by his ringing phone and saw it was Su Shi calling. Young Master Su, she greeted as soon as he answered, her voice gentle and her manner deferential. Su Shi had been nearly worn to the ears by matters concerning Su Ming these past few days. Not only her, but the entire Shanghai alliance and indeed the whole nation had been shaken to the core by the battle between Su Ming and Lu Yu. It could be said that Su Ming had become a sensation, his fame exploding across the entire network. His reputation had even surpassed those top second-generation heirs in Jingdu, and reliable sources claimed that even the law mage of Jingdu had taken notice of this prodigy from Shanghai City. Rumors were swirling that the law mage was considering taking on a new seed apprentice. Clearly impressed by Su Ming's talents, for this reason, Su Shi's attitude towards Su Ming was extremely respectful, as if she was cautious not to inadvertently offend this young powerhouse. What's up? Su Ming, still not fully awake, asked groggily. The Shanghai Alliance has agreed to the deal, Su Shi responded succinctly. And then? Su Ming's interest was piqued and he sat up slightly, asking nonchalantly. He was indeed interested in the Undead Valley dungeon. Even if he didn't team up with Su Shi and the others, he would still go. But having a top-tier hunting group to join was obviously better. Most importantly, if Su Shi hired him, he could earn an extra hefty sum of remuneration, potentially billions, which could even be exchanged for equipment. At the very least, a couple of top-tier golden weapons could be acquired. The Shanghai City Alliance has agreed to your terms. Su Shi didn't play coy, but responded directly with a gentle laugh. All the guilds in the Alliance, although they had some objections to the terms you proposed, have ultimately accepted them. As long as it's a hidden task initiated by young Master Su, all the spoils of war obtained will be divided in half with you. Moreover, when attacking the ultimate boss, the final damage inflicted by you will be calculated along with the total damage inflicted by alliance members, and your final reward will be distributed based on the damage. Su Ming nodded. His conditions were simple. Any hidden task that he initiated, no matter how many items were obtained, he would take half. Secondly, for killing the ultimate boss, as long as Su Ming contributed, he would also take a share. More effort meant a larger share. It was easy to understand. However, Su Ming was being hired by Su Shi and he already had a remuneration of 700 million. Taking a further share seemed somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, in the entire Shanghai city, Su Ming was the only epic level professional. If the Shanghai Alliance didn't hire him, other provincial guilds would certainly seek him out. In the end, the ultimate spoils of war in the nostalgic server dungeon would likely end up in Su Ming's hands. Ultimately, the Shanghai Alliance decided it was better to suffer a slight loss and cooperate directly with Su Ming rather than invite complications. Okay, Su Ming responded gravely, feeling extremely pleased. The remuneration as it stood was quite satisfactory. Not to mention a mansion in Platinum Bay shouldn't be a problem. Then on my end I will transfer the full remuneration to you, young Master Su, Sushi said, sounding somewhat ingratiating, not opting for an advance or a half upfront payment but preparing to pay Su Ming the entire fee directly. On one hand, it was to put Su Ming at ease, allowing him to play a more significant role in the copy world. On the other hand, Su Ming's status in Shanghai City had risen so much that his influence nationwide had become terrifyingly substantial. He was vaguely trending towards becoming a national benchmark for young professionals. Moreover, Su Ming had been admitted to Qingbei University, which guaranteed a bright future and marked him as a rising star. At this time, a bit of flattery might be considered. Forming a good relationship with Su Ming, from which benefits could naturally be derived in the future. Sitting in the position of the manager of the Reincarnation Temple, Su Shi was certainly no mere decoration. She managed interpersonal relations very tightly. Su Ming, having lived 2 lifetimes, was not foolish either. He saw through Su Shi's intentions at a glance. He did not refuse accepting her gestures openly. Soon after, they had a brief chat and quickly confirmed their schedules before Su Ming ended the call. Not long after, a message popped up on his bank app notifying him of the payment received. The string of figures in the message made Su Ming's eyes light up. Delicious, how to put it? This was the first time he had so much money on him, and a surge of excitement momentarily overwhelmed him. Though he quickly regained his composure. He would go house hunting this afternoon, Su Ming thought pensively. Even though he would soon leave Shanghai City to study at Qingbei University, Shanghai was still his hometown and it made sense to buy a property here. Most importantly, Su Ming felt that the Shallow Bay copy was not as simple as it seemed. Once his level reached 100, he planned to revisit Shallow Bay to investigate thoroughly. After all, a silver-rated copy yielding a gold-level undead bone dragon with dragon bloodline was suspicious. In some ways, the Shallow Bay copy was very similar to the Necro Valley, both being top-tier copies whose actual strength far exceeded their ratings. Perhaps on his next visit to Shallow Bay he could obtain even more superior battle spoils. With these thoughts, Su Ming took a deep breath, full of anticipation for the future. Ding dong. The doorbell interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. Opening the door, he saw a large pile of parcels. Were these all materials for the pet formation array? Top-tier formation arrays, and the superior nutrients needed for nurturing pets. Su Ming's eyes slightly brightened, a hint of surprise in his gaze. These items were exactly what he urgently needed at the moment, perfectly solving the nutritional issues of the unicorn, ensuring that this dark gold level little pet would not suffer from malnutrition during gestation and become frail at birth. Sister Chen, I just received a bunch of parcels. These are. Su Ming didn't let the top-tier nurturing formation or the various superior nutrients cloud his mind, but instead he calmed down and made a phone call to Chen Shuyan. Handsome little brother, I got these for you through some connections, should be enough, right? If not, I can ask that friend to air freight some more for you, came Chen Shuyan's gentle voice over the phone, instantly warming Su Ming's heart, touching him deeply. That's enough. Then I must thank sister. Su Ming's address subtly changed, dropping Chen Shuyan's surname, making it sound more intimate. No need for thanks. Chen Shuyan giggled, her voice radiating a charmingly varied demeanor, and recalling Chen Shuyan's noble and gorgeous appearance, Su Ming's heart tightened a bit, slightly distracted by wandering thoughts. In the future, as a freshman at Qingbei University, we are practically family. No need for thanks, that would be too formal, huh? Chen Shuyan's words were very thoughtful.
Okay, Su Ming responded softly, then continued, then sister, please calculate how much all these
materials cost. I'll transfer the money to you. Su Ming disliked owing favors, especially when he could afford not to. No need, said Qin Shuyan with a light smile, her voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. These items aren't worth much, and besides, they were given by that troublesome best friend of mine. Consider it a gift for your university enrollment. Oh, by the way, in a few days, Qingbei University will have your enrollment bonus ready. Chen Shuyan's voice carried a hint of pleasant surprise. You know what? The president of Qingbei values you highly. After discussing with my grandfather, they decided to give you a piece of top-tier hero-level armor. You'll definitely like it. Top-tier hero-level armor. Su Ming was startled, pleasantly surprised. The difference was not trivial. Top-tier hero-level armor was valued much higher than regular armor. On one hand, its attribute effects were substantially stronger. Moreover, the attribute entries were incomparable to ordinary equipment. Then I must thank the two principals, Su Ming responded softly, his voice filled with gratitude. The two principals naturally referred to Chen Shuyan's grandfather, the vice principal and the official principal of Qingbei University. Rumor had it both were genuine ninth-turn gods, their strength extraordinarily formidable. No worries, Chen Shuyan smiled warmly. Wait a bit and I'll go catch for you the ultimate boss monster you need. How about a level 600 pure-blooded giant dragon? Chen Shuyan's words dropped and Su Ming was stunned. A level 600 pure-blooded giant dragon? That was insanely incredible. In Zhonghai City there seemed to be no such level 600 dragon creatures. Really? Su Ming hesitantly inquired. Indeed, Chen Shuyan smiled again, continuing, however, in Jiangnan province there are, and not just one. Jiangnan province, when did so many pure-blooded dragons appear? Hearing Chen Shuyan's words, Su Ming's eyes slightly narrowed, shocked. After a brief silence he directly asked, pure-blooded dragons were not ordinary mixed-blood dragon breeds, although they looked similar. The actual difference was like heaven and earth. Well, how do I put this? Pure-blooded dragons, nearly second only to the original species, much like the radiant unicorns and akin to the primordial pure-blooded holy light unicorns, they are as distinct as the glowing moon in comparison. Not to belabor the point, but at the same level, a burst of dragon flame from a pure-blooded dragon can easily end a mixed-blood dragon species. The winter copy. Chen Shuyan also fell silent for a moment before responding. This time, the opening location of the winter copy is in Jiangnan province, where there is an entrance to the winter world. Su Ming was shocked again. The winter copy opened in Jiangnan province. This copy in a sense is like a second world with an area vastly exceeding 1,000,000 times that of the real world, and those legendary top-tier creatures are all in the winter world. The destroyer black dragon, the gold stymag, the ice barrel scorpion, these are the ultimate bosses in the winter copy. This copy is not quite like the minor copies such as Shallow Bay, which are not always accessible. It opens only periodically, and each time the entrance to the copy appears in a different city, sometimes even in the wilderness. It was unexpected that this time the entrance would be in Jiangnan province, just across the river from Zhonghai City. What level must professionals reach to enter the winter copy, and are there any additional restrictions? Su Ming asked curiously. Honestly, he was also very interested in the winter copy. The wingspan on Su Ming's back, though a low-tier version of Death Wing, could potentially be perfected in the winter world. Moreover, the pure-blooded ice barrel scorpion is also in the winter copy. Su Ming, tired of hearing the name of Zhonghai City's ultimate boss, the ice-tail scorpion, was naturally very much looking forward to the ice barrel scorpion. If he could obtain such a pure-blooded demonic breed, he wondered how much it could enhance his own strength. There are some restrictions. Chen Shuyan did not hide anything, straightforwardly explaining. Admission ticket, this is a must-have, and the price for a ticket to the winter world is extremely high, each worth a golden tier weapon. Moreover, even exchanging a golden weapon might not necessarily secure a ticket. Additionally, to enter the winter copy, a professional's level must reach at least the third transformation, which is a minimum of level 60. Of course, besides this, there are other restrictions. That is, if you die in the winter copy, there is no way to resurrect. Chen Shuyan's voice, like a spell, slowly came through. Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. No resurrection? Doesn't that mean dying in the copy is true death? It's not that resurrection is impossible, Chen Shuyan added, it's that resurrection arrays cannot be used. However, if there's a resurrection stone, it could indeed bring someone back to life. But such items are incredibly expensive and rare. How could an ordinary professional get their hands on a resurrection stone? Hearing this, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes. So that's how it is, resurrection stones are indeed costly, each one is of the finest quality. If one wanted to buy it at an auction, even a heroic level weapon might not be enough to trade for one. They are priceless, yet Summing had more than one. From his divine level reward selection, he obtained 2 perfect resurrection stones. Unexpectedly, the resurrection stones turned out to be useful. Summing thought to himself, feeling a bit excited for a moment.
It's no exaggeration to say that these 2 perfect resurrection stones were tailor-made for the rigorous winter dungeon.
Using them in this dungeon would maximize their value. To tackle a level 600 pureblood dragon, normally you'd need a professional god level player of over level 800 to lead the attack. Summing thoughtful remarked, capturing such a prey seems too difficult. It's not that he underestimated Chen Shuyan, but his mentor's current level was only around 400.
Not to mention defeating a level 600 pureblood dragon, even at the same level it would be quite challenging without any chance of victory.
The instructor team from Qingbei University will take action. Chen Shuyan smiled faintly, her tone full of confidence. Handsome brother, I told you joining Qingbei University is definitely your best choice. Chen Shuyan continued. The principal and vice principal are preparing to capture a level 600 pureblood dragon for you as an extra reward. However, it also depends on your performance in the school. This time, the new student trial assessment, you must show your strength, of course whether
you can tame the pure-blood dragon in the end also depends on your situation.
The academy is only responsible for providing the dragon, not taming it. If you can't tame such a fierce creature, then, Summing slightly curled his lip, so this is all just pie in the sky. How could he tame a level 600 dragon? It's not certain. After a moment of silence, a slight glimmer appeared in Summing's eyes as he thought, what if after the 3rd transformation he gained an additional job talent and a second profession?
What if his hidden profession is Dragon Rider? Dragon Rider.
This is a top-tier profession, at the very least it's at a heroic level. According to the Kyoto Magus, Summing is very likely to have a second profession. If he really unlocks the second profession as a Dragon Rider, even if Summing is only around level 100, he might still be able to tame the fierce level 600 dragon. However, the probability is slightly small. Okay, Summing replied with a faint smile. I'll do my best. After a brief exchange, Summing hung up the phone, opened all the delivery boxes,
and prepared to build a new breeding array for the bright unicorn.
There are already signs of birth. Summing looked at the silvery white eggshell, which had begun to show tiny cracks revealing the snow-white velvet fur of the bright unicorn. The fur was pure and snow-white. Even Summing was slightly moved. Indeed, the bright unicorn, known for its noble lineage, would certainly be very attractive once hatched. Summing smiled slightly. Let's call it Xiaobai. Su Ming casually named the soon-to-be-born unicorn.
Thankfully, no other professionals were present.
Otherwise, Su Ming's cavalier attitude would have surely infuriated them. After all, this was a radiant unicorn, a holy light-type pet. Naming it seemed as casual as if it were a little cat or dog. Almost done. Soon as Su Ming had set up all the materials for the magical array from the delivery box and poured bottles of expensive potion akin to life elixirs into the hub of the array, all the gems and monster materials were also placed in designated spots within the array as instructed. After
finishing, Su Ming took a long breath of relief.
It should be perfect now. Xiaobai should be born flawlessly, though I wonder what its attributes and unique skills will be like after hatching. Time to schedule a viewing. After dealing with the breeding array, Su Ming pulled out his phone to arrange a viewing of a villa in Platinum Bay. However, at that moment a message popped up on WeChat. Lume, handsome bro, did you forget our date? I'm already at the Bay restaurant, Lume texted.
Caught off guard, Su Ming had almost forgotten about it.
Seeing Liu Mei's message, he couldn't help but smile, remembering he had been talking about this just a few days ago. Almost there in the car, he quickly replied. Soon Liu Mei typed another message. Oh, making your sister wait for you, huh? This is the first time I've ever had to wait for a man on a date. Shaking his head and chuckling, Su Ming replied, almost there, shower, leaving now. He got into a taxi.
At the Bay restaurant, Liu Mei was sitting by the window dressed in an exquisite pale
gold long dress, her wavy hair flowing down her chestnut-colored eyes making her look irresistibly beautiful.
Liu Mei's beauty was truly breathtaking, different from the icy demeanor of Chen Shuyan. Hers was a more down-to-earth charm that was particularly eye-catching. Just sitting there, she had already dazzled numerous male professionals around. In just half an hour, over 100 men had approached her until finally, with a cool expression, Liu Mei stated, I have a boyfriend. Boyfriend? At Liu Mei's table, a young professional in a suit adjusted his tie slightly, his eyebrows raising in a somewhat
skeptical smile. With such beauty, would you mind having one more boyfriend? Scram. Lume gave the man in front of her a disdainful glance, her tone icy cold. Oh come on beauty, the man began, introducing himself with a confident smile that crinkled his eyes. I'm Joseon, the department head of the Eternal Guild, a hero-class professional.
Hero-class professionals are top-notch nationwide, and in Zhonghai City, they're practically the pinnacle of the pyramid, the big bosses. Moreover, Joe Sen's rank is as high as 200-inch, which to the public eye indeed makes him a prime catch.
Not to mention he's backed by the power of the Eternal Guild. If it were any other girl, she'd probably have thrown herself at him by now without any reserve. But Joseon chose the wrong person. Lume herself is a senior professional with a background that's not to be underestimated, an S-class guild. In terms of looks and figure, she's the definitive queen of all big sisters. A goddess-like beauty like her has no shortage of high-quality men around her. To Lume, Joseon just doesn't make the cut. Most importantly, Joseon isn't handsome. In Lume's view, he's utterly mediocre, not even 1,000th as appealing as Su Ming, hero-class professional. Lume completely ignored Joseon, her tone growing even colder. So what does that have to do with me? Get lost, my boyfriend will be here soon. Lume sipped the coffee in front of her, her expression gradually showing impatience.
Oh, don't be like that, Joseon persisted, his face unabashed, though a hint of concealed anger flickered in his eyes. It was his first time encountering such a cold woman, indifferent even to a high-quality man like himself. Come on, let me treat you to a coffee, let's have a meal together, get to know each other. Joseon was not ready to give up, taking the initiative once more. Can't you understand? No, Lume snapped, slamming her coffee cup down on the table. This action caught the attention of the surrounding customers, all eyes suddenly turned towards them. Beautiful, don't be angry. Joseon was slightly taken aback, his expression turning a bit displeased, but he quickly adjusted his mood and forced a light smile. If I'm told to scram, then I should just scram, right? Why cling so shamelessly? At that moment a young man's voice intervened. Joseon's eyebrows furrowed deeply. In a place like Zhonghai City, with his status, he was accustomed to being arrogant and had never been spoken to like this before. Who the hell talks to me, Joseon, like that? For a moment he lost his composure, turning around and cursing angrily. Su Ming, a young man handsome enough to make women weak at the knees, appeared in front of Joseon, responding with a calm tone. The young man was none other than Su Ming. He had just arrived at the Bay restaurant, hadn't yet messaged Lume, but had witnessed the scene unfold before him. Why is it always someone from the Eternal Guild? Even Su Ming began to wonder if the Eternal Guild had picked up a villain's script, given that all its members seemed to behave the same way from Chen Fei to the young prodigal Himeng, and now Joseon. Indeed, they were all fools. Su Ming or Joseon was momentarily stunned by Su Ming's response, puzzled by the name that somehow sounded familiar. Meanwhile, Lume's eyes lit up, her demeanor instantly changing as she smiled warmly at Su Ming. Handsome, you're here. Hearing Lume's voice, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed Lume today. She was dressed lightly, her makeup was impeccably done, and she seemed to glow. No wonder she was attracting so much attention. It was enough to make Joseon restless, shamelessly trying to strike up a conversation with her. Su Ming walked straight towards Lume and said softly with warmth, "Wife, you look beautiful today. I just came back from the dungeon. The undead dragon mount took some damage, so I got delayed a bit." Su Ming casually wrapped his arm around Lume's slender waist, his gaze tender as he looked at her, his body drawing closer. Lume was momentarily baffled. However, Su Ming leaned in close to her ear and whispered an explanation. "I'm here to act as your shield." Su Ming smiled faintly. "Otherwise, that annoying fly won't stop bothering you." Lume's eyes lit up and she laughed brightly, nodding slightly in acceptance of Su Ming's kind gesture. Then, with a radiant smile, Lume teased, "Husband, you're so naughty for coming so late. You must be exhausted from fighting monsters in the dungeon. Let's go to a hotel and rest a bit after dinner." With a breath as sweet as orchids, she finished her sentence and moved closer to Su Ming's neck, planting a kiss there. She then cast a cold glance at Joseon, who was completely stunned, as if petrified. Meanwhile, Su Ming couldn't help but blush slightly. Damn, this woman is thrilling. But being a seasoned player, Su Ming quickly regained his composure and casually patted Lume on the head, his movement extremely smooth. The atmosphere was charged with a flirtatious energy. At the same time, the entire Bay restaurant erupted in intense discussions. "This is thrilling, a love triangle. Joseon, the young master of the Eternal Guild, a hero-level professional, and there's a woman he can't charm. What kind of taste is that? That's no ordinary woman, that's the goddess Lume, an S-tier guild member from Kyoto." "So extravagant, huh? The S-tier guild, that's way stronger than Eternal, seems like she's a top boss lady." I mean, Lu Mei's beauty is top-notch. It's not an exaggeration to call her the ceiling of glamour. Such a canary with almost 100 levels. Her strength and beauty coexist. Do you think she lacks big shots behind her? Probably many veteran gods would willingly support Lu Mei, but damn, Lu Mei actually has a boyfriend. Isn't that Su Ming? The young and reckless Su god, his girlfriend, is the canary goddess.
Lu Mei? That's explosive. Damn, I was totally shocked. Su Ming and Lu Mei are an item. So it turns out I suddenly understand. Big news, this is really big news. I need to quickly post this on Douyin. It's yet another shocking topic that will take the internet by storm. Wow, such a fierce youth. Just a few days ago, Su Ming single-handedly ended the reign of Jiangnan's female boss Lu Yu in a one-on-one PK, and now he's had a falling out with Zhou Dashou of the Eternal Guild. This is going to be quite a spectacle. I wonder if Sushin will make a move today. Crazy, truly freaking crazy. Let's take a look at the undead dragon boss and give our eyes a treat. In the Bay restaurant, all the customers turned their attention to the three individuals, Su Ming and his group, sparking a flurry of discussions. The whole restaurant became noisy. At that moment, Zhou Sen's expression suddenly changed as he finally recognized who Su Ming was. No wonder he looked familiar. The young man before him, calm as snow and with an ethereal demeanor, was none other than Su Ming, who had recently become a sensation across the entire internet, an epic professional, currently the hottest campus heartthrob. However, Zhou Sen wasn't intimidated by Su Ming's reputation. In his eyes, Su Ming was just a second-tier professional. The PK practice match with Lu Yu only proved that Su Ming was fairly skilled. Among his peers, he stood out. But if Zhou Sen were to go all out with his level over 200, a simple freezing spell could instantly deplete Su Ming's health bar. Real-life and death fights are very different from practice matches. In the face of absolute power, even the greatest talent is just for show. You told me to scram. Do you know who I am? Don't think that just because you won a PK practice match you can do whatever you want. In front of a level 200, what can a second-tier professional flaunt? Zhou Sen suppressed the anger in his heart, trying to keep his tone calm as he didn't want to lose face. After all, it would be quite disgraceful to get flustered by a high school student. Kid, with your level you think you can compete with me? There are always bigger fish. I advise you to hold back a bit and not to ruin your promising future in Zhonghai City, otherwise. Zhou Sen let out a cold laugh, his threatening tone almost spilling out. After saying this, he didn't stop. How old are you now? Not even 20, right? Do you really think you can handle such a beautiful woman? Zhou Sen burst into an arrogant laugh, then his face darkened as he looked at Su Ming and said, "Be careful, don't get targeted or you might not even save your own life." With that, Zhou Sen made a throat-slitting gesture, grinning maliciously at Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming's expression didn't show much disturbance, only his brows inadvertently furrowed slightly. Whether in his past life or now, he has always been proud, not senselessly arrogant, but possessing a subtle pride. People like Zhou Sen, he has seen too many of them. He wouldn't bow his head just because someone's level is higher than his. If it comes down to it, he's ready to face death. Life and death are trivial. If not convinced, then fight. However, just as Su Ming was about to retort angrily, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a divine choice. Current scenario: hero saves the beauty. Option 1. Faced with Zhou Sen's provocation, the best course is to yield decisively. After all, his level is quite high and a direct confrontation is not the smart move at this moment. As for Lu Mei, this act of submission might cause Zhou Sen to lose interest in you completely, thereby ending the ambiguous relationship. Reward: a piece of silver-grade equipment. Option 2. As a god of slaughter, decisiveness in killing is a must. Even though Zhou Sen's level is commendable, he can't just attack at will in Zhonghai City. Since you're already enemies, adding one more to the list doesn't matter. Confront Zhou Sen fiercely, playing the hero to save the beauty. Reward: hero level weapon and 3 advanced gems. Option 3. The Eternal Guild is one of the top guilds in Zhonghai City. Zhou Sen, as a minister in the guild's executive department, has extensive connections and is like a local emperor. The wise move is to yield to him and even go so far as to introduce Lu Mei to Zhou Sen. Reward: a golden grade skill book. Divine level option has appeared once again. However, it's different this time, triggered by a male professional. Of course, it still involves a lady. Classic hero saves the beauty scenario. Just that. Su Ming slightly frowned and glanced over the options. Apart from the second one, the other 2 options were simply brain dead. Yield to Zhou Sen. Has his brain broken? His usual Su Ming didn't hesitate for a moment and decisively chose the second option, and the rewards for this plot were very generous. Hero level advanced gems. These items, also known as weapon gems as the name suggests, can elevate the grade of a weapon similar to weapon enhancement gems. They are extremely valuable. Without saying much, they could easily be exchanged for a real hero-level piece of equipment.
Thinking this, Su Ming unapologetically turned his gaze towards Joseon.
Oh, in danger and still so cocky, what's wrong? Will my demise in Shanghai City concern you? Why aren't you making a move? Could it be, no way did someone get ignored after hitting on someone and is now throwing a tantrum? Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin towards Joseon, his tone light but with a cutting edge loaded with insult. Finally, after speaking, Su Ming glanced at Joseon provocatively and kissed Lu Mei with a smack. The entire Bay restaurant went silent. The stir caused by Su Ming's action was blatantly obvious. For a moment Joseon was completely stunned, and all the customers, these minor nobilities from Shanghai City who were also well-known professionals, were utterly dumbfounded. Everyone present knew Joseon, the young and wealthy major figure of the Eternal Guild. His strength was formidable. And then there was Su Ming, who had recently soared to fame, easily recognized by the sharp-eyed professionals around. What nobody expected, however, was Su Ming's audacity. Merely a second-tier player, he boldly confronted Joseon face to face. This man was different from Lu Yu. It could be said that Joseon's temperament was well known among the high echelons of Shanghai City, infamously cunning and ruthless. Anyone who offended him would find no way out. He wouldn't rest until he had forced them back to level 0.
Moreover, although Su Ming's national reputation had recently made him a young idol level,
after all, was a severe disadvantage. No matter how talented, a genius is still just a genius in front of someone 200 levels higher. Shouldn't he have kept a low profile? At that moment Joseon was also stunned, not because he feared Su Ming but because he was provoked by Su Ming's recent intimate actions with Lu Mei kissing her right in front of him. Was this not a challenge? The message was clear. The icy goddess that you, Joseon, could never win over is easily within my grasp. How could Joseon tolerate such an insult? His face turned cold and green with rage, his phoenix eyes glaring daggers at Su Ming as if he wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Very well then. Under everyone's gaze, Joseon took a deep breath, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. No one knew what he was thinking. After a brief silence, he walked towards Su Ming, closing the distance. Such arrogance. I shall issue a challenge then.
Do you dare accept a death match? Lose, and your level resets to 0. Joseon's face was a mask of changing shades as he gritted his teeth, each word dripping with venom. As soon as these words were spoken, a collective gasp echoed through the Bay restaurant. The deathmatch was known as the most brutal competition in the national professional world. In such a PK duel, if one side lost, they had to abandon all their levels, resetting their rank back to 0. They would have to start over from the very beginning, and worse, there was a high chance of losing their life, suffering a painful death, a real death with no possibility of revival. How ruthless! Joseon actually wanted a death duel with Su Ming. This guy was indeed sly, and knowing Su Ming's temperament, he might just rashly agree. A death match was not like a practice match. Joseon could use all his skills, and with over 200 levels he could easily crush a second-tier opponent. Damn worthy of being a minister of the Eternal Guild. His scheming was audible from miles away. One could only hope that Su Ming wouldn't act impulsively. In Shanghai City, as long as Su Ming didn't accept any of Joseon's challenges, the latter couldn't do much. But if he accepted the death match, then Su Ming's glory might just end in this coastal town. It shouldn't come to that, especially since Su Ming was also a formally recruited student of Tsinghua University and brought in through special admissions.
Shen Shuyan wouldn't just stand by idly. Maybe it was time to contact the Shanghai City Professional Conversion Temple or send a message to the Station Professional Association. Today's events might just blow up. If something really happened to Su Ming, the repercussions would be far more serious than just the death of a professional. Indeed, the whole country is now turning its eyes to our Shanghai, as Su Ming's talents are dazzlingly apparent. If all goes as expected, next year our Shanghai will become a nationally famous internet sensation city because of Su Ming. The economic impact of this will be significant. It's like a young hotshot meeting a cunning scorpion, a real battleground. Who knows how today's events will end? As Joseon began to speak, all the professionals in the restaurant narrowed their eyes slightly, discerning his intentions. It must be said, being able to sit in the position of Minister of the Eternal Guild, one must be quite cunning. With just a few words he laid bare his intentions. If Su Ming accepts the death match, then trouble will follow. but at this juncture if he doesn't accept he would naturally lose face in front of everyone. Joseon relies on his high level, hence he can act so recklessly. In a moment all eyes turn to Su Ming waiting for his response. The death match. Under the watchful eyes of many, Su Ming slightly frowned, then smiled lightly and said, "Why should I accept your death match?"
Su Ming's expression turned cold, then waving his hand, a
delicate staff appeared in his hand. It was a dark gold-level weapon plundered from Han Ing, the necromancer's staff. Generally in the city professionals do not carry high-level weapons. An important reason is that in the city professionals are not allowed to use skills, and if caught fighting they would be captured by the professional association and severely punished. This is also why even though Joseon was furious he dared not make a move against Su Ming in the Bay restaurant. However, at this moment Su Ming with a cold expression swung his staff forward. Death Flame Explosion technique. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Su Ming actually used the Death Flame Explosion skill. This skill, originally a boss level skill, causes high critical damage. The impact it created was no small matter.
Even if used against a boss monster in a dungeon it would cause a series of explosions, let alone in such a confined space. In an instant all the floor-to-ceiling windows in
the Bay restaurant trembled at a high frequency before shattering one by one. In the explosion golden red fireballs also smashed onto Joseon and then exploded. The most powerful aspect of the Death Flame Explosion technique lies in the explosive burst of the fireballs, flame burst. With a clang Joseon's pupils suddenly dilated, but he had not anticipated that Su Ming would actually make a move and instinctively tried to block. Alas, too late. At this moment Joseon, without any proper gear, was clad only in his black suit which in an instant was shredded to pieces by a fireball. Even his skin began to crack, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Above Joseon's head his life points suddenly popped up. Over 200,000 points of damage appeared instantly. Silence, a deathly silence. For a moment everyone in the restaurant, all the professionals, were stunned. Shattered glass littered the floor and the restaurant was in complete disarray, and Joseon, gone was his arrogance. He sat collapsed on the floor, his clothes in tatters, his pupils wide with shock. Utterly bewildered, after a long silence an elderly professional swallowed hard and said in shock, "Su Ming, that kid is simply mad. How could he make a move in Zhonghai City? Now he's done for. Such a pity for his talents." Beside the old man another professional, a pharmacist, frowned slightly and sighed. With his qualifications and strength, if he had just developed properly he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhonghai City's top gods or even become the #1 professional
in Zhonghai. Moreover, he was already accepted by Qingbei University.
Too impulsive, acting within the city could get him wanted by the professional association. Once marked, even joining a guild for clerical work would be denied. Right, another high-level professional chimed in, "Let's keep our distance, better not get involved. Soon the Transfer Temple Zhonghai Professional Association and the Imperial Guard Corps will probably be here. Su Ming is likely to be detained, immediately imprisoned for at least a year, and probably have his level reset." Su Ming's use of the deadly flame burst technique had indeed caused a huge stir. Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded, their heads bowed in murmurs. Indeed, in this world of universal professional transfers, at least domestically, there are very strict rules. In every city professionals are not allowed to brawl. If discovered, severe punishment is certain, imprisonment, detention, level reset. These are just the lighter consequences.
There's even a system of collective punishment. Moreover, Joseon
held no small position, being a department head of one of Zhonghai City's top guilds. In others' eyes Su Ming's future was ruined today, completely finished in Zhonghai. "Brother, you were too impulsive." Meanwhile Lumei also paused slightly, her eyes filled with horror. She leaned close to Su Ming and whispered, "You should leave quickly. I'll contact friends in Jiangnan province right now to help suppress this matter, otherwise you're in big trouble today. In the city, aside from one-on-one PK matches, brawling is not allowed. You were too impulsive, at least a year of detention." Su Ming didn't respond directly to Lumei. Instead he turned to look at her, paused, then smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. "It's okay, I know how to handle this, I have it all figured out." Lumei was taken aback. All figured out, at a time like this? But seeing Su Ming's calm demeanor she became a bit puzzled herself, swallowing the words she was about to say. Su Ming indeed had a way to deal with this. Normally using skills in the city would lead to detention and level reset, but there is an exception, that is having immunity. Don't forget Su Ming is a member of the SS level guild, the Golden Rose Guild. In our country, the status of the Golden Rose Guild is terrifyingly high. After all, every member is an epic level professional.
The power of this organization is so great that it could easily flatten a city, even one as big as Shanghai City, just pulling out any member they could destroy. All other guilds in less than 2 days, because they are so powerful. Members of an SS-level guild also enjoy exceedingly high privileges, one of which is exemption rights. That means Summing can indeed take action within the city. As long as he doesn't directly kill Joseon, he will hardly face any punishment, let alone be nationally wanted. And for someone like Bai Ling, the president of the Rose Guild, the rights she holds are even more terrifying. Murder exemption rights. Even if Bai Ling killed Joseon in Shanghai City, she wouldn't be punished. Haha, brainless. I thought he was a top genius with exceptional intellect, but is this all? Summing, you're done for today. At the same time, Joseon changed into a clean shirt, no longer looking as down and out as before, but instead his expression was extremely excited with a smug look on his face. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know that using professional skills in Shanghai City will get you detained and imprisoned? I am the executive director of the Eternal Guild, and you used the death flame burst on me. At least a year in prison. Level reset. Ha, Summing, you're about to become useless. Tsinghua University, a bright future, maybe in your next life. Joseon was triumphantly laughing out loud. Seeing Joseon's unrestrained laughter, other professionals in the Gulf restaurant couldn't help but frown and remain silent. And Summing? He remained as calm as ever, glanced at Joseon and said softly, really, how did the taste of death flame burst feel? Want another one? Saying this, Summing walked towards Joseon, his wand lightly waving, and this time more golden fireballs formed behind him. Joseon's expression changed dramatically. He panicked. Helplessly, Summing had made a move on him and he was bound to be imprisoned today. It wouldn't be long before the Shanghai City guards arrived, but now if Joseon also retaliated, it would turn into a brawl. Both of them would be arrested. Thinking of this, Joseon suddenly swallowed hard, his face filled with terror as he dodged to the side, his actions quite comical. It looked as though he was scared off by Summing. Don't be so smug, you'll suffer soon. Joseon dropped a harsh line and hid in a corner of the restaurant. With a snort, seeing Joseon like this, Lu Mei, who had been worried about Summing, suddenly smiled radiantly. It wasn't just her. The other professionals also turned red-faced, struggling to suppress their laughter. Who would have thought that the usually arrogant Joseon would have such an expression being chased and beaten by a second-tier professional? It was rather comical to think about. The contrast was too stark. Probably after today, even if Su Ming were to be imprisoned, Joseon would still be the laughingstock of the entire city. Soon, the owner of the Bay restaurant appeared, followed by several dozen knights from the Imperial Guard, each at least level 200. Each knight of the Imperial Guard wielded a golden weapon and was clad in heavy black armor. Who dares to cause trouble in Shanghai City? Asked the commanding knight of the Imperial Guard, stepping forward to Su Ming, his expression icy as he scanned the crowd with a resonant and emotionless voice. The knight commander, fully encased in armor, showed no hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. It was me, Su Ming said, not saying much else, slightly lowering his head to meet the knight commander's gaze directly. Su Ming? The knight commander paused, astonished. You were Su Ming from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School? Yes, Su Ming nodded. You have a promising future. Why resort to violence here? The knight commander, clad in heavy armor, paused slightly, his tone carrying a trace of regret. That everyone could sense. Come with us. Wait, Su Ming interrupted the knight commander with a light smile and said, I am an SS-ranked member of the Golden Rose Guild. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, everyone's pupils dilated in shock and all were stunned, including the knight commander, who shuddered.